Hey everybody, it's Dave. This video is a look back at the last 6 months of shorts on the channel, all pulled together in one place. It's been a busy stretch, and none of it works without people who watch, comment, and share these stories. I appreciate everyone who's been along for the ride. This compilation is both a recap and a reset, a chance to see how far things have come and where they're headed next. 2026 is already shaping up to be a big year with lots of new stuff planned, so stay tuned. Few weapons in World War II earned as much respect and fear as the German 88mm flak gun. Originally designed as an anti-aircraft weapon, it quickly proved itself as one of the deadliest and most versatile guns in the war. The 88, as it became known, was intended to blast enemy bombers out of the sky. Its high muzzle velocity and range made it superb at hitting aircraft at altitudes Allied pilots thought were safe. But the Germans soon discovered another use. During the Spanish Civil War and early in World War II, commanders realized the 88 could punch straight through tank armor at ranges other guns couldn't touch. By the time of the North African campaign, Rommel's Afrika Corps was using 88s to ambush British Matildas and later American Shermans, often destroying them before they even got within range. The gun could be towed into position or mounted on vehicles. It had a low silhouette, could be concealed easily, and fired shells that hit like a freight train. Infantry feared it, tank crews feared it, even Allied artillery crews learned to dread counterfire from the 88s. As the war dragged on, the weapon was adapted yet again, this time to the main gun of the Tiger I and Tiger II tanks, making them among the most formidable armored vehicles of the war. By the war's end, tens of thousands of 88s had been produced. It wasn't just another gun, it was the backbone of German firepower, able to shoot down planes, blast tanks, and devastate infantry. To Allied troops, the distinctive crack of an 88 round meant one thing: get down or you're not getting back up. This is the A-10 Thunderbolt II. Officially, it's an attack aircraft. Unofficially, it's a flying middle finger to tanks. It's slow, it's ugly, and it's loud. Basically the drunk uncle of the Air Force. But that's exactly why ground troops love it. The A-10 doesn't just fly into danger. It crash couches in with a beer, kicks up its boots, and starts blasting. Built around a 30mm GAU-8 Avenger cannon that fires so fast it sounds like God shredding a phone book, the Warthog doesn't destroy tanks, it erases them from existence. And if you're lucky enough to hear that glorious sound, don't worry, you're not the target. If you were, you wouldn't hear a damn thing. Want more ridiculous A-10 stories, combat footage, and why this beast refuses to retire? In November 1983, NATO ran a routine exercise called Able Archer 83. The problem? The Soviets thought it was not routine. Able Archer simulated NATO's command and control during a full-blown nuclear war. They practiced launching nukes. They even raised alert levels. And Moscow, they watched and panicked. The Soviet leadership, already terrified after Reagan's Evil Empire speech and Star Wars program, thought this was cover for a real first strike. So they put their own nukes on hair trigger, submarines at sea, bombers ready, missiles fueled. One misunderstanding and World War III would have been started by accident. Luckily, cooler heads prevailed. Able Archer ended. The Soviets stood down, but for 5 days we were one misread radar away from global extinction. Designed by Mikhail Kalashnikov in 1947, it was built for one purpose: simplicity. Chambered in 7.62 by 39mm, the AK combined the range of a rifle with the controllability of a submachine gun. Its long-stroke gas piston, loose tolerances, and rugged steel frame made it nearly indestructible. Mud, sand, snow, it fired through it all. It was easy to make, easy to use, and easy to teach. A weapon for peasant soldiers and revolutionaries alike. By the 1960s, the AK had become the symbol of insurgency and resistance across the globe, from Vietnam to Africa to the Middle East. While Western rifles prized precision, the AK valued reliability. It could jam an M16's pride into the dirt and keep shooting. That trade-off, accuracy for endurance, made it legendary. More than 100 million have been produced, making it the most widely used firearm in history. Its silhouette appears on flags, propaganda posters, and in the hands of every side of every war since. The AK-47 isn't just a rifle, it's the face of modern conflict. In early 1942, the Japanese onslaught in the Pacific seemed unstoppable. Captain Albert H. Rooks commanded the heavy cruiser USS Houston, one of the last major U.S. warships left to oppose Japan in Southeast Asia. On February 4th, during the Battle of Makassar Strait, Japanese aircraft swarmed the Allied fleet. Bombs rained down as Houston was singled out for attack. For 30 minutes, Rooks maneuvered with precision, dodging torpedoes and shells, keeping his ship in the fight. When a bomb hit, destroying her after turret and killing nearly 50 men, Rooks coolly restored order, rallied his crew, and got the Houston back into action. Weeks later, the Allies made a desperate stand in the Java Sea. On February 27, 1942, Houston fought alongside Dutch, British, and Australian warships against a superior Japanese fleet. Outnumbered and outgunned, Rooks pressed the fight, blasting enemy ships and buying time for the retreat of Allied forces. Through hours of brutal combat, Houston was battered, her decks torn, and her guns silenced one by one. Rooks kept maneuvering, personally overseeing gunnery and damage control, refusing to let his crew give up. But the odds were impossible. On March 1st, Houston and the Australian cruiser HMAS Perth attempted to break through Sunda Strait. Trapped by a Japanese invasion fleet, both ships were sunk after a heroic night fight. Captain Rooks was killed on his bridge, going down with his ship. For his extraordinary heroism and distinguished leadership, Captain Albert H. Rooks was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. His sacrifice, and that of Houston's crew, became a rallying cry. The ship was remembered as the galloping ghost of the Java coast, and Rooks's name now adorns a Navy submarine, ensuring his legacy sails on. Alexander Archer Vandergrift wasn't just a Marine general. He was the man who proved the Corps could slug it out toe-to-toe with Japan and win. Born in Virginia in 1887, Vandergrift joined the Marines in 1909 and spent decades in small wars before World War II put him on the biggest stage of all. By 1942, he was a major general commanding the 1st Marine Division. His mission? Lead the first major American offensive of the war at Guadalcanal. The odds were ugly. His men were mostly green, supply lines were thin, and the Japanese were fierce and experienced. From August to December 1942, Vandergrift's division fought non-stop, defending Henderson Field, holding out against night assaults, and beating back Japanese landings. Through it all, Vandergrift led with calm determination. He slept in the dirt alongside his Marines, refusing the comfort of safer quarters. That presence held the division together during some of the darkest days of the Pacific War. His leadership turned Guadalcanal into a turning point, the first time Japanese expansion was stopped cold on land. For his role in the campaign, Vandergrift received the Medal of Honor. Later, he became the 18th Commandant of the Marine Corps, shaping the service for the modern era. Alexander A. Vandergrift, the general who showed the world the Marines were here to stay. Alexander Ramsey Sandy Nininger Jr. was born on October 20, 1918 in Gainesville, Georgia, and raised in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. He graduated from the United States Military Academy at West Point in 1941 and immediately requested assignment to the Philippines. In early 1942, as a member of the 57th Infantry Regiment, the Philippine Scouts, Nininger saw his first combat during the Japanese invasion of the Philippines. On January 12, 1942, near Abucay, Bataan, he volunteered to join Company K. Facing overwhelming enemy fire, he spearheaded a counterattack, advancing through heavy resistance with rifle and hand grenades. Despite being wounded 3 times, he continued to press forward in hand-to-hand fighting until he was killed deep within enemy positions. After the ground was retaken, his body was found with 1 enemy officer and 2 soldiers lying around him, a testament to his fierce bravery. Posthumously, he received the first Medal of Honor awarded in World War II in February 1942.
His legacy endures through memorials at West Point, including Nininger Hall and the Alexander R. Nininger Award, as well as buildings, statues, and facilities named in his honor across Florida and military installations.
March 16, 1966, Long Quan Province, Republic of Vietnam. Specialist 4th Class Alfred V. Rascon was serving as a medic with a reconnaissance platoon when they were ambushed by a well-entrenched Viet Cong force. Enemy machine guns and grenades erupted from the tree line, wounding multiple men in the opening seconds. Without hesitation, Rascon sprinted through the withering fire to reach the casualties. As he treated one soldier, a grenade landed nearby. Rascon threw himself onto it, taking the blast into his own body to shield his comrade. Bleeding heavily, he ignored his wounds and crawled to another soldier, again covering him with his body when another grenade exploded. By now, he had multiple shrapnel wounds and broken ribs, but he kept moving, shielding, treating, and dragging men to safety. When his ammo bearer went down, Rascon crawled through gunfire to retrieve the man's weapon and ammunition, handing them off so the fight could continue. Refusing evacuation, he stayed in the fight until every wounded soldier was secure. Remarkably, Rascon survived his injuries and continued his service. For his incredible courage and self-sacrifice, Alfred V. Rascon was awarded the Medal of Honor 34 years after that day in Vietnam. A medic's job is to save lives. Rascon proved it meant risking his own again and again.
On December 15, 1967, near Mein, Vietnam, Specialist 4 Alan J. Lynch found himself in the middle of a firefight that spiraled out of control in seconds. His platoon was ambushed by a well-prepared enemy force, and 3 of his fellow soldiers were immediately cut down in the open. The incoming fire was so heavy that no one could reach them, no one except Lynch. He sprinted straight into the kill zone, dragging the first wounded man back to cover. Then he ran back out again and again. Under fire from machine guns and snipers, he hauled all 3 casualties to safety by himself. But the fight wasn't done with him yet. When the platoon pulled back to avoid being overrun, Lynch volunteered to stay behind with the wounded, effectively making himself a one-man rear guard. He set up a defensive position, tended to the injured, and held off repeated enemy assaults using rifles, grenades, whatever he could get his hands on. At one point, the enemy came so close that he was fighting at almost point-blank range. But Lynch refused to abandon his position. He held until friendly forces counterattacked and relieved him and the wounded men he'd protected. All 3 survived. Alan Lynch didn't just rescue them. He stood alone against an advancing enemy force and refused to break.
Alwyn Cash walked through fire, literally, to save his men, and he did it more than once. October 17, 2005, Iraq. Cash's Bradley fighting vehicle hits an IED. It erupts into flames. Fuel everywhere. Soldiers trapped inside. Cash gets out, on fire, and runs back into the burning wreckage. He pulls one man out, then goes back, and back, and back again. 6 times he goes into that fire. His uniform is melted to his skin. He's burning alive, but he doesn't stop until every soldier is out. He suffered 2nd and 3rd degree burns over 72% of his body. He lived for 3 weeks, long enough to tell everyone what happened. He didn't make it, but because of him, they did. Alwyn Cash didn't wear a cape. He wore army fatigues and carried 7 men out of hell.
While the British marched with brown besses, American frontiersmen brought something new, the long rifle. Known later as the Kentucky rifle, it was a uniquely American innovation, long-barreled, small caliber, and rifled for accuracy. Developed in Pennsylvania by German gunsmiths in the early 1700s, its spiral grooves gave the bullet spin, dramatically improving range and precision. While a musket might hit a man by luck at 100 yards, a good rifleman could pick him off at 250. The trade-off was speed. A tight-fitting barrel and patch meant slower loading, maybe 1 shot per minute. But that shot mattered. In the Revolutionary War, American riflemen used hit-and-run tactics, harassing British columns from tree lines and ridges where return fire was useless. At Saratoga and Kings Mountain, riflemen proved their worth. They targeted officers, gunners, and scouts, breaking formations and morale. British troops called it unsporting. Americans called it effective. The long rifle became a symbol of the frontier spirit, independence, craftsmanship, and deadly precision. Long before the phrase sniper existed, these men made every shot count. It wasn't a weapon of empire, it was a weapon of individuals who refused to march in line.
The Roman phalanx, not quite the Hollywood version, but definitely not something you wanted to face. See, the Romans didn't invent the phalanx. The Greeks did. The Greeks did that whole wall of spears thing centuries earlier, but Rome improved it. Early Rome started with a version of the phalanx, basically copying the Greeks. Heavy infantry, packed shoulder to shoulder, shields up, spears out, march forward, kill, repeat. But by the time of the Republic, they realized this ain't ideal for mountains, hills, or anywhere that's not flat. So they broke the phalanx into smaller units called maniples. Basically mini phalanxes that could flex, pivot, and work the terrain. Each maniple had about 120 dudes. They weren't just a wall, they were a living machine. And instead of long spears, short swords, gladi. Because stabbing someone up close is way more efficient when you're wearing 40 pounds of iron. The result? Rome steamrolled its enemies for centuries, because when you combine discipline, engineering, and a short stabbing sword, you get an empire. The Roman phalanx, less about pretty lines, more about winning wars.
On December 6, 1967, in the jungles near Phúc Lộc, Vietnam, Army Chaplain Angelo J. Litke proved that you don't need a weapon to be one of the toughest men on the battlefield. His battalion walked straight into deadly ambush, machine guns, rockets, exploding tree lines, the kind of firestorm that tears units apart in minutes. Litke didn't dive for cover, he sprinted towards the wounded. Unarmed, wearing a Red Cross chaplain's patch that might as well have been a bullseye, he moved through the enemy fire to pull injured soldiers out of open kill zones. He dragged the first man 15 yards, then he went back, and back, and back again. By the end of the fight, he had carried or assisted over 20 wounded men, often shielding them with his own body. At one point, an explosion knocked him off his feet and peppered him with shrapnel. He got up and kept going. He refused evacuation. He refused rest. He refused to stop until every wounded soldier he could reach was pulled to safety. He even laid across a soldier to protect him from incoming rounds while coordinating medevac movement for the rest. Angelo Litke survived the ambush. Dozens of others survived because he refused to leave them behind. He earned the Medal of Honor without ever firing a shot. In November 1942 on Guadalcanal, Corporal Anthony Casamento's machine gun section was hit so hard it basically stopped existing. Everyone around him was either dead or dying. Casamento was shot in the face, bleeding and alone, but he stayed behind the gun. For hours he fired on wave after wave of Japanese infantry, reloading by feel, refusing to move even as bullets tore through the sandbags around him. When the reinforcements finally arrived, they found him barely conscious, surrounded by enemy dead, the barrel of his gun glowing red. He spent years recovering, his jaw wired and rebuilt, and quietly returned to civilian life. The Marine Corps didn't even know he was alive until decades later, when they discovered his records and surviving witnesses confirmed the story. In 1980, nearly 40 years after the battle, President Carter awarded him the Medal of Honor. Casamento said it was for the boys who didn't come back. That's a lifetime of humility wrapped around one day of absolute ferocity. Staff Sergeant Archie Van Winkle was a World War II veteran who came back to serve again in Korea with the Marine Corps. By November 2, 1950, he was a squad leader in Company B, 1st Battalion, 7th Marines, 1st Marine Division, and about to prove that Marines don't quit, even when torn apart by enemy fire. That night near Sudong, his company was hit by a sudden and massive North Korean assault. Mortars and automatic weapons raked their position, and enemy soldiers swarmed toward the Marines' perimeter. In the confusion, parts of the line began to falter. Van Winkle didn't hesitate. He grabbed his weapon and sprinted straight into the heaviest fire, rallying scattered Marines and pulling them back into the fight. He charged enemy positions, firing point blank and throwing grenades, killing dozens in the process. In the middle of the chaos, Van Winkle was cut down by multiple bullets and shrapnel wounds.
Barely able to stand, he refused evacuation. Instead, he pulled himself up, continued shouting orders, and directed his squad's fire until the enemy finally broke and retreated. Only after the fight was won did Van Winkle allow himself to be carried off the battlefield. For his extraordinary heroism, Staff Sergeant Archie Van Winkle was awarded the Medal of Honor in 1951. He remained in the Corps, serving for decades and eventually retiring as a colonel. Van Winkle's story is the embodiment of the Marine ethos. Even when gravely wounded, a Marine's job is to fight, to lead, and never leave his men without direction.
Captain Arlo L. Olson commanded a rifle company with the 15th Infantry Regiment during the Italian campaign. On October 13, 1943, near Volturno, he personally led an assault across open terrain under intense fire, killing or capturing multiple enemy soldiers. 2 days later, when his company was attacked, he rallied his men and counterattacked, recapturing lost ground. He was later mortally wounded while leading another charge, still shouting orders as medics tried to reach him. Olson's Medal of Honor recognized both his leadership and the relentless spirit that drove his company forward despite the losses. He led from the front until the very end, the only place a combat officer truly belongs. Staff Sergeant Arnold J. Bjorklund of the 36th Infantry Division earned his Medal of Honor on September 13, 1943, near Alta Villa, Italy. When his company was pinned by heavy machine gun fire, Bjorklund crept forward alone, crawling through brush and rubble under enemy fire. He threw grenades into the first enemy nest, silencing it. Then he advanced to a second and third, clearing each one by hand. His one-man assault allowed his company to seize the objective and hold the ground. Bjorklund's Medal of Honor citation describes a deliberate, calculated bravery, the kind that changes the outcome of a battle, not through chaos, but through calm, patient aggression.
Audie Murphy, the soldier who turned World War II into a personal mission. At 17, he forged his age to enlist. By 20, he was America's most decorated combat soldier. He won the Medal of Honor, Distinguished Service Cross, 2 Silver Stars, 2 Bronze Stars, and 3 Purple Hearts. Murphy's unit is almost wiped out. He orders his men back. He stays, alone. He climbs onto a burning tank destroyer, grabs the 50 cal, and opens fire. For 1 solid hour, he holds off wave after wave. Wounded, freezing, outnumbered, he calls artillery on his own position. His stand saved the entire unit. The Germans retreat. After the war, Hollywood tells his story, but nothing beats the real thing. Audie Murphy, when one man became an army.
Meet the B-29 Superfortress, the flying behemoth that brought entire cities to their knees and helped end World War II. First off, this wasn't your grandpa's bomber. The B-29 had pressurized cabins, which meant crews didn't have to freeze or suck oxygen at 30,000 feet. Luxury bombing, baby. And those remote-controlled gun turrets? Yeah, the B-29 was basically the first drone operator. Gunners sat inside, using periscopic sights to zap fighters without sticking their heads out. But its real claim to fame? Strategic bombing. The B-29 turned Japanese cities into firestorms long before the nukes dropped. Speaking of nukes, this is the Enola Gay, a B-29 that dropped the first atomic bomb on Hiroshima, a single plane that changed the world forever. With a 3,000-mile range, 20,000 pounds of bombs, and cutting-edge tech, the B-29 wasn't just a bomber. It was a flying technological flex. The B-29 didn't just fly, it rewrote the rules of war, and that is why it's legendary. This is the B-52 Stratofortress, aka the Buff, big, ugly, fat fellow. Born in the 1950s to drop nukes on the Soviets, it's older than your parents and still flying. 8 engines, 185-foot wingspan, and enough bombs to ruin anyone's day. It's dropped everything, dumb bombs, smart bombs, cruise missiles, heck, even psychological warfare. And thanks to constant upgrades, this Cold War dinosaur will likely fly into the 2050s, almost 100 years of service. It can fly 8,800 miles without refueling, add a KC-135 tanker, and it can hit literally anywhere on Earth. The B-52, proof that if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Just bolt on some new tech and keep flying. First Lieutenant Baldomero Lopez was a Marine with combat experience in World War II, but it was in Korea where his name would be etched into history.
At 25 years old, he was leading Marines of Company A, 1st Battalion, 5th Marines during the amphibious landing at Incheon on September 15, 1950. As his unit stormed ashore, Lopez was the first up the seawall, climbing ladders under fire while exposed to enemy bullets and grenades. Once on top, he organized his men and began clearing enemy positions with rifle fire and grenades. In the chaos, as Lopez prepared to throw a grenade into a bunker, he was struck by enemy fire. The blast caused him to drop the grenade right at his own feet, right among his Marines. Without hesitation, Lopez shouted a warning and hurled himself onto the grenade, shielding his men from the explosion. The blast killed him instantly, but every Marine near him survived. Inspired by his sacrifice, his platoon surged forward, broke through the defenses, and secured the position. For his actions, First Lieutenant Baldomero Lopez was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor in 1951. His parents accepted the medal on his behalf, and his heroism remains one of the most remembered stories of the Incheon landings. The Naval Academy, where Lopez had once been a standout midshipman, later honored him with a memorial that stands as a testament to the kind of leadership the Marines prize most: selfless, fearless, and willing to give everything for the men beside you. The Barbary pirates made a career out of robbing European and American ships for centuries, but eventually they screwed up. For 300 years, these guys raided the Mediterranean, capturing ships, enslaving sailors, and demanding ransom. Europe mostly paid them off, but then they ran into a brand new country, one that was broke, but angry: the United States. At first, America paid too, but when the Barbary states demanded even more money, the U.S. said, "Nah, we'll send the Navy instead." The First Barbary War kicked off. The U.S. Navy bombarded their ports, Marines stormed Tripoli, Lieutenant Stephen Decatur led a daring raid to burn the captured USS Philadelphia and earned legend status. A few years later, the Second Barbary War. This time the U.S. Navy shows up with bigger guns. The Barbary states quickly folded. No more tribute, no more piracy. The Barbary pirates gambled and lost, and the young United States earned global respect by punching pirates in the face. July 1943, the Nazis just made their worst mistake. They picked a fight with 1.9 million Soviets at Kursk. After the disaster at Stalingrad, Hitler figured one more big push would turn the tide. Operation Citadel was born, a massive pincher attack that crushed the Kursk salient. The Germans brought the best they had: 3,000 tanks, including shiny new Tigers and Panthers. Meanwhile, the Soviets dug in deep. Miles of trenches, thousands of mines, anti-tank guns everywhere. On July the 5th, the biggest tank battle in history began. Tanks slamming into each other, artillery barrages that shook the earth, and Soviet airstrikes raining down. At Prokhorovka, it got insane. Hundreds of tanks at point-blank range, turrets flying, steel burning, crews bailing, absolute mayhem. By August, Germany was spent. They lost over 500,000 men, 1,000 tanks, and most of their offensive power. Kursk broke their back. After this, it was all retreat. The Red Army went on the offensive, all the way to Berlin. Kursk wasn't just a battle, it was the turning point, when the hunter became the hunted. Ever hear of the battle where an army fought itself? That's the Battle of Karansebes, 1788, during the Austro-Turkish War. The Austrian army was camped near the town of Karansebes in modern-day Romania. Scouts crossed the river to look for Ottoman forces, but found gypsies selling schnapps instead. They bought it, got drunk. When other Austrian troops arrived and wanted some booze too, an argument broke out. A shot was fired. In the chaos, soldiers mistook each other for Turks and opened fire. Cavalry charged, infantry returned fire, total panic. By morning, thousands were dead or wounded, and the Ottomans hadn't even arrived yet. It's one of history's dumbest battles, proving sometimes the real enemy is confusion and schnapps. This was supposed to be a secret invasion. Instead, it became a global embarrassment. In 1961, the CIA trained over 1,400 Cuban exiles to overthrow Fidel Castro. The plan? Land at the Bay of Pigs, spark a popular uprising, and topple the communist regime. But everything went wrong. The landing force was met by Castro's troops almost immediately. Air support was botched, the locals didn't rise up,
and within 72 hours, most invaders were killed or captured. President Kennedy, just months into office, took full responsibility for the disaster. The failed invasion only strengthened Castro's power and pushed Cuba closer to the Soviet Union. The Cold War got a lot hotter because of this one mistake.
Meet Benjamin Foulet, the man who pretty much took the U.S. Army into the skies by himself. Back in 1908, he was just a young lieutenant, but soon he'd become the father of American military aviation. Foulet got his start riding along in the Wright brothers' early aircraft, learning to fly, literally. He crashed, a lot, but every wreck taught him something new. By 1910, he was the Army's entire air service, pilot, mechanic, instructor, and test subject all rolled into one. He flew his first official Army reconnaissance mission in 1911, proving planes could be the eyes of the battlefield. When World War I hit, Foulet went to France and helped build the U.S. Air Service from a handful of planes into a serious fighting force. He ended up a major general, pushing for faster planes, better tactics, and an independent air force long before it was cool. Benjamin Foulet didn't just fly, he made sure America would keep flying. Next time you see a fighter jet tear across the sky, thank this crash-happy pioneer who refused to give up.
In 1954, the CIA and MI6 dug one of the boldest holes in history, right under the Soviets' noses. West Berlin was surrounded by the Soviet-controlled East, and under that mess, a phone cable the Soviets used to control half of Europe. So America and Britain decided, let's steal it, Operation Gold, a tunnel nearly 1,500 feet long, straight into East Berlin, tapping into Soviet military lines. 50,000 calls, non-stop intel, pure espionage gold. Except they had a mole. British double agent George Blake sold the plan to the KGB before a shovel even hit the dirt. The Soviets knew the whole time, but pretended not to protect Blake. In 1956, a mysterious water leak exposed the tunnel, but by then, the West already had a year and a half of top-secret Soviet conversations, one of the gutsiest spy ops in the Cold War.
On March 10, 1966, in the A Shau Valley of Vietnam, enemy forces launched a ferocious attack on a remote Special Forces camp. As ground troops and aircraft scrambled to respond, U.S. Air Force Major Bernard F. Fisher flew his A-1E Sky Raider into the chaos. While providing close air support, Fisher witnessed a fellow pilot, Jump Myers, shot down and stranded on the airstrip, surrounded by North Vietnamese troops closing in fast. No rescue helicopters could reach him in time. Fisher made a decision no one expected. He broke formation, descended through hostile fire, and landed his bulky Sky Raider on a cratered, bullet-ridden airstrip just yards from enemy positions. With no time to shut down the engine, he pulled Myers into the cockpit and thundered back into the sky, barely clearing the trees, aircraft riddled with holes. It was the first time in Vietnam that a rescue like that had ever been attempted in a fixed-wing aircraft. For his fearless courage and split-second decision to risk his own life for another, Bernard Fisher received the Medal of Honor. He didn't wait for permission. He didn't do it for glory. He saw a man in trouble and landed a warplane in the middle of a battlefield to bring him home. That's not just valor, that's airborne loyalty.
Specialist 4 Billy L. Laufer was just 20 years old when he became a hero in Vietnam. Drafted into the Army, he served with Company C, 2nd Battalion, 5th Cavalry Regiment, 1st Cavalry Division. On September 21, 1966, near Ban Son in Binh Dinh Province, Loeffler's platoon walked straight into a deadly ambush. North Vietnamese forces opened fire from concealed bunkers, pinning the Americans in open ground. Several men were cut down immediately, and the rest were trapped under withering machine gun fire. Laufer didn't hesitate. Spotting his squad mates pinned down and unable to move, he rose from cover and charged the enemy position alone. He sprinted through a storm of bullets, firing as he went, deliberately drawing the enemy's attention. His one-man assault distracted the machine gunners long enough for his platoon to pull back to safety and evacuate the wounded. He kept advancing, firing until his weapon was empty. Just as he reached the enemy position, Laufer was fatally struck. His sacrifice broke the ambush and saved countless lives that day. For his actions, Billy L. Laufer was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. His mother accepted it on his behalf in 1968 from President Lyndon B. Johnson. Laufer's bravery was remembered not only by his comrades, but also in his hometown of Phoenix, Arizona, where a middle school now bears his name. His story stands as a reminder that sometimes courage isn't about surviving the fight. It's about knowingly stepping into danger so others can live. October 3rd, 1993, Somalia. A simple mission: grab 2 Somali warlords in Mogadishu, fast, clean, in and out. But then, the worst happens. 2 UH-60 Black Hawks shot down by RPGs. Now it's not a raid, it's survival. American soldiers trapped and surrounded by thousands of hostile militia. 18 Americans killed, 73 wounded, hundreds of Somalis dead. Delta Force operators, rangers, night stalkers. They fought block by block, house by house, protecting each other while facing overwhelming odds. Super 61 crashes first, then Super 64. Pilots like Mike Duran are captured. Others fight to hold the crash sites. Gary Gordon and Randy Shugart, Delta snipers, volunteered to defend the downed crews. They both give their lives and earn the Medal of Honor. The mission turns into a grueling 18-hour battle. An entire international force scrambles to get our guys out. It's chaos. It's courage. It's what war looks like when plans fall apart. And that's how Black Hawk Down became legend. If the BAR was America's light machine gun, the Bren was Britain's masterpiece. Developed from a Czech design, Brno plus Enfield equals Bren, the Bren gun entered service in 1938 and quickly gained a reputation for accuracy, durability, and sheer reliability. Chambered in .303 British with a distinctive top-mounted curved magazine, the Bren was iconic, instantly recognizable by silhouette alone. Its quick-change barrel system allowed crews to sustain long periods of fire, and its exceptional machine tolerances gave it a superb accuracy for a squad gun. British infantry doctrine revolved around it. The Bren section was the beating heart of the platoon, and everything moved to support the machine gun. In North Africa, it shrugged off sand. In Europe, it hammered German positions. In Burma, it endured jungle rot and monsoon rains. It remained in British service into the 1990s, a span of over 50 years, proving its design was decades ahead of its time. The Bren wasn't flashy, but British troops trusted it with their lives. That's the highest praise a soldier can give any weapon. Before rifles ruled the battlefield, the Brown Bess musket built an empire. From 1722 through the early 1800s, this smoothbore flintlock was the standard weapon of the British Army, the Redcoats' constant companion from India to the Americas. Firing a .75 caliber lead ball down an unrifled barrel, the accuracy was never the goal. A soldier could barely hit a man-sized target at 100 yards, but that didn't matter. Warfare of the time was about massed volleys, hundreds of muskets cracking in unison, filling the air with smoke and lead. A well-drilled soldier could fire 3 to 4 rounds per minute. Each shot was a ritual. Bite the cartridge, pour powder, ram the ball, prime the pan, take aim, and hope the flint sparked true. Misfires were common, rain was the enemy, and recoil was brutal. Despite these flaws, the Brown Bess endured because it was simple, sturdy, and terrifying when fired by the dozen. It became a symbol of British dominance, and later of American defiance, as Continental soldiers and militiamen faced its muzzle across the battlefields of Lexington, Saratoga, and Yorktown. The Brown Bess wasn't precise, but it didn't have to be. It won wars through discipline, not marksmanship, a thunderous instrument of empire that echoed through history. The Browning automatic rifle, the BAR, was not perfect, but it was unforgettable. Designed by John Browning in 1917, it was originally intended for walking fire, where troops advanced upright while laying automatic fire at hip level. World War I quickly proved that tactic suicidal, but the BAR itself survived and thrived. It fired the powerful .30-06 cartridge at 500 to 650 rounds per minute and fed from a 20-round magazine. Too heavy to be a true assault rifle, and too light to be a true machine gun. It sat in a strange middle ground, but that middle ground saved countless lives. In World War II, every U.S. infantry squad had at least one BAR gunner. That gunner was the backbone of the squad's firepower, laying down accurate bursts while the rest maneuvered. In Europe, bar gunners cleared rooms, rooted out snipers, and chewed through German counterattacks. In the Pacific, Marines trusted the BAR to stop bonsai charges dead in their tracks. It wasn't perfect, the magazines were too small, it overheated quickly, but American troops swore by it because it was dependable, accurate, and devastating when handled well. The BAR lived on through Korea and even Vietnam, used by early advisors and ARVN units. It represents the transition from bolt-action firepower to automatic infantry combat, the rifle that carried America through the hardest battles of the 20th century. In the Central Highlands of Vietnam, May 18, 1967, Captain Bruce Grandstaff was leading a recon company that stumbled into an ambush from 3 sides. It was the kind of trap designed to erase a unit. Grandstaff didn't retreat. He organized his men into a perimeter, called for artillery so close it was practically on top of them, and kept directing fire even after being hit multiple times. When an enemy grenade landed nearby, he tried to throw it back. It exploded, wounding him again. He stayed on the radio, adjusting fire, refusing evacuation, shouting encouragement as his men held the line. Mortally wounded, he called for one last barrage, danger close, right on his own position, to break the enemy's advance. It worked. His men survived. He didn't. Captain Grandstaff's final transmission summed it up perfectly. Keep firing, I'm okay. He wasn't, but his soldiers were, and that's exactly why he got the Medal of Honor. July 6, 1943, somewhere over the Pacific, Commander Bruce A. Van Voorhis climbed into the cockpit of his PB-4Y-1 Liberator for what would be the most dangerous mission of his life. Japanese forces had fortified Kapingamarangi Atoll, a remote stronghold in the Caroline Islands. To weaken their grip, Van Voorhis volunteered for a solo strike. No wingmen, no backup, just him and his bomber. Flying low over enemy territory, he dropped bombs on key installations, destroying radio stations and gun positions. Japanese fighters scrambled to intercept him, but Van Voorhis fought back, gunning down several attackers while still hammering ground targets. He made pass after pass, crippling enemy defenses, but the fight came at a cost. His aircraft, riddled with bullets and flak damage, was on fire. Even as the Liberator was failing, he stayed on target to ensure the mission's success. Moments later, his bomber crashed into the atoll. He did not survive. Van Voorhis's daring one-man assault destroyed multiple enemy positions, prevented reinforcements, and paved the way for Allied advances in the Pacific. For his unmatched bravery and sacrifice, he was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. Alone against an island fortress, Commander Van Voorhis proved that one determined man could change the course of a battle. On November 14, 1965, during the Battle of La Drang, the first major clash between U.S. and North Vietnamese forces, Major Bruce Crandall flew straight into hell. Commanding a Huey helicopter, Crandall was tasked with ferrying troops into Landing Zone X-Ray, which quickly came under intense enemy fire. Most pilots refused to fly in. Crandall didn't hesitate. Over the next 14 hours, he flew mission after mission into a hot landing zone, bringing in ammunition and evacuating the wounded, all under constant enemy fire. He flew 22 missions that day, often with bullet holes in his aircraft, often unarmed. When medevac crews refused to fly in, Crandall went in anyway, saving dozens of lives. On several flights, he had to land in the middle of firefights, sometimes skimming treetops, sometimes in the dark. He and his wingman, Ed Freeman, became legends that day. For his extraordinary courage and unwavering commitment to his fellow soldiers, Bruce Crandall was awarded the Medal of Honor. He didn't wear body armor, he didn't carry a rifle, but that day his helicopter became the fiercest weapon on the battlefield. Crandall didn't just fly into danger, he owned it. When the sky turned red and the ground turned deadly, he kept flying. Because warriors were waiting, and Bruce Crandall never left them behind. Lieutenant Commander Bruce McCandless, yes, ancestor of the astronaut, was the communications officer aboard the USS San Francisco during the same brutal night off Guadalcanal. When the bridge was hit and the admiral, captain, and nearly every officer were killed, McCandless suddenly found himself in command of a burning cruiser in the middle of chaos. He didn't flinch. He took the con, reorganized the surviving crew, and fought the ship for hours, leading her out of danger and back to port. For a junior officer to assume command in that situation and win was unheard of. He earned the Medal of Honor for keeping his ship alive when everyone in charge was dead. It's not glamorous, but that's what real leadership looks like, doing the job when no one else is left to do it. Private Bruno Raymond Orig earned his Medal of Honor the same way he lived, by putting others first. On February 15, 1951, during the Battle of Chip Yung Ni, Orig moved through heavy fire to aid wounded comrades. When the machine gun crew protecting them went down, he took over the weapon himself. He kept firing until his position was overrun and he was killed beside his gun. The platoon he covered was able to withdraw intact. Decades later, his heroism was formally recognized, but the essence of it never changed. One man, one gun, and the decision to hold fast so others could escape.
On August 26, 1967, Air Force Major George Bud Day was shot down over North Vietnam. Badly injured, arm broken, kneecap shattered, he was captured by enemy forces. But Day didn't stay down. Within days he escaped, crawling through jungle terrain with no food, no shoes, and open wounds, trying to reach friendly lines in South Vietnam. He evaded capture for nearly 2 weeks, despite constant pain and enemy patrols. He was recaptured just short of freedom, and the worst was yet to come. For over 5 years, Bud Day endured brutal torture in North Vietnamese prison camps, including the infamous Hanoi Hilton. Beatings, starvation, and isolation couldn't break him. Despite repeated interrogations, he gave nothing away. He resisted, stayed silent, and inspired fellow POWs like John McCain to do the same. Even when near death, he never lost his defiance. For his extraordinary heroism, unbreakable will, and leadership under torture, Bud Day received the Medal of Honor. He's one of the most decorated service members in U.S. history. Bud Day didn't win his war in the skies. He won it in a prison cell with blood, grit, and a spine of steel. They captured his body, but they never touched his soul. Because Bud Day wasn't just a fighter pilot, he was indestructible.
The Carl Gustaf isn't just a weapon, it's a system. Developed in Sweden in the late 1940s, this 84mm recoilless rifle became one of the most versatile infantry support weapons in the world. It fires anti-tank rounds, anti-structure rounds, illumination rounds, smoke, airburst, and more. Used in U.S. Rangers, Special Forces, and conventional troops, the Carl Gustaf is the modern infantry's answer to situations where a grenade launcher isn't enough and calling in artillery is too slow. In Afghanistan, it became invaluable for breaking ambushes, destroying caves, and hitting enemies behind cover. Lightweight for its category and capable of devastating firepower, the Gustaf is the king of shoulder-fired versatility. Second Lieutenant Carl Henry Dodd led from the front, literally, on January 30th, 1951, during an assault near Subic, Korea. His platoon was pinned down by heavy machine gun fire. When other leaders might have paused, Dodd charged. He moved from foxhole to foxhole under fire, reorganizing his men and rallying them for another push. Then, alone, he crawled forward, tossing grenades into enemy positions, silencing guns one by one. Wounded and exhausted, he refused to stop until his platoon seized the hill. Dodd's leadership turned a stalled attack into a victory and proved that courage doesn't always look cinematic. Sometimes it's one man refusing to quit until the hill is taken. Captain Carl Sitter wasn't the loud kind of leader. He was the one who did the impossible quietly. In November 1950, near Hagaruri, his company was ordered to retake a hill that had been lost to Chinese forces. The slopes were covered in ice, visibility near zero, and the enemy had the high ground. Sitter led multiple assaults uphill, rallying his Marines again and again as each attack was beaten back. He moved through fire like he was invincible, patching up wounded men, redistributing ammo, shouting orders through the snowstorm. When he was finally hit by shrapnel, he refused evacuation, stayed in command, and led one last charge that broke the enemy's line. When dawn came, the hill was American again. His Medal of Honor citation mentions unflinching determination. His men remembered something else, how calm he was in hell. That quiet, steel-nerved leadership kept him alive when nothing else could. Private First Class Carlos James Lozada was the machine gunner every platoon prayed for, steady, fearless, and loyal. On November 20th, 1967, near Dacto, his unit was ambushed by a far superior force. Lozada's M60 was the only thing holding the line. He fired until the barrel smoked, covering his platoon's retreat and cutting down attackers as they closed in. When ordered to withdraw, he refused, saying he'd cover them to the end. Moments later, he was hit and killed at his gun. His Medal of Honor was awarded posthumously. Carlos Lozada's last stand bought his platoon the time they needed to survive. A single Marine holding back an army through sheer will. In Vietnam, split-second decisions decided everything. For Private First Class Carmel Bernard Harvey Jr., one of those decisions saved a platoon. On June 21, 1967, Harvey's unit was ambushed near Chu Chi by a massive enemy force. Explosions tore through the formation as Harvey fired his M16 at point-blank range. In the chaos, an enemy bullet struck one of the grenades on his belt, pulling the safety pin. There was no time to think. Without hesitation, Harvey turned and sprinted directly toward the enemy position, clutching the live grenade to his body. It exploded before he reached them, killing him instantly, but sparing the Marines behind him. That single act stopped the enemy's advance and allowed his squad to regroup. Carmel Harvey's Medal of Honor citation is short, but its meaning is clear. When faced with a moment that could end many lives, he chose to give his own. On December 7, 1941, Commander Casson Young was in command of the repair ship USS Vestal, which was moored right alongside the battleship USS Arizona at Pearl Harbor. When the Japanese attack began, the Vestal was caught in the crossfire. Bombs exploded nearby, and strafing planes raked her decks. Then disaster struck. The Arizona took a direct hit to her forward magazine, erupting in a massive fireball. The explosion hurled Young overboard into the harbor. Most men would have swum to safety. Instead, Casson Young swam straight back through burning oil and wreckage to reboard the ship. Soaked, dazed, and wounded, he shook it off, returned to the bridge, and took command again. Despite the chaos and damage, Young rallied his crew. With the Arizona a blazing inferno beside them, he ordered Vestal's mooring lines cut. Under his leadership, the battered repair ship managed to get underway, beaching herself to avoid sinking. Because of his decisive actions, most of his crew survived, and the Vestal lived to fight another day. For his conspicuous devotion to duty, extraordinary courage, and complete disregard for his own safety, Commander Casson Young was awarded the Medal of Honor. But his story didn't end there. Promoted to captain, he went on to command the heavy cruiser USS San Francisco. Less than a year later, during the brutal naval battle of Guadalcanal, Young was killed in action while leading his ship against Japanese forces. Casson Young's name now belongs to history, etched in Navy tradition. A destroyer USS Casson Young was named in his honor, carrying forward the spirit of a captain who would not abandon his ship or his men. The Battle of Castle Itter, probably the weirdest battle in World War II. It's May 1945. The war in Europe is basically over, but in a tiny Austrian castle, something insane happens. The castle was a prison for high-value French VIPs, former prime ministers, generals, even tennis champions, all held by the SS. When the SS fled, the prisoners were like, what now? Then an American recon unit under Captain Jack Lee shows up, and they brought backup. But not just any backup. They teamed up with German Wehrmacht soldiers who hated the SS, led by Major Josef Gangl, a German officer who literally switched sides to protect civilians. The SS counterattacked hard, bringing tanks and troops. Americans, Germans, and French prisoners, armed with whatever they could find, held the castle for hours. Major Gangl was killed protecting a French politician. Reinforcements finally arrived and the SS was crushed. The only battle where Americans and Germans fought together against the SS.
Castle the strangest last stand of World War II.
June 29, 1966, near June Lac, Republic of Vietnam. Staff Sergeant Charles B. Morris was leading his squad on a search and destroy mission when they came under sudden, intense enemy fire from a concealed Viet Cong force. In the opening seconds, several of his men were wounded and trapped in the kill zone. Without hesitation, Morris charged forward, firing as he ran to reach the injured soldiers. As he pulled one man to safety, a grenade exploded nearby, wounding Morris in the chest and shoulder. Ignoring the pain, he grabbed extra ammunition and pushed towards the enemy position, killing several attackers and forcing the rest to fall back. When another grenade landed near his squad, Morris kicked it away before it could explode, saving multiple lives. Moments later, he led a counterattack to drive the enemy from their entrenched positions, despite a second serious wound to his leg. Only after the fight was over and his men were safe did Morris finally allow himself to be evacuated. For his fearless leadership, repeated acts of personal courage, and total commitment to his soldiers, Charles B. Morris was awarded the Medal of Honor. 2 serious wounds, 1 relentless leader, and a squad that survived because he wouldn't quit.
Specialist 5th Class Charles Chris Hagemeister was an Army medic who proved that courage isn't just charging forward with a rifle. It's running into fire with nothing but bandages. Born in Nebraska in 1946, Hagemeister was drafted into the Army and deployed to Vietnam in 1966 with the 1st Cavalry Division. On March 20, 1967, his platoon was ambushed near Bong Son. Enemy fire ripped through the unit, wounding men all along the line. Hagemeister didn't hesitate. He sprinted into the open, dragging the wounded to cover while bullets snapped past. He treated one man, then ran to another, then another. When he realized the platoon was in danger of being overrun, Hagemeister picked up a rifle and laid down fire himself, holding the enemy back long enough to stabilize more casualties. Then he went back to his medic bag, working through the chaos as if the firefight didn't exist. Time and time again, he exposed himself, moving wherever the need was greatest. By the time the battle ended, he had saved numerous lives through sheer determination and refusal to quit. For his extraordinary bravery, Charles Hagemeister was awarded the Medal of Honor. He later made a career in the Army, retiring as a colonel, but his legacy was sealed in one day as the medic who refused to let his brothers die alone. Master Sergeant Charles Ernest Hosking Jr. was a soldier who spent most of his life in uniform and gave that life in an instant to save his brothers. Born in New Jersey in 1924, he tried to enlist during World War II at just 16, lying about his age. When the Army found out, they discharged him, but he came back when he was of age and went on to serve in Korea and later Vietnam. By 1967, Hosking was a senior advisor with a Vietnamese civilian irregular defense group, leading local forces in Binh Dinh province. On March 21st, his unit captured a Viet Cong sniper. As they were securing the prisoner, the man suddenly pulled a pin on a hidden grenade. Hosking didn't hesitate. He grabbed the enemy fighter in a bear hug, dragged him away from his men, and pinned their grenade to the prisoner's chest. The blast killed them both instantly, but his selfless act saved everyone around him. For his sacrifice, Hosking was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. He'd served through 3 wars, but his final legacy was one moment of pure, instinctive courage, choosing to give his life so that others could live. Charles E. Hosking Jr., proof that a lifetime of service can come down to a single, unforgettable act. Sergeant Charles E. Commando Kelly was the first enlisted man in Europe to earn the Medal of Honor during World War II. On September 13, 1943, near Altavilla, Italy, Kelly's company was under attack from multiple directions. When his unit began to fall back, he refused to leave his post. Armed with grenades and a single M1 rifle, he held his ground through the night, killing or wounding dozens of enemy soldiers and repelling repeated attacks. When relief arrived, Kelly was still standing, exhausted, wounded, and surrounded by empty shell casings. His Medal of Honor was awarded for single-handedly defending his position against overwhelming odds. He later said, "I didn't have time to get scared." That line says it all. On June 10, 1951, near Hwacheon, Korea,
Corporal Charles G. Abril was part of a Marine assault that looked impossible on paper. The objective was a fortified enemy hill, steep, exposed, and covered by machine guns that were shredding the Marines every time they tried to advance. Abril didn't wait for someone else to make the first move. He sprinted uphill under fire, leading his fire team straight towards the bunker that was pinning down the entire company. Bullets cracked past him, men around him fell, but Abril kept climbing, one determined Marine against a position designed to stop a battalion. When he reached grenade range, he launched his attack, driving the defenders back for a brief moment. But the machine gun roared to life again. Abril knew that as long as that bunker stood, Marines were going to die. So he made the brutal, deliberate decision that defines Medal of Honor recipients. He charged the bunker alone. Wounded almost immediately, he pushed through the pain, crawled the last stretch, and threw himself into the enemy position with a grenade in hand. The explosion killed him and wiped out the machine gun crew that had stalled the entire assault. His sacrifice cracked open the enemy defenses and allowed the Marines to take the hill. Abril didn't just lead from the front, he broke the door down so his brothers could live. On November 22, 1952, over the rugged battlefields of Korea, Lieutenant Colonel Charles J. Loring Jr. took his heroism to a place most people never imagined, straight into the teeth of enemy fire with no intention of coming back. Flying an F-80 Shooting Star, Loring was leading a close air support mission to protect embattled UN ground forces pinned down by heavily fortified enemy position. As he made his attack run, enemy aircraft batteries locked onto him immediately. Tracers and flak filled the sky, thick enough to walk on. Loring could have peeled off, regrouped, or chosen a safer approach. Instead, he adjusted his dive angle and aimed directly for the strongest enemy gun emplacements. He radioed one last correction, then pushed the nose down even farther. Loring wasn't trying to escape the flak, he was steering into it. In a deliberate, controlled dive, he turned his jet into a 10,000-pound battering ram, crashing straight into the enemy position. The impact obliterated the anti-aircraft guns that were slaughtering UN troops on the ground, instantly changing the course of the fight. There was no chance of survival. He knew that, and he did it anyway. Colonel Loring's final act, sacrificing his life to save the soldiers below, remains one of the most extraordinary examples of selfless courage in American aviation history. Chaplain Charles Joseph Waters didn't carry a rifle, just faith and fearlessness. On November 19, 1967, near Dak To, Waters' paratrooper battalion came under devastating fire. Ignoring orders to stay back, he moved through the kill zone, administering last rites, dragging wounded soldiers to safety, and shielding them with his body. He crossed enemy lines multiple times to recover the wounded, until a mortar round killed him as he knelt beside another soldier. Waters' Medal of Honor recognized not just bravery, but the purest form of service. A man who chose to stand unarmed between death and his soldiers. Major Charles Kettles wasn't supposed to be a hero. He was supposed to fly the taxi. Helicopter pilots in Vietnam did the dirty work, hauling troops in and hauling bodies out. But on May 15, 1967, Kettles did both under hellfire. His UH-1 Huey was flying into the Song Tra Valley, dropping off troops from the 101st Airborne. Midway through the mission, the landing zone erupted. Mortars, machine guns, rockets, the whole buffet. Kettles kept coming back, wave after wave, flying men in and pulling the wounded out, each time through a wall of lead. After his last scheduled extraction, he learned that 8 men had been left behind. Everyone else said it was suicide to go back. Kettles didn't even hesitate. He turned his Huey around, flew in alone, and hovered under direct fire while those 8 soldiers sprinted aboard. His helicopter took rounds through the fuselage, the rotor, the windshield, you name it. He lifted off anyway, bloodied and half blind, and somehow made it home. Kettles later said, "They didn't die, and that's what mattered." It took nearly 50 years, but in 2016, President Obama awarded him the Medal of Honor. When the citation was read, Kettles just smiled, because for him, it was never about medals. It was about bringing everyone home. Sergeant Charles Richard Long was a forward observer with the 38 Infantry Regiment during the Battle of Hong Song, February 12, 1951. When his company was ordered to withdraw, Long stayed behind at his exposed post to cover the retreat. He directed artillery and mortar fire with deadly precision, then grabbed his carbine and grenades as enemy soldiers swarmed his position. He held them off until he was mortally wounded, his last transmissions guiding rounds onto advancing forces. Because of his actions, his company escaped annihilation. Long's Medal of Honor recognized a soldier who chose to stay behind and fight alone so that others could live. A decision made in seconds, remembered for generations.
Charles Willis Davis was born on February 21, 1917 in Gordo, Alabama, and commissioned in 1940 via the University of Alabama, ROTC. After completing infantry training, he endured the attack on Pearl Harbor while stationed in Hawaii before deploying in late 1942 to Guadalcanal with the 27th Infantry Regiment, part of the 25th Infantry Division. On January 12, 1943, serving as executive officer of the 2nd Battalion, Davis volunteered to deliver critical orders to frontline units pinned down by enemy fire. He remained with them overnight in a highly exposed area. The following morning, he led a daring assault against a heavily defended Japanese strongpoint. Crawling within 10 yards of the enemy, he and a small team launched a grenade attack. When his rifle jammed, Davis drew his pistol, stood under intense fire, and rallied his men to charge the position. Silhouetted against the sky, his bold advance inspired the entire battalion, breaking enemy resistance and allowing his unit to secure the vital objective known as Hill 53, the so-called Galloping Horse. For his extraordinary leadership and valor, he received the Medal of Honor in July 1943. Davis continued serving with distinction through the Korean and Vietnam Wars, eventually retiring as a colonel. He later held roles on the White House Commission on Veterans Affairs and served as president of the Medal of Honor Society. He passed away in 1991 and was laid to rest at Arlington National Cemetery.
First Lieutenant Charles W. Turner was an artillery officer who proved that leadership sometimes means standing your ground, even when escape is possible. Born in Boston, Massachusetts in 1921, Turner enlisted in the Army during World War II and served with distinction before being commissioned as an officer. By 1950, he was in Korea with Battery A, 92nd Armored Field Artillery Battalion, 2nd Infantry Division, fighting in the desperate early battles of the war. On September 1, 1950, during the massive North Korean offensive against the Pusan perimeter, Turner's artillery battery came under direct assault near Yongsan. Enemy infantry and tanks pushed dangerously close, threatening to overrun the position and break through U.S. lines. Instead of withdrawing, Turner leapt into action. He seized a .50 caliber machine gun mounted on a half-track and began firing at the enemy, mowing down advancing soldiers. He then directed his men in setting up and maintaining defensive fire, moving from gun to gun under heavy fire. As the battle raged, Turner shifted to a 37mm anti-tank gun, firing round after round at approaching enemy vehicles. Even after being severely wounded, he refused medical evacuation, continuing to fight and encourage his men. His determination inspired the defenders to hold their ground. Ultimately, Turner was killed in action, but his fearless stand bought precious time. His actions helped blunt the enemy assault and prevent a breakthrough that could have endangered the entire sector. For his gallantry and refusal to abandon his post, Charles W. Turner was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. His citation commends his conspicuous gallantry and intrepidity that went far beyond the call of duty. First Lieutenant Charles W. Turner's story is remembered as an example of courage under fire, an officer who chose to fight to the end so that others might live. He lost an arm and still took out an entire machine gun nest. Meet Charles McGillivray, Canadian-born, American war hero, and a one-man wrecking crew in the Battle of the Bulge. January 1945, snow, chaos. The Germans dig in. 5 machine gun nests are hammering his unit. What does McGillivray do? Charges them alone. He takes out 4 nests with his Thompson, but the 5th blasts his left arm clean off. Bleeding out, 1 arm left, he still takes out the last nest. Total beast mode. For extreme gallantry, McGillivray receives the Medal of Honor and becomes the National Commander of the American Legion. 1 arm,
5-gun nests, zero fear, Charles McGillivray. Second Lieutenant Charles Quincy Williams served as the executive officer of a U.S. Army Special Forces A-team stationed at Camp Dong Ji, Republic of Vietnam. In the pre-dawn hours of June 9, 1965, the Viet Cong launched a fierce attack, including mortar barrages and ground assaults, aimed at overrunning the small camp. Williams, despite heavy enemy pressure and relentless fighting over a grueling 14-hour battle, stood firm. He repeatedly exposed himself to intense enemy fire to lead, organize, and inspire the defenders, bolstering morale, coordinating defensive positions, and ensuring the effective use of limited available resources. His unshakable resolve, leadership under fire, and complete disregard for his own safety galvanized the defenders at critical moments and continued directly to repelling the attack. For his extraordinary heroism, conspicuous gallantry at the risk of his life, above and beyond the call of duty, Second Lieutenant Williams was awarded the Medal of Honor. His actions at Dong Ji reflect enduring valor and a standard of selfless service in the face of overwhelming odds. Army Sergeant First Class Christopher A. Solis, a Ranger team leader, was on a mission to clear an enemy stronghold. Suddenly they were hit by intense machine gun and small arms fire. Pinned down, Solis stepped into the open, exposing himself to direct fire to retrieve a heavy weapon system. His bold move allowed his team to fight back. Then, as a medevac helicopter came in to evacuate a wounded partner, it too came under withering fire. Solis didn't hesitate. He placed himself between the Taliban and the helicopter, shielding the crew with his own body. Even after being shot, he motioned for the helicopter to take off, saving the lives of his own team and the air crew at the cost of his own. For his selfless heroism, Christopher A. Solis was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor in 2021. In the 1970s, the CIA built one of the most terrifying weapons you've never heard of, the heart attack gun. It was designed to kill people without leaving a trace. This thing looked like a pistol, but instead of bullets, it fired tiny darts coated in shellfish toxin. The dart would puncture the skin, dissolve almost instantly, and deliver a dose of poison that triggered a fatal heart attack, and made it look completely natural. It was revealed during the 1975 Church Committee hearings when Congress started asking some very uncomfortable questions about CIA operations. The CIA admitted it existed, but of course nobody would say if it was ever actually used, officially. Silent, untraceable, and just one of the many reasons the Cold War got really weird. The CIA's heart attack gun, proof that sometimes real life is way more terrifying than any spy movie. Private First Class Claire Goodblood's final stand on April 24, 1951, near Popsudong, Korea, is the kind of moment soldiers talk about in reverent tones. His platoon had run headlong into overwhelming enemy fire, the kind that hits from multiple angles, deafens the senses, and lets you know instantly that staying put means dying in place. The order to withdraw came quickly, but someone had to stay behind to hold the line. Goodblood volunteered without hesitation. Armed with a machine gun, he took a defensive position and began firing controlled, disciplined bursts to slow the advancing enemy. As the rest of his platoon pulled back, Goodblood kept his weapon working at full speed. Incoming fire tore into his position. Grenades shook the earth around him, and yet he stayed locked onto the fight. He was hit during the assault, but the wound didn't stop him. If anything, it seemed to harden his resolve. Wave after wave pushed toward him, attempting to overrun the lone gunner. Goodblood cut them down with a level of calm efficiency that bought his platoon the minutes they needed to escape the kill zone. By the time the enemy finally overran his foxhole, he had held them off for far longer than anyone could have expected of a single man. When friendly forces counterattacked and retook the ground, they found Goodblood still beside his machine gun, surrounded by the bodies of enemy soldiers who had paid dearly to silence him. His position wasn't just a spot on the battlefield, it had become a wall. For turning one machine gun into a lifeline for his platoon, Goodblood was awarded the Medal of Honor. His stand is remembered as an example of raw, unflinching resolve in the face of impossible odds. On January 10, 1968, in the Mekong Delta of Vietnam, Private First Class Clarence E. Sasser was serving as a combat medic when his company walked straight into a deadly enemy barrage.
Mortars and machine guns tore into the formation, dropping soldiers across an open rice paddy with almost no cover. Sasser didn't wait for the firing to stop. He ran directly into it. He sprinted from casualty to casualty, treating wounds under fire and dragging men to what little shelter existed, often nothing more than a small dike or depression in the mud. A mortar round exploded nearby, peppering him with shrapnel and injuring his legs. He fell, got up, and kept going. When another burst of fire cut him down again, wounding him so badly he could barely stand, he crawled through the mud to reach more wounded men. He refused evacuation. He refused to stop. For hours he treated soldier after soldier, stabilizing them, shielding them with his own body, and keeping them alive long enough for medevac helicopters to break through the fire and extract them. By the end of the fight, Sasser had personally tended to dozens of men while wounded himself, sometimes dragging casualties farther than he could walk. He survived the battle because he would not stop helping others survive theirs. Clarence Sasser's courage wasn't loud, it was relentless.
On January 10, 1968, in the Mekong Delta of Vietnam, Specialist Clarence Sasser flew into a nightmare. His unit landed in a rice paddy and was immediately ambushed, trapped in the open by mortars, rockets, and machine gun fire. Sasser was a combat medic. When the shooting started, he ran straight into it. Wounded in the leg early on, he dragged himself through flooded fields to reach the fallen. He treated one man, then crawled through a hail of bullets to the next. Shrapnel tore into his back and shoulder, but he kept going. For more than 5 hours, Sasser moved from man to man, refusing evacuation, refusing rest. He used his own body to shield the wounded, administered aid under fire, and refused to stop until everyone he could reach was treated. He saved lives with nothing more than grit, bandages, and raw courage. For his extraordinary heroism and total disregard for his own safety, Clarence Sasser was awarded the Medal of Honor. He didn't carry a rifle, he didn't fire a shot, but he was a force of nature, unarmed, unstoppable, and unwavering. Clarence Sasser showed that sometimes the bravest man on the battlefield isn't the one who takes a life, it's the one who refuses to let one go.
Clinton Romeshay was outnumbered, outgunned, and surrounded, and he still counterattacked like it was Normandy. October 3, 2009, Combat Outpost Keating, Afghanistan. 400 Taliban launch a full-on assault against 53 Americans. Romeshay's response? He rallies a 5-man team and charges into the firestorm. He takes out machine gun teams with a sniper rifle, dodges RPGs, and calls in airstrikes with calm, surgical precision. Then, he charges through enemy fire to recover fallen brothers, more than once. Wounded by shrapnel, he keeps fighting. Enemy in the wire, he goes room to room clearing the outpost. When the dust settles, 8 Americans are gone, but dozens more live because Romeshay never quit. Clinton Romeshay didn't just survive the worst day at COP Keating, he owned it.
Clyde Thomason was born on May 23, 1914, in Atlanta, Georgia. After graduating from high school, he enlisted in the Marine Corps in December 1934 and served aboard the USS Augusta with the Asiatic Fleet. After an honorable discharge in 1939, he entered the Marine Corps Reserve. Following the attack on Pearl Harbor, he re-enlisted in January 1942 and volunteered for the elite 2nd Marine Raider Battalion. On August 17th and 18th, 1942, Thomason led the advance element during the raid on Macon Island in the Gilbert Islands. Demonstrating intense courage, he forced entry into a building harboring a sniper and eliminated the threat. He continued to lead assaults under fire, ultimately sacrificing his life in action. For his conspicuous gallantry and selfless leadership, Sergeant Thomason was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor, becoming the first enlisted Marine to receive the honor during World War II. Decades later, in 1999, his remains were recovered from a mass grave on Macon Island, and in 2001, he was reinterred in Arlington National Cemetery with full honors. His memory lives on through several lasting tributes. The Navy named a destroyer escort USS Thomason DE-203 in his honor. A gymnasium at the Marine Corps Supply Center in Albany, Georgia was dedicated to him, and a Marine Corps League Detachment amphibious training facility and other memorials also bear his name.
September 8th, 2009, Kunar Province, Afghanistan. U.S. Marines are ambushed by hundreds of Taliban fighters. It's a kill zone. Total chaos. In the middle of it all, Sergeant Dakota Meyer. His team was pinned down and cut off. Command told him, do not go in. Dakota said, screw that. He jumps into a gun truck 5 times, in and out of the kill zone, dodging RPGs, machine gun fire, and mortars. Each time he's rescuing wounded Marines and Afghan allies. By the time it's over, Dakota personally pulled 12 men to safety and helped recover the bodies of his fallen brothers. For his insane heroism, he became the first living Marine in 38 years to receive the Medal of Honor. Dakota Meyer, absolute savage. Dakota Meyer shouldn't be here. He earned the Medal of Honor the hard way, by watching friends die. When his brothers were ambushed in Ganjul, Dakota couldn't stand by. He fought like hell to bring them home. 5 gut-wrenching trips into the kill zone, pulling the wounded out, fighting off wave after wave. 36 lives saved, but he still carries the faces of the ones he couldn't. This story will tear your heart out and show you what true brotherhood means. Specialist 4 Dale Warinen was 22 years old when Vietnam gave him a test no training could prepare for. On May 18, 1967, his platoon was ambushed while moving through dense jungle near Duc Pho. Grenades, gunfire, and shouting. It was chaos. When the point man went down, Warinen dragged himself to safety, then rallied the rest of the squad to form a defensive line. They started pulling back when an enemy grenade suddenly landed right in the middle of their position. Everyone froze, except Warinen. Without hesitation, he shouted a warning and threw himself directly on top of it. The blast killed him instantly, but saved every man around him. He didn't have time to think, to second guess, or to run. He saw danger and chose his brothers instead. Warinen's Medal of Honor came after his death, but the men who survived because of him didn't need a ceremony to know what he'd done. That's the brutal math of war. One life for many. Dale Warinen made the calculation instantly, and the cost was his own.
February 18, 1966, near Cu Chi, Republic of Vietnam. Specialist 4 Daniel Fernandez was on a night patrol with his unit when they walked into a deadly ambush. Enemy machine guns and grenades tore through the darkness, pinning the Americans down in a shallow ditch. As the fight raged, an enemy grenade suddenly landed among the men. In the cramped space, there was no time to throw it back and nowhere to run. Without a moment's hesitation, Fernandez shouted a warning and threw himself directly onto the grenade, curling his body around it to shield his friends from the blast. The explosion killed him instantly, but everyone else nearby survived. Fernandez was only 21 years old, but his final act was one of complete selflessness. In a single second, he made the choice to give his life so that others could live. His sacrifice allowed his comrades to rally, return fire, and break the enemy ambush. For his extraordinary valor and devotion to his fellow soldiers, Daniel Fernandez was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor, the only Hispanic American from California to receive it during the Vietnam War. One grenade, no time to think, and a young man who decided his brothers' lives mattered more than his own.
This man charged a Nazi machine gun nest after losing his arm. Daniel Inouye was a Japanese American and a U.S. Army officer in World War II. Despite facing discrimination, he volunteered to fight for the country that locked up his family in an internment camp. While leading an assault in Italy, Inouye was shot in the stomach, kept going, took out one bunker with grenades, kept going. Another grenade took off his arm. He pried the live grenade from his own dead hand and threw it. He cleared 3 bunkers and saved his men, then calmly ordered them to push forward before finally passing out. Daniel Inouye earned the Medal of Honor and became a U.S. Senator, a hero who fought for his country that once doubted him and proved them all wrong. Rear Admiral Daniel Callahan's story is proof that sometimes leadership means going down with the ship, literally. In November 1942, during the first naval battle of Guadalcanal, Callahan commanded a U.S. task force facing Japanese battleships in a chaotic night engagement. Radar was new, visibility was awful, and everyone was shooting at everyone. Callahan's flagship, the USS San Francisco, was hit repeatedly. its bridge shredded by shell fire. Even after being mortally wounded, Callahan refused to abandon command, continuing to issue orders that kept the American formation together. By dawn, the Japanese were retreating, and the U.S. had prevented a bombardment that would have annihilated Marines on shore. Callahan didn't live to see it, but his leadership under fire turned confusion into victory. He was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor, the only admiral in World War II to earn it.
Imagine a secret lab so powerful it invented the internet, stealth jets, and even robotic dogs. Welcome to DARPA, the Pentagon's mad science lab. DARPA was born in 1958, right after the Soviet Union shocked the world by launching Sputnik. The US didn't want to fall behind in technology, so they created ARPA, later renamed DARPA, to stay ahead. These geniuses gave us GPS, the early internet, ARPANET, stealth tech, drones, and night vision. If it sounds like sci-fi, it probably came from DARPA first. From battlefield armor to brain implants, DARPA dreams up the future so America doesn't get surprised again. They fail a lot, but when they succeed, it changes everything. So next time your GPS saves you from getting lost, thank DARPA's wild ideas. I'm Dave Newton. Follow me for more military history.
Second Lieutenant Darwin Keith Kyle was a combat veteran of World War II who brought hard experience into Korea. On February 16, 1951, near Cam El-Ni, his platoon was hit by sudden enemy assault. Kyle moved through the chaos, reorganizing scattered men and leading counterattacks himself. He charged into enemy trenches with rifle and grenades, killing multiple attackers before being fatally struck down. Because of his leadership, his men held their ground and turned back the assault. Kyle's Medal of Honor marks not a single burst of heroism, but a steady, relentless will to lead under fire. The kind forged only by veterans who've seen what panic costs.
May 21, 1966, near the Cambodian border in the Republic of Vietnam. Specialist 4 David C. Dolby was serving as a machine gunner when his platoon came under devastating enemy fire from a concealed position. Within seconds, several of his comrades were hit and the entire unit was pinned down. Dolby seized his M60 and charged forward alone, pouring fire into the enemy to draw their attention away from the wounded. Crawling through the mud under a storm of bullets, he reached one casualty, dragged him back to safety, and returned to the front to cover another soldier's evacuation. When the platoon's forward movement stalled, Dolby advanced again, this time climbing up an exposed hill under fire to set up his gun and hammer the enemy positions. His relentless fire gave his platoon the opening they needed to flank and overrun the attackers. Even after hours of combat and repeated exposure to enemy fire, Dolby refused to pull back until every wounded man was secured and the enemy force destroyed. For his extraordinary courage, calm under fire, and absolute commitment to his fellow soldiers, David C. Dolby was awarded the Medal of Honor. One gunner, endless fire, and the grit to turn a losing fight into a victory.
July 7, 1943, the dark roads near Agrigento, Sicily were crawling with enemy patrols. First Lieutenant David C. Weber was leading a 4-man Jeep patrol ahead of the Allied lines when they ran headlong into a force of about 100 German soldiers supported by machine guns. Hopelessly outnumbered and outgunned, most men would have pulled back. Weber did the opposite. He opened fire, using his Jeep-mounted .30 caliber machine gun to slow the enemy advance. The Germans responded with a hail of bullets, wounding all 4 men, including Weber himself. Pinned down and bleeding, he kept firing until the gun jammed. Then, in an act of sheer grit, Weber grabbed a Thompson submachine gun, stood up in full view of the enemy, and started picking them off one by one. His relentless fire broke their momentum, buying precious time until reinforcements arrived. By the time the fight ended, Weber's patrol had killed or captured a significant portion of the enemy force, despite being outnumbered more than 20-1. For his fearless leadership and refusal to quit, David C. Weber became the first Army officer in the European theater to receive the Medal of Honor in World War II. 4 men, 100 enemies, and a leader who refused to give an inch.
Seaman David G. Olette was just 20 years old, serving with the U.S. Navy's River Patrol Force when his courage made him a legend. Assigned to patrol boat River PBR 124, his job was to prowl Vietnam's rivers and disrupt enemy supply lines. On March 6, 1967, while patrolling the Mekong Delta, Olette spotted movement along the bank, an enemy ambush waiting to spring. Suddenly, a grenade arced out of the jungle toward the boat. With only seconds to react, Olette made his choice. He shouted a warning to his crewmates, shoved one man out of harm's way, and then threw himself directly onto the grenade. The blast killed him instantly, but every other sailor on that boat survived. For his extraordinary sacrifice, Seaman Olette was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor in 1968. His family accepted the medal from President Lyndon B. Johnson. Olette's story is one of the rare Navy Riverine Medal of Honor actions in Vietnam, a reminder that even in the tight quarters of a small patrol boat, courage is about making the split-second decision to save others, no matter the cost. He gave his life so that his crew could keep fighting another day. First Sergeant David H. McNerney was the kind of leader every soldier hopes to have in a firefight. Born in Lowell, Massachusetts in 1931, he joined the Army after serving in the Coast Guard and went on to make the military his career. By 1967, he was a seasoned veteran in Vietnam with Company A, 1st Battalion, 8th Infantry Regiment. On March 22, 1967, his company walked straight into a massive North Vietnamese ambush near Po La Dock. Mortar and machine gun fire shredded the unit. Within minutes, the company commander was killed, and chaos threatened to consume the fight. McNerney stepped up. He organized a defense, moved through open fire to rally his men, and even called in dangerously close airstrikes to keep the enemy at bay. When paratroopers tried to drop resupplies, he marked the landing zone with smoke grenades while rounds cracked all around him. Wounded himself, McNerney kept moving, plugging gaps in the line, distributing ammo, and refusing evacuation. His calm determination turned a near disaster into a stubborn stand that held against overwhelming odds. For his extraordinary leadership and courage, he was awarded the Medal of Honor. David McNerney later retired as a first sergeant, remembered as the soldier who proved that one steady voice can keep a whole company alive. Private First Class David M. Smith was only 18 years old when he made the ultimate sacrifice in Korea, throwing himself into harm's way to save his fellow soldiers. Born in Livingston, Tennessee in 1930, Smith enlisted in the U.S. Army right after high school. He was assigned to Company E, 9th Infantry Regiment, 2nd Infantry Division. On September 1, 1950, near Yongsan, Smith's platoon was defending a key hill when waves of North Korean troops launched a fierce attack. Mortar rounds and small arms fire rained down on their position as the enemy closed in. In the middle of the assault, a live grenade suddenly landed among Smith and his squad. With no time to think and no way for the others to escape, he shouted a warning and threw himself directly onto the grenade. The blast killed him instantly, but his selfless act absorbed the full force of the explosion, saving the lives of the men around him. David M. Smith was just 18 years old, one of the youngest Medal of Honor recipients of the Korean War. His extraordinary bravery came not from years of experience, but from an instinct to protect his brothers in arms at all costs. For his actions, he was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. His citation commends him for conspicuous gallantry and intrepidity above and beyond the call of duty. Today, David M. Smith's name is remembered as a symbol of youthful courage and sacrifice. His split-second decision to give his life ensured that his comrades would live to fight another day. David Bellavia didn't clear a house, he cleared a fortress. November 10, 2004, Fallujah, Iraq. Bellavia's platoon is pinned down by insurgents firing from a fortified house. He volunteers to go in, alone. Room by room, he clears it under fire, kills an armed insurgent in close quarters, engages another upstairs with just a rifle and sheer willpower. He takes out enemy after enemy, some firing from behind doors, others from stairwells. At one point, he stabs a fighter in hand-to-hand combat. Then he grabs the enemy's own weapon and keeps going. By the end, 5 insurgents down, house secure.
Bellavia didn't wait for backup. He was the backup. David Bellavia. He brought the fight to the front door and kicked it in. This might be the scariest button ever built, Dead Hand. During the Cold War, the Soviets cooked up something straight out of a Bond villain's wet dream. The system, Perimeter. Nickname, Dead Hand. Purpose, absolute nuclear revenge. If Moscow got nuked and command was wiped out, Dead Hand would automatically fire the entire Soviet arsenal, no human needed. It used seismic, light, and radiation sensors. If it detected a massive attack, it would check for signs of life from the Soviet leadership. No reply? Kaboom, the counterstrike launches. Basically, you nuke us, we nuke everyone. Mutual assured destruction on autopilot. Rumor says parts of Dead Hand might still be operational today, just sitting there, waiting. Dead Hand, the ultimate last word in nuclear war. Sleep tight. Imagine getting lost at sea because of a typo. During the Cold War, Decca navigation was a cutting-edge system used by ships and aircraft to pinpoint their location. But one small error nearly changed history. In 1968, a British trawler misread its Decca coordinates due to a calibration blunder. They ended up deep inside Soviet territorial waters, completely unaware. The Soviets scrambled warships, thinking it was espionage. Tension spiked. Only frantic radio calls and some good old-fashioned pleading prevented an international incident. All because someone entered the wrong chain phrase data. A simple number off, and they were miles off course. Decca's gone now, replaced by GPS, but it's a chilling reminder. Sometimes world peace hinges on double-checking your math. Staff Sergeant Delbert O. Jennings was a paratrooper with the 1st Battalion, 12th Cavalry Regiment, 1st Cavalry Division. On December 27, 1966, in the jungles of Vietnam, he proved what it meant to fight past the limits of fear. That day, near the village of Yogang, Jennings' company was attacked by a much larger enemy force. Mortars and automatic weapons fire poured in, and enemy soldiers pressed close to the perimeter. The situation looked like it was about to collapse. Jennings took command of a sector under heavy pressure. Moving between foxholes under fire, he rallied his men, redistributed ammunition, and kept the defense intact. At one point, he personally killed multiple enemy soldiers trying to breach the line, buying precious seconds for his squad to regroup. When a group of wounded soldiers was cut off outside the perimeter, Jennings crawled through incoming fire to reach them. He dragged the wounded back one by one, saving lives while exposing himself again and again to the enemy's guns. Even after being wounded himself, Jennings refused evacuation. He fought on until the attack was broken, his leadership and ferocity turning what could have been a rout into a hard-won stand. For his extraordinary heroism, Staff Sergeant Delbert O. Jennings was awarded the Medal of Honor in 1968 by President Lyndon B. Johnson. Jennings went on to serve a full Army career, retiring as a Command Sergeant Major. His story remains a classic example of the paratrooper ethos. When the enemy pushes, you push harder, no matter the odds. Colonel Dumas Craw wasn't a fighter pilot. He was a diplomat with brass wings. In November 1942, during Operation Torch, the Allied invasion of North Africa, Craw volunteered for a mission that was more suicide than strategy. He and a French-speaking officer were to drive unarmed in a staff car straight into enemy lines to negotiate a ceasefire with the Vichy French forces. The plan was simple: talk them out of shooting before the shooting started. The problem? They shot first. Craw's car was ambushed near Port Liao. He stepped out to identify himself, waving a white flag, and was cut down by machine gun fire. He never even got to deliver the message. For walking into certain death in the hope of saving others, Craw was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. He wasn't trying to be a hero. He was trying to stop a war from getting bloodier. Unfortunately, the enemy didn't share that goal. This guy, he went to war without a weapon and became a legend. Desmond Doss, Seventh-day Adventist, conscientious objector, refused to carry a gun. The Army tried to kick him out. Soldiers mocked him. Officers doubted him. You won't survive one day in combat, they said. Well, they were very wrong.
April 1945, the Battle of Okinawa. Absolute hell. Doss ran straight into enemy fire, unarmed, again and again, dragging wounded men to safety. He saved 75 men. 75, while bullets, mortars, and grenades tore the hillside apart. Every time he lowered a soldier to safety, he prayed, "Lord, help me get one more." He became the first conscientious objector to receive the Medal of Honor. President Truman called him a hero among heroes. Desmond Doss, the soldier who never fired a shot but saved an army.
In January 1967, Navy Commander Dick the Beak Stratton launched from the USS Ticonderoga in his A-4E Skyhawk for a strike mission over North Vietnam. Moments after firing a salvo of Zuni rockets, disaster struck. The warheads detonated prematurely, shredding his own aircraft. As Stratton later put it with wry humor, "I shot myself down." Ejecting over enemy territory, he was quickly captured and thrown into the infamous Hanoi Hilton. What followed was more than 6 years of brutal captivity. Stratton endured starvation, relentless interrogation, and torture designed to break him. He famously appeared in a staged propaganda photo, forced into a humiliating bow, which only strengthened his resolve to resist. Behind prison walls, Stratton became part of the covert prisoner communication network, helping keep morale alive. He refused to betray fellow Americans, clinging to the code of conduct despite the cost. Finally released in 1973 during Operation Homecoming, Stratton returned with scars, both physical and mental, but also with an unbroken spirit. He continued serving in the Navy, retiring as a captain, and devoted himself to telling the POW story. From a freak rocket mishap to years in the hands of the enemy, Dick the Beak Stratton's journey is one of grit, loyalty, and the refusal to yield under unimaginable pressure. In 1954, the French thought they had the perfect trap: drop elite paratroopers into a valley called Dien Bien Phu, build a fortress, and force the Viet Minh into a losing fight. It would be textbook colonial warfare, except everything went wrong. General Giap wasn't playing by the French military rulebook. The Viet Minh hauled heavy artillery through the jungle and mud by hand and positioned them in the hills overlooking the French. Artillery rained down, smashing French bunkers. Supplies dwindled, and French airdrops were intercepted or missed their targets entirely. The French were trapped, surrounded, and bleeding. After 57 brutal days, the French garrison collapsed on May 7, 1954. Over 10,000 French soldiers were captured. Dien Bien Phu wasn't just a battle. It was the death knell for the French Empire in Indochina. Less than 2 months later, the Geneva Accords were signed. Vietnam was split. The U.S. would step in. The next chapter, the Vietnam War. In February 1966, U.S. Navy pilot Dieter Dengler launched from the USS Ranger on a mission over Laos. His A-1 Sky Raider was hit by ground fire, forcing him to crash land in the jungle. Captured by Pathet Lao guerrillas, he was turned over to North Vietnamese and held in a primitive jungle prison with several other POWs. The camp was little more than bamboo cages surrounded by the dense rainforest. Prisoners were starved, beaten, and forced to work in the heat. Dengler refused to wait for rescue. After months of planning, he and 6 fellow POWs overpowered their guards and escaped into the wilderness. The group split up to improve their chances. Dengler endured weeks of punishing jungle survival, leeches, monsoon rains, and near starvation, while evading the enemy patrols. By the time he stumbled upon a U.S. rescue helicopter, he was skeletal, wearing rags, and barely able to stand. Dengler became one of the very few American POWs to successfully escape captivity in Southeast Asia and make it back alive. His incredible ordeal became the subject of the documentaries in the film Rescue Dawn. From a downed Sky Raider in Laos to survival against impossible odds, Dieter Dengler's story is a rare and inspiring testament to courage, ingenuity, and the will to be free. Welcome to the Korean Demilitarized Zone. 160 miles of, we're not technically fighting, but we might. But today we're talking about one of the weirdest firefights of the Cold War, the DMZ incident of 1966. It's the late 60s. Vietnam's on fire, but over in Korea, things are heating up too. The North Koreans want attention, so they start launching cross-border raids like it's a national hobby. On November 2nd, 1966, a U.S. patrol, 1st Cavalry Division, runs into a North Korean ambush near the DMZ. It's not a little skirmish. This is full auto, grenades flying, full-blown firefight. North Koreans open up with machine guns and mortars. But the Americans, they're trained, they're pissed, and they fight back hard. Despite being outnumbered, the U.S. troops hold their ground. 6 Americans killed, but dozens of North Koreans go down. The U.S. calls in artillery and air support, and North Korea learns a valuable lesson: don't poke the bear. The DMZ incident was just one of many during the Korean DMZ conflict, a mini-war between 1966 and 1969 that almost nobody talks about. It was Vietnam's forgotten cousin. Today, the DMZ is still the tensest 2.5-mile strip of land on Earth, but hey, at least we're not shooting. Yet.
Lieutenant Colonel Don Carlos Faith Jr. was an officer who fought to the very end with his men in one of Korea's most darkest chapters, the Chosin Reservoir. Born in Washington, Indiana in 1918, Faith was a career Army officer and West Point graduate. By late 1950, he was executive officer of the 31st Regimental Combat Team, part of the surrounded U.S. forces near Chosin. On November 27th, the Chinese struck with overwhelming force in brutal sub-zero weather. Faith took command when his regimental commander was killed, inheriting a shattered unit low on food, ammo, and hope. For the next several days, Faith personally led attacks to break out of encirclement. He organized rear guards, rallied stragglers, and even directed tanks under fire. Despite heavy losses, he kept the battered regiment moving south. On December 1st, while leading yet another assault against Chinese roadblocks, Faith was wounded by grenades. Even then, he urged his men to keep fighting and refused to quit until he was carried from the battlefield. He died of his wounds shortly after. For his extraordinary leadership and courage, Faith was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. Don C. Faith Jr.'s sacrifice helped buy time for thousands of other Marines and soldiers to escape Chosin, proof that one man's resolve can mean survival for many.
On January 6, 1969, in the jungles of South Vietnam, Private First Class Don Jenkins was part of a patrol that suddenly came under intense fire from a well-entrenched North Vietnamese force. Explosions tore through the air, bullets cut down soldiers around him, and Jenkins ran toward the chaos. Without hesitation, he grabbed a machine gun and charged forward, laying down suppressive fire to cover his pinned-down comrades. When his weapon jammed, he switched to a rifle. When that ran out, he threw grenades. Time after time, Jenkins moved across open ground under enemy fire, dragging wounded soldiers to safety, often shielding them with his own body. Despite being wounded himself, he refused evacuation and returned to the front line again and again. He was relentless, fighting with whatever he could find: guns, grenades, grit. For over 4 hours, Jenkins fought like a one-man army, saving lives, silencing enemy positions, and holding the line until reinforcements arrived. For his extraordinary courage and total disregard for his own safety, Don J. Jenkins was awarded the Medal of Honor. He wasn't a high-ranking officer. He wasn't even a seasoned veteran. He was a young soldier who saw his brothers in danger and became a storm of fury and selfless bravery. Don Jenkins didn't back down. He charged forward.
Specialist 4th Class Don Leslie Michael was a young soldier whose final fight in Vietnam showed courage far beyond his years. Born in Florence, Kentucky in 1947, he enlisted in the Army at just 18 and deployed with the 1st Infantry Division. On April 8, 1967, his patrol was moving through dense jungle in South Vietnam when it was suddenly pinned down by enemy fire from a well-hidden bunker complex. Mortar rounds and small arms fire tore through the trees, wounding several of his comrades. Michael didn't hesitate. He crawled forward under fire, lobbing grenades into the bunkers. When one enemy position kept firing, he charged it head-on, silencing the gun at point-blank range. As his platoon regrouped, more fire erupted from another concealed position. Michael pressed forward again, drawing fire onto himself so the rest of his unit could maneuver. In the attack, he was mortally wounded, but not before taking out multiple enemy positions that had threatened to wipe out his patrol. For his extraordinary heroism and self-sacrifice, Specialist Don L. Michael was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. He was just 19 years old, but in one desperate firefight, he showed a lifetime's worth of bravery, choosing to give his life so that his brothers in arms could survive. On the morning of December 7, 1941, when Japanese planes roared into Pearl Harbor, the USS Nevada was moored alone at Battleship Row. Inside her engine rooms was Warrant Officer Donald K. Ross, responsible for keeping the ship's power flowing. When bombs and torpedoes struck, the Nevada shuddered under the impact. Fires broke out, compartments flooded, and chaos spread across the ship. Ross knew the engines had to keep turning. Without power, the ship would be dead in the water. He rushed below deck, directing men through smoke, flames, and rising heat. As conditions worsened, the engine rooms filled with choking smoke. Ross ordered his crew to evacuate, knowing they would die if they stayed. Then, alone, he kept working the throttles himself. The heat was so intense it burned his skin and seared his lungs. Twice he collapsed, unconscious, only to be dragged out by shipmates. Each time, as soon as he regained consciousness, he went right back below to keep the engines alive. Because of his efforts, the Nevada managed to get underway, the only battleship to move that day, drawing enemy fire and saving the rest of Battleship Row from more destruction. Donald K. Ross survived the attack, though he was left temporarily blind from the smoke and burns. For his extraordinary courage and refusal to abandon his post, he became the very first Medal of Honor recipient of World War II. Ross proved that a single man's determination could keep an entire ship in the fight.
June 30th, 1966, near An Quang, Republic of Vietnam, Specialist 4 Donald R. Long was riding with a convoy when it was ambushed by a large Viet Cong force armed with machine guns and mortars. In the first burst of fire, several soldiers were hit, and Long immediately jumped from his vehicle to help. Under heavy fire, he pulled one wounded man to cover, then ran back into the kill zone for another. As he was moving a third soldier, an enemy grenade suddenly landed among the group. Without hesitation, Long shoved the wounded man to safety and threw himself onto the grenade, taking the full blast with his own body. The explosion killed him instantly, but the men he shielded survived. His selfless act turned certain death into survival for his comrades. Long was only 20 years old, but in that brief moment, he showed a lifetime's worth of courage and sacrifice. For giving his life to protect his fellow soldiers, Donald R. Long was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. One grenade, no time to think, and a young man who chose his brother's lives over his own.
Private First Class Donald W. Evans Jr. wasn't carrying a rifle when he earned the Medal of Honor. He was a combat medic. At 23 years old, he served with Company A, 2nd Battalion, 12th Cavalry Regiment, 1st Cavalry Division. On January 27, 1967, near Tritam, his unit was ambushed by a heavily armed enemy force. Mortars and machine gun fire cut into the Americans, dropping men across the battlefield. Evans didn't hesitate. He sprinted into the open, racing from casualty to casualty, dragging the wounded back to cover and treating them under fire. At one point, Evans shielded a soldier with his own body while administering aid, taking the brunt of enemy fire himself. He was wounded, but he refused to stop. Over and over, he ran into the kill zone, carrying soldiers to safety and patching up wounds under a storm of bullets. Finally, while treating another comrade in the open, Evans was fatally shot. By then, he had saved the lives of at least 4 men and inspired his company to keep fighting. For his extraordinary heroism, Private First Class Donald W. Evans Jr. was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor in 1969. His parents accepted the medal on his behalf. Evans' sacrifice highlights the unique courage of medics in combat. Unarmed, exposed, and willing to face the worst of the fight, not to take lives, but to save them. He gave his own so that others could live, an act of devotion that stands among the greatest in the Vietnam War.
Donald Gilbert Cook was a United States Marine Corps officer from Brooklyn, New York. After graduating from St. Michael's College in Vermont in 1956, he was commissioned in 1957 and later studied Chinese at the Army Language School in Monterey, California. By early 1962, he had attained the rank of captain. In late December 1964, Captain Cook volunteered as an advisor to Vietnamese Marines in Binh Gia. On December 31st, he was wounded in the leg while assisting others during enemy action and was captured by the Viet Cong after just 18 days in country. He spent nearly 3 years in harsh prisoner of war camps where he selflessly cared for fellow prisoners, sharing scarce medicine, aiding the sick, and taking on more than his share of labor, despite knowing his actions might bring harsher treatment upon himself. Cook steadfastly upheld the U.S. military code of conduct throughout captivity. His unwavering leadership and sacrifice earned him deep respect from both captors and prisoners. On December 8, 1967, he died of malaria in captivity. His remains were never recovered. He was posthumously promoted to colonel and formally declared dead in 1980. On May 16, 1980, his Medal of Honor was presented to his widow. The guided missile destroyer USS Donald Cook and Cook Hall at the Defense Language Institute stand as enduring tributes to his legacy.
Private First Class Douglas E. Dickey was a quiet Marine from Ohio who made the loudest kind of sacrifice in Vietnam. Born in 1947, he grew up on a farm, enlisted after high school, and was sent to Southeast Asia with the 4th Marine Division. On March 26, 1967, during Operation Beacon Hill near Da Nang, Dickey's unit was ambushed by entrenched North Vietnamese forces. Machine gun fire raked the Marines, and grenades began landing in their positions. In the chaos, one grenade rolled directly into the middle of his squad. Dickey didn't hesitate. With a single motion, he dove onto the grenade, absorbing the blast with his body. The explosion killed him instantly, but spared at least 4 of his fellow Marines from certain death. He was just 20 years old. For his selfless act of courage, Douglas Dickey was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. His legacy is a reminder that sometimes the greatest heroes aren't the ones with rank or titles. They're the ones who make the split-second decisions to give everything for their brothers. Douglas E. Dickey, a farm kid turned Marine who showed that courage can come from anyone, anywhere, when the moment demands it. Douglas Hegdahl wasn't a fighter ace or a general. He was a 19-year-old U.S. Navy sailor who became one of the most unlikely heroes of the Vietnam War. In 1967, Hegdahl was serving aboard the USS Canberra off the coast of North Vietnam. During a nighttime bombardment mission, he was blown overboard by the blast of one of the ship's own 5-inch guns. Alone in the dark and unable to swim back, he drifted for hours before being picked up by North Vietnamese fishermen. Instead of rescue, it meant capture. Hegdahl was sent to the infamous Hanoi Hilton prison camp, where American POWs were beaten, starved, and interrogated. His captors underestimated him. Small, soft-spoken, and with a country boy charm, Hegdahl played the part of a simpleton, so convincingly that the guards called him the incredibly stupid one. But Hegdahl was anything but stupid. Behind the act, he memorized the names of over 250 fellow POWs, along with details of their capture and treatment, turning himself into a living database. He even sabotaged prison trucks by putting dirt in the fuel tanks while pretending to be cleaning them. In 1969, when the North Vietnamese agreed to release a small group of prisoners, senior officers encouraged Hegdahl to accept freedom. Normally, POWs resisted early release, but in this case, it was critical. He carried out the names, service numbers, and conditions of hundreds of American POWs entirely from memory, information that later helped secure humane treatment for prisoners and expose North Vietnam's violations of the Geneva Convention. Douglas Hegdahl returned home a hero, testifying before Congress and continuing to advocate for POW MIA accountability. His story proves that in war, Intelligence and courage sometimes look very different than you'd expect. When the Japanese invaded the Philippines in December 1941, General Douglas MacArthur, commander of U.S. Army forces in the Far East, faced an impossible situation. His troops were outnumbered, undersupplied, and cut off. For months, MacArthur directed the defense of Luzon and the Bataan Peninsula, fighting a desperate delaying action. From the island fortress of Corregidor, he kept his men inspired, refusing to consider surrender even as food and ammunition ran low. By March 1942, Washington feared his capture would be a devastating blow to Allied morale. President Roosevelt personally ordered him to escape. Reluctantly, MacArthur, his family, and staff slipped away under cover of night, traveling hundreds of miles by PT boat and aircraft through Japanese-controlled seas. When he reached Australia, MacArthur famously declared, "I came through and I shall return." That promise became a rallying cry for American and Filipino forces still resisting in the Philippines. For his leadership during the campaign, standing fast against overwhelming odds and maintaining Allied morale at a critical moment, MacArthur received the Medal of Honor. It was unusual. Unlike most recipients, his award recognized not a single act of heroism, but his overall command under fire. MacArthur would make good on his promise. In October 1944, he waded ashore at Leyte, returning to the Philippines at the head of a massive invasion force. By war's end, he had accepted Japan's surrender aboard the battleship USS Missouri, closing the circle of a career defined by dramatic moments. Love him or hate him, Douglas MacArthur embodied persistence. His Medal of Honor reminds us that sometimes leadership is as much about refusing to quit as it is about charging into battle. On September 27, 1942, at Guadalcanal, U.S. forces were under heavy fire. Marines trapped ashore needed an urgent evacuation, but the beach was a kill zone. Signalman First Class Douglas Monroe, a 22-year-old Coast Guard guardsman, volunteered to lead the rescue. He took charge of a group of Higgins boats and piloted the lead craft straight into enemy fire, drawing attention away from the other vessels. As bullets tore through the water, Monroe used his boat as a human shield, placing it between the Japanese guns and the Marines scrambling to escape. He held his position, laying down covering fire with a mounted machine gun. One by one, the landing craft loaded up and pulled away. Monroe stayed until the last Marines were off the beach. Just as the final boat cleared the shore, he was fatally struck by enemy fire. His last words were, "Did they get off?" They had. For his selfless courage and leadership, Douglas Monroe was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor, the only Coast Guardsman ever to receive it. He didn't storm a beach, he saved those who did. Douglas Monroe gave his life not in attack, but in rescue, a guardian of warriors, a shield in human form, and a reminder that heroism doesn't always carry a rifle. Sometimes it carries everyone else. The Soviets never built a sniper rifle. They built a marksman's rifle. The Dragunov SVD, introduced in 1963, wasn't meant for elite snipers. It was designed for every platoon. Chambered in 7.62 by 54R, the SVD fired from a 10-round magazine and used a semi-automatic, gas-operated system derived from the AK design. Light, durable, and reliable, it provided accurate fire out to 800 meters, good enough for most battlefield conditions. It came with a PSO-1 scope featuring a unique rangefinder reticle, allowing quick target estimation. Unlike Western sniper rifles that prized precision above all else, the SVD emphasized speed and practicality, one marksman per squad extending the unit's reach. It was used in every conflict the Soviet Union touched, from Afghanistan to Syria, and remains in service today with countless variants. Not glamorous, not perfect, but endlessly effective. The Dragunov proved that sometimes good enough wins wars. On January 15, 1968, near Dak To, Vietnam, Specialist 5 Dwight H. Johnson, an M48 tank driver, found himself in the middle of a fight that turned into pure chaos. His tank column was ambushed, pinned down by a vicious mix of rocket fire and automatic weapons. Johnson's tank was hit and disabled, leaving him and the crew exposed. Instead of staying behind armor, he jumped out of the tank and went straight at the enemy on foot. Armed with only a .45 pistol, Johnson charged across open ground toward a line of North Vietnamese soldiers. He emptied the pistol at point-blank range, dropping several attackers, then grabbed a fallen enemy's rifle and kept going. When that weapon ran dry, he used another. When that ran dry, he physically fought enemy soldiers hand to hand. At one point, Johnson sprinted back to his tank, grabbed more magazines, and ran right back into the firefight to protect wounded crew members. He single-handedly broke the assault that threatened to wipe out his vehicle and the men around it. Even after being wounded, he refused to pull back, continuing to fight until the enemy finally withdrew. Dwight Johnson didn't survive the war's aftermath, but on that day in Vietnam, he fought like an entire squad packed into one man. His courage was explosive, unrestrained, and absolutely decisive.
Imagine charging a Taliban compound with just your pistol because your rifle broke. That's Earl D. Plumlee. August 28, 2013, Forward Operating Base, Ghazni, Afghanistan. Plumlee, then a Green Beret, hears an explosion. The Taliban have breached the wall with a massive car bomb, pouring in wearing suicide vests. Plumlee jumps into a truck, races straight at the breach, jumps out, RPGs flying, bullets snapping, draws his pistol because his rifle jammed, and starts dropping insurgents. He literally charges toward a suicide bomber, shoots him dead, then keeps moving, shooting more attackers as their vests detonate. An ally goes down. Plumlee drags him to safety, calls in medevac, fights off more attackers, and refuses to evacuate until the base is secure. For his absolute savage bravery, Master Sergeant Earl D. Plumlee received the Medal of Honor in 2021. Warrior, legend, American badass. Ed W. Freeman was born on November 20th, 1927 in Neely, Mississippi, and later passed away on August 20th, 2008 in Boise, Idaho. Standing 6 feet 4 inches, his nickname Too Tall became legendary in his military career. Freeman enlisted in the Navy at age 17 near the end of World War II, then returned home to complete high school before joining the Army in 1948. He served in Korea, earning a battlefield commission for his actions at Pork Chop Hill. After the Korean War, he fulfilled a childhood dream of becoming a pilot, eventually transitioning into helicopters. By 1965, Captain Freeman was a highly experienced helicopter pilot in the Army's 229th Assault Helicopter Battalion, 1st Cavalry Division, and served as second in command of a 16-aircraft unit. On November 14th, in the Ladrang Valley, his battalion came under heavy enemy fire. Despite a closed landing zone, Freeman volunteered to fly supply and rescue missions into the intense battlefield conditions. Over the course of many harrowing flights, he flew through dense enemy fire 14 times, delivering ammunition, water, and critical supplies, and evacuating dozens of wounded soldiers. His unwavering bravery turned the tide in a pivotal battle. Initially awarded the Distinguished Flying Cross, Freeman's actions were later recognized with the Medal of Honor in a White House ceremony on July 16, 2001. After retiring from the Army in 1967 as a major, he continued serving as a civilian helicopter pilot for the Department of the Interior for over 2 decades. In the jungles of Vietnam, Specialist 5th Class Edgar Lee McWethy Jr. served as a combat medic, a job where courage and compassion had to exist in the same man. On June 21, 1967, near Phu Hoa Dong, McWethy's platoon walked into an ambush. Automatic fire cut down the point squad, and cries for medics filled the air. McWethy sprinted towards the gunfire, reaching one man and shielding him as he bandaged wounds. Then another and another. Each time he stood up to move and was hit again. Wounded multiple times, he crawled to a 4th casualty, using his own body to block the fire. Even as blood loss slowed him, he kept working, applying tourniquets and returning fire with a sidearm. He was struck one last time while tending to his final patient, mortally wounded in the act of saving others. McWethy's Medal of Honor honors more than bravery. It recognizes the quiet, steady defiance of a man who refused to let pain, fear, or death stop him from doing his job.
Sergeant Eduardo C. Gomez was already a World War II veteran when the Korean War broke out. A career soldier, he served with Company I, 8th Cavalry Regiment, 1st Cavalry Division. On September 3, 1950, during the brutal early fighting near Tabu-dong, his unit came under heavy attack from North Korean forces. The enemy had the high ground and was hammering the Americans with machine guns, mortars, and rifle fire. The advance stalled and casualties began piling up. Gomez wasn't about to let his company get chewed apart. Crawling through open terrain under relentless fire, he closed on an enemy tank that had pinned down his men. Armed with grenades, he pulled himself up onto the vehicle, pried open a hatch, and dropped grenades inside, disabling the tank. Instead of pulling back, Gomez grabbed his rifle and began firing into enemy positions at close range. For several hours, he exposed himself again and again, laying down accurate fire that allowed his company to reorganize and hold its ground. He was wounded in the fight but refused medical evacuation, continuing to encourage and direct his men until the enemy finally broke contact. Only when the position was secure did Gomez accept treatment. For his courage and determination, Eduardo C. Gomez was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor in 2014, decades after his service, when a review of records recognized that his actions had long been overlooked. His family accepted the medal from President Barack Obama. Gomez's story is a reminder that heroism doesn't fade with time. Sometimes it takes years for the recognition to catch up. But his actions on that hill in 1950 remain as powerful today as they were in the moment.
Edward Henry Butch O'Hare was born on March 13, 1914 in St. Louis, Missouri. He attended the U.S. Naval Academy, graduating and receiving his commission in June 1937. After serving aboard the battleship New Mexico, he trained as a naval aviator and was assigned to Fighter Squadron 3 on the aircraft carrier Lexington. On February 20, 1942, during a critical moment in the Pacific War, O'Hare's carrier was threatened by a formation of 9 Japanese bombers. With limited support available, he courageously flew his Grumman F-4F Wildcat solo into the incoming formation. Demonstrating skill and bravery under dire conditions, he shot down 5 of the bombers, severely damaging a 6th, and disrupted the attack before it could reach the carrier, earning him distinction as both the Navy's first fighter ace of the war and its first naval aviator to receive the Medal of Honor. Later that week, on April 21st, he was formally awarded the Medal of Honor at the White House by President Franklin D. Roosevelt and returned home to a hero's parade in St. Louis. He was then assigned to Maui, where he helped train new fighter pilots and soon became a squadron commander. O'Hare's final mission came on the night of November 26, 1943, when he led the Navy's first nighttime fighter attack launched from a carrier, targeting Japanese torpedo bombers. During the operation, his F-6F Hellcat was shot down, and despite extensive search efforts, neither he nor his plane were ever recovered. He was declared missing in action and later presumed dead. In tribute to his valor and legacy, the Navy named a destroyer USS O'Hare in his honor in 1945, and in 1949, Chicago's Orchard Depot Airport was renamed O'Hare International Airport. Today, both the destroyer's namesake and the airport stand as enduring reminders of a Navy hero who saved his carrier through courage, sacrifice, and exceptional airmanship.
Edward Allen Carter Jr. was a staff sergeant in the U.S. Army who earned the Medal of Honor for his heroic actions during World War II. In March 1945, near Speyer, Germany, Carter's unit came under heavy enemy fire. Determined to take out the threat, Carter volunteered to lead a 3-man patrol across open ground. As they advanced, 2 of his men were killed, and Carter was wounded multiple times, but he pressed on alone. Carter charged a Nazi strongpoint, killing 6 enemy soldiers and capturing 2. Under intense fire, he forced the prisoners to guide him to additional enemy positions. His bravery broke the German line and helped his unit advance. Despite his heroism, Carter faced discrimination due to his race. It took decades before his sacrifice was properly recognized. In 1997, President Bill Clinton posthumously awarded Carter the Medal of Honor, correcting a long-standing injustice. Edward Carter Jr.'s courage and determination under fire exemplify the very best of American soldiers.
Staff Sergeant Edward N. Kanishiro was a career soldier from Hawaii, serving with Company C, 1st Battalion, 9th Cavalry Regiment, 1st Cavalry Division. By December 1st, 1966, his leadership and toughness were about to make the difference between survival and disaster. That day, his platoon was ambushed in the Kim San Valley. North Vietnamese forces struck from concealed bunkers, pinning the Americans in the open and cutting down men with machine gun fire. The situation was critical. Withdrawal seemed impossible, and casualties were mounting fast. Kanishiro took charge. Armed with an M16 and grenades, he crawled forward alone, moving straight into the enemy fire. He lobbed grenades into the first bunker, wiping out the machine gun crew. Then he rose to his feet and advanced down the trench line, firing point blank and clearing one position after another. By the time he was done, Kanishiro had killed more than 10 enemy soldiers, silenced multiple bunkers, and forced the enemy to break contact. His one-man assault opened an escape route and allowed his platoon to regroup and withdraw without being overrun. Tragically, Kanishiro was killed in action just a few months later, in March 1967. For decades, his heroism in the Kim San Valley went unrecognized at the highest level. It wasn't until a review of Asian American and Pacific Islander service in 2022 that his valor was finally honored. His family accepted the Medal of Honor from President Joe Biden. Edward N. Kanishiro's story is proof that courage doesn't fade with time. Sometimes it just takes years for the recognition to catch up with the sacrifice.
Edward Byers Jr. didn't just rescue a hostage, he became the shield. December 8, 2012, Afghanistan. A Taliban compound holds an American doctor hostage. Byers, a Navy SEAL, is part of the elite team sent in to get him back. They breach the building, immediate gunfire. The point man is hit. Byers charges in, kills an armed guard, and tackles another man like a linebacker, pinning him to the wall by the throat, all while identifying the hostage in the dark. He then covers the doctor with his own body while neutralizing more threats. All of this in seconds. One teammate down, mission successful, hostage rescued. Edward Byers Jr. didn't just walk into the lion's den, he took control of it.
Chief Bosun Edwin J. Hill was a 20-year Navy veteran serving aboard the battleship USS Nevada at Pearl Harbor on December 7, 1941. That morning, his quick actions helped save one of the fleet's largest ships from destruction. When the Japanese attack began, Hill immediately led his men to cast off the mooring line so Nevada could get underway. With bombs and torpedoes slamming into Battleship Row, Hill and his sailors worked furiously under fire to free the ship. Once Nevada was moving, he leapt back aboard to continue the fight. Enemy dive bombers quickly zeroed in on the lone battleship making a run for the open sea. Hill dashed across the deck, directing anti-aircraft crews, helping move the wounded, and keeping the defense organized as explosions rocked the ship. Then came the fatal moment. As Hill was assisting his men during yet another bombing run, a bomb exploded nearby, killing him instantly. Nevada, though heavily damaged, managed to beach itself rather than sink in the channel, keeping Pearl Harbor open for the rest of the fleet. For his extraordinary heroism that morning, Chief Bosun Edwin J. Hill was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor in 1942. Hill's courage is remembered as a sailor who put his ship and his crew above his own life, racing through fire and chaos to keep Nevada in the fight. His actions helped ensure that even on the worst day in Navy history, the fleet would endure. Sergeant Einar Harold Ingman Jr. earned his Medal of Honor the old-fashioned way, by taking 2 machine gun nests head-on. In February 1951, near Maltari, his squad was pinned down by interlocking fire. Ingman reorganized what was left of his team, charged the first position, and destroyed it with grenades and rifle fire. Wounded by shrapnel, he turned and attacked the second gun, killing its crew even after taking another hit to the face that shattered his jaw. He fell unconscious, but his charge broke the defense and allowed his platoon to capture the objective. Ingman survived, recovered, and lived a long life. a quiet man who had once silenced 2 machine guns and changed the course of a battle. Staff Sergeant Elmelindo R. Smith was a career soldier from Hawaii, serving with Company C, 2nd Battalion, 8th Infantry Regiment, 4th Infantry Division. On February 16, 1967, near Kontum Province, he showed the kind of grit that defines the Medal of Honor. That morning, Smith's platoon was ambushed by a well-hidden enemy force. Mortars and machine guns shredded their line, wounding men across the field. Smith quickly moved forward, rallying his squad under heavy fire. When the enemy threatened to overrun the flank, Smith exposed himself to direct fire to lead a counterattack. Wounded once, he refused to stop. He grabbed grenades and charged into the nearest enemy position, silencing it and buying his men breathing room. The North Vietnamese pushed harder. Smith was hit again, but he crawled from foxhole to foxhole, shouting encouragement, directing fire, and redistributing ammunition. Each time his men faltered, Smith was there, steadying them in the chaos. When he was finally mortally wounded, Smith was still giving orders, still urging his men to hold their ground. His determination inspired his platoon to repel the attack and prevent a collapse. For his extraordinary heroism, Staff Sergeant Elmelindo R. Smith was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor in 1968. His wife accepted the medal on his behalf from President Lyndon B. Johnson. Smith's sacrifice is remembered as one of absolute devotion, a leader who kept fighting, kept leading, and kept putting his men first, right up until his last breath. First Sergeant Elmer Burr's story is a flash of selflessness frozen in time. December 24, 1942, near Buna, New Guinea, his company was under fire from Japanese forces entrenched in the jungle. During the chaos, an enemy grenade landed near one of his men. Burr didn't hesitate, he dove on it. The explosion killed him instantly, but saved his soldier's life. It was Christmas Eve, and Burr's last act was to make sure someone else got another one. His Medal of Honor was awarded posthumously. There's no strategy, no long battle report, just 1 second of instinct that cost him everything. That's what heroism really is. Instant, irreversible, and absolute. Germany thought it was unbreakable. They were wrong. This is the Enigma machine. The Enigma machine was Nazi Germany's crown jewel of encryption. Each message passed through a series of rotating wheels and electrical circuits, scrambling text into what looked like total nonsense. The catch? There were billions of possible settings. Every day, the Germans changed the settings, making it almost impossible to break. But then came the Allies, and some geniuses. Polish mathematicians cracked the early versions before World War II even started. And when the war broke out, British codebreakers at Bletchley Park, led by Alan Turing, took it to the next level. They built electromechanical computers called bombs to crunch through Enigma's combination, often breaking the day's code in hours. By reading German communications, the Allies rerouted convoys, ambushed U-boats, and changed the entire course of the war, all without the Germans ever knowing. The Enigma was supposed to be uncrackable, but thanks to brains, machines, and a whole lot of coffee, the Allies turned Germany's secret weapon into their own. First Lieutenant Ernest Childers of the 45th Infantry Division became one of the first Native Americans to earn the Medal of Honor during World War II. On September 22, 1943, near Oliveto, Italy, Childers led a handful of men in a daring assault up a hill under heavy fire. He personally killed 2 snipers, captured an enemy machine gun, and then, armed only with a pistol and a few grenades, crawled forward to knock out another position. At one point, he slipped into a shell hole and broke his ankle, but he kept fighting anyway. Childers' Medal of Honor reflected the determination and ingenuity of small unit leadership. Cool under fire, resourceful, and fearless. He later said, "A soldier is a soldier. You fight for your buddy." That attitude summed up his war and his legacy. Master Sergeant Ernest R. Kauma became a legend in the opening months of the Korean War, holding off an entire enemy force almost single-handedly with his tank. Born in 1919 in Dwight, Nebraska, Kauma enlisted in the U.S. Army before World War II and served with distinction.
By 1950, he was a tank commander with the 72nd Tank Battalion, 2nd Infantry Division, just as U.S. forces were being rushed into Korea. On the night of August 31st, 1950, near the Naktong River, Kauma's unit was suddenly hit by a massive North Korean assault. Their goal was to break through the lines and drive U.S. forces back towards Pusan. Kauma and his crew fought furiously, but his tanks soon became separated from the rest of the battalion. For over 9 hours, Kauma used his tank as a fortress. Even after it was disabled, he kept firing the .50 caliber machine gun mounted on top, mowing down waves of enemy soldiers who tried to overrun his position. At one point, he climbed out into the open, fully exposed, to keep the gun firing, despite incoming grenades and small arms fire. Kauma refused to retreat. By the time reinforcements arrived, he had inflicted an estimated 250 enemy casualties and single-handedly blunted the attack long enough for American forces to reorganize and hold the line. When asked later why he didn't pull back, Kauma's reply was simple: "I was too busy fighting to be scared." For his extraordinary courage, Ernest R. Kauma was awarded the Medal of Honor. He continued to serve in the Army for another 2 decades, retiring as a Sergeant First Class. Kauma's stand at the Naktong River is remembered as one of the defining moments of the early Korean War, proof that one soldier's determination can turn the tide of a battle. Private First Class Eugene A. Obregon was just 19 years old when he gave his life in Korea. A Marine from East Los Angeles, he served with Company G, 3rd Battalion, 5th Marines, 1st Marine Division. On September 26, 1950, during the advance at Seoul, Obregon's unit came under heavy fire from entrenched North Korean forces. In the chaos, he saw a fellow Marine wounded and exposed in the kill zone. Without hesitation, Obregon sprinted into the open, dragging his comrade towards safety while enemy bullets cracked around him. When the enemy fire intensified, he shielded the wounded man with his own body, returning fire with his carbine as best he could. He reloaded and fired until his weapon was empty, then continued to protect his comrade with his own body, refusing to leave him behind. Moments later, Obregon was fatally struck. His action saved the life of the wounded Marine, who survived because of his selfless sacrifice. For his extraordinary heroism, Private First Class Eugene A. Obregon was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor in 1951. His family accepted the medal on his behalf. Obregon's courage stands as a timeless example of the Marine Corps spirit: devotion to duty, willingness to risk everything, and absolute loyalty to the men beside you. He may have been just a teenager, but in that moment on the streets of Seoul, he embodied the highest traditions of the Corps. On February 6, 1968, during the Battle of Lang Bay in Vietnam, Sergeant First Class Eugene Ashley Jr. led a daring assault to rescue trapped U.S. soldiers surrounded by North Vietnamese forces in a heavily fortified camp. As the senior Special Forces advisor to a group of South Vietnamese soldiers, Ashley knew the odds were grim. The enemy had tanks, heavy machine guns, and the high ground, but he didn't hesitate. Ashley organized and led 5 separate assaults up a hill under constant fire, rallying local troops and pushing forward through explosions, bullets, and chaos. Each time they were pushed back, he regrouped and attacked again. During the 5th assault, he was seriously wounded by a mortar blast, but he kept directing his men, laying down fire, and calling in air support until he collapsed. Even after falling unconscious, his leadership inspired others to press the attack and ultimately reach the trapped Americans. For his fearless leadership, heroic determination, and ultimate sacrifice, Eugene Ashley Jr. was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. He fought not for glory, but to bring his brothers home. Ashley didn't retreat, didn't break, and didn't stop, not even when it cost him everything. In the fire and fury of Lang Bay, Eugene Ashley Jr. became a symbol of unshakable courage. Captain Euripides Rubio was a Puerto Rican officer in the U.S. Army who showed extraordinary bravery during one of Vietnam's toughest fights. Serving with Company A, 1st Battalion, 28th Infantry Regiment, 1st Infantry Division, he was 36 years old when his moment came. On November 8, 1966, near Tay Ninh Province, Rubio's company was hit by a massive Viet Cong assault.
Automatic fire, mortars, and grenades rained down, cutting through the American line. Despite being wounded early in the fight, Rubio refused medical treatment. Instead, he moved up and down the line, rallying his men and directing fire. When communications started breaking down, he ran through a storm of bullets to redistribute ammunition himself, keeping his soldiers in the fight. At one point, he saw the company's smoke grenades, used to mark positions for air support, fall into enemy hands. If those signals were used incorrectly, U.S. aircraft could strafe their own troops. Wounded and bleeding, Rubio sprinted forward, grabbed the grenades, and exposed himself in the open to correctly mark the American position. As he stood in full view of the enemy, Rubio was fatally hit. But because of his sacrifice, supporting aircraft were able to strike accurately, smashing the Viet Cong assault and saving the company from destruction. For his actions, Captain Euripides Rubio was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor in 1968. His courage embodies the selflessness and determination of soldiers who put the mission and their comrades' lives above their own.
On August 5, 1964, Navy Lieutenant Everett Alvarez Jr. was flying an A-4 Skyhawk over North Vietnam in one of the first airstrikes of the war. Anti-aircraft fire ripped into his jet, forcing him to eject over enemy territory. Within minutes, he was captured. Alvarez became the first U.S. pilot taken prisoner during the Vietnam War and would endure one of the longest periods of captivity in American history, 8 years and 6 months. He was sent to the notorious Hanoi Hilton, where he faced starvation, brutal beatings, and relentless interrogation. Despite the cruelty, Alvarez refused to betray his fellow aviators. He developed covert communications to keep prisoner morale alive, clinging to the code of conduct through years of isolation. His endurance inspired new arrivals and became a quiet act of defiance against the captors. Released in 1973 during Operation Homecoming, Alvarez stepped off the plane with his head held high, a living testament to perseverance. He went on to serve in government, advocate for veterans, and write about the POW experience. From that first fiery mission to nearly 9 years in a prison cell, Everett Alvarez Jr.'s story is one of unbreakable resolve and unwavering loyalty to his country and comrades. The F-86 Sabre, America's first real dogfighting jet, and the plane that squared off against Soviet MiGs in the skies over Korea. When the Korean War broke out, the MiG-15 was dominating Allied bombers with its insane speed and high-altitude performance. The U.S. needed an answer, fast. Enter the North American F-86 Sabre. Armed with 6 50-caliber machine guns and capable of nearly 700 miles per hour, it was the first American jet that could hang with the MiGs. The secret? A swept-wing design borrowed from captured German research after World War II. Suddenly, the American pilots could turn tighter, climb faster, and fire more accurately. Pilots like James Jabara and Joseph McConnell became legends, scoring dozens of kills in brutal dogfights that sometimes happened at the speed of sound. By the end of the war, Sabre pilots claimed an estimated 10-to-1 kill ratio over the MiGs, though some debate that number. Either way, the Sabre proved America could dominate the jet age. January 31st, 1943, the German 6th Army, once 300,000 strong, officially taps out inside the frozen ruins of Stalingrad. And just like that, Hitler's dream of conquering the East takes a nosedive into a Soviet snowdrift. Operation Barbarossa had brought the Germans to the gates of the city in late 1942. Hitler wanted Stalingrad because it had Stalin's name on it. Yep, that petty. The battle turned into urban hell, house-to-house fighting, snipers on every corner, tanks in basements. The Germans called it Rattenkrieg, Rat War. The Soviets called it Tuesday. Then winter hit. The Germans weren't ready. Supply lines collapsed. The Soviets, on the other hand, were born in the cold. Enter Operation Uranus. Soviet forces encircled Stalingrad, trapping the entire 6th Army. The Luftwaffe tried an airlift. It failed miserably. Starvation, frostbite, and Soviet artillery did the rest. On January 31st, Field Marshal Paulus surrendered. Hitler had just promoted him the day before, to encourage him to fight to the death. Paulus politely declined. The fall of Stalingrad cost 2 million lives, but it flipped the entire war. From here on out, it was the Soviets marching west. The fall of Stalingrad, the turning point of World War II.
Sergeant Ferenc Zoltan Molnar's name sounds like a European war hero, and fittingly, he was one, just in a different war and under a different flag. Born in Pittsburgh to Hungarian immigrants, he brought old world grit to the jungles of Vietnam. On May 20th, 1967, his platoon came under heavy attack near Song Bi. Molnar grabbed a machine gun and started returning fire, buying his men time to regroup. When his position was nearly overrun, he personally led a counterattack, killing several enemy soldiers at close range. Then a grenade landed among his squad. Without hesitation, he jumped on it, taking the full blast and saving everyone nearby. Molnar was 23 years old. He could have ducked, he could have run, but he didn't. His Medal of Honor citation reads like a list of impossible choices made in seconds. To his men, he was just Sarge, a leader who went out the way he lived, protecting his own. In World War II, German paratroopers, the Fallschirmjäger, had a big problem. Dropping behind enemy lines, they often landed with just pistols and submachine guns. Their rifles and machine guns were dropped separately in containers, meaning they had to fight lightly armed until they recovered them. The solution was ambitious: design one weapon that could do it all. The result was the FG-42, a rifle unlike anything else in the war. Introduced in 1943, the FG-42 fired the full-power 7.92 by 57mm Mauser round from a 20-round side-mounted magazine. It had selective fire, meaning it could shoot single shots for accuracy or switch to full auto for suppressive fire. And it was remarkably compact, designed so paratroopers could jump with it strapped to their chest. The rifle combined features of a machine gun, a battle rifle, and even borrowed ideas from American and Italian designs. It had a bipod for prone fire, a flash suppressor, and could mount a bayonet. In theory, it gave one man the firepower of a squad. But there were problems. Firing a full-power rifle cartridge on full auto was brutal. Controlling it was nearly impossible. The side magazine made it awkward to handle, and the complex design meant it was expensive and slow to manufacture. Only about 7,000 were ever produced. Still, the FG-42 left a mark. Its influence can be seen in the German MG-42 machine gun pairing, and later even in the US M60, which borrowed heavily from its layout. The FG-42 was a weapon ahead of its time. Too advanced and too rare to change the war, but legendary among collectors and historians as the paratrooper rifle that tried to be everything at once. The Javelin is the modern tank's worst nightmare, a fire-and-forget, infrared-guided missile system that attacks from above where armor is weakest. Introduced in the 1990s, it changed infantry anti-armor capability overnight. A soldier locks onto a target, fires, and immediately moves. The missile guides itself. Its top attack flight profile makes even main battle tanks vulnerable. In Iraq and Afghanistan, it was used not only against armor, but against fortified positions, sniper nests, and even small boats. Its compact success in Ukraine turned it into a global icon of modern warfare. The Javelin proved that a single soldier with the right tool can defeat a multi-million-dollar armored vehicle and disappear before anyone knows where the shot came from. When the Soviets invaded Afghanistan in 1979, they brought tanks, helicopters, and total air superiority. Then came a 5-foot tube that changed everything, the FIM-92 Stinger. The Stinger is a man-portable air defense system, or MANPADS, a shoulder-fire, heat-sinking missile that locks onto aircraft engines. Once fired, it guides itself, leaving the operator free to move or hide. Weighing just 35 pounds loaded, it can hit targets over 2 miles away and move at Mach 2.2. One soldier, one shot, and a $20,000 missile could destroy a $10 million helicopter. When the CIA began supplying Stingers to Afghan mujahideen in 1986, Soviet pilots suddenly faced invisible death from below. Within months, helicopter losses skyrocketed, and the balance of power shifted. The Soviets called it the Stinger effect. The weapon's impact went far beyond Afghanistan. It set the template for modern portable air defense, simple, mobile, and devastatingly effective. Even today, the Stinger remains in the US and NATO service, upgraded but still true to its roots. It proved that control of the skies isn't guaranteed, not when a single soldier can bring down a gunship. Few weapons of World War II inspired as much terror as the flamethrower. Both sides used them. The Americans carried the M22, while the Germans wielded the Flammenwerfer 41. The concept was brutally simple. A man with a fuel tank on his back and a hose-fed nozzle that spewed liquid fire. With a squeeze of the trigger, it could shoot a stream of burning fuel 20 to 40 yards, instantly clearing bunkers, trenches, and pillboxes. On the battlefield, flamethrowers were psychological weapons as much as physical ones. Enemy soldiers often fled at the mere sight of one being fired. Concrete walls and steel hatches didn't matter. Flames crept inside, consuming air and igniting everything. But flamethrowers had their own drawbacks. The operator was a prime target. Carrying fuel tanks on your back meant one lucky bullet could turn you into a fireball. They were also heavy, often over 70 pounds, and short range compared to rifles and machine guns. Still, when it came to storming fortified positions, nothing was more effective. Marines in the Pacific used the M22 against Japanese bunkers on islands like Iwo Jima and Okinawa. German troops employed the Flammenwerfer 41 on the Eastern Front to flush Soviet soldiers from trenches and buildings. By the end of the war, flamethrowers became symbols of total destruction. After 1945, many militaries began phasing them out, replacing them with incendiary grenades and rockets. But in World War II, they were unmatched in their ability to break the toughest defenses. The flamethrower wasn't elegant, and it wasn't humane, but in the brutal calculus of war, it was terrifyingly effective.
Florent Groberg didn't wait to react. He ran at the threat. August 8, 2012, Kunar Province, Afghanistan. Groberg is leading a security detail for high-ranking US and Afghan officials. Then he sees a man walking directly towards the formation. Something's wrong. Groberg doesn't hesitate. He charges the suspect, pushes him away from the group. That's when he sees the suicide vest. It detonates. Groberg is thrown into the air. 4 men are killed, but his tackle forced the bomber to detonate early, saving the rest of the patrol. Badly injured, Groberg spent years recovering. But in that split-second moment, he didn't think. He acted. Florent Groberg, he saw death coming and ran towards it.
On October 3, 1943, in the mountainous terrain near Mignano, Italy, technician 5th grade Floyd K. Lindstrom found himself in one of the worst positions an American machine gun section can face. Outnumbered, outgunned, and under direct fire from an enemy machine gun perched across the valley. Lindstrom's section was pinned. The German gun was tearing into their position with deadly accuracy, and the Americans had no angle to suppress it. Lindstrom decided to create that angle on his own. He exposed himself to fire, ran forward with ammunition, and kept his gun crew in the fight. But the enemy pressure kept increasing. Then Lindstrom did the unthinkable. He sprinted alone across open ground toward the German machine gun nest. Bullets stitched the dirt around him as he closed the distance. Reaching the position, he leapt into the trench, grappling with the gunners at point-blank range. He killed one, captured the other, and seized their machine gun. Then, instead of staying in cover, he picked up the captured weapon, hauled it back across the same exposed ground, and turned it on the enemy, breaking their attack and allowing his unit to solidify the position. Lindstrom survived that day. He didn't survive the war. He was killed in action months later. But on that ridge in Italy, he single-handedly flipped a firefight from disaster to victory. Floyd Lindstrom fought like a man who refused to lose. On October 3, 1943, in the mountainous terrain near Mignano, Italy, technician 5th grade Floyd K. Lindstrom found himself in one of the worst positions an American machine gun section can face. Outnumbered, outgunned, and under direct fire from an enemy machine gun perched across the valley. Lindstrom's section was pinned. The German gun was tearing into their position with deadly accuracy, and the Americans had no angle to suppress it. Lindstrom decided to create that angle on his own. He exposed himself to fire, ran forward with ammunition, and kept his gun crew in the fight. But the enemy pressure kept increasing. Then Lindstrom did the unthinkable. He sprinted alone across open ground toward the German machine gun nest. Bullets stitched the dirt around him as he closed the distance. Reaching the position, he leapt into the trench, grappling with the gunners at point-blank range. He killed one, captured the other, and seized their machine gun. Then, instead of staying in cover, he picked up the captured weapon, hauled it back across the same exposed ground, and turned it on the enemy, breaking their attack and allowing his unit to solidify the position. Lindstrom survived that day. He didn't survive the war. He was killed in action months later. But on that ridge in Italy, he single-handedly flipped a firefight from disaster to victory. Floyd Lindstrom fought like a man who refused to lose.
Francis Charles Flaherty was born on March 15, 1919, in Charlotte, Michigan. After graduating from high school, he attended the University of Michigan before enlisting in the U.S. Naval Reserve in July 1940. He was commissioned as an ensign by December of that year. On December 7, 1941, during the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, Flaherty was serving aboard the battleship USS Oklahoma, moored at Battleship Row. The ship was struck by multiple torpedoes and began to capsize rapidly. As an order to abandon ship was issued, Ensign Flaherty chose to remain behind. He held a flashlight, illuminating the darkened interior so his fellow turret crew members could safely find their way to an escape route. His act of selfless courage continued as the ship rolled over. He stayed behind to guide the others to safety, sacrificing his own life in the process. Ensign Flaherty was entrapped when the Oklahoma sank, one of more than 400 crewmen lost in the disaster. In honor of his conspicuous devotion to duty, extraordinary courage, and total disregard for his own life, he was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. His legacy is commemorated by the USS Flaherty, DE-135, a destroyer escort named in his memory, serving throughout World War II. His bravery stands as an enduring example of sacrifice and leadership in the darkest of moments.
A 19-year-old machine gunner just stopped an entire German counterattack alone. Meet Francis Curry, December 21, 1944, Belgium, the Battle of the Bulge. A German assault with tanks and infantry smashed into his unit. Chaos. Americans fell back, except Curry. He grabbed a bazooka and anti-tank grenades. Under relentless fire, Curry took out one tank, forced another to retreat, then rescued 5 fellow soldiers pinned down by machine guns. Dragging them to safety, he then turned a heavy machine gun on the Germans, breaking the attack. 5 men saved. 3 tanks destroyed or abandoned. Hundreds of lives saved. For this, Francis Curry received the Medal of Honor, just 19. That's heroism on a level most can't fathom. Remember his name, Francis Curry, Courage Under Fire. July 27, 1943. The brutal fight for Sicily was raging near Agrigento. Private First Class Frank J. Petrarca was serving as a medic with the 145th Infantry Regiment when his unit came under fierce German mortar and machine gun fire. When the call came that wounded men were stranded in the open, Petrarca didn't hesitate. He sprinted from cover, dodging bursts of enemy fire to reach the first casualty. Under a rain of bullets, he treated the man's wounds and carried him back to safety. Most would stop there, but not Petrarca. He went back out again and again, each time braving the same deadly fire to pull another wounded comrade from certain death. On his 4th trip, as he reached another injured soldier, enemy rounds tore into the ground around him. Still, he shielded the man with his own body, tending to his wounds before attempting to carry him back. That's when Petrarca was struck and fatally wounded. His courage saved multiple lives that day, and his selflessness became a lasting example of the medic's creed, to save others, no matter the cost. For his heroism under fire, Frank J. Petrarca was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. No weapon, no armor, just courage and a determination to bring everyone home.
Captain Frank N. Mitchell was a Marine who never asked his men to do anything he wouldn't do himself. Born in Indian Gap, Texas in 1921, he fought through World War II in the Pacific before returning to the Corps for Korea. By 1950, he was commanding Company A, 1st Battalion, 7th Marines. On November 26th, Mitchell was leading his company near Han San Ni when they were suddenly attacked by a much larger enemy force. Caught in the open, his Marines were raked with heavy fire. Mitchell didn't hesitate. He charged forward, rallying his men and directing them into defensive positions. Over the next several hours, he moved constantly through the fight, exposing himself again and again to inspire his company. When casualties mounted, Mitchell personally carried wounded Marines to safety. When his men's ammo ran low, he ran supplies up to the front. During a counterattack, he led from the very front, pistol in hand, shouting encouragement until he was mortally wounded. His leadership and sacrifice turned what could have been a collapse into a stubborn stand that blunted the enemy assault. For his extraordinary heroism, Frank N. Mitchell was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. He was the kind of commander every Marine wants in a fight: courageous, relentless, and willing to give everything for his men.
Frank Stanley Reasoner was born on September 16, 1937 in Spokane, Washington, and raised in Kellogg, Idaho. He enlisted in the U.S. Marine Corps just before turning 18, later earning a congressional appointment to the U.S. Military Academy at West Point. There he excelled athletically, lettering in baseball and wrestling, and winning 4 consecutive brigade boxing championships before graduating in 1962 and returning to the Corps as an officer. Reasoner served with the 3rd Reconnaissance Battalion, 3rd Marine Division. In April 1965, he was deployed to Vietnam and assumed command of Company A. On July 12, 1965, during a deep reconnaissance patrol near Da Nang, Reasoner and his 5-man advance team were ambushed by a large Viet Cong force. With enemy fire pinning down his men, he moved under intense fire to establish a base of fire, personally killed 2 insurgents, and neutralized a hostile automatic weapon position to protect his patrol. When his radio operator was wounded, Reasoner dared open ground to aid him. While attempting to evacuate the Marine, he was mortally wounded and sacrificed himself while saving others. His actions enabled the patrol to complete its mission without any further casualties. Posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor, Frank Reasoner became the first Marine to receive it for valor in Vietnam. His legacy endures. Camp Reasoner in Vietnam, a U.S. Navy frigate, and a Marine Corps Hall bear his name and embody the ultimate sacrifice, leading from the front, in service and in sacrifice.
Rear Admiral Franklin Van Valkenburg was the commanding officer of the battleship USS Arizona on the morning of December 7, 1941. A career naval officer, he had only recently taken command when fate put him at the center of history. When Japanese aircraft roared over Pearl Harbor, Arizona was moored at Battleship Row. Van Valkenburg rushed to the bridge as the first bombs began to fall. Instead of seeking shelter, he ordered his crew to open fire with every available weapon, directing the defense from the exposed bridge. Enemy planes swarmed in. Bombs and torpedoes struck the harbor, and Arizona became a prime target. Van Valkenburg continued shouting orders, rallying his crew even as the ship shook under repeated hits. Then came the fatal blow. A massive, armor-piercing bomb plunged into the forward magazine. The resulting explosion ripped Arizona apart, killing more than 1,000 sailors instantly, including Van Valkenburg himself. For his extraordinary leadership and devotion to duty in the face of overwhelming attack, Rear Admiral Franklin Van Valkenburg was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor in 1942. His body was never recovered, and like so many of his crew, his remains entombed within the wreck of the Arizona, now the Pearl Harbor Memorial. His final act was to stand at his post, commanding his ship until the very last second. Van Valkenburg's sacrifice is a reminder that leadership doesn't retreat from danger. It faces it head on, even when there's no way out. On September 28, 1918, during the Meuse-Argonne offensive in World War I, Corporal Freddie Stowers of the 371st Infantry Regiment led his platoon in an assault on heavily fortified German trenches in France. As they advanced, the enemy pretended to surrender, then unleashed a deadly barrage, killing many Americans instantly. But Stowers didn't hesitate. Under relentless machine gun and artillery fire, he
he rallied his men and charged forward. Wounded early in the assault, he kept moving, urging his soldiers to press the attack. He led them up a hill, over barbed wire, and into the heart of the enemy's defenses. Stowers was hit a second time, fatally, but his leadership and courage had turned the tide. Inspired by his sacrifice, his men broke through the German line and seized the position. Freddie Stowers was killed in action that day at just 22 years old. And then he was forgotten. His heroism went unrecognized for over 70 years, buried by the racism of the era. It wasn't until 1991 that he was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor, the first Black American from World War I to receive it. Freddie Stowers didn't survive the war, but he led with honor, fought with courage, and died showing the world who he was. A soldier, a leader, a hero denied for decades but never defeated.
On January 31st, 1968, the opening day of the Tet Offensive, Warrant Officer Frederick E. Ferguson was flying a UH-1 Huey gunship near Hue City when he heard the call no pilot ever forgets. A downed Huey crew was trapped behind enemy lines, surrounded by North Vietnamese forces who were waiting to finish them off. Most aircraft were avoiding the area. It was a maze of enemy fire, rockets, and machine guns. Ferguson didn't hesitate. He turned his helicopter toward the fight and pushed in low, skimming tree tops to avoid concentrated fire. But the closer he got, the worse it looked. The landing zone was a death trap, burning wreckage, heavy enemy positions, and no clear way in or out. Ferguson made the decision anyway. He was going down there. He dove in the hot zone, flying so low his skids nearly clipped the wreckage. As rounds slammed into his Huey, he held steady long enough for the surviving crew to jump aboard. With the enemy closing in, he pulled pitch and blasted straight through the firestorm, taking multiple hits but refusing to abort. Even damaged, he maneuvered the helicopter back to safety and delivered the survivors to medical care. He didn't just land a helicopter where no helicopter should land. He saved an entire crew in the middle of one of the most dangerous days of the war. Frederick Ferguson flew into Tet and came out with the impossible. Captain Frederick F. Henry's final stand in Korea was so extraordinary that it saved his entire company at the cost of his own life. Born in 1919 in Clinton, Missouri, Henry joined the Army during World War II and stayed in uniform afterward. By 1950, he was commanding Company F, 38th Infantry Regiment, 2nd Infantry Division, just as the Korean War was exploding into full scale. On September 1st, 1950, near Amdong, North Korea launched a massive night assault on Henry's company. The attack threatened to break through the U.S. lines and cut off vital positions along the Pusan perimeter. Realizing the danger, Henry ordered most of his company to withdraw to safety, while he stayed behind with a small group of volunteers to cover the retreat. For hours, Henry's men fought against overwhelming odds. As the North Koreans pressed in, he exposed himself to fire repeatedly, directing his soldiers and laying down deadly bursts with his rifle and grenades. Wounded early in the fight, Henry refused evacuation. Instead, he rallied his men, inspiring them to hold fast until the main force could fall back to stronger positions. Eventually, his small rear guard was overrun. Still refusing to leave, Captain Henry fought until his ammunition was gone. He was last seen firing his rifle at close range, determined to delay the enemy as long as possible. His sacrifice gave his company enough time to regroup and establish a new defensive line, blunting the North Korean breakthrough. For his extraordinary valor, Frederick F. Henry was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. His actions exemplified the highest traditions of leadership and selfless courage. Today, Captain Henry's name stands among America's heroes, a reminder that sometimes one man's decision to stay behind can change the course of an entire battle. On January 8, 1968, near Ap Dong An, Vietnam, Specialist 4 Gary G. Wetzel was serving as a door gunner on a UH-1 Huey when his helicopter came under devastating enemy fire during a landing. The aircraft was hit hard, so hard it crashed into the landing zone, skidding to a halt in the middle of an intense ambush. Wetzel was thrown from the wreckage, badly wounded. Shrapnel shredded his arm so severely that it was nearly severed. Most people would lose consciousness. Wetzel got up and went back toward the burning helicopter because the pilot and crew were still under fire. Dragging himself to his gun position, Wetzel opened up fire with his M60, laying down suppressive fire that kept the enemy from overrunning the crash site. Even as he weakened from massive blood loss, he continued to fire, refusing to give up his position. When the enemy pressed closer, Wetzel shifted his body to shield the wounded crew and kept firing one-handed. At one point, he repositioned himself using his legs because his upper body could no longer support his weight. He held the attackers back long enough for reinforcements to reach the crash site, and only afterward allowed himself to be evacuated. Gary Wetzel survived. His arm did not, but because of his stand, his crew did.
Gary Gordon knew he wasn't coming back and still volunteered to go in. October 3rd, 1993, Mogadishu, Somalia, Black Hawk Down. 2 U.S. helicopters are shot out of the sky in the middle of a hostile city. A wounded crew is trapped, surrounded by enemy fighters. Delta Force snipers Gary Gordon and Randy Sugar ask to be inserted on the ground. Command says no. They ask again and again. Finally, permission is granted. They land with only rifles and limited ammo, fight their way to the crash site, defend it like a fortress. They kill dozens before being overrun. Gary Gordon's last act? Picking up an enemy rifle to keep fighting. He died a warrior's death, and because of him, 1 pilot lived. Gary Gordon didn't accept the odds. He just accepted the mission. For 4 days and nights in April 1970, atop a rain-soaked hill in Con Tum Province, Vietnam, Sergeant First Class Gary L. Luttrell found himself the last standing American advisor with a South Vietnamese Ranger battalion surrounded by a massive North Vietnamese force. Enemy mortars and machine guns poured fire onto their position. The commander was dead, the radio operator killed. Ammunition was running low, morale was crumbling. But Luttrell stood tall. He moved through the shattered perimeter nonstop, exposing himself to fire to direct air strikes, distribute ammo, treat the wounded, and rally the Rangers to hold the line. He carried bodies, shouted encouragement, and even called in artillery danger close. For 96 hours straight, he fought, led, and refused to sleep. At one point, shrapnel tore into his face and body, but he didn't stop. When relief forces finally broke through, his leadership had kept the battalion from being completely overrun. For his unshakable resolve, bravery, and leadership under relentless fire, Gary L. Luttrell received the Medal of Honor. He wasn't just a soldier, he was a rock in a storm, a voice in the chaos, and a shield for those around him. 4 days, 1 hill, 0 retreat. Gary Luttrell didn't survive the battle by luck. He endured it by sheer force of will.
Private First Class Gary Martini was 19 years old, barely old enough to drink, but old enough to throw himself into hell for his brothers. In April 1967, near Da Nang, Martini's company was ambushed by a numerically superior North Vietnamese force. The rice paddy turned into a meat grinder, bullets slicing through the air like angry bees. Several Marines were hit and stranded in the open. Martini didn't wait for orders. He sprinted straight into the kill zone, hauling a wounded Marine back to safety. Then he went back again, dragging another man across open ground under relentless fire. On his 3rd trip, bullets finally found him. Mortally wounded, Martini still tried to crawl forward, trying to reach one last Marine who was crying out for help. He made it a few more feet before he collapsed. His dying words were reportedly for his fellow Marines, urging them to stay low and stay alive. He didn't get medals, rank, or glory while he was breathing, but when the shooting stopped, his platoon knew exactly what kind of man he was. The Medal of Honor he received posthumously doesn't just mark bravery, it marks absolute selflessness. Gary Martini wasn't a veteran or a war hero when he left home. He was just a kid. But in one impossible moment, he became the kind of Marine every Marine wants to be. In 1862, a doctor named Richard Gatling invented a machine he thought would end war by making it too deadly to fight. Instead, he built the world's first practical rapid-fire weapon. The Gatling gun used multiple rotating barrels, each firing once per revolution as a hand crank spun the cylinder. The design solved 2 problems, overheating and jamming. While one barrel fired, the others cooled and reloaded, allowing sustained fire rates of 200 rounds per minute, unheard of at the time. Civil War generals were skeptical. The Army bought only a handful, and they saw limited service before the war's end. But by the 1870s, the Gatling gun had become a symbol of industrial warfare, used to crush uprising and defend colonial outposts around the world. It fired 58 caliber or 45-70 rounds from a gravity-fed hopper. Crews could mow down charging infantry or cavalry before they got within musket range. In the wrong hands, it was a weapon of terror. Richard Gatling never got his wish. His invention didn't make war obsolete. It made it faster, louder, and far deadlier. From his crank-driven barrels came the lineage of every modern automatic weapon to follow. Specialist 4th Class George A. Ingalls was a quiet Californian who gave his life in an instant to save his brothers. Born in 1946 in Hanford, he grew up in Southern California and was drafted into the Army during the Vietnam War. By 1967, he was serving with the 1st Cavalry Division. On April 16th, his platoon was on patrol near Duck Pho when they were suddenly caught in an enemy ambush. Automatic weapons fire and grenades exploded around them, throwing the unit into chaos. In the middle of the firefight, an enemy grenade landed directly among Ingalls and several of his fellow soldiers. Without hesitation, Ingalls threw himself onto it. The blast killed him instantly, but every other soldier in the blast radius survived. His act was as sudden as it was decisive, a split-second choice to give up his life so that his brothers could live. For his sacrifice, George A. Ingalls was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. He was just 21 years old. His story is one of pure instinctive courage, the kind that doesn't come from training or orders, but from the deepest sense of duty to the men fighting by your side. George A. Ingalls, proof that sometimes the greatest heroism happens in a single heartbeat. On August 5, 1966, Navy Lieutenant George Thomas Coker was flying an A-6 Intruder over North Vietnam when his aircraft was hit by enemy fire. He and his bombardier navigator ejected over hostile territory and were quickly captured, beginning more than 6 years as prisoners of war. Coker was sent to the infamous Hanoi Hilton, where he endured brutal interrogations, beatings, and months of solitary confinement. His captors tried to use him for propaganda, but Coker's defiance became legendary. In one interview, staged for foreign journalists, when asked about his future plans, he boldly replied, "Go home." Coker also made daring escape attempts, once slipping out of his cell and making it to the Red River before being recaptured. His persistence and refusal to submit inspired fellow POWs and frustrated his captors. Throughout his captivity, Coker helped maintain the POW's secret communication network, passing vital, morale-boosting messages through the walls via the TAP code. Released in 1973 during Operation Homecoming, Coker returned home as a decorated officer. He continued to serve in the Navy and became active in veterans organizations, sharing the lessons of unity and endurance forged in captivity. From the cockpit of an intruder to escape attempts under enemy guard, George Coker's story is one of courage, resilience, and an unwavering will to be free. Colonel George Bud Day's Medal of Honor story isn't about one battle. It's about 6 years of resistance. On August 26, 1967, Day's F-100 Super Sabre was shot down over North Vietnam. Captured and badly injured, he escaped into the jungle, surviving on berries and rainwater for nearly 2 weeks before being recaptured just miles from U.S. lines. Over the next 5 years as a prisoner of war, Day was beaten, starved, and tortured, yet he never broke. He led other POWs in covert communications, organizing resistance inside the prison, and maintaining morale against impossible odds. His refusal to cooperate earned him years in solitary confinement, but he never gave his captors information, even under torture. When released in 1973, he was one of the most decorated officers in U.S. history. Bud Day's Medal of Honor wasn't for a single act of valor. It was for surviving hell with dignity and defiance, proving that courage doesn't end when the war outside does. First Lieutenant George H. Cannon was a Marine artillery officer stationed on tiny Midway Atoll's outpost of Sand Island when war came to him. On December 7, 1941, the same morning Pearl Harbor was attacked, Japanese forces struck Midway with a bombardment of shells and bombs. Cannon was in his command post directing communications when an enemy shell slammed into the bunker. The blast shattered the position, knocked out radios, and severely wounded Cannon, leaving him with broken bones and massive injuries. Despite being gravely hurt, he refused evacuation. Cannon insisted on staying at his post, calmly directing the restoration of communications and relaying fire orders to keep his battery in the fight. He knew that if he left, the defenses would collapse in the middle of the attack. Only after the bombardment ended and his men were safe did Cannon allow himself to be moved. He died of his wounds shortly after. For his extraordinary courage and devotion to duty, First Lieutenant George H. Cannon was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor, the first Marine to receive the decoration in World War II. His sacrifice at Midway ensured his men could continue the fight, even as he gave his life. Today, his name is remembered not only on Midway's rolls of honor, but also at Camp Cannon in Guam, standing as a reminder of the Marine ethos. You never abandon your post, no matter the cost. First Lieutenant George K. Sisler was a young Army intelligence officer with the 5th Special Forces Group attached to a Vietnamese Ranger Battalion. At 24 years old, he was already known for leading from the front. On February 7, 1967, near Hao Ninh Province, Sisler's small unit was suddenly attacked by a superior North Vietnamese force. The enemy had the numbers and the firepower, and they tried to surround and overwhelm the Americans and South Vietnamese Rangers. Sisler realized that if his unit was encircled, no one would make it out. Without hesitation, he grabbed his rifle and led a counterattack directly into the teeth of the assault. His aggressive charge stunned the enemy and broke their momentum, buying precious time for his men to reposition. Wounded in the exchange, Sisler refused evacuation. Instead, he organized another assault, moving his men to high ground. As enemy soldiers closed in, he spotted a group maneuvering to cut off his Rangers. With no time to spare, Sisler charged again, leading a small group into close combat. He was mortally wounded while driving back the encirclement, but his actions prevented his force from being surrounded and destroyed. His leadership saved countless lives and allowed his unit to withdraw safely. For his extraordinary heroism, First Lieutenant George K. Sisler was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor in 1968. His family accepted the medal from President Lyndon B. Johnson. Sisler's sacrifice shows the essence of combat leadership, not standing back and giving orders, but charging forward, even when the odds are impossible, because the lives of your men depend on it. Sergeant George D. Libby wasn't a career soldier looking for glory. He was a mechanic who rose to heroism in the first desperate days of the Korean War. In July 1950, Libby was serving with the 3rd Engineer Combat Battalion, part of the U.S. 24th Infantry Division. American forces had been rushed into Korea to slow the North Korean invasion, but they were badly outnumbered and constantly retreating. On July 20th, near Daejeon, Libby's unit was ambushed during a withdrawal. His convoy was torn apart by heavy enemy fire. Without hesitation, Libby climbed aboard a disabled truck and began pulling wounded soldiers to safety, shielding them with his own body. He then flagged down another truck and helped load the wounded, all while exposing himself to gunfire. As the truck attempted to break out of the ambush, Libby repeatedly placed himself between enemy fire and his fellow soldiers. He returned fire with his rifle, buying precious time. At one point, he used his own body as a human shield to protect the driver, taking multiple hits but refusing to stop. Even after being wounded, he kept fighting, determined to get the men through. The truck finally pushed through the enemy roadblock and reached friendly lines, but George Libby didn't survive. He died of his wounds, having sacrificed himself so that his comrades could live. For his extraordinary courage and selfless devotion to his fellow soldiers, Sergeant Libby was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. He was the first U.S. soldier of the Korean War to receive it. George D. Libby's name lives on today. not only in the Medal of Honor roles, but also on the Libby Bridge in Seoul, South Korea, a tribute to the man who gave everything in the opening battles of a long, brutal war. George Preddy wasn't just a fighter pilot. He was the top P-51 Mustang ace of World War II. Born in Greensboro, North Carolina, he dreamed of flying long before America entered the war. Rejected by the Navy for being underweight, he eventually made it into the Army Air Corps, and by 1943 he was in Europe with the 352nd Fighter Group, the blue-nosed bastards of Bodny. Preddy's flying skills were nothing short of legendary. He was aggressive, precise, and had a knack for being in the right place at the right time. Flying his P-51 Mustang, Cripes-A-Mighty, he became one of the most feared American pilots in the skies over Europe. In just one day, August 6, 1944, he shot down 6 German aircraft in less than an hour, one of the greatest single-day tallies in U.S. history. By the end of 1944, Preddy had racked up 26.83 confirmed kills. Don't ask me about the decimal point, making him the top Mustang ace of the war. His peers described him as calm under pressure and fearless in combat. But tragically, his story ended just as the Allies were closing in on victory. On Christmas Day, 1944, during the Battle of the Bulge, Preddy and his squadron were chasing German fighters at low altitude. In the chaos, American ground troops mistook them for enemy planes and opened fire. Preddy's Mustang was hit by friendly anti-aircraft fire. He crash-landed but didn't survive. He was just 25 years old. George Preddy's legacy is one of unmatched skill, courage, and a life cut short in the final push towards Allied victory. Today, he's remembered not only as America's greatest Mustang ace, but as one of the finest fighter pilots of World War II. In October 1944, near Biffentine, France, Private George Saccato's platoon was pinned down by fierce German counterattacks. When his squad leader was killed, Saccato took charge. He led a furious charge over open ground, killing 12 enemy soldiers and helping capture 34 more. A Japanese American fighting while his own family was held in U.S. internment camps, Saccato's bravery shattered every doubt cast on his loyalty. Decades later, after a review of discriminatory records, his Distinguished Service Cross was upgraded to the Medal of Honor. George Saccato stands among the Nace heroes of the famed 442nd, the most decorated unit in U.S. military history. On March 8, 1943, off the coast of New Guinea, Private George Watson was aboard the SS Jacob when it was struck by Japanese bombers. The ship burst into flames, began to sink, and dozens of men were thrown into the shark-infested waters. Watson, a supply clerk with the all-black 29th Quartermaster Regiment, had a chance to save himself, but chose not to. Instead, he swam back and forth through the oil-slicked waves and enemy fire, rescuing one soldier after another, towing them to safety. He refused to climb aboard a life raft while others were still struggling in the water. Exhausted after saving multiple men, Watson slipped beneath the waves and drowned. He was just 26. For decades, his heroism went largely unrecognized. But in 1997, over 50 years later, George Watson was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor, one of 7 Black World War II veterans finally honored after long overdue review. He didn't carry a weapon, he didn't take a hill, he saved lives until it cost him his own. George Watson showed that heroism isn't always loud or violent. Sometimes it's quiet, determined, and selfless. In the middle of chaos, he became a lifeline, and in doing so, became a hero that history refused to forget. Major Gerald Orrin Young was a U.S. Air Force rescue helicopter pilot and a man who refused to leave anyone behind. On November 9, 1967, his HH-3E Jolly Green Giant was hit by a heavy ground fire while rescuing a downed Special Forces team in Laos. The helicopter crashed and exploded, killing most of the crew. Burned and injured, Young crawled through the jungle to find survivors. Under enemy pursuit, he dragged the wounded into cover and refused rescue attempts that would expose them to danger. He evaded capture for 17 hours, guiding rescue aircraft by radio even as the enemy closed in. When finally extracted, he was barely conscious. Gerald Young's Medal of Honor reflected the spirit of the Air Rescue Service motto, that others may live. Second Lieutenant Gordon M. Craig was only 24 when he gave his life in Korea. A young officer in Company I, 15th Infantry Regiment, 3rd Infantry Division, he was already known for his calm under fire and devotion to his men. On September 10, 1950, near Kaesong, his platoon was pinned down by a fortified North Korean position. Enemy fire raked their line, halting the advance and threatening to wipe out his men. Craig moved from foxhole to foxhole, urging his soldiers forward and steadying their nerves under brutal fire. Then the enemy launched a counterattack. As the North Koreans closed in, they hurled grenades into the American position. One of them landed right in the middle of Craig's squad. Without hesitation, Craig threw himself directly onto the grenade, absorbing the blast with his body. He was killed instantly, but his sacrifice saved 4 of his men. Inspired by his example, his platoon rallied and pressed forward, overrunning the enemy positions that had threatened to destroy them. For his heroism, Second Lieutenant Gordon M. Craig was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor in 1951. His mother accepted the medal on his behalf. Craig's story is one of the clearest examples of selfless sacrifice, a leader who chose in a split second to give his own life so that others could live. His name lives on as a symbol of courage, remembered by his regiment and in the Army's proud tradition of service. On July 11, 1969, in Thua Thien Province, Vietnam, Specialist 4 Gary Ray Roberts was serving as a rifleman with the 1st Cavalry Division when his company was ambushed by a well-entrenched enemy force. Pinned down by withering machine gun and rocket fire, the advance ground to a halt. Casualties mounted, the enemy held the high ground. That's when Roberts stood up. He charged through open terrain to rescue 2 wounded comrades, dragging them to safety under fire. Then, without orders, he grabbed extra ammo and grenades and ran straight at the enemy. Alone, Roberts assaulted 4 separate enemy bunkers, moving from position to position with fierce determination. He destroyed each one, silencing the guns that had pinned his company for hours. Because of his actions, the company was able to resume the assault and secure the objective. Roberts was just 19 years old. For his extraordinary courage, relentless aggression, and selfless heroism, Gordon Ray Roberts was awarded the Medal of Honor, becoming one of the youngest living recipients of the Vietnam War. He later rejoined the Army and retired as a colonel, continuing a lifetime of service. Gordon Ray Roberts didn't wait for backup. He was the backup. 1 teenager, 4 bunkers, and a fearless charge into history. In 1944, Allied POWs pulled off one of the gutsiest prison breaks in history. Welcome to the Great Escape. Stalag Luft 3 wasn't your average prison camp. It was built specifically to stop escapes. Raised huts, sandy soil, microphones. The Germans weren't messing around. The POWs said, "Challenge accepted." Led by RAF squadron leader Roger Bushell, codenamed Big X, they secretly dug 3 tunnels, Tom, Dick, and Harry. These guys ran a full-blown underground railroad, electric lights, ventilation, rail carts, even a document forgery department. If LinkedIn existed in 1944, these guys ran a startup. On March 24, 1944, they went for it. 76 men slipped into the night before the guards caught on. Sadly, the Nazis rounded up 73 of them. Hitler personally ordered 50 executed, violating the Geneva Convention. Straight up war crime. But the escape humiliated the Germans, tied up resources, and became legend. Hollywood made it famous. Steve McQueen made it cool. 76 tried, 3 made it home, but every one of them stuck it to the Reich. That's the Great Escape. Imagine a 15-foot wave of sticky brown molasses racing through your neighborhood at 35 miles an hour. This isn't a cartoon, it's Boston, 1919. On January 15, 1919, a massive storage tank holding over 2 million gallons of molasses burst in Boston's North End. The tank, poorly built and rarely inspected, simply couldn't handle the pressure as temperatures rose. When it failed, a tsunami of molasses swept through the streets, crushing buildings, overturning train cars, and killing 21 people.
People and horses were trapped and drowned in the gooey flood. Rescuers struggled to wade through the knee-deep syrup to find survivors. Cleanup took weeks, and for decades after, locals swore the streets still smelled of molasses on hot days. So next time you drizzle syrup on pancakes, remember, once upon a time, molasses was deadlier than dynamite. This is the Schwerer Gustav, the biggest gun you've probably never heard of, and yes, it's real. Built by Nazi Germany in the 1940s, Gustav wasn't a cannon, it was a mountain killer. It weighed 1,350 tons. It fired shells the size of a school bus, 31 inches across. Each shell weighed 7 tons. That's like launching an entire elephant at 2,700 feet per second. Firing this beast wasn't quick. It took 250 men just to assemble it, 2,500 to actually operate it, and every shot required 45 minutes of prep. Its big moment, the siege of Sevastopol in 1942. Gustav demolished Soviet fortifications that normal artillery couldn't scratch. One shot reportedly penetrated 100 feet of concrete and 30 feet of steel. But here's the problem. It was comically impractical. It needed custom rail tracks. It was a logistical nightmare, and Allied air power made it obsolete before it saw much action. In the end, Schwerer Gustav fired less than 50 times in combat. It was eventually scrapped to avoid capture, a giant, glorious waste of steel. The Gustav gun, proof that just because you can build something doesn't mean you should. December 6, 1917, Halifax, Nova Scotia. Two ships collide in the harbor, the Norwegian Emo and the French ship Mont Blanc, loaded with 3,000 tons of explosives. Fire breaks out. Thousands watch from their windows, unaware of the danger. Then, boom! The largest man-made explosion at the time rips through Halifax. A shockwave flattens buildings, shatters glass 50 miles away, and creates a 60-foot tsunami. Over 1,600 people are killed instantly. 9,000 more are injured. Many blinded by flying glass. The city is buried in rubble. Yet the people of Halifax rebuild. Aid pours in from around the world, including a famous Christmas tree sent each year from Nova Scotia to Boston as thanks for their help. First Lieutenant Harold Bascom Durham Jr. was an artillery forward observer with the 1st Infantry Division, the Big Red One. On October 17, 1967, near Lake Hay, his unit was ambushed by a much larger enemy force. Durham immediately exposed himself to direct heavy fire, adjusting artillery rounds dangerously close to his own position to keep the enemy at bay. Wounded by shrapnel, he refused evacuation, continuing to direct fire even as his radio operator was hit beside him. A grenade landed between them. Durham threw himself on it, taking the full blast. Still conscious, he pulled himself upright and continued calling coordinates, directing a final barrage that broke the assault before succumbing to his wounds. Durham's Medal of Honor captures the essence of battlefield leadership, a man who literally used his last breath to keep fighting. Gunnery Sergeant Harold Edward Wilson was the kind of Marine whose presence alone could stabilize a bad situation. He had already completed one enlistment before the Korean War, but when the shooting started overseas, he re-enlisted. Not for glory, but because he believed Marines deserved leaders who understood what combat really demanded. That belief was put into the ultimate test on April 23, 1951. Near the village of Huachan, Wilson's company walked straight into a massive enemy ambush. Mortars, machine guns, and small arms fire erupted from multiple directions, tearing into the Marines and threatening to collapse the entire formation. Wilson was hit almost immediately, but he refused evacuation. Instead, he crawled from foxhole to foxhole, directing fire, redistributing ammunition, and rallying Marines who were low on everything except fear. Each time he moved, he exposed himself to more fire. Each time he was hit again, 3 separate wounds in total. And each time he insisted he was fine and kept going. When enemy forces attempted to overrun parts of the line, Wilson picked up a rifle and joined the defense personally, fighting shoulder to shoulder with the Marines he was trying to keep alive. Under his leadership, the company held together long enough to withdraw in good order. Only after the enemy finally broke contact, and only after every wounded Marine had been moved to safety, did Wilson agree to receive medical treatment. By then, he was barely conscious. Wilson's Medal of Honor captures what his Marines already knew. He wasn't just a leader by rank, he was a leader by example.
In the middle of an ambush meant to annihilate his company, he became the backbone that kept it from breaking. Captain Hal Pease Jr. wasn't looking for an easy mission. He volunteered for the impossible one. Born in Plymouth, New Hampshire in 1917, Pease earned his wings as an Army Air Corps pilot before the war. By 1942, he was flying B-17 Flying Fortresses in the desperate defense of the Philippines and New Guinea. In 1942, word came that Japanese forces were reinforcing their positions at Rabaul. The U.S. needed bombers to strike the enemy, but many planes were grounded from battle damage. Pease stepped forward and chose a battered, half-wrecked B-17 that other crews had written off. With mechanics patching it together just enough to fly, Pease climbed into the cockpit and took off. Against heavy anti-aircraft fire and swarms of Japanese fighters, he pressed the attack anyway, delivering his bombs on target. His fortress was ripped apart in the process, and witnesses later said it went down in flames near Rabaul. Pease and his crew never returned. For his gallantry and determination, Captain Harl Pease Jr. was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. He was just 25 years old. Today his name lives on at Pease Air National Guard Base in New Hampshire, a reminder of the pilot who refused to quit, even when his odds of coming back were almost zero. On December 18, 1965, just 4 days after arriving in Vietnam, First Lieutenant Harvey C. Barnum found himself in the middle of chaos. His Marine company was ambushed near Kai Fu by a well-entrenched Viet Cong force. The company commander was killed instantly, radios were down, and confusion reigned. Barnum didn't hesitate. Amid heavy gunfire, he picked up the fallen commander's radio and took charge. With no time to assess, he rallied the Marines, reorganized the attack, and called in precise artillery strikes, often dangerously close to his own position. Then, under withering fire, Barnum personally carried the dead commander's body and a wounded radio operator through the open ground to a safer location. Still under fire, he led a counterattack, maneuvered the company to secure a landing zone, and oversaw the evacuation of the wounded. All in less than 4 hours, his leadership held the company together and saved countless lives. For his extraordinary heroism, Harvey Barnum was awarded the Medal of Honor. But he wasn't just a battlefield leader. He went on to serve over 27 years in the Marine Corps and later as Assistant Secretary of the Navy. Harvey Barnum stepped into command in the darkest moment and lit the way forward with sheer grit, courage, and calm under fire. A Marine's Marine from day one. The Hawken rifle is the gun that built legends and a good portion of the American West. Developed in St. Louis in the early 1820s by Jacob and Samuel Hawken, it became the rifle of choice for trappers, explorers, scouts, and anyone who expected trouble beyond the next ridgeline. Unlike the long, graceful Kentucky rifles of the previous generation, the Hawken was compact, heavy-barreled, and meant for serious close-quarter stopping power. It fired a large caliber round, often 50 or 54 caliber, capable of dropping anything from elk to grizzly. The Plains demanded a rifle that hit hard, shot reliably, and didn't fall apart in brutal conditions. The Hawken delivered. Its half-stock design, iron furniture, and sturdy percussion lock made it rugged in cold, heat, dust, and snow. Mountain men like Jim Bridger and Kit Carson carried Hawken rifles, not because they were fashionable, but because their lives depended on gear that never quit. A typical Hawken had a 33-inch barrel, double-set triggers for precise shooting, and enough heft that it felt more like a small howitzer than a pioneer's rifle. But accuracy was superb. In the hands of someone who knew it, the Hawken could reach out past 200 yards. In the wilderness, that meant clean kills instead of long chases. As America expanded westward, the Hawken became a symbol of frontier independence. When immigrants headed towards Oregon, California, and Utah, rifles stamped J&S Hawken, St. Louis, were prized more than gold. The Hawken faded with the rise of cartridge rifles, but its legacy remains. A tool built for hard men in harder places. The rifle that helped tame a continent. Private Hector Cafferata was the kind of Marine you could build a movie around, except no one would believe it actually happened. At the Chosin Reservoir in November 1950, his company was attacked before dawn by hundreds of Chinese soldiers. Cafferata didn't even have time to put his boots on. He grabbed his rifle, a box of grenades, and started fighting barefoot in the snow. For hours, he single-handedly held off wave after wave of enemy attacks. When grenades landed near him, he picked them up and threw them back. At one point, an enemy grenade landed in his foxhole where another Marine lay wounded. Caparata kicked it away. It exploded, wounding him, but saving his buddy's life. By the time reinforcements arrived, his position was littered with enemy dead. He basically held an entire flank by himself. Caparata downplayed it, later saying, "I just did what any Marine would have done." Except that's not true. Most Marines don't fight barefoot for 5 hours in a blizzard against a regiment. He got the Medal of Honor for that day, but the legend came with it. Second Lieutenant Henry A. Comiskey Sr. was a Marine who believed in leading from the very front. A World War II veteran of Iwo Jima, he was back in combat just a few years later in Korea with Company C, 1st Battalion, 1st Marines, 1st Marine Division. On September 20th, 1950, during the Incheon landings, Comiskey's platoon was ordered to seize a heavily defended hill overlooking the beachhead. The Marines charged forward but were quickly pinned down by intense enemy fire. The attack was stalling and the hill remained in enemy hands. Comiskey didn't wait. Grabbing his carbine, he charged alone up the slope, sprinting through a storm of bullets. He reached the crest and leapt into the nearest trench, gunning down the North Koreans inside at point-blank range. Without stopping, he ran down the trench line, firing as he went, clearing it bunker by bunker. By the time his men caught up, Comiskey had already killed or driven off an estimated 40 enemy soldiers and secured the position. His reckless bravery shocked both friend and foe, but it broke the defense and allowed his platoon to capture the hill. For his actions, Second Lieutenant Henry A. Comiskey Sr. was awarded the Medal of Honor in 1951, becoming one of the first Marines to receive the decoration in the Korean War. Comiskey went on to serve a long Marine Corps history, retiring as a major. His story at Incheon remains a classic example of Marine leadership. When the fight stalls, you don't wait for orders. You take the hill yourself and drag everyone else forward with you. On November 9, 1943, during the bitter fighting of Bougainville, Private First Class Henry Gerke and another Marine were manning a two-man foxhole when Japanese forces launched a fierce, determined counterattack. Grenades and rifle fire pounded their position as the enemy tried to break through the Marine perimeter. Gerke and his partner fought back with everything they had, rifles, grenades, and sheer willpower, but the enemy kept closing in. Then a Japanese grenade landed directly inside their foxhole. There was no time to throw it out, no space to escape. And besides, Gerke was a Marine armed with a critical weapon, a flamethrower, one of the most decisive tools the unit had in the defense. In a single, instinctive move, Gerke shoved his partner aside and threw himself onto the grenade, curling around it to absorb the full blast. He died instantly. His partner, because of that split-second sacrifice, lived. And because that Marine survived, the flamethrower stayed in the fight, helping repel the enemy attack and securing the position. Gerke's final act didn't just save a life, it preserved the firepower needed to stop the Japanese from overrunning the perimeter. Henry Gerke made a choice few men ever face, and even fewer make. He traded his life to protect his brother and the mission, and in doing so, he saved them both.
Meet Henry Johnson, a World War I soldier who fought like a demon in the Argonne Forest. May 1918. Johnson and a buddy are on night watch when a German raiding party hits them. 20 men, grenades, bayonets, the works. Johnson, he fights back with a jammed rifle, then switches to grenades, then a bolo knife when he runs out of everything else. Wounded 21 times, he keeps slashing and stabbing until the Germans finally break and run. By the end, 4 are dead, many more are bleeding, and Johnson's still standing. The U.S. Army didn't give him a medal. They didn't even give him disability pay. It took almost a century before he got the Medal of Honor he deserved. Want to know how one man turned the tables on an entire German assault?
On June 12, 1952, near Piragong, Korea, Private First Class Henry Svela was leading from the front, literally. His platoon came under intense enemy fire during an assault, and the attack started to falter. Svela didn't wait for someone to tell him what to do. He surged ahead, taking point and dragging the entire platoon forward with him. Enemy grenades and machine gun fire were ripping through the formation, but Svela kept pushing, delivering accurate fire and rallying the men every time they hesitated. He wasn't just fighting the enemy, he was tearing open the path needed for the assault to succeed. Then, in the middle of the chaos, an enemy grenade landed among his squad. It was close, too close. Without hesitation, Svela threw himself onto it, absorbing the full blast with his body. The explosion killed him instantly, but it saved the Marines around him. Because of that sacrifice, the platoon maintained momentum, completed the assault, and prevented the enemy from regrouping. His actions didn't just save lives in the moment, they altered the entire outcome of the engagement. Henry Svela didn't survive Korea, but the men he shielded lived because he believed protecting them was worth everything he had. His Medal of Honor, awarded decades later, stands as recognition of a hero who gave everything in a single, selfless instant. When Japanese forces attacked Pearl Harbor on December 7, 1941, Marine aviator Henry T. Elrod was stationed thousands of miles away on Wake Island, a lonely outpost in the Pacific. Within hours, Wake became the next target. Flying his F-4F Wildcat fighter, Captain Elrod led desperate sorties against overwhelming odds. On December 11th, as the Japanese launched a naval assault, Elrod's bombs and machine guns struck with deadly precision. He became the first American pilot in World War II to sink a Japanese warship from the air, sending the destroyer Kisaragi to the bottom. But his fight didn't end in the sky. After his aircraft were destroyed in later raids, Elrod picked up a rifle and fought alongside the Marines defending Wake's beaches. He organized ammunition, directed defenses, and personally threw grenades at advancing Japanese troops. On December 23rd, the final invasion began. Vastly outnumbered, Elrod held his ground. In the thick of battle, he was killed while protecting his fellow Marines. Wake Island fell that day, but not before its defenders had inflicted heavy losses and inspired a nation reeling from Pearl Harbor. For his conspicuous gallantry and intrepidity at the risk of his own life above and beyond the call of duty, Captain Henry T. Elrod was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. Elrod's heroism proved that America would not go quietly into the night. His story is one of a fighter pilot turned infantryman, refusing to yield until his last breath. Corporal Herbert A. Littleton wasn't a rifleman or a machine gunner. He was a Marine radio man, the guy whose job it was to keep everyone talking while the shooting happened somewhere else. But war doesn't care about MOS codes, and on April 22, 1951, near Chungcheong, Korea, Littleton found himself in the middle of a night attack that turned every man into a frontline fighter. The enemy struck under the cover of darkness, using grenades, small arms fire, and sheer numbers to try to break through Littleton's platoon. Chaos erupted instantly. Shouted commands, muscle flashes, explosions. In the middle of this, one grenade arced out of the darkness and landed directly among the Marines Littleton was supporting. He had only a heartbeat to react, and he didn't waste it. Littleton threw himself onto the grenade. No hesitation, no calculation, no time to think about anything except the Marines beside him. The explosion killed him instantly, but his body absorbed the full blast, saving the lives of everyone around him. His platoon, shaken but intact, fought off the assault and held their ground. Every man who survived that night owed it to the radio man who decided their lives mattered more than his own. Littleton's Medal of Honor citation is short, almost understated. A simple recounting of a Marine who saw a grenade, understood the stakes, and made the decision rooted in pure selflessness. There's no complex battle plan, no multi-hour fight, no back and forth heroics. Just one Marine, one moment, and a choice that defines the very concept of valor. Hubert A. Littleton's legacy endures because his sacrifice demonstrates something universal. Sometimes the greatest acts of heroism last less than a second, but their impact lasts forever. On December 7, 1941, Ensign Herbert C. Jones was just 23 years old, serving as a gunnery officer aboard the battleship USS California when Japanese planes screamed into Pearl Harbor. The first wave struck with devastating precision. Bombs and torpedoes slammed into the California, filling compartments with smoke and oil-choked water. Amid the chaos, Jones rallied his men to keep the ship's anti-aircraft batteries firing back at the attackers. Then disaster struck. A bomb blast ripped through the gun deck, scattering crewmen and leaving Jones badly wounded. Despite his injuries, he refused to leave his post. He organized the evacuation of his wounded men, making sure they were carried to safety while he stayed behind to keep the fight going. Jones directed sailors to pass ammunition to the guns, even as flames spread around them. When smoke made the area unbearable, he ordered his men out. "Leave me here," he insisted, knowing he could no longer escape. His priority was his crew, not his own survival. As the California continued to burn and settle into the harbor mud, Jones was last seen at his station, refusing to abandon his duties. He perished with his ship that morning, a young officer who had already proven himself a leader in the crucible of war. For his extraordinary courage and self-sacrifice above and beyond the call of duty, Ensign Herbert C. Jones was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. Jones's actions remind us that bravery isn't measured by age or rank. In the darkest hours of Pearl Harbor, a young officer chose duty over life, and in doing so, secured his place among America's heroes.
Herbert Emery Schoenland was born on September 7, 1900 in Portland, Maine. He graduated from the U.S. Naval Academy in 1925 and embarked on a distinguished naval career, serving aboard multiple vessels before eventually joining the heavy cruiser USS San Francisco as its damage control officer. On the night of November 12th and 13th, 1942, during the brutal naval battle at Guadalcanal, the San Francisco was struck repeatedly by Japanese fire, sustaining severe damage, flooding, and the loss of all senior officers. In the chaos, Schoenland took command of damage control operations. Working in darkness and chest-deep water, he orchestrated the use of superior bilge pumps and opened lower deck hatches to lower the ship's center of gravity and stabilize her condition. Despite exhaustion and danger, he remained at his post until watertight integrity was restored and the ship could steam away under its own power. His quick thinking and fearless determination saved the San Francisco and the lives of many aboard. For his extraordinary courage and leadership that night, Schoenland was awarded the Medal of Honor at the White House in January 1943. He retired from Navy service in 1947, later advancing to the rank of Rear Admiral on the retired list. He passed away on November 13, 1984, and was laid to rest at Arlington National Cemetery. A naval damage control training building, Schoenland Hall, bears his name, honoring the legacy of a true hero.
On November 7, 1943, during the brutal fighting of Bougainville, Sergeant Herbert J. Thomas led a Marine patrol into a dense, concealed Japanese position. As they advanced through the jungle, the enemy opened fire from multiple directions, pinning down the Marines in a deadly crossfire. Thomas immediately took charge, maneuvering his squad forward and directing fire to break the ambush. Spotting a key enemy machine gun nest, he led a direct assault, closing the distance under heavy fire. When he reached grenade range, he threw 2 grenades to neutralize the position. One of them bounced back. With only seconds to act, and Marines directly beside him, Thomas did what Medal of Honor citations are built on. He threw himself onto the grenade, absorbing the entire blast with his body. He was killed instantly, but the Marines beside him were untouched. His sacrifice broke the center of the enemy line, allowing his patrol to press the attack, overwhelm the Japanese position, and regain the initiative in an engagement that could have ended in disaster. Herbert Thomas didn't hesitate. He didn't calculate odds. He saw danger coming in for his men and intercepted it with his own life. The men he saved went on to finish the mission. They survived because he chose not to.
In February 1991, the Gulf War was almost over, but Saddam's forces, they were making a run for it. The Iraqi army was retreating north on Highway 80, trying to escape from Kuwait to Basra. What happened next would become one of the most controversial chapters of the war. Over 1,400 vehicles, tanks, trucks, cars, even looted civilian vehicles all jammed together, a sitting duck. The U.S.-led coalition unleashed everything. A-10 Warthogs, F-15s, Apache helicopters. It wasn't a battle, it was a turkey shoot. In hours, the road turned into hell. Burning vehicles, shattered bodies, twisted metal stretched for miles. Hundreds, maybe thousands were killed. The world would call it the highway of death. Some call it justified, others a war crime. Either way, it sent a message. Don't start wars you can't finish.
Captain Hilliard A. Wilbanks wasn't in an infantry platoon. He was in the air. A forward air controller with the U.S. Air Force, he flew the small, unarmored Cessna 01 Bird Dog, spotting enemy movements and directing airstrikes. On February 24, 1967, over Dalat, Wilbanks was flying a reconnaissance mission when he spotted a large North Vietnamese force setting up an ambush against South Vietnamese Rangers. With no strike aircraft immediately available, the Rangers were moments from walking into disaster. Wilbanks didn't wait. Flying low and slow, he dove his little observation plane straight at the enemy. With nothing but a pair of M16 rifles on board, he opened fire out the side window, raking the enemy columns. His repeated strafing runs disrupted the ambush and gave the Rangers time to react. But each pass drew heavier fire. On his final attack run, his plane was riddled with bullets, and Wilbanks was mortally wounded. He managed to crash land but died soon after. The South Vietnamese Rangers survived, spared from annihilation by his reckless bravery. For his extraordinary heroism, Captain Hilliard A. Wilbanks was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor in 1968. His family accepted the medal from President Lyndon B. Johnson. Wilbanks' story is a reminder that heroism doesn't always come with heavy firepower. Sometimes it's a lone pilot in a tiny plane, armed with little more than grit and a rifle, who chooses to risk everything to save others.
Meet HIMARS, the rocket launcher that fits on the back of a truck and ruins your enemy's whole week. HIMARS stands for High Mobility Artillery Rocket System, because Death Dealer on wheels was apparently too honest. It can fire 6 Gimler's rockets up to 50 miles away with pinpoint GPS accuracy. That means if your coordinates are in the system, you're basically already dead. Or it can fire a single ATACMS missile out to 190 miles. Think of it as FedEx for high explosives. Guaranteed overnight delivery. The real beauty? Mobility. Unlike traditional rocket artillery, HIMARS can shoot, scoot, and be gone before counter-battery fire even shows up. It's like a guerrilla sniper, but with 200-pound warheads. And yes, Ukraine has been using it to turn Russian ammo dumps into 4th of July fireworks. One volley can wipe out millions of dollars in equipment in seconds. Originally developed in the late 1990s, it's now one of the most requested systems in the world, because when you absolutely positively need to vaporize something today, HIMARS delivers.
Corporal Hiroshi Hershey Miyamura carried more history into the Korean War than most soldiers his age. As a Japanese American who grew up during World War II, he had watched his own country force families like his into internment camps. Instead of turning bitter, he joined the U.S. Army, determined to serve a nation that hadn't always served people like him. That sense of loyalty shaped everything that happened on April 24th, 25th, 1951, near Taejeon-ni. When an overwhelming enemy force attacked his position, Miyamura immediately mounted his machine gun and began cutting down attackers. The volume of fire directed at him was immense, but he stayed on the weapon until it overheated and jammed. Instead of falling back, he fixed his bayonet and charged into the darkness, engaging enemy soldiers in close combat and stopping the initial breakthrough cold. As his squad pulled back, Miyamura covered their withdrawal, killing more than 50 enemy troops in a series of ferocious, close-quarter fights. He refused to leave until his men were safe, an act that guaranteed he would be captured when the enemy finally overwhelmed the position. For the next 28 months, Miyamura endured brutal conditions as a prisoner of war, unaware that the United States had already awarded him the Medal of Honor in secret. The award was classified until his release to protect him from retaliation by his captors. When he was finally freed in 1953, Miyamura learned that he had been recognized for the very actions that nearly cost him his life, and for the extraordinary courage that saved the lives of his entire squad. Miyamura's story is one of loyalty, endurance, and the refusal to let history define a man's character. He didn't just fight for his country, he redefined what patriotism looks like under fire. In the age between muzzleloaders and machine guns, the Hotchkiss revolving cannon was the bridge, a terrifying one. Invented by Benjamin Hotchkiss in the 1870s, this cannon used multiple rotating barrels, similar to a gigantic Gatling gun, but firing explosive 37, 47, or even 53 millimeter shells. It wasn't meant for infantry. It was meant to tear apart fortifications, ships, and massed troops with frightening precision. Its 5-barrel cluster rotated with each crank, allowing sustained fire without overheating. Unlike the Gatling, the Hotchkiss cannon fired full artillery shells, each capable of shredding walls, fences, or packed formations. Militaries around the world bought them for colonial campaigns because they offered the firepower of field artillery, but with rapid fire capability. On the battlefield, a Hotchkiss could fire 60 rounds per minute, a rate unheard of for artillery at the time. Navies loved it too. Mounted on battleships and merchant vessels, it became the first true anti-torpedo boat weapon. When small, fast craft made steam-powered attacks, the Hotchkiss cannon turned them into splinters. Its biggest legacy came during the Spanish-American War, where both sides used it at sea and on land. Though eventually overshadowed by the Maxim machine gun, the Hotchkiss revolving cannon provided a crucial transitional weapon. It showed the world that rapid-fire, high-explosive ordnance was a battlefield necessity, not luxury. It wasn't elegant, but it was brutally effective. The moment artillery learned to fire faster than anyone could run. Captain Howard V. Lee didn't just fight in Vietnam. He turned what should have been a massacre into a stand that earned him the Medal of Honor. On August 8, 1966, Lee led a small Marine patrol into Quang Tri Province. They were deep in enemy country when a battalion of North Vietnamese soldiers launched a full-scale ambush. The Marines were outnumbered nearly 10-1. Instead of falling back, Lee rushed forward through a storm of automatic fire, rallying his men. He grabbed an M79 grenade launcher and started blasting the enemy at point-blank range, keeping the North Vietnamese off balance. When one Marine was badly wounded in the open, Lee sprinted through incoming fire, dragged him to cover, and kept firing until his weapon was destroyed. Even after taking shrapnel wounds himself, Lee refused evacuation. He organized a tight perimeter, redistributed ammo, and directed what little supporting fire they could get. For hours, he fought off waves of attacks, personally accounting for multiple enemy casualties, while steadying his outnumbered Marines. When reinforcements finally arrived, Lee's leadership and ferocity had held the line. His actions prevented his patrol from being wiped out, saving dozens of lives. For his heroism, Captain Howard V. Lee received the Medal of Honor from President Lyndon B. Johnson in 1968. Lee later retired from the Marine Corps as a colonel, remembered for the day he turned a hopeless ambush into a survival story. His courage proves that one determined leader can make the difference between annihilation and victory. Commander Howard Gilmore's final order was 3 words long, and it saved his crew. February 1943, aboard the submarine USS Growler. While attacking a Japanese convoy, his sub was rammed by an enemy ship. The collision crippled the bridge, killing several men and wounding Gilmore himself. Bleeding badly and unable to reach the hatch, he realized the only way to save his crew was to submerge, meaning he'd drown on the surface. He gave one last command: take her down. The sub dove. Gilmore didn't make it. He was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor for choosing certain death so his men could live. To this day, submariners still repeat those words as the ultimate symbol of command. Master Sergeant Hubert Lewis Lee's fight near Ipori on February 1, 1951, was a lesson in pure stubbornness. When his platoon leader went down and the unit began to fall back under overwhelming fire, Lee took command. He rallied his scattered men, reorganized the line, and led not 1 but 3 counterattacks to retake lost ground. Each time he was hit by bullets, grenades, and shrapnel, but he kept going, refusing evacuation. By the time reinforcements arrived, Lee's small, bloodied group had reclaimed their position and broken the assault. His Medal of Honor recognized what his soldiers already knew. Leadership means staying on your feet when no one else can. On June 5, 1966, near Ma Khoa in Vietnam, Captain Hugh Revis Nelson Jr. was piloting a UH-1 Huey during an intense combat mission.
His helicopter was hit by enemy fire and crash landed behind enemy lines within range of hostile troops armed with automatic weapons. Despite being wounded in the crash, Nelson immediately went to work saving his crew. He pulled the crew chief from the wreckage and carried him to a safer position under direct fire. Then, hearing cries from the trapped door gunner still inside the burning aircraft, Nelson went back, through enemy fire and into the wreckage. He freed the wounded man, shielded him with his own body, and held on until the gunner was strong enough to throw a smoke grenade to mark their position. Nelson stayed with his crew until the end, refusing to leave them behind. He was mortally wounded while protecting the very men he swore to lead. For his unwavering courage, selflessness, and total devotion to duty, Captain Hugh R. Nelson Jr. was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. He didn't just serve with honor, he gave it with his life. When his helicopter fell from the sky, Hugh Nelson rose to meet the moment. One pilot, one wrecked bird, one final act of absolute heroism. Captain Humbert Rocky Versace was a U.S. Army officer and intelligence advisor assigned to the 5th Special Forces Group in Vietnam. On October 29, 1963, while accompanying a civilian irregular defense group patrol, Versace's unit came under intense enemy fire in An Nguyen province. Severely wounded in the knee and back, he continued to fight until he was overpowered and captured. As a prisoner of war, Versace embodied the U.S. Army Code of Conduct. He took charge of fellow American captives, resisted enemy interrogations, and made 3 escape attempts despite his injuries and the harsh jungle conditions. Isolated in a small bamboo cage, shackled for long periods, and given minimal food, he never wavered in his loyalty. He refused to accept propaganda, maintained his faith, and remained defiant in the face of repeated efforts to break his will. After nearly 2 years in captivity, Captain Versace was executed by the Viet Cong on September 26, 1965. On July 8, 2002, he was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor, becoming the first U.S. Army POW in Southeast Asia to receive the nation's highest military award for actions taken during captivity. His courage remains a lasting example of honor and resistance under the most extreme conditions. On the morning of December 7, 1941, Rear Admiral Isaac C. Kidd was aboard his flagship, the battleship USS Arizona, when the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor began. Kidd was a career officer, known as a steady leader who had risen from the Naval Academy to command the Pacific Fleet's Battleship Division I. As bombs and torpedoes rained down, Kidd didn't seek shelter. He rushed to the bridge, taking command and directing his men to return fire. Witnesses recalled his calm presence, rallying sailors as chaos unfolded around them. Then came the fatal strike. A Japanese bomb pierced the forward deck and detonated the ship's massive ammunition magazine. The explosion was catastrophic, lifting the Arizona out of the water, tearing her apart, and killing over 1,000 men instantly. Admiral Kidd was last seen on the bridge, still issuing orders. His body was never recovered. Instead, his Naval Academy class ring was later found fused to the bridge's metal, a haunting reminder of his final moments. For his actions, conspicuous gallantry, and intrepidity at the risk of his own life above and beyond the call of duty, Rear Admiral Isaac C. Kidd was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor, the first flag officer of the United States Navy to be killed in World War II. Kidd's sacrifice was immortalized not only in medals and citations, but in the Navy itself. The destroyer USS Kidd was named in his honor, carrying his legacy forward through the remainder of the war and beyond. Admiral Kidd's story is one of duty to the very end. He stood with his men aboard the Arizona and went down with his ship, a commander who embodied the Navy tradition of never abandoning the fight. This is Jack H. Jacobs, and he absolutely refused to die. March 9, 1968, Quien Phong Province, Vietnam. Lieutenant Jacobs' advisory team gets absolutely hammered in a mortar attack. His commander's out, his unit's pinned, and the whole thing's going sideways. Jack takes shrapnel to the head and eyes, bleeding, half blind. Most people would call it a day. Jacobs decides it's time for overtime. He grabs a rifle, charges through enemy fire, pulls wounded men out one after another, dragging them hundreds of meters to safety. Rinse and repeat 13 times. All while calling in airstrikes, coordinating defense, and probably thinking, I didn't wake up for this, but here we are. That's how Jack H. Jacobs walked into history. And yes, he still had shrapnel in him when he received the medal. Meet Jack Lucas, the kid who lied his way into the Marine Corps at 14 years old. Yes, 14. He forged his mom's signature, bulked up on milk and mashed potatoes, and somehow convinced the recruiter he was 17. Welcome to World War II. Fast forward to Iwo Jima. Lucas and his squad are pinned down in a trench when 2 Japanese grenades land at their feet. Most people panic. Jack, he dives on both, one under his chest, one in his hand. One explodes. Somehow Jack survives, full of shrapnel, but alive. The second grenade was a dud. At 17, after 22 surgeries, Jack Lucas becomes the youngest Marine ever awarded the Medal of Honor. Moral of the story? Don't ever bet against a teenage Marine.
Jackson Charles Ferris was born on June 26, 1912 in Columbus, Georgia, and embarked on a distinguished Navy career when he enlisted in April 1933. After serving aboard the USS Mississippi, he joined the USS California in early 1941 as a gunner and ordnance specialist. On December 7, 1941, during the Japanese surprise attack on Pearl Harbor, Ferris was stationed on the California's third deck when a torpedo struck nearly beneath him. The blast knocked him unconscious, but he swiftly recovered. Despite serious injuries and intense smoke, oil, and flooding aboard the ship, he organized a manual ammunition supply line for the anti-aircraft guns. Recognizing the ship's perilous list, he directed damage control measures to counter flood compartments and, even after passing out twice from fumes and trauma, continued his heroic efforts, salvaging ammunition, dragging unconscious shipmates to safety, and ensuring the California remained operational during the attack. Ferris was originally awarded the Navy Cross, but in June 1948, his award was upgraded to the Medal of Honor, which he received from President Harry S. Truman at the White House. Despite his wounds and lung damage, he continued to serve, earning his commission and later seeing action aboard the USS St. Paul. He retired medically in 1948 at the rank of lieutenant commander and passed away on October 17, 1966. He was interred at Arlington National Cemetery. The destroyer escort USS Ferris was launched in his honor in 1972, a lasting tribute to his extraordinary courage and leadership under fire.
February 7, 1966, Macon, Republic of Vietnam. Staff Sergeant James A. Gardner's unit was ordered to seize a heavily fortified enemy position that had already stalled multiple assaults. The Viet Cong had machine guns, mortars, and hidden bunkers dug deep into the jungle. Every approach was a kill zone. Gardner knew if someone didn't break the stalemate, the entire operation would fail. Without waiting for orders, he grabbed his M79 grenade launcher and sprinted forward alone. Dodging enemy fire, he blasted bunker after bunker, sometimes firing from just a few yards away. He cleared 6 positions in rapid succession, each time exposing himself to enemy fire so his men could advance. As they neared the final stronghold, Gardner charged again, but just as he fired, he was hit by enemy rounds. Mortally wounded, he fell only feet from the last bunker. His fearless assault had destroyed the enemy's defensive line, allowing his company to overrun the position and secure the objective. For giving everything to achieve victory, Staff Sergeant James A. Gardner was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. One man against an entire defensive network, and he took it apart, one bunker at a time.
Captain James A. Graham was 25 years old when he led his company into hell. On June 2, 1967, near the demilitarized zone in Vietnam, Graham's company came under withering fire from entrenched North Vietnamese forces. Pinned down, outnumbered, and surrounded, he made the kind of decisions that define command. He repeatedly exposed himself to enemy fire to reorganize his Marines and direct supporting fire. When one platoon became cut off, Graham personally led a small team through heavy fire to reach them, dragging wounded men out and calling for air support within 50 meters of his own position. As night fell, ammunition ran out. When the order came to withdraw, Graham stayed behind to cover his Marines' retreat. He manned a machine gun until his last rounds were gone, then radioed that he'd fight until they were clear. He was never seen alive again. His remains were recovered years later. James Graham's Medal of Honor isn't just about bravery under fire. It's about the burden of command and a leader's final duty, making sure his men come home, even if he doesn't. First Lieutenant James Allen Taylor wasn't supposed to survive the battle at Quezon Valley on November 9, 1967, but he refused to leave his men behind. His armored column came under a ferocious ambush. When the lead vehicle was hit, Taylor dismounted under fire, rescued the wounded crew, and returned to fight. He did it again and again. Each time he climbed onto burning vehicles to pull men out while bullets cracked past his head and shrapnel tore through the air. Wounded himself, he continued to direct fire and refused evacuation until the last man was safe. Taylor's Medal of Honor recognized relentless, calculated courage. Not a single moment of heroism, but a sustained refusal to stop until everyone else was accounted for. Private First Class James Anderson Jr. was just 20 years old when he became the first African American Marine to receive the Medal of Honor. A rifleman with Company F, 2nd Battalion, 3rd Marines, 3rd Marine Division, he had only been in Vietnam a short time when his courage defined him forever. On February 28, 1967, during an operation near Cam Lo, Anderson's platoon was caught in an intense firefight with a well-entrenched North Vietnamese force. Enemy bullets and grenades rained down, pinning the Marines and inflicting heavy casualties. Anderson was in the middle of his squad when a grenade suddenly landed among them. Without hesitation, he pulled it to his chest, curled his body around it, and absorbed the full blast. The explosion killed him instantly, but every Marine near him survived. For his extraordinary sacrifice, Private First Class James Anderson Jr. was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor in 1968. His mother accepted the medal from President Lyndon B. Johnson. Anderson's story is remembered as a moment of absolute selflessness. In less than a second, he chose his brother's lives over his own. His actions didn't just save Marines in that firefight, they set an example for generations to come of what it means to give everything for the men beside you.
On May 24, 1969, in Bin Long Province, Vietnam, Staff Sergeant James L. Bonsteel led a reconnaissance in-force mission when his company was suddenly ambushed by a battalion-sized enemy force with fortified bunkers and heavy weapons. Facing overwhelming fire, Bonsteel charged straight into the chaos. He single-handedly destroyed 4 enemy bunkers, using grenades and rifle fire, often at point-blank range. He repeatedly ran through open ground to reposition his men, treat the wounded, and resupply critical ammunition, ignoring his own safety every step of the way. Wounded multiple times and blown off his feet by grenade blasts, Bonsteel refused evacuation. He continued fighting for over 4 hours, coordinating the defense and leading counterattacks that ultimately forced the enemy to withdraw. His action saved the lives of countless soldiers and turned a potential disaster into a hard-fought victory. For his unmatched bravery and leadership under fire, James L. Bonsteel was awarded the Medal of Honor. He didn't just hold the line, he was the line. A warrior with relentless drive, fearless instincts, and the kind of courage that makes legends. Later, the largest U.S. military base in Kosovo would bear his name, Camp Bonsteel, because when the bullets flew and the odds collapsed, James Bonsteel stood tall.
Staff Sergeant James Daniel Slayton was a squad leader in the 157th Infantry Regiment. On September 23, 1943, near Oliveto, Italy, his platoon was pinned down by multiple enemy machine guns. Slayton crawled forward alone with a handful of grenades and an M1 rifle. He destroyed one position, then turned his fire on a second. Mortally wounded by return fire, he continued the attack until both guns were silenced, clearing the way for his men to advance. He died shortly afterward, but his platoon reached the objective because of him. Slayton's Medal of Honor captured the raw courage of infantry warfare, the brutal simplicity of one man deciding the outcome for everyone else. Sergeant James Johnson was a squad leader near Kumsong, Korea in December 1951 when his platoon was ambushed by a superior enemy force. When his squad was pinned down, Johnson ran into the open to draw fire away from his men, killing several attackers with grenades and rifle fire. Even after being wounded, he kept fighting, covering his squad's withdrawal. When the enemy closed in, he fixed his bayonet and went down swinging, one man against dozens. They found him later surrounded by enemy dead. Johnson's Medal of Honor was awarded posthumously, but his legend lived long after. The men who served with him said he fought like he was made of iron, and when the shooting stopped, nobody could believe one man had done that much damage. Bosun's mate First Class James E. Williams wasn't just a sailor, he was a river warrior. By 1966, he was already a veteran with nearly 2 decades in the Navy, serving on the rivers of Vietnam with the River Patrol Force. His job? Patrol the Mekong and root out enemy supply lines. On October 31, 1966, Williams was leading 2 patrol boats on the Mekong River when they stumbled onto a fleet of enemy sampans ferrying supplies. The Viet Cong opened fire immediately. Outnumbered and outgunned, most men would have pulled back. Williams ordered the opposite. He pressed the attack. For 3 hours, his patrol boats fought a running battle against an enemy force estimated at nearly 100 vessels, plus hidden riverbank positions. Williams maneuvered his boats like they were fighter jets, darting into ambushes, spraying fire with 50 cals, and then pulling back to draw the enemy into open water. When his ammo began to run low, Williams called in helicopter gunships and directed their strikes with precision, hammering the Viet Cong from above while his boats continued the fight below. By the end of the battle, enemy losses were massive. Dozens of sampans destroyed, supply routes severed, and countless enemy dead. Williams' aggressive tactics and refusal to give ground turned what could have been a disastrous ambush into one of the most decisive river engagements of the war. For his actions that night, James E. Williams received the Medal of Honor from President Lyndon B. Johnson in 1968. He retired as a bosun's mate chief after 20 years in the Navy, remembered as one of the most decorated sailors in U.S. history. The guided missile destroyer USS James E. Williams, DDG-95, carries his name, a fitting tribute to the man who made the Mekong his battlefield. Private First Class James H. Monroe wasn't a rifleman, he was a medic. At 22 years old, serving with Company C, 1st Battalion, 8th Infantry Regiment, 4th Infantry Division, his mission was to save lives, not take them. On February 16, 1967, near Bong Son, Monroe's company was hit by a sudden enemy attack. Mortars and automatic weapons fire tore through the formation, dropping soldiers across the battlefield. Without hesitation, Monroe ran into the open, moving from man to man, treating wounds under a storm of bullets. He carried casualties back to cover, then went straight back into the kill zone for more. At one point, he knelt beside a wounded soldier. An enemy grenade landed next to them. Monroe instantly threw himself on the grenade, absorbing the blast with his own body. He was killed instantly, but the soldier he was treating and others nearby survived. For his extraordinary heroism, Private First Class James H. Monroe was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor in 1968. His mother accepted the medal on his behalf from President Lyndon B. Johnson. Monroe's sacrifice embodies the spirit of combat medics everywhere, unarmed, exposed, and focused entirely on saving others, even at the cost of their own life. His final act was not to fight back, but to shield a comrade, proving that sometimes the greatest courage is in selflessness. Staff Sergeant James Ersley Pointer was a Marine who refused to back down, even when the odds said he should. Born in 1916 in California, he served in World War II before returning to civilian life. But when Korea erupted in 1950, Pointer re-enlisted, unwilling to sit out while others fought. By November of that year, Pointer was leading a squad of the 7th Marines near Sudong, North Korea. His unit suddenly came under attack by a numerically superior enemy force. Mortars and small arms fire rained down as waves of Chinese troops surged forward. Pointer took charge, rallying his men and directing their fire. But the Chinese kept pressing. When his squad's position was about to be overrun, Pointer acted without hesitation. Grabbing grenades, he charged straight into the enemy. He hurled them with deadly effect, breaking up the assault and buying his Marines precious time. Wounded and outnumbered, Pointer fought until he was killed in action. His stand saved countless lives by allowing his platoon to hold the line. For his extraordinary heroism, Staff Sergeant James I. Pointer was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. He was a veteran of 2 wars who made the ultimate sacrifice in the last moments of his life, choosing his Marine survival over his own. On November 21st, 1951, near Seokgae, Korea, First Lieutenant James L. Stone found himself and his platoon facing a nightmare scenario. An enemy battalion, hundreds of troops, bearing down on just 48 men. The math wasn't bad, it was catastrophic. But Stone's platoon was the blocking force, and he intended to do the job. As enemy mortars and machine guns tore into their position, Stone calmly moved along the line, adjusting fields of fire, redistributing ammunition, and keeping his men steady. When the assault wave slammed into them, he directed the defense like a battlefield surgeon, precise, focused, and unshakable. But the enemy pressure kept growing. Stone was wounded early, but he stayed on his feet, continuing to fight with blood running down his face. When another heavy assault breached the perimeter, he personally led a counterattack, pushing the enemy back long enough for his wounded to be evacuated. Soon, nearly every man was either dead or injured. Stone himself had been hit multiple times. When the final enemy charge crashed into the platoon, he ordered the remaining able-bodied soldiers to retreat. He stayed behind with the wounded, firing until he could no longer stand. When the enemy finally overran the hill, Stone and the wounded survivors were captured. His refusal to abandon his men and his determination to fight against impossible odds saved lives and earned him the Medal of Honor. Technical Sergeant James Marion Logan earned his Medal of Honor on the very first day of the Allied invasion of Sicily, July 11, 1943. When his platoon was pinned down by German machine gun fire near Gela, Logan crawled forward alone, flanking the position. He lobbed grenades into the nest, killing or scattering the crew. Moments later, he spotted a second gun and repeated the maneuver, clearing that one as well. When the smoke cleared, both emplacements were silent and his platoon advanced. Logan's actions on the opening day of the campaign broke the first enemy line and saved countless lives. His Medal of Honor recognized initiative, the kind of fast, decisive courage that turns a stalemate into a victory before anyone even has time to give the order. Seaman First Class James R. Ward was just 20 years old, serving aboard the battleship USS Oklahoma at Pearl Harbor on December 7, 1941. When the Japanese attack began, the ship was hit almost immediately by torpedoes and began capsizing. As water and smoke filled the gun turret where Ward was stationed, the order came to abandon ship. Most of the crew scrambled for the exits, but visibility was nearly gone, and escape routes were blocked in darkness. Ward made a choice. Instead of saving himself, he grabbed a flashlight, braced his body against the wall, and aimed the beam to guide the shipmates out. One by one, sailors stumbled past him, using that light to escape into the open. When the last man cleared the turret, the ship rolled. Ward was still inside, holding the light, and went down with the Oklahoma. For his extraordinary courage and selflessness, Seaman First Class James R. Ward was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor in 1942. His story is one of quiet heroism, a young sailor who stood in the dark with nothing but a flashlight, choosing to be the beacon that saved others, even though he knew it meant he would never leave the ship. On September 9, 1965, Navy Commander James B. Stockdale was leading the A-4 Skyhawk mission over North Vietnam when anti-aircraft fire slammed into his jet. He ejected over enemy territory and was immediately captured, beginning 7.5 years as a prisoner of war, much of it in the notorious Hanoi Hilton. As a senior ranking officer among American POWs, Stockdale became the backbone of their resistance. He organized a secret communication network, enforced the code of conduct, and refused to allow his men to be used as propaganda tools. When the North Vietnamese prepared to parade him for foreign journalists,
Stockdale deliberately disfigured himself, cutting his scalp and beating his own face so they could not exploit him. Enduring starvation, torture, and years in solitary confinement, he held firm. His leadership kept the POWs unified under unimaginable pressure. Released in 1973 during Operation Homecoming, Stockdale returned home as a living symbol of honor under fire. He continued to serve in the Navy, retiring as a vice admiral, and later entered public life, even running for vice president of the United States. From the cockpit to the prison cell, James Stockdale's story is one of unshakable integrity and defiance in the face of cruelty. In November 1951, First Lieutenant James L. Stone found himself and 48 men of Company E, 8th Cavalry Regiment, manning an outpost near the Imjin River in Korea. That night, nearly 800 Chinese troops launched a brutal attack to overrun the position. Massively outnumbered, Stone refused to retreat. Wave after wave of enemy soldiers stormed the hill. Stone moved up and down the line, rallying his men, directing fire, and manning machine guns himself when crews were killed. When a grenade blast knocked him to the ground, he got back up and kept fighting. Wounded 3 times, he refused evacuation, even as more of his troops fell. When it became clear they would be overrun, Stone ordered the few remaining able-bodied men to withdraw. He stayed behind with the wounded and continued firing until he was finally captured. He would spend the next 22 months as a prisoner of war, surviving harsh conditions before being released in 1953. For his courage, leadership, and selfless sacrifice under overwhelming fire, James L. Stone was awarded the Medal of Honor. He didn't just hold the line, he was the line. A soldier who embodied duty to the very end, even when the odds said otherwise. James L. Stone fought for his men and never once thought of himself.
Private James W. Reese was part of the U.S. Army's 26th Infantry Regiment during the invasion of Sicily in 1943. On August 5th, his mortar section came under heavy counterattack from German forces outside Mount Vesilio. When communication lines were cut, Reese took command of the section and directed accurate fire until ammunition ran out. Then he grabbed a rifle and sprinted toward the enemy lines to protect the crew's withdrawal. Alone and exposed, he took up a firing position in a shallow ditch and fought until he was killed. His stand delayed the enemy advance long enough for his company to regroup and hold their position. Reese's Medal of Honor recognized a soldier's instinct to fight until the mission and his men were safe. He didn't die charging a hill or taking an objective. He died holding the line when everything else was falling apart.
April 11, 1966, near Bong Son, Republic of Vietnam, Sergeant James W. Robinson Jr. was leading his squad when they were suddenly hit by intense enemy fire from well-dug-in positions. Pinned down, Robinson crawled forward under fire, directing his men and tossing grenades into enemy bunkers. When his own weapon jammed, he picked up a discarded rifle and kept fighting. Spotting a wounded comrade exposed in the open, Robinson sprinted through the kill zone to drag him to safety. Moments later, he charged another enemy position, killing its defenders and seizing their machine gun to pour fire into retreating forces. Then came the turning point. A grenade landed among his men. Without hesitation, Robinson grabbed it and hurled it back, but it detonated in his hand, wounding him severely. Bleeding and in pain, he refused evacuation, instead pressing the attack. He destroyed yet another bunker before a burst of enemy fire struck him down. His actions had broken the enemy defense, allowing his unit to take the objective. For his extraordinary heroism, Sergeant James W. Robinson Jr. was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. One soldier, multiple wounds, and the will to fight to the finish, no matter the cost.
In 1944, Japan launched a bizarre campaign. Over 9,000 hydrogen balloons carrying bombs across the Pacific. Riding the jet stream, these silent weapons drifted for days before landing across the US and Canada. Some sparked forest fires. One tragically killed a minister's wife and 5 children in Oregon, the only World War II combat deaths on US soil from enemy action. The US kept the attack secret to prevent panic, while forest rangers quietly combed woods for unexploded bombs. Japan hoped to ignite vast fires and divert American war resources.
In the end, the campaign fizzled, but it made history as the first intercontinental weapon system. Even today, balloon bombs still turn up, rusty but dangerous, buried in the wilderness.
Jared Monty didn't die trying to be a hero. He died trying to save his soldier. June 21st, 2006, Gordesh, Afghanistan. Monty's unit is ambushed by Taliban fighters on high ground. Pinned down, outnumbered, mortars and machine guns everywhere. Then one of his soldiers, Specialist Brian Bradbury, is hit and laying in the open. Monty makes a choice. He runs into the kill zone to save him. The first attempt, he's driven back. The second, the same result. Third time, he gets within feet of Bradbury before a burst of fire cuts him down. Monty was killed instantly. Bradbury didn't make it either. But everyone else did. Because Monty didn't stay behind cover, he ran through fire for a brother. Jared Monty, his last act was pure selflessness. Jason Dunham saw the grenade and used his helmet, his body, and his life to stop it. April 14, 2004, Iraq. Corporal Dunham and his Marines intercept a vehicle near the Syrian border. The driver lunges with a grenade. Dunham doesn't flinch. He yells a warning, then throws himself on the grenade. He covers it with his Kevlar helmet, and then with his body. The blast saves the lives of fellow Marines. He absorbs the full force. Dunham is evacuated. He clings to life for 8 days, then passes away with his family by his side. His sacrifice was immediate, deliberate, and complete. Jason Dunham didn't just protect his men, he gave them a future.
Meet the FGM-148 Javelin, America's shoulder-fired tank killer that absolutely ruins armor's day. Unlike old-school wire-guided missiles where you have to babysit the shot, the Javelin is fire and forget. You lock it on, pull the trigger, and let it do its thing. Its secret sauce? A thermal seeker that locks onto heat signatures. Tanks are basically giant hot metal boxes. The Javelin loves giant hot metal boxes. It uses a top attack flight profile. Instead of hitting the front where the armor is thickest, it flies up, comes down, and smashes through the thin top armor like a can opener. Range? Up to 2.5 kilometers. Warhead? Tandem charge heat. One charge blows through the reactive armor, the second punches through the main armor. Brutal. The Javelin has been a star in Ukraine, where Russian tanks have learned to fear the St. Javelin meme for good reason. Simple to use, devastatingly effective, and tanks, they absolutely hate it.
Jay Zemer Jr. was born on July 25, 1918, in Carlisle, Pennsylvania. A driven young man, he graduated from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology with a degree in civil engineering and earned his pilot's wings in March 1941. After joining the U.S. Army Air Corps, he served with several bomb squadrons before deploying to the Southwest Pacific in late 1942 with the 65th Bombardment Squadron, 43rd Bomb Group, under the 5th Air Force. On June 16, 1943, Captain Zemer volunteered to pilot a B-17 bomber, nicknamed Old 666, on a crucial solo aerial mapping mission over the heavily defended Buka area near Bougainville in the Solomon Islands. When approximately 20 Japanese fighters ambushed the formation, Zemer pressed forward with the mission. He was severely wounded, sustaining gunshot injuries in both arms and legs and breaking one leg, but skillfully maneuvered the aircraft so his gunners could drive off the attackers. Over a grueling 40-minute dogfight, they downed at least 5 enemy planes, with Zemer personally shooting down one. Despite being weakened by blood loss and collapsing into unconsciousness at times, he remained in command, refusing medical aid until the enemy threat had passed. He then turned over controls briefly, but continued to direct the flight of the crippled aircraft on the 580-mile return to base, guiding his crew safely home. For his extraordinary display of courage, leadership, and composure under fire, Zemer was awarded the Medal of Honor on January 4, 1944. His entire crew received the Distinguished Service Cross, and his navigator, Joe R. Sarnosky, also received the Medal of Honor posthumously. After being promoted to lieutenant colonel, Zemer retired in 1945 due to injuries. He earned a master's in aeronautical engineering and went on to a successful career in aerospace, working with Pratt & Whitney, Hughes Aircraft, and Raytheon. He later settled in Maine, where he lived quietly until passing away on March 22, 2007. Zemer was the last living Medal of Honor recipient from the U.S. Army Air Forces at the time of his death, and he was laid to rest at Arlington National Cemetery.
Second Lieutenant Jed Colby Barker was 22 years old when his patrol was ambushed near Con Thien on September 13, 1967. Under a storm of fire, Barker moved among his men, directing defense and calling for air support. When a grenade landed in the center of their position, he dove on it without hesitation. He absorbed the blast with his body, saving his entire patrol. Barker's Medal of Honor citation captures the core of Marine leadership: the instinct to lead, the duty to protect, and the acceptance that the cost might be everything.
On July 18, 1965, Navy Commander Jeremiah Denton was flying his A-6 Intruder over North Vietnam when enemy fire crippled his jet. He ejected over hostile territory and was quickly captured, beginning nearly 8 years as a prisoner of war in the infamous Hanoi Hilton. Denton endured brutal beatings, starvation, and years in solitary confinement. But his moment of quiet defiance came in 1966 during a forced television interview arranged by his captors for propaganda. As he answered their questions, Denton blinked deliberately, spelling out the word torture in Morse code. It was the first confirmation to the outside world that American POWs were being mistreated. He became a key leader among the prisoners, helping to organize covert communications and maintain discipline despite the relentless efforts of the North Vietnamese to break their will. Released in 1973 during Operation Homecoming, Denton stepped off the plane with his salute crisp and his resolve unshaken. He went on to become a U.S. Senator from Alabama, advocating for national defense and the welfare of veterans. From the skies over North Vietnam to the prison cells of Hanoi, Jeremiah Denton's story is one of courage, clever defiance, and an unbreakable commitment to honor.
On September 6, 1951, near Saguri, Korea, Corporal Jerry K. Crump found himself and his squad in one of the worst nightmares infantrymen can face, completely surrounded. During the night, enemy forces launched a coordinated assault that smashed into Crump's position from multiple sides. Machine guns, grenades, rifle fire, the works. Most squads would break under that kind of pressure. Crump chose to make a stand. As the enemy surged up the slope, Crump moved from foxhole to foxhole, firing, shouting orders, keeping his men steady while the circle closed in. When hostile troops breached the perimeter, he fought them off at point-blank range, holding the line through sheer stubborn will. Then came the moment that decided everything. An enemy grenade landed in the center of his group. Too close, too fast, and with nowhere to run. Crump didn't hesitate. He threw himself on top of it, absorbing the blast to save his squad. Miraculously, he survived, though badly wounded. Before anyone could process what had just happened, the enemy launched another assault. Crump, bleeding, shaken, half-burned, picked up his rifle and kept fighting. His refusal to quit rallied the squad, and together they held the position until reinforcements finally arrived. Jerry Crump didn't just save his men once, he saved them twice. First with his body, then with his resolve. On January 6, 1968, near Lo Giang, Vietnam, Specialist 4 Jerry W. Wickham was serving as a machine gunner when his platoon made contact with a large, entrenched enemy force. Almost instantly, the battlefield turned chaotic. Heavy automatic fire, grenades, and enemy troops maneuvering to flank the American position. Wickham didn't stay behind the line. He moved forward to the most exposed position he could find, because from there, his machine gun could actually make a difference. He laid down accurate, punishing fire that stalled the enemy assault and allowed the rest of the platoon to realign. Then came the turning point. An enemy grenade landed near him and another soldier. Without hesitation, Wickham grabbed the other man and pulled him out of the blast zone, shielding him from the explosion and saving his life. But the enemy wasn't done. Moments later, the attackers surged forward again. Wickham repositioned his machine gun and opened fire, breaking their momentum for a second time. In the middle of that fight, another grenade landed close, too close. Wickham threw himself onto it, absorbing the explosion with his own body to protect the Marines beside him. He was killed instantly, but the line held because he chose to take the blast that would have wiped out the men behind him. Jerry Wickham gave everything to save his platoon.
In March 1966, Navy Commander Jim Mulligan was flying an F-4 Phantom II over North Vietnam when his aircraft was struck by enemy fire. Forced to eject over hostile territory, Mulligan was quickly captured and taken to the infamous Hanoi Hilton. He would spend more than 7 years as a prisoner of war, enduring beatings, starvation, and extended solitary confinement. Early in his captivity, Mulligan teamed up with fellow POW Robert Shoemaker to refine and popularize the TAP code, a simple but ingenious system for communicating through cell walls. This code became a lifeline for POWs, allowing them to share news, encouragement, and critical instructions without their captors knowing. Mulligan's leadership and optimism were crucial in keeping morale alive among the prisoners. He resisted propaganda efforts, refused special treatment, and maintained the code of conduct despite constant pressure from interrogators. Released in 1973 during Operation Homecoming, Mulligan returned home with his spirit intact. He continued serving in the Navy until his retirement, later dedicating himself to veteran advocacy and sharing the POW experience with the public. From the skies over Vietnam to the cramped cells of the Hanoi Hilton, Jim Mulligan's story is one of ingenuity, unity, and the will to endure against all odds.
June 16, 1966, Hill 488, Quang Tinh Province, Republic of Vietnam. Gunnery Sergeant Jimmy E. Howard was leading an 18-man Marine reconnaissance platoon deep behind enemy lines when they spotted a large Viet Cong force moving nearby. Outnumbered more than 10 to 1, Howard's team held their ground. As night fell, the enemy launched wave after wave of assaults, backed by mortars and machine guns. Howard moved among his men, directing fire, encouraging them, and even taking over rifles when others were wounded. Every time the enemy closed in, his calm voice kept the platoon steady. By dawn, the Marines were low on ammunition, many of them wounded. Howard coordinated with supporting aircraft, calling in airstrikes so close they nearly hit his own position. Anything to keep the enemy at bay. After more than 12 hours of continuous fighting, reinforcements finally reached the hill. Of Howard's 18 men, most were wounded, but thanks to his leadership, every one of them was still alive. For his extraordinary courage, unwavering command under impossible odds, and devotion to his Marines, Jimmy E. Howard received the Medal of Honor. 18 Marines, hundreds of enemies, and a leader who refused to give an inch.
Jimmy Doolittle was the kind of man who made the impossible look like a hobby. Born in 1896, he wasn't just a pilot, he was a pioneer. He pulled off stunts in the 1920s that most people wouldn't even attempt in video games today. He was the first to fly coast to coast in under 24 hours, the first to perform an outside loop, and the man who proved you could take off, fly, and land using instruments alone. No window, no horizon, just gauges. In short, he didn't just fly airplanes, he redefined how flying was done. But Doolittle's biggest claim to fame came after the disaster at Pearl Harbor. America needed a morale boost, and Japan needed a wake-up call. The plan? Launch Army bombers off the deck of a Navy aircraft carrier, something that had never been tried before. Volunteers stepped forward, and in April 1942, Doolittle led 16 B-25 Mitchell bombers off the USS Hornet in what became known as the Doolittle Raid. It wasn't about the damage done. Fact is, the bombs themselves caused limited destruction. What mattered was the shockwave. Japan had told its people their homeland was untouchable. Doolittle proved them wrong. Every bomber launched knowing they didn't have the fuel to return. They would have to crash land in China or ditch in the sea. Doolittle himself bailed out, expecting court-martial for losing all his planes. Instead, he was awarded the Medal of Honor and promoted 2 ranks. The raid challenged the course of the Pacific War, forcing Japan to pull back resources and rethink strategy. And Doolittle? He went on to command in North Africa and Europe, ending his career as a 3-star general. Jimmy Doolittle wasn't just a pilot. He was the man who taught the world that with enough guts, you could turn a desperate gamble into a turning point in history.
May 18, 1966, near Duc Pho, Republic of Vietnam, Specialist 4 Jimmy G. Stewart, no, not that one, was serving as a squad leader on a reconnaissance mission when his unit was ambushed by a well-armed Viet Cong force. In the first moments of the fight, Stewart saw several of his men trapped in the open, pinned down by heavy machine gun fire. Without hesitation, he charged forward, firing his M16 as he closed the distance. He reached one wounded soldier, dragged him to cover, and immediately ran back out to rescue another. Each time he braved a storm of enemy bullets, refusing to leave anyone behind. When his squad was ordered to withdraw, Stewart stayed behind to cover their movement. Laying down suppressive fire, he kept the enemy's heads down long enough for his men to break contact. But as he tried to fall back himself, Stewart was struck by enemy fire. Mortally wounded, he kept firing until his rifle fell silent. His final stand had saved the lives of his entire squad. For his selfless courage and devotion to his fellow soldiers, Jimmy G. Stewart was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. One leader, one last stand, and the ultimate sacrifice for his brothers in arms. In the frozen mountains of Attu, Alaska, Private Joe P. Martinez proved that courage thrives even in the harshest places. It was May 26, 1943. U.S. forces were locked in brutal combat to drive Japanese troops from the Aleutian Islands. Martinez's unit was pinned down by fierce machine gun fire on Fish Hook Ridge. Every attempt to advance was cut short by deadly bursts. Joe had enough. Grabbing his N1 rifle, he crawled forward through snow and mud, inching closer to the enemy positions. When he was close enough, he stood and charged, firing as he ran. His sudden assault stunned the Japanese defenders, forcing them back. But Martinez didn't stop there. He kept pushing up the ridge, clearing one enemy foxhole after another, his determination igniting the men below him to follow. Near the crest, he took out the last enemy strongpoint, but in the process, he was hit by enemy fire. Mortally wounded, Joe Martinez died on the battlefield, but his actions broke the enemy line and allowed U.S. forces to seize the position. For his extraordinary bravery, he was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor, the first Hispanic-American soldier in World War II to receive it. One ridge, one rifle, and the relentless will of Joe P. Martinez.
Corporal Joe R. Baldonado was a quiet kid from Colorado who proved himself a warrior on the ridges of Korea. Born in 1930, he was the son of Mexican-American parents and enlisted in the Army during the Korean War. By late 1950, he was a machine gunner with the 187th Airborne Regiment Combat Team. On November 25th, Baldonado's unit was defending Hill 171 near Kangdong. The Chinese launched wave after wave of attacks, determined to break through. As enemy soldiers crept close in the darkness, Baldonado opened up with his machine gun, mowing them down. The Chinese regrouped, then came again. Grenades rained around his position, bullets cracked past his head, but Baldonado held his ground, firing burst after burst, keeping the ridge in American hands. He repelled 4 separate assaults, each time inflicting heavy casualties. During the 5th attack, a grenade landed right in his position. This time, Baldonado didn't survive. He was killed instantly, but by then he had already broken the back of the enemy assault and saved his platoon from being overrun. For his courage and sacrifice, Joe Baldonado was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor, an honor his family waited more than 60 years to receive, finally presented in 2014. Corporal Joe R. Baldonado, the paratrooper who gave everything to hold the hill.
On February 21st, 1968, during the Tet Offensive in Hue, Vietnam, Staff Sergeant Joe Ronnie Hooper led his company into one of the bloodiest urban battles of the war. What followed would become one of the most decorated single days in U.S. military history. Hooper was wounded almost immediately, but he refused evacuation. He charged through enemy fire, personally destroying multiple enemy bunkers and machine gun nests. With rifle, grenades, and even a knife, he cleared out trench after trench, often in brutal close-quarters combat. He was hit again. He kept fighting. Hooper rescued wounded comrades under fire, rallied his men, and led repeated assaults against fortified enemy positions. By the end of the day, he had killed at least 22 enemy soldiers and wounded many more, single-handedly. He was wounded 4 times during the fight. He never stopped. For his unmatched bravery, leadership, and utter refusal to back down, Joe Ronnie Hooper received the Medal of Honor. He would go on to earn 37 total decorations, making him one of the most decorated American soldiers of the Vietnam War. But on that day in Hue, medals didn't matter. Only grit, fury, and a warrior's instinct. Joe Ronnie Hooper wasn't just a soldier. He was a storm with dog tags. Joe Calvin Paul was born on April 23, 1946, in Williamsburg, Kentucky. After completing grammar school and 1 year of high school, he enlisted in the United States Marine Corps on April 26, 1963, just after his 17th birthday. He completed recruit training at San Diego and advanced combat training at Camp Pendleton in late 1963. He was promoted to Private First Class in December 1963 and to Lance Corporal in October 1964. He deployed to Vietnam in May 1965 as part of Company H, 2nd Battalion, 4th Marines, 3rd Marine Division. On August 18, 1965, during Operation Starlight near Chu Lai, Lance Corporal Paul's platoon was pinned down by intense Viet Cong fire, leaving several Marines wounded in exposed positions. Risking almost certain death, he dashed across open, fire-swept terrain to place himself between the enemy and the injured men. He delivered suppressive fire long enough for his comrades to evacuate, despite being critically wounded in the process. He succumbed to his injuries on August 19th. Posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor on February 7, 1967, he became one of the first Marines recognized for valor in Vietnam. His legacy endures in the names of the USS Paul, FF-1080, and in memorials honoring his courage and sacrifice.
Private First Class John Andrew Barnes III wasn't even supposed to be on the front line that day. On November 12, 1967, near Dak To, his company was ambushed by North Vietnamese regulars. Barnes sprinted through heavy fire to man an abandoned machine gun, halting the assault with precise, controlled bursts. When an enemy grenade landed among his squad, he didn't shout a warning or dive for cover. He threw himself on it. He was 20 years old. Barnes's Medal of Honor was awarded posthumously, but his example lives on. His sacrifice became the rallying point that turned a chaotic defense into victory. Sergeant John Albert Pittman was a Mississippi soldier whose instinct was to put his men first, even if it cost him everything. Born in 1928, he enlisted in the Army and found himself in Korea with Company C, 23rd Infantry Regiment, 2nd Division. On November 6, 1950, Pittman's platoon was ambushed near Kujiangdong by a much larger enemy force. Mortar and machine gun fire tore through the unit as they scrambled for cover. Pittman quickly rallied his men, organizing a defense under heavy pressure. Then the enemy lobbed a grenade directly into their position. Without hesitation, Pittman threw himself onto it, shielding his men from the blast. The explosion ripped into him, leaving him gravely wounded. But he wasn't done yet. Bleeding heavily, Pittman ordered his men to keep fighting and refused to be evacuated until the attack was broken. Only once the enemy was driven back did he allow himself to be carried out. Against all odds, he survived his injuries. For his extraordinary heroism and self-sacrifice, Sergeant John A. Pittman was awarded the Medal of Honor. His actions turned a desperate ambush into a stand his platoon could survive, and proved that one soldier's courage can mean the difference between disaster and victory. John Basilone was the kind of Marine Hollywood couldn't have invented better. Born in Buffalo, New York in 1916, he grew up in New Jersey and enlisted in the Army before finding his calling in the Marine Corps. By 1942, he was a gunnery sergeant on Guadalcanal, manning the defenses around Henderson Field. On the night of October 24th, Japanese forces launched a massive assault. Hundreds of enemy soldiers stormed the Marine lines, determined to overrun the airfield. Basilone's section had just 2 machine guns, and when one jammed, that left him with a single weapon against the onslaught. For hours he kept it firing, sweeping the enemy ranks. When ammunition ran low, Basilone ran back and forth through enemy fire, hauling shells by hand. At one point, he grabbed a .45 pistol and joined the fight up close. By dawn, nearly the entire Japanese force lay dead in front of his position. Basilone had held the line. For that night of relentless courage, he received the Medal of Honor and became a national hero. He later returned to combat, landing on Iwo Jima in 1945, where he was killed leading Marines off the beach. John Basilone remains the only enlisted Marine to receive both the Medal of Honor and the Navy Cross in World War II.
July 28, 1943, somewhere over German-occupied Europe, a B-17 Flying Fortress named Ruthie II was on a bombing run to Hanover. Second Lieutenant John C. Morgan was co-pilot when disaster struck. Enemy fighters tore into the bomber, shattering the windshield and wounding the pilot so badly that he became delirious, grappling with Morgan for the control of the aircraft. Meanwhile, the top turret gunner was dead, the oxygen system was damaged, and half the crew was injured. Morgan had a choice: subdue the pilot or keep the plane flying. He did both, holding the wounded man back with one arm while steering the bomber with the other. For 2 hours, he flew through enemy territory like this, refusing to let go until they reached England. Only after landing did he finally release the pilot, his arm nearly locked in place from the strain. His actions kept the crippled fortress in the air, saved the remaining crew, and brought home a mission that should have ended in disaster. For his incredible endurance and courage, John C. Morgan was awarded the Medal of Honor. 2 hours, one hand on the controls, and the other holding chaos at bay. That's the legend of John C. Morgan. This is John Chapman, an Air Force combat controller who went to war in Afghanistan and refused to die quietly. March 4, 2002, Roberts Ridge. His team is ambushed on a snowy mountain by Al-Qaeda fighters. Chapman charges a bunker alone, guns blazing, kills the enemy inside, buying precious seconds for his team. But he gets shot multiple times, left for dead, except John Chapman wasn't done. Minutes later, bleeding out, regaining consciousness, he picks up his rifle and fights off another assault single-handedly. Chapman stands his ground for over an hour, protecting incoming helicopters. He's hit again and again, finally succumbing to his wounds. The SEALs didn't even know he was still alive until drone footage years later proved his incredible stand. For his unmatched bravery, John Chapman was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor, the first airman to receive it since Vietnam. An absolute legend who fought till his last breath.
Lieutenant John D. Bulkley was a young PT boat commander in the Philippines when World War II came crashing in. Leading Motor Torpedo Boat Squadron 3, he faced an impossible task: fight the Japanese Navy with tiny wooden boats armed with a handful of torpedoes. From December 1941 to April 1942, Bulkley and his crew launched a relentless hit-and-run campaign in Manila Bay and beyond. They harassed Japanese shipping, rescued downed pilots, delivered supplies, and slipped commandos behind enemy lines, all while under constant threat of air and naval attack. Bulkley's most famous mission came in March 1942. With U.S. forces surrounded on Bataan and Corregidor, he was ordered to evacuate General Douglas MacArthur, his family, and staff. Against overwhelming odds, Bulkley led a daring nighttime run in his fragile PT boats, navigating 600 miles of open sea through enemy-controlled waters. Every passenger made it out alive. Even after that legendary run, Bulkley kept fighting. His boats sank enemy vessels, raided Japanese positions, and tied up resources far out of proportion for their size. His ferocity and ingenuity gave the Philippines a fighting chance in the darkest days of the war. For his extraordinary leadership and valor, Lieutenant John D. Bulkley was awarded the Medal of Honor in 1942. Bulkley went on to a long Navy career, eventually retiring as a vice admiral. His story is a reminder that sometimes the smallest ships with the boldest crews can deliver the biggest blows.
In 1965, Air Force Captain John Dermazzi was shot down over North Vietnam while flying an F-105 Thunder Chief. Captured and sent to the Hanoi Hilton, he immediately began thinking about escape. even as he endured beatings, starvation, and solitary confinement. In May 1969, Jermese and fellow POW Edwin Atterbury launched one of the most daring escape attempts of the war. Using information gathered over years, they scaled the prison wall, evaded guards, and slipped into the streets of Hanoi disguised in black pajamas stolen from their captors. For hours, they navigated through the city, heading for the Red River with hopes of reaching the countryside. But without food, maps, or local allies, their chances were slim. They were eventually spotted and captured by armed civilians. The punishment was immediate and brutal. Jermese and Atterbury were beaten mercilessly. Atterbury later died from the abuse. Jermese, though severely injured, never expressed regret for trying. Jermese later attempted another escape from a different camp, again enduring torture when it failed. His relentless determination, even in the face of almost certain death, earned him the respect of fellow POWs and a reputation as one of the most unbreakable prisoners in Hanoi. From the skies over Vietnam to two desperate bids for freedom, John Jermese's story is one of courage, audacity, and unyielding resolve.
Staff Sergeant John F. Baker Jr. was only 19 when he pulled off one of the most fearless actions of the Vietnam War. Serving with Company A, 2nd Battalion, 27th Infantry Regiment, 25th Infantry Division, he quickly earned a reputation as the kind of soldier you wanted nearby when things went wrong. On November 5, 1966, near Dao Tiang, Baker's unit was moving through dense jungle when a concealed enemy force launched a devastating ambush. Automatic weapons fire and grenades tore into the American column, cutting down men in seconds. Baker didn't freeze. Armed with his M60 machine gun, he charged straight towards the enemy bunkers. He poured fire into their positions, silencing them one by one. When his gun finally ran dry, he picked up an M16 and kept going. In a span of just a few minutes, Baker single-handedly destroyed multiple enemy positions, rescued several wounded soldiers under fire, and repeatedly exposed himself to danger to cover his squad's movement. At one point, he carried an injured comrade to safety, then ran right back into the fight without hesitation. By the time the firefight ended, Baker's action had broken the ambush and saved his unit from annihilation. He personally accounted for at least 10 enemy killed and many more forced to retreat. For his extraordinary heroism, John F. Baker Jr. received the Medal of Honor from President Lyndon B. Johnson in 1968. He went on to serve more than 30 years in the Army, retiring as a Master Sergeant. Known as Big John, he was remembered not just for his courage in Vietnam, but for his lifelong dedication to his fellow soldiers. John F. Baker Jr. proved that sometimes the youngest man on the field can rise to be the toughest fighter of them all.
December 7, 1941, as Japanese planes roared over Pearl Harbor, Chief Petty Officer John Finn didn't run for cover. He ran toward the fight. Finn was an aviation ordnance man stationed at Kaniho Bay, one of the first locations hit that morning. When the bombs began to fall, he commandeered a 50 cal machine gun, dragged it into the open, and mounted it on a makeshift stand, right out in the middle of the airfield. Standing completely exposed, he fired at wave after wave of incoming aircraft for over 2 hours. Shrapnel and bullets tore into his body, arms, chest, stomach, feet, but he kept firing, knocking enemy planes from the sky until his position was finally overrun. Even after being dragged to medical care, he refused to rest. Later that same day, still bleeding and barely able to walk, he returned to help rearm other planes for the counterattack. For his extraordinary courage and defiance in the face of a surprise onslaught, John Finn received the Medal of Honor, the first awarded in World War II. He wasn't a pilot, he wasn't in a foxhole, he was a chief with a machine gun standing tall while the world exploded around him. John Finn didn't just fight back, he lit the spark of American resistance. In May 1942, during the Battle of the Coral Sea, Lieutenant John J. Powers proved that courage sometimes means flying straight into certain death. Powers was a Navy dive bomber pilot aboard the USS Yorktown. His mission was to strike Japanese carriers threatening Australia and the US fleet. But hitting a moving ship at sea wasn't easy.
Dive bombers had to come in steep and release their bombs at the right moment, usually from 2,000 feet or higher, to give themselves a chance to pull out safely. Powers believed safe wouldn't be good enough. In practice runs, he told his men he would release his bombs at such a low altitude that he probably wouldn't survive. But if that sacrifice meant hitting the enemy, it was worth it. On May 8th, he delivered on that promise. Powers drove his Dauntless almost vertically into the Japanese carrier Shokaku. He ignored anti-aircraft fire, machine guns, and the screaming rush of the dive. He held his bomb until the last possible instant, releasing at mast height before his plane plowed into the sea. His hit was devastating, tearing into the flight deck and crippling the carrier. John J. Powers never came back from that dive, but his accuracy and bravery helped turn the tide at Coral Sea, the first battle where Japanese expansion was stopped. For his actions, Powers was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. He embodied the idea that sometimes victory demands everything a man has to give.
July 18, 1966, Quang Tri Province, Republic of Vietnam. Second Lieutenant John J. McGinney III was leading his Marine platoon as part of Operation Hastings when they came under sudden, devastating attack from a much larger North Vietnamese force. Enemy fire raked the Marines from concealed positions, wounding many in the first moments. McGinney moved through the chaos, rallying his men, directing fire, and encouraging them to hold their ground. Spotting a squad in danger of being overrun, he sprinted across open ground under intense fire to reach them. Once there, he personally took command, directing the defense and killing several enemy soldiers at close range. Over the course of the battle, McGinney repeatedly exposed himself to enemy fire, dragging wounded Marines to safety, redistributing ammunition, and keeping the platoon's defensive perimeter intact despite overwhelming odds. Even after being wounded himself, he refused evacuation and continued leading until the enemy broke off the attack. His calm, aggressive leadership had saved countless lives. For his extraordinary courage and unwavering command under fire, John J. McGinney III was awarded the Medal of Honor. One platoon, a superior enemy force, and a leader who stood in the fire with his men.
July 9, 1943, the eve of the Allied invasion of Sicily. Ensign John J. Parley was serving aboard a landing ship, preparing to send troops ashore under the cover of darkness. But the night took a dangerous turn. As the ship made ready, Parley discovered a live smoke pot set to ignite, laying dangerously close to stored ammunition. If it went off where it was, it could light up the ship for enemy gunners, or set off a deadly chain reaction. There was no time to think. Parley grabbed the burning device, cradled it in his arms, and sprinted to the deck. Smoke filled his lungs and flames scorched his hands, but he kept going. He hurled the smoke pot over the side, where it exploded harmlessly in the water. The danger was gone, but Parley had inhaled a lethal dose of smoke and fumes in the process. He collapsed shortly after, never regaining consciousness. His quick, selfless act saved his ship, his crewmates, and the success of a critical mission in the Mediterranean. For giving his life to protect others, Ensign John J. Parley was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. One decision, a few seconds of courage, and the ultimate sacrifice. That's John J. Parley's legacy.
Major John Lucian Smith was one of the Marine Corps' top fighter aces in World War II, and he earned that title the hard way, dogfighting over Guadalcanal in a beat-up Wildcat. Born in Arkansas in 1914, Smith joined the Marines in 1936 and was already a seasoned aviator when war came. By mid-1942, he was leading Marine Fighting Squadron 223 into the Solomon Islands campaign. Conditions were brutal: short supplies, sweltering heat, and constant Japanese attacks. Smith's solution? Fight harder. Between August and September 1942, Smith personally shot down 19 Japanese planes. 19. He became the first Marine ace to pass Eddie Rickenbacker's World War I tally, making him a household name back home. But Smith wasn't just racking up numbers. His leadership inspired his squadron to keep flying, even after their aircraft and bodies wore out from the grind. On one occasion, after a long day of combat, He landed with his Wildcat nearly out of fuel and riddled with bullet holes, calmly stepping out like it was just another day in the office. His cool under fire set the tone for everyone around him. For his extraordinary heroism and command during the Guadalcanal campaign, Major Smith received the Medal of Honor. John L. Smith, the kind of ace who proved the Marines could own the skies, one dogfight at a time. On October 26, 1967, Navy Lieutenant Commander John McCain was flying his A-4 Skyhawk on a bombing mission over Hanoi when a surface-to-air missile struck his aircraft. The explosion shattered his right arm and leg, forcing him to eject into Truc Bac Lake. North Vietnamese soldiers pulled him from the water and beat him before hauling him to the Hanoi Hilton. McCain's severe injuries went untreated for days. When the enemy discovered he was the son of a high-ranking admiral, they offered him early release for propaganda purposes. McCain refused, insisting that POWs be freed in order of capture, a decision that condemned him to years more of captivity. For 5.5 years, McCain endured torture, solitary confinement, and malnutrition. Despite it all, he remained defiant, drawing strength from the covert network of fellow prisoners. Released in 1973 during Operation Homecoming, McCain returned home permanently marked by the experience, but unbroken in spirit. He went on to serve in the U.S. Senate for decades, becoming one of America's most prominent political figures and a voice for veterans. From the cockpit over Hanoi to the cells of the Hanoi Hilton, John McCain's story is one of sacrifice, honor, and the will to endure the unendurable.
Second Lieutenant John Paul Bobo was a Marine officer who showed his men what it meant to fight to the last breath. Born in Niagara Falls, New York in 1943, he graduated from Niagara University's ROTC program and was commissioned into the Corps. In 1967, he deployed to Vietnam with the 3rd Marine Division. On March 30th, near Con Tien, Bobo's company was ambushed by a much larger North Vietnamese force. Mortar and machine gun fire raked the Marines as they scrambled to form a defense. Bobo was hit by a mortar round, which mangled his right leg. He could have crawled to safety, but instead, he propped himself against a tree, used his web belt as a tourniquet, and kept fighting. He ordered his men to fall back while he stayed behind, covering their movement with rifle fire. As the Marines pulled back, Bobo continued firing, holding off the enemy until he was killed at his post. His sacrifice allowed his company to regroup and survive what could have been a complete disaster. For his extraordinary courage and devotion to his Marines, John P. Bobo was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. He was just 24 years old. His final act was proof that real leadership isn't about orders, it's about standing your ground so others can live. Captain John P. Cromwell served aboard the submarine USS Sculpin during World War II, operating deep in enemy waters with one job: gather intelligence, coordinate submarine wolfpack attacks, and keep Allied operations moving in the Pacific. But Cromwell also carried something far heavier: critical top-secret knowledge about upcoming U.S. codes, tactics, and operations. If he were captured, that information could cripple the entire Pacific campaign. On November 19, 1943, the Sculpin was detected by Japanese forces and forced into a prolonged, brutal depth charge attack. The sub was hammered mercilessly until its systems were failing, and the crew had no choice but to surface and fight it out. Japanese destroyer opened fire immediately. With the submarine mortally damaged, the order to abandon ship was given. Survivors would almost certainly be captured. Cromwell knew exactly what that meant. Rather than risk interrogation and the catastrophic intelligence compromise that could follow, he made a deliberate, unthinkably difficult choice. He stayed aboard the sinking Sculpin, saluted the men evacuating, and went down with the submarine as it slipped beneath the waves. He sacrificed his life not to save a position or a beachhead, but to protect the Allied war effort itself. John P. Cromwell's courage wasn't a single moment of action. It was a deliberate decision to die to keep secrets safe and soldiers alive. Colonel John Page had a desk job before Korea. Then he decided to trade paperwork for firefights. When the Chinese invaded, he was assigned to an artillery post, but spent most of his time volunteering for frontline duty.
During the Chosin Reservoir Campaign, he personally grabbed a rifle, jumped on tanks, and fought alongside infantrymen. For 10 days, Page moved between units, directing artillery fire, organizing defenses, and shooting back whenever the enemy got close enough. When the main body began retreating, he stayed behind to cover them. One man, one machine gun, holding off an entire enemy force long enough for the last trucks to get through. He was killed in action near Sudong, still firing his weapon. Page received the Medal of Honor posthumously. His last words weren't recorded, but his actions said enough. Sometimes the most effective leadership is found behind a smoking barrel. Sergeant John W. Collier was a squad leader in Company C, 27th Infantry Regiment, 25th Infantry Division. At just 21 years old, he had already built a reputation as a soldier who always led from the front. On September 19, 1950, near Yongdong-ni, Korea, his platoon came under devastating fire from a fortified enemy position. The North Koreans poured out automatic weapons fire, pinning the Americans down in open ground. Casualties mounted quickly and the situation was on the edge of collapse. Collier refused to stay put. Crawling and sprinting through fire, he worked his way forward to identify the source of the fire and direct his men's response. Then, spotting an enemy machine gun nest that had his squad trapped, he charged it head on. He fired his rifle as he ran, closing the distance despite heavy fire. Just before reaching the position, Collier was hit and mortally wounded. But his assault had drawn the enemy's focus, giving his squad the chance to overrun the position and silence the guns. His sacrifice broke the enemy's defense and saved countless lives. For his courage and selfless leadership, Sergeant John W. Collier was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor in 1951. His mother accepted the medal on his behalf. Collier's story is one of a young NCO who understood what leadership meant in combat. Not staying safe, but stepping forward, even at the cost of his own life, to give his men a chance to survive and win. John W. Finn was a 32-year-old Chief Aviation Ordnanceman stationed at Naval Air Station Kaneohe Bay just minutes before the main assault on Battleship Row. As Japanese planes swooped in low, strafing the base and destroying aircraft on the ground, Finn didn't run for cover. Instead, he commandeered a .50 caliber machine gun, mounted it on an open stand in full view of the attackers, and began firing back. For over 2 hours, Finn stood his ground, calmly tracking enemy aircraft and pouring fire into the sky. He was a one-man anti-air battery, engaging dozens of planes and disrupting their attacks. But it came at a cost. Enemy fire riddled his position, and Finn was hit again and again. Bullet wounds, shrapnel gashes, even a broken foot. He was bleeding heavily, barely able to stand, but refused to quit. When the attack finally subsided, Finn's body was wrecked with more than 20 separate wounds. Still, he insisted on helping rearm planes and prepare the base for the possibility of another wave. Only after his commanding officer ordered him did he finally allow himself to be taken to the hospital. For his magnificent courage in the face of almost certain death, John W. Finn received the Medal of Honor, the very first awarded for actions in World War II. Finn survived the war, continuing his Navy career, and lived to be 100 years old, the last living Medal of Honor recipient from Pearl Harbor. His story proves that sometimes one determined man with a machine gun can make all the difference. Seaman First Class Johnny David Hutchins was aboard the USS LST-473 during the landings at Lae, New Guinea on September 4, 1943. As the ship approached the beach, a Japanese torpedo streaked toward them. The helmsman was killed instantly, and the ship veered off course, straight toward another torpedo. Hutchins, mortally wounded by machine gun fire, crawled to the wheel, grabbed the controls, and swung the ship clear of danger before collapsing. He died at his post, his final act saving hundreds of soldiers and sailors aboard. The Medal of Honor awarded posthumously to Hutchins stands as one of the Navy's most striking examples of duty carried out to the last breath, a dying man saving his ship and everyone on it. General Jonathan M. Wainwright IV was the man left holding the line when the Philippines fell to Japan in World War II. Born into a military family, he rose through the ranks of the cavalry before trading horses for tanks and machine guns. By 1941, he was in the Philippines under General Douglas MacArthur, preparing for the storm everyone knew was coming. When Japan struck after Pearl Harbor, Wainwright's outnumbered and undersupplied forces fought desperately on the Bataan Peninsula and later on the island fortress of Corregidor. He commanded men who were starving, sick, and running out of ammunition, but he refused to quit. Under relentless bombing and shelling, Wainwright stayed with his soldiers, sharing their hardship and their danger. By May 1942, it was hopeless. With Corregidor in ruins and his men dying around him, Wainwright surrendered, an act that haunted him, even though it saved thousands of lives. The Japanese paraded him as a defeated general, and he spent over 3 years as a prisoner of war, enduring brutal conditions. When Japan finally surrendered, Wainwright was freed. He returned to the United States expecting disgrace. Instead, he was greeted as a hero. In 1945, President Truman awarded him the Medal of Honor for his leadership and sacrifice under impossible circumstances. Jonathan Wainwright proved that courage isn't always about victory. It's about standing tall when the odds are impossible and leading men with honor, even into captivity. On January 16, 1942, the Philippines was in flames. Japanese forces had invaded, and American and Filipino troops were fighting a desperate retreat down Bataan Peninsula. Among them was Sergeant Jose Calugas, a 31-year-old Philippine scout serving in the U.S. Army. That day, Japanese artillery opened a blistering bombardment. One American gun position was smashed, its crew either killed or wounded. The big 75mm gun fell silent, leaving a gap in the defenses. Calugas wasn't assigned to that gun. He was a mess sergeant that day, preparing meals for his unit. But when he saw the position go quiet, he didn't hesitate. Under intense fire, he sprinted across 1,000 yards of open ground, shells and bullets tearing up the earth around him. Miraculously, he made it. Reaching the shattered gun, Calugas rallied a handful of survivors. He organized a new crew on the spot and got the weapon firing again. All afternoon they pounded the Japanese, holding the line and buying time for the defense of Bataan. When the battle ended, Calugas simply returned to his duties as if nothing had happened, but his courage had not gone unnoticed. His actions that day earned him the Medal of Honor, the very first awarded to a Filipino soldier during World War II. After the fall of Bataan, Calugas was captured and endured the horrors of the Bataan Death March. He survived, later returning to service in the U.S. Army and eventually making a life in America. Sergeant Jose Calugas' story is one of grit and selfless bravery. He wasn't ordered to act. He simply saw what needed to be done, and he did it. That's the essence of heroism.
On September 1, 1969, in Phuc Long Province, Vietnam, Sergeant First Class Jose Rodela led a company of Cambodian mercenaries deep into enemy territory. Suddenly, they were ambushed by a heavily armed North Vietnamese battalion. With gunfire erupting from all sides, Rodela took command under fire, moving fearlessly across open ground to rally his troops. For over 18 hours, he led the fight, exposing himself repeatedly to enemy fire to direct attacks, redistribute ammunition, and care for the wounded. Wounded in the head and shoulders by grenade fragments, Rodela refused medical evacuation. He kept pushing forward, personally eliminating enemy bunkers with grenades and rifle fire. His leadership under fire turned a rout into a stand, and ultimately a victory. For his extraordinary heroism, Jose Rodela was awarded the Medal of Honor decades later in 2014 as part of a review to recognize overlooked valor by Hispanic and minority service members. But recognition never drove him. Rodela served because it was his duty, because others depended on him. He didn't just survive that day in Vietnam, he owned it, bleeding, leading, and fighting until the last shot was fired. Jose Rodela showed that leadership isn't about rank or medals. It's about standing tall in the fire, when everyone else needs someone who won't fall.
During the Battle of Bulge in December 1944,
Mexican-born Staff Sergeant Jose Mendoza Lopez and his machine gun crew faced a massive German assault near Krinkelt, Belgium. When enemy tanks and waves of infantry threatened to overturn their position, Lopez didn't back down. He moved his heavy machine gun 3 separate times under intense fire, mowing down attacking Germans at point-blank range. In one brutal afternoon, Lopez is credited with killing at least 100 enemy soldiers, single-handedly blunting a major push. For his incredible stand, Lopez received the Medal of Honor. After the war, he returned to Texas, where he lived a quiet life, far from the battlefield that made him a legend. Jose Mendoza Lopez proved that courage has no borders.
Joseph Jacob Foss was born on April 17, 1915, near Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Captivated by flight as a child, he later earned his wings in 1941 after joining the Marine Corps Reserve. As executive officer of Marine Fighting Squadron 121, he deployed to Guadalcanal during World War II, becoming a cornerstone of the famed Cactus Air Force. In just over 3 months, Foss shot down 26 enemy aircraft, tying the World War I record set by Eddie Rickenbacker, earning him recognition as America's leading ace of aces of the war. His skill and bravery in daily aerial combat, including leading escort missions and aggressively engaging superior enemy numbers, helped secure vital air superiority in the Pacific theater. In May 1943, President Franklin D. Roosevelt personally awarded him the Medal of Honor in a White House ceremony. After the war, Foss continued serving, helped form and command the South Dakota Air National Guard, ultimately rising to the rank of Brigadier General. He entered politics, serving 2 terms as governor of South Dakota, beginning in 1955, and later became the first commissioner of the American Football League. He also led the National Rifle Association for 2 years. Foss passed away on January 1, 2003, and was buried at Arlington National Cemetery. Joseph Raymond Sarnoski was born on January 31, 1915 in Simpson, Pennsylvania, the second of 17 children. Raised on a modest farm, he learned hard work early in life. In March 1936, he enlisted in the U.S. Army Air Corps, beginning a career grounded in dedication. He initially served at Langley Field, Virginia, as an aircraft armorer before advancing to Lowry Field, Colorado, for technical training and bomb site maintenance. Promoted to staff sergeant, he became a B-17 bombardier and instructor with the 43rd Bomb Group's 65th Bombardment Squadron. He deployed with the unit to Australia and New Guinea, earning the Silver Star for his performance in combat. In May 1943, Sarnoski received a battlefield commission to second lieutenant. Shortly thereafter, he volunteered as bombardier on the perilous photographic mapping mission to the heavily defended Buka area in the Solomon Islands. The mission, flown aboard the aptly named B-17 Old 666, required the crew to fly a grueling 1,200-mile round trip, alone and unescorted. As they neared completion, some 20 Japanese fighters intercepted the bomber. Despite being wounded, Sarnoski manned the nose gun and shot down 2 enemy planes. A 20mm shell later exploded in the nose compartment, knocking him back, but his resolve stood firm. He crawled back into his position and continued to fire until he collapsed on his guns. His steadfast defense enabled the pilot to complete the mission and return the plane safely to New Guinea. Sarnoski was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor for his extraordinary valor, a distinction presented to his widow in 1944. He was laid to rest at the National Memorial Cemetery of the Pacific in Honolulu. His legacy endures in Pennsylvania's Merle Sarnoski State Park and memorials at military bases named in his honor. His story remains a profound testament to unwavering courage and sacrifice, putting others before self when it mattered most.
Private First Class Joseph R. Ouellette was just 20 years old when he displayed courage far beyond his years in the Korean War, fighting to the death so that his comrades might survive. Born in Lowell, Massachusetts in 1930, Ouellette enlisted in the U.S. Army as part of his Company H 9th Infantry Regiment, 2nd Infantry Division. In September 1950, during the desperate defense of the Pusan perimeter, his unit was cut off by overwhelming North Korean forces near the Naktong River. For several days, they were completely surrounded.
With food and water running out and enemy attacks growing stronger, Ouellette volunteered for missions that others might not survive. At night, he crawled through enemy lines to gather water and ammunition, dodging patrols and machine gun fire. By day, he exposed himself to enemy positions, throwing grenades and firing his rifle to blunt repeated assaults on the perimeter. On multiple occasions, Ouellette charged into danger to resupply his comrades, refusing to let fear or exhaustion stop him. His courage gave the trapped soldiers precious time, and his actions directly prevented the enemy from overrunning the position. On September 3, 1950, during one of these actions, Ouellette was killed in battle. He was only 20 years old. His selfless devotion to his fellow soldiers left a lasting impression on survivors, who credited him with saving their lives. For his extraordinary heroism, Joseph R. Ouellette was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. His citation praised his outstanding gallantry and intrepidity in the face of certain death. Today, his legacy lives on not just in military history, but also in his hometown, where bridges and memorials bear his name. Joseph R. Ouellette remains a symbol of youthful bravery and the ultimate sacrifice in one of America's toughest wars. On September 15, 1951, during the brutal battle for Hill 749 near Songhae-dong, Korea, Private First Class Joseph R. Vittori was serving with the United States Marine Corps when his company came under a fierce night assault by a much larger enemy force. As enemy troops poured onto the hill under cover of darkness, Vittori volunteered to reinforce a collapsing section of the line. He sprinted through enemy fire to take up a position on a forward slope, alone. With only his rifle and grenades, he fought off wave after wave of attackers, buying precious time for the rest of his company to regroup. When another Marine was wounded manning a machine gun, Vittori jumped into the position and continued firing. For hours, he held the line by himself, cutting down dozens of enemy soldiers in close combat. He was eventually overwhelmed and killed, but when Marines retook the position, they found over 200 enemy dead, many directly in front of Vittori's final stand. For his incredible bravery, self-sacrifice, and refusal to yield, Joseph Vittori was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. He was 21 years old. One Marine, one rifle, one last stand on a nameless hill. Joseph Vittori didn't survive the night, but because of him, many others did. A silent guardian who fought until the very end.
On the night of September 15, 1951, near the bloody ridgeline of Songhae-dong, Korea, Private First Class Joseph Vittori became the difference between a defensive line holding and collapsing entirely. The Marines were dug in on a ridge when a massive enemy force, numbering in the hundreds, launched a coordinated night assault designed to overwhelm them in minutes. Vittori was assigned to a critical gap in the line, a choke point the enemy absolutely needed to break through. He understood exactly what that meant. If that position fell, the entire battalion could be rolled up. So he took it personally. Throughout the night, Vittori fired relentlessly, shifting positions, tossing grenades, and cutting down wave after wave. At times he was fighting alone, at times with reinforcements, but the story remained the same. The enemy could not take that gap. When the attackers managed to infiltrate close enough to threaten a breakthrough, Vittori left cover and counterattacked by himself, physically throwing enemy troops out of the position with grenades and rifle fire. He repeated that again and again, each time pushing the attackers back into the darkness. Eventually, the enemy massed one final assault. Vittori stood his ground and was killed during the last surge, but he had already done the impossible. By the time the sun rose, the battalion was still standing because Joseph Vittori had refused to let the enemy pass. Captain Joseph X. Grant was a company commander in Vietnam who proved that leadership sometimes means stepping directly into the line of fire. He served with Company A, 1st Battalion, 14th Infantry Regiment, 25th Infantry Division. On November 13, 1966, near Pleiku Province, his company came under fierce attack from North Vietnamese forces. Enemy mortars and automatic weapons raked the American positions, and chaos threatened to tear the company apart. Grant didn't stay in cover. He ran from position to position through incoming fire, shouting orders and steadying his soldiers. When several of his men were wounded and exposed, He personally carried them back to safety again and again, despite the bullets snapping all around him. At one point, Grant charged into an open field under fire to pull another soldier to safety. As he carried the man back, he was struck and mortally wounded. His selfless actions saved the lives of several of his men, but cost him his own. For his extraordinary heroism, Captain Joseph X. Grant was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor in 1967. His wife accepted the medal on his behalf from President Lyndon B. Johnson. Grant's story is one of raw courage and devotion to his men. He could have stayed behind cover, issuing orders, but instead chose to risk everything again and again so that his soldiers might live. His legacy is remembered in both his unit and in his hometown of Cambridge, Massachusetts, as the story of a leader who lived and died by example. Sergeant Juan Negron of Puerto Rico was a textbook example of the quiet professional, calm, disciplined, and deadly accurate when the situation demanded it. On April 28, 1951, near Kalmau, Korea, his unit came under intense enemy fire. Machine guns hammered their position, grenades landed dangerously close, and an enemy assault force began pushing to within 100 feet of the American line. The situation was minutes away from collapsing. Negron didn't wait for orders. Armed with only a carbine and a supply of grenades, he positioned himself to cover the most vulnerable sector of the perimeter and began picking off attackers with expert precision. When the enemy pushed forward, he met them with grenades, accurate enough to disrupt their formations and lethal enough to halt their advance. For hours, Negron held that position of the line alone. He fought through grenade blasts, overwhelming small arms fire, and repeated attempts to flank him. Multiple times he was urged to fall back or seek medical attention, but he refused. He knew that if he left, the entire perimeter could buckle, trapping his unit in a hopeless situation. By the time relief arrived the next morning, Negron was still in position, exhausted, wounded, but unbroken. His actions had stopped a force that significantly outnumbered his own, buying his company the time it needed to survive the assault. Originally awarded the Distinguished Service Cross, Negron's recognition was upgraded decades later to the Medal of Honor after a review of the actions of Hispanic soldiers who had been historically overlooked. His courage stood the test of time, proving that true valor doesn't fade. Sometimes it just waits to be properly acknowledged. Sergeant Juan Negron held his ground against overwhelming odds and made history doing it. Sergeant First Class Junior Dean Edwards met his end holding the line near Wonju, Korea on January 2, 1951. When his platoon came under heavy fire, enemy troops swarmed their position, threatening to overrun it. Edwards refused to pull back. He moved among his men, redistributing ammo and manning abandoned guns. 3 times he charged forward to hurl grenades into advancing positions, breaking up assaults at point-blank range. Even after being wounded, he fought on until a final grenade ended his life. Because of his courage, his platoon held the position long enough for reinforcements to arrive and turn the tide. Junior Edwards' Medal of Honor was earned not in retreat or command, but in the stubborn decision to stay when others might have run. On October 17, 1943, at Finschhafen, New Guinea, Private Junior Van Noy was manning a machine gun position when Japanese forces launched a sudden, violent assault aimed directly at the American perimeter. The attack was fast, coordinated, and meant to break through before the defenders could react. Van Noy didn't wait for orders. He opened fire immediately, cutting into the advancing force and forcing them to ground. When enemy troops maneuvered to flank the position, he shifted his gun and engaged them too, refusing to give up so much as an inch. Then a grenade exploded beside him, wounding him severely. Most men would be pulled off the line. Van Noy refused evacuation. Bleeding and barely able to stand, he kept firing, sweeping the enemy advance, stopping infiltration attempts, and buying precious time for engineers and infantry behind him to fortify the defense. The Japanese massed one final charge, determined to break the position by sheer numbers. Van Noy met them head-on, firing until the last possible moment. He was killed in the final exchange, but his stand shattered the enemy assault and protected the entire defensive line. Every man behind him lived because he chose not to fall back. Junior Van Noy didn't just hold a position, he became the reason the line didn't break.
By late 1944, Japan was getting absolutely wrecked in the Pacific. The U.S. Navy was closing in and Japan was running out of planes, pilots, and frankly, options. So they went full send. Enter the kamikaze. These weren't just suicide attacks, they were guided missiles with a pulse. Young pilots barely trained, strapped into planes loaded with explosives, fuel, and a one-way ticket to Valhalla. At the Battle of Leyte Gulf, hundreds of kamikazes smashed into American ships. Over 30 ships were sunk or damaged. They were shockingly effective. The logic? A regular attack might damage a ship. A kamikaze guarantees something gets hit. Morally horrifying, militarily terrifying, strategically desperation in its purest form. In the end, kamikaze attacks couldn't stop the inevitable. The US kept coming, the bombs kept dropping, and Japan surrendered in 1945. A brutal reminder, when nations get desperate enough, even the unthinkable becomes a tactic.
By 1944, Japan was losing the Pacific War. With its navy shattered and industry crippled, desperation gave birth to one of the strangest and most terrifying weapons of World War II, the Oka, a manned kamikaze rocket plane. The Japanese Navy called it the MXY-7 Oka, meaning cherry blossom. American sailors gave it a darker nickname, the Baka bomb, Baka being Japanese for fool. The Oka was essentially a flying warhead with a cockpit. It carried a 2,600-pound explosive charge in its nose, with stubby wings and a rocket engine in the back. A pilot sat inside with one mission, guide it into an Allied ship and die in the explosion. Okas were carried into battle, slung beneath Mitsubishi GM4 Betty bombers. Once near the target, they were released. The pilot ignited the rockets, diving at speeds over 600 miles per hour, too fast for anti-aircraft guns to track accurately. If it hit, the effect was devastating. But there was a problem. The lumbering Betty bombers had to get within 20 miles of the target to launch the Okas, and by 1945, American fighters dominated the skies. Many bombers were shot down before they could release their deadly cargo. A few Okas did find their mark. The destroyer USS Maynard L. Able was sunk in April 1945, the first warship destroyed by an Oka. Others inflicted serious damage on carriers and destroyers off Okinawa, but overall their impact was limited compared to the cost of pilots and planes. The Oka remains one of history's most extreme examples of desperation warfare, a weapon that turned its pilots into the guidance system. For the men inside, there was no return. In World War II, the Soviets had a secret weapon that wasn't precise, but it didn't need to be. It was loud, terrifying, and could flatten a battlefield in seconds. Soldiers nicknamed it Stalin's organ, the Katyusha rocket launcher. Mounted on simple trucks like the Studebaker or Zis, Katyushas carried racks of 132mm rockets. With a single command, an entire battery could unleash dozens of rockets in a deafening salvo. Unlike artillery shells, these rockets didn't whistle in, they screamed, filling the air with a sound troops never forgot. Accuracy wasn't the point. Katyushas fired in saturation, blanketing an area with explosives. German soldiers described the barrages as overwhelming, shattering morale before the rockets even hit. A single battery could devastate supply depots, troop concentrations, or defensive lines. They were also highly mobile. Once they fired, the trucks immediately drove off to avoid counter-battery fire. By the time the Germans figured out where the rockets came from, the Katyushas were long gone. Introduced in 1941, Katyushas quickly became a staple of Soviet offensives. They helped halt the Germans outside Moscow, hammered Stalingrad into rubble, and roared westward with the Red Army all the way to Berlin. The nickname Stalin's organ came from the resemblance of the rocket racks to the pipes of a church organ, and from the eerie wailing noise they made. To German troops, that sound was a promise of destruction. By war's end, over 10,000 Katyusha launchers had been built. They weren't accurate, but they didn't have to be. They were weapons of terror, shock, and raw firepower, an artillery revolution that still echoes in modern multiple rocket launchers today.
In December 1966,
Air Force Captain Ken Cordier was flying an F-4 Phantom over North Vietnam when his aircraft was struck by enemy fire. Forced to eject, he was captured and sent to the infamous Hanoi Hilton, beginning more than 6 years as a prisoner of war. Like all POWs, Cordier endured beatings, starvation, and long stretches of solitary confinement. But he also found creative ways to fight back. One of his most ingenious methods came in the form of air chess, a game played by calling moves through the walls to fellow prisoners. The guards thought it was harmless recreation, but in reality, the games were a cover for passing intelligence and coded messages. By embedding details within chess moves and commentary, Cordier and his fellow POWs could share critical information, encouragement, and even coordinate resistance efforts without arousing suspicion. It was a lifeline that kept morale strong and communication flowing, even in isolation. Cordier's resilience and ingenuity made him a valued leader among the prisoners. Released in 1973 during Operation Homecoming, he went on to serve as an advocate for veterans and share his story with the public. From the cockpit of a Phantom to coded moves in a prison cell, Ken Cordier's story is one of intelligence, endurance, and the will to outthink the enemy.
Captain Kenneth Ambrose Walsh was one of the Marine Corps' greatest fighter aces and one of the earliest Medal of Honor recipients of World War II. Flying an F-4U Corsair on August 15, 1943 over the Solomon Islands, Walsh's flight was swarmed by more than 50 Japanese Zeros. Undeterred, he dove straight into the formation, shooting down 4 before his own plane was riddled with bullets. Wounded and outnumbered, he crash-landed safely, only to go back into combat days later and repeat the feat, bringing his total to 7 victories in less than a week. Walsh's Medal of Honor was awarded not for one fight, but for a series of engagements where he repeatedly chose aggression over survival. His courage under impossible odds proved that the Corsair and the Marines flying it could dominate the Pacific skies. Major Kenneth Dillon Bailey was a Marine who showed what leading from the front really means. Born in Pawnee, Illinois in 1910, he joined the Corps in 1935 and rose through the ranks as a tough, no-nonsense officer. By 1942, he was in the Solomon Islands, commanding the 1st Marine Raider Battalion at Guadalcanal. On September 12th, Japanese forces launched a massive night assault on Henderson Field, the airstrip the Marines had to hold at all costs. Bailey and his raiders were thrown straight into the fight at a checkpoint later known as Bloody Ridge. The battle was chaos, smoke, flares, and screaming charges through the jungle. Bailey, already wounded, refused evacuation. He moved along the line shouting encouragement, directing fire, and even personally manning weapons when Marines went down. At one point, he gathered scattered men and led a counterattack to plug a gap that could have broken the defense entirely. The Japanese hit again and again, but Bailey's raiders held. The next morning, the ridge was carpeted with enemy dead. Henderson Field was still in American hands, and the Marines had their first major defensive victory in the Pacific. Bailey was mortally wounded in the fight and posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. His courage bought time, and that time helped turn Guadalcanal into a decisive campaign. Kenneth D. Bailey, the raider who stood tall when it mattered most.
Kenneth Edwin Gruner was born on November 19, 1922 in Helenville, Wisconsin. A standout athlete and high school football captain, he joined the Wisconsin National Guard at age 16 and went on to serve in the Army's 32nd Infantry Division. On December 24, 1942, near Buna in New Guinea, Gruner was second in command of a platoon advancing towards the beach some 600 yards ahead. As the platoon approached within 150 yards, they encountered 2 enemy pillboxes blocking their path. Demonstrating extraordinary courage, Gruner advanced alone on the first pillbox, silencing it with hand grenades and rifle fire. Though seriously wounded in the shoulder, he refused evacuation and remained with his unit. Without hesitation and under heavy enemy fire, he then attacked the second pillbox, hurling grenades that flushed the enemy into the open where his platoon could eliminate them. Moments later, as the lead elements closed in, he was struck by sniper fire and killed. His daring actions cleared the way for his platoon, making him the first to reach the beach and effectively breaking the enemy's defensive line. For his selfless bravery and sacrifice, Sergeant Gruner was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. He was just 20 years old at the time of his death. His story remains an enduring example of valor under fire and devotion to fellow soldiers.
In Vietnam, Specialist 4th Class Kenneth Stump was having a very bad day, and he made the enemy pay for it. On April 25, 1967, his platoon walked into an ambush. 3 men went down immediately, caught in open ground under heavy machine gun fire. Everyone else was pinned, including Stump. Instead of hugging dirt and hoping for artillery, he bolted forward, sprinting through enemy fire to drag each man back one by one. Then, once everyone else was out of the line of fire, he decided to fix the problem. Grabbing grenades and his M16, Stump assaulted the enemy bunkers alone. He cleared one position, reloaded, and went for the next, then the next. When the smoke cleared, his platoon had breathing room and the assault could continue. He'd been shot, burned, and concussed, but he refused medical evacuation until the mission was done. His only concern was whether his squad made it. When he was finally recognized with the Medal of Honor, he summed it up in one line: "You just don't leave your people out there." That's not bravado, that's the infantryman's creed in plain English. Kenneth Stump didn't fight for medals, he fought for the guy next to him, and that's what made him immortal.
On March 15, 1967, in Con Tum Province, Vietnam, Sergeant First Class Kenneth J. David was serving as an advisor to a South Vietnamese unit when they were ambushed by a well-concealed North Vietnamese force. Heavy fire erupted from multiple directions. Most men were pinned down, but David moved. With zero regard for his own safety, he ran through open ground to organize a defense, returning fire and rallying the panicked troops. When a grenade landed nearby, he shielded others with his body, taking shrapnel but staying in the fight. David then crawled across a bullet-swept field to aid the wounded. Bleeding and exhausted, he carried multiple men to safety, all while continuing to direct the defense and radio for support. Even after being wounded a second time, he refused evacuation until every soldier was accounted for and every survivor was safe. For his conspicuous gallantry and relentless devotion to duty, Kenneth J. David was awarded the Medal of Honor. He wasn't just a soldier, he was the backbone of the battlefield. In the middle of chaos, David became the difference between life and death for his men. He didn't wear a cape, he wore jungle fatigues, carried a radio, and stood tall when everyone else hit the dirt. Kenneth J. David led from the front and never backed down.
Brigadier General Kenneth Walker was the kind of officer who led from the front, even when the front was a B-17 bomber. In January 1943, he personally joined a bombing mission over Rabaul, one of the most heavily defended Japanese strongholds in the Pacific. As group commander, he could have stayed behind, but instead he wanted to see the defenses firsthand. His formation was attacked by enemy fighters in flak so dense it looked like black rain. Walker's bomber was hit repeatedly. Still, he stayed on course, directing his crews to drop accurately before his plane exploded midair. He never came back. His Medal of Honor was awarded posthumously for conspicuous gallantry. His men just remembered him as the general who refused to send them anywhere he wouldn't go himself.
Kyle Carpenter jumped on a grenade. Let me say that again. He threw himself on a live grenade on purpose. November 21st, 2010, Helmand Province, Afghanistan. Carpenter and another Marine are on a rooftop when the enemy throws a grenade. Without hesitation, Carpenter covers it with his body. It explodes. His jaw shattered. His lung collapses. His right arm is nearly gone. He flatlines multiple times, but he survives. Over 40 surgeries later, he's walking out smiling and becomes the youngest living Medal of Honor recipient. His citation says extraordinary heroism. That's military speak for this man is made of titanium, grit, and a heart the size of Texas. Kyle Carpenter didn't just survive the impossible, he volunteered for it. Kyle J. White was a 21-year-old Army specialist when everything went to hell, and he became a rock in the chaos. November 9th, 2007, Nuristan Province, Afghanistan. White's team is ambushed after meeting with local leaders. Bullets and RPGs rain down from above. Within seconds, half of the team is down. White is knocked unconscious by a blast, then wakes up in the middle of the kill zone. He checks the wounded under fire, applies tourniquets, calls in situation reports with pinpoint accuracy, and stays on the radio coordinating air support for hours. He shields a wounded Marine with his own body, he keeps him alive, and he stays in the fight until reinforcements arrive, even though he thinks he won't make it out. He did. Thanks to Kyle White, so did others. He didn't panic, he didn't run, he did his job like a warrior.
The finished Lottie L-39 is what happens when a country decides to build a rifle the size of a small artillery piece. A 20mm anti-tank rifle weighing nearly 50 pounds, the Lottie wasn't something a soldier carried. It was something he dragged. Yet it worked. During the Winter War and Continuation War, Finnish troops used the L-39 to punch through Soviet tank armor, disable machine gun bunkers, and knock out armored cars. Its recoil was legendary, enough to dislocate shoulders if fired improperly. But in the hands of a trained Finnish marksman, it was brutally effective. As tanks got thicker armor, the L-39 shifted roles and became an anti-material weapon, perfect for destroying vehicles, sniper nests, and anything else that needed a 20mm persuasion. Today it's a collector's icon, absurd, oversized, and utterly impressive. Air Force Captain Lance Peter Seijen's story is one of endurance beyond imagination. On November 9, 1967, his F-4 Phantom was shot down over Laos. Badly injured and alone, he evaded capture for 6 weeks, crawling on broken bones, surviving on rainwater and insects. Captured in January 1968, he endured brutal interrogation and torture, never revealing information or betraying fellow pilots. Even in captivity, his focus was escape. He attempted it more than once despite his condition. Seijen died in a prison camp later that year, still defiant. His Medal of Honor was awarded posthumously for extraordinary heroism and selflessness above and beyond the call of duty. Lance Seijen's name lives on at the U.S. Air Force Academy, where the highest cadet award bears his name, honoring not survival, but unbreakable will. On the night of December 20th and 21st, 1967, near the Ha Dong district of Vietnam, Sergeant Larry E. Smedley found himself leading a small Marine squad against a vastly superior enemy force, one that was preparing to ambush an American convoy. If that ambush went off, dozens of U.S. troops and vehicles would be shredded. Smedley didn't wait for the enemy to strike first. He took the initiative. He maneuvered his squad toward the enemy staging area and made contact with a force far larger than expected. Well armed, dug in, and ready for a fight. Smedley immediately positioned his Marines, directing fire and hitting the enemy with aggressive, decisive action that stalled their plan. As the firefight intensified, the enemy surged forward. Smedley was wounded, but he refused treatment, remaining in front, coordinating movement and returning fire. Realizing the squad risked encirclement, he made a brutal calculation. The enemy machine gun dominating the area had to be taken out, no matter the cost. Smedley led a direct assault on that position, firing his M16 and throwing grenades as he advanced alone. He reached the bunker, destroyed it, and was killed moments later in the final exchange. But his attack shattered the enemy's ambush preparations and saved the convoy that was rolling straight into danger. Larry Smedley didn't back down from overwhelming odds. He ran straight into them and changed the battle's outcome.
On the night of June 18, 1968, near Ap Gokong, Vietnam, First Lieutenant Larry Taylor piloted his AH-1 Cobra attack helicopter into darkness to rescue a 4-man, long-range reconnaissance patrol trapped by a much larger enemy force. The team was surrounded. Ammunition was running low. Artillery support was out of range. Extraction helicopters couldn't reach them. Taylor had one option: break every rule in the book. He flew low over the jungle, unleashing rockets and machine gun fire to hold back the enemy. He made pass after pass, deliberately drawing fire to keep the enemy off the trapped soldiers. When the patrol radioed that they were out of ammo and about to be overrun, Taylor landed his 2-seat Cobra, a gunship not designed for transport, in the middle of a firefight. The team sprinted to the helicopter, clinging to its skids and rocket pods. With no room inside and under heavy fire, Taylor lifted off and flew them all to safety. For decades, his actions were recognized only with the Silver Star until 2023, when it was upgraded to the Medal of Honor. Larry Taylor didn't just defy the odds, he rewrote them. No seats, no room, no time. Just 4 Americans who lived because one pilot refused to let them die. Larry Stanley Pierce was born on July 6, 1941, in Weehawken, Oklahoma, and raised in Taft, California. He enlisted in the U.S. Army in 1961 from Fresno and rose to become a squad leader in Headquarters and Headquarters Company, 1st Battalion, 503rd Infantry Regiment, 173rd Airborne Brigade. On September 20, 1965, near Binh Kiat in South Vietnam's Central Highlands, his reconnaissance patrol was ambushed by hostile forces. Through his leadership and personal courage, the squad eliminated an enemy machine gun position and forced the attackers to retreat. As his men proceeded, Pierce discovered an anti-personnel mine buried in the road, one that threatened to destroy most of his squad. Without hesitation, he threw himself onto the mine, absorbing the blast and sacrificing his life to save his comrades. His selfless act and devotion to his fellow soldiers exemplified the highest ideals of duty and comradeship. Posthumously promoted to Staff Sergeant, Pierce was awarded the Medal of Honor in February 1966, presented to his family at the White House. He was also honored in his hometown. The Taft Post Office was renamed in his memory in 2008, and a portion of California's State Route 46 was designated the Staff Sergeant Larry S. Pierce Memorial Highway in 2009. He rests at Wasco Memorial Park in California. His bravery and sacrifice forever remembered.
Sergeant Lawrence Dean Peters was a squad leader with the 1st Marines in Quang Tin Province on September 4, 1967, when his platoon came under withering enemy fire. Pinned down, Peters repeatedly left cover to direct his men and return fire, moving calmly through bullets and explosions. When a machine gun position pinned his squad, he charged it, killing the crew with grenades and rifle fire. Wounded 3 times, he refused evacuation, shouting encouragement as he continued leading assaults until collapsing from blood loss. His Marines broke through enemy line and held the objective, inspired by his example. Peters' Medal of Honor recognized not a single brave act, but the leadership that transforms chaos into courage. He fought until he physically couldn't, setting a standard that no medal can truly measure.
Lawrence Joel, born in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, overcame a challenging childhood and served his country with distinction. He enlisted in the U.S. Army in 1946 and made a career of it, serving until 1973. A dedicated medic, he saw action in both the Korean War and the Vietnam War. On November 8, 1965, during Operation Hump near Bien Hoa, Vietnam, Specialist Joel's unit was ambushed by a force that outnumbered them almost 6-1. Despite being shot twice, once in the right leg and again in the thigh, he bandaged his own wounds, administered morphine, and pressed on under heavy fire. Crawling across the battlefield for more than 24 hours, he treated 13 wounded soldiers and saved at least one by improvising a makeshift chest seal using a plastic bag. For his extraordinary heroism, Joel was awarded the Silver Star and on March 9, 1967, received the Medal of Honor from President Lyndon B. Johnson on the White House lawn. He was the first living African American to receive the Medal of Honor since the Spanish-American War and the first medic in Vietnam to earn that distinction. After retiring in 1973, Joel returned to his hometown, where he passed away in 1984. His legacy lives on through the Lawrence Joel Veterans Memorial Coliseum, memorials, and Army clinics named in his honor.
Corporal Lee Phillips didn't get his Medal of Honor because things went well. He got it because things went terribly wrong, and he refused to let that stop him. In November 1950, during the Korean War, Phillips's platoon was ordered to take a heavily fortified hill near Wonsan. It was the kind of position Marines referred to as a bad idea with extra steps. The enemy had dug in deep. The slopes were covered in snow and the temperature could freeze your breath midair. Phillips led his squad up the hill through withering fire, knocking out enemy bunkers with grenades and rifle fire. When his platoon commander went down, Phillips took over without missing a beat. By the time they reached the summit, only a handful of Marines were still standing. When the Chinese counterattacked, Phillips personally held off wave after wave with grenades, his rifle, and sheer defiance. He was hit multiple times but kept fighting until his ammunition was gone and his position was overrun. When they found his body later, it was surrounded by spent brass and dead enemy soldiers. The Medal of Honor citation says conspicuous gallantry. His men said it simpler. He wouldn't quit. If one rifle defined the British Empire's fighting spirit, it was the Lee Enfield. Officially the short magazine Lee Enfield, or SMLE, it armed British and Commonwealth forces through 2 world wars and earned a reputation for speed, reliability, and accuracy. Adopted in 1907, the SMLE used a 10-round magazine and a smooth cycling bolt that could be worked almost as fast as a semi-auto in trained hands. British riflemen practiced mad minute drills, 15 aimed shots in 60 seconds, and with that they made history. In 1914 at Mons, German troops believed they were under machine gun fire. They weren't. It was a line of British infantry calmly working their bolts. The rifle's rear-locking bolt and cock-on closing action made it quick to operate even under mud, cold, and pressure. Chambered in .303 British, it was effective out to 1,000 yards and famously rugged in every climate, from Flanders to Burma. While new rifles came and went, the Lee Enfield soldiered on until the 1950s and beyond, even showing up in modern conflicts. It wasn't fancy, but it was fast, forgiving, and deadly accurate. The perfect rifle for an empire that spanned half the world. Lieutenant Colonel Leo K. Thorsness was an Air Force pilot whose courage in the skies of Vietnam became the stuff of legend. Born in 1932 in Minnesota, he joined the Air Force through ROTC and became a wild weasel pilot, flying the F-105 Thunder Chiefs on some of the most dangerous missions in the war. Flying F-105 Thunder Chiefs on some of the most dangerous missions of the war, hunting enemy surface-to-air missile sites. On April 19, 1967, Thorsness and his wingmen were deep over North Vietnam when their squadron was swarmed by MiGs. In the middle of dodging missiles and AAA fire, Thorsness shot down one MiG and damaged another, then spotted rescue helicopters trying to pick up downed U.S. airmen under attack. Low on fuel and with his weapons nearly gone, Thorsness dove back into the fight anyway, driving off enemy aircraft so the helicopters could do their job. He stayed in the fight until he had just enough gas left to glide home, pushing both his jet and himself to the limit. For that mission, he was awarded the Medal of Honor. But Thorsness' story didn't end there. Just 11 days later, he was shot down and spent nearly 6 years as a prisoner of war in Hanoi. Leo Thorsness, fighter pilot, POW, Medal of Honor recipient, proof that some men can endure both the fire of combat and the darkness of captivity. Some duos make history through teamwork, like the Wright brothers, Lewis and Clark, or Batman and Robin. Then there's Keller and Wright, who made theirs by charging into a meat grinder with nothing but M16s and bad intentions. On May 2, 1967, in Vietnam's Mekong Delta, their unit walked straight into an ambush. Enemy machine guns opened up, pinning down the entire company. Keller didn't take cover. He and Wright just charged. For 10 minutes, they tore through 7 enemy bunkers, moving like a 2-man wrecking crew. Grenades, rifle bursts, and raw aggression. Keller took point more than once, diving into trenches, clearing positions at point-blank range. By the time it was over, the enemy force was destroyed and the rest of their unit could finally breathe. The 2 men were covered in mud, smoke, and disbelief. Keller and Wright both received the Medal of Honor. Years later, Keller would serve as a customs officer, one of those quiet guys who checks your bags at the airport, totally unrecognizable as the man who once soloed a platoon. They say teamwork makes the dream work. For Keller and Wright, teamwork made the enemy die tired. First Sergeant Leonard A. Funk Jr. wasn't just a paratrooper.
He became one of the most decorated American soldiers of World War II. Born in 1916 in Braddock Township, Pennsylvania, Funk enlisted in the U.S. Army in 1941 and volunteered for the paratroopers. He was assigned to the 508th Parachute Infantry Regiment, 82nd Airborne Division, and jumped into some of the fiercest fighting in Europe. He parachuted into Normandy on D-Day, fought in Operation Market Garden, and endured the brutal winter battles of the Ardennes during the Battle of the Bulge. By 1945, he was already a seasoned veteran, respected for his toughness and leadership. But his most famous action came on January 29, 1945, near Holzheim, Belgium. Funk's unit had just captured a group of over 80 German soldiers. Leaving a few men to guard the prisoners, Funk went forward with his company. When he returned, he found that the Germans had surprised their guards, rearming themselves, and were holding the Americans at gunpoint. Outnumbered and facing a disaster, Funk acted instantly. Pretending to surrender, he approached the German leader, then suddenly pulled his submachine gun and opened fire at point-blank range. In seconds, he killed or wounded 21 enemy soldiers, shocking the rest into surrender. His bold move freed his captured comrades and re-secured more than 80 prisoners. For his conspicuous gallantry and intrepidity, Funk was awarded the Medal of Honor. By war's end, he had also received the Distinguished Service Cross, Silver Star, and Bronze Star, making him one of the most decorated paratroopers of the 82nd Airborne. Leonard A. Funk Jr. survived the war, lived a quiet life in Pennsylvania, and passed away in 1992. But his legacy remains, a paratrooper whose quick thinking and fearless action turned the tide in a moment of crisis. On May 2, 1967, Specialist Leonard Keller was on a search and destroy mission with his unit in the Mekong Delta of Vietnam. Suddenly, enemy fire erupted from fortified bunkers, pinning down his platoon in a deadly crossfire. Without hesitation, Keller charged forward, alone. He sprinted through open ground, tossing grenades and firing his weapon into enemy positions. One by one, he cleared enemy bunkers, running across rice paddies completely exposed to machine gun fire. Then joined a fellow soldier. Keller pushed even deeper into enemy territory, taking out a total of 7 fortified bunkers in just minutes. His fearless assault broke the enemy line and allowed his pinned-down comrades to move forward and overrun the position. Keller's reckless courage saved lives and turned the tide of the battle. He was just 21 years old. For his gallantry and total disregard for his own safety in the face of intense enemy fire, Leonard B. Keller received the Medal of Honor. After the war, he served quietly at the Pensacola Naval Air Station, living a life of humility far from the battlefield. But on that day in Vietnam, Keller was a storm of fury and firepower, a one-man wrecking crew who charged into hell so others could live.
Private First Class Leonard M. Kravitz's final night on Earth reads like something out of a war movie, except every bit of it actually happened. On March 6th and 7th, 1951, near Yangpyeong, Korea, the young soldier from Brooklyn became the last line of defense for his platoon. When a massive enemy assault threatened to overwhelm his position, Kravitz didn't wait to be told what to do. He volunteered to stay behind with a machine gun and hold the line so everyone else had a chance to survive. The job was as close to a death sentence as you can get. Once his platoon pulled back, Kravitz faced wave after wave of attackers alone. He fired until the machine gun barrel glowed, working the weapon non-stop as grenades and small arms fire rained into his foxhole. When the gun jammed, he cleared it. When the enemy pressed closer, he dug in deeper. At no point did he attempt to fall back. His mission was simple and absolute: buy his brothers the seconds they needed to escape. By the time his unit counterattacked and retook the position, Kravitz was dead beside his gun, the ground around him littered with enemy bodies. His stand gave his platoon exactly what they needed: time, distance, and the chance to fight another day. For decades, Kravitz's heroism went largely overlooked, overshadowed by administrative failures and the biases of the era. It wasn't until 2014, more than 60 years after his death, that he finally received the Medal of Honor, awarded to his family in a long overdue ceremony. Today, Leonard M. Kravitz is remembered not because of a famous nephew, but because he proved what one determined soldier with one machine gun could do when everything depended on him.
Leroy Petrie didn't just eat danger for breakfast, he threw it back. He and his unit were clearing a compound in Paktia province when all hell broke loose. Petrie gets shot through both legs, but keeps fighting. Then a grenade lands between him and two other Rangers. Petrie doesn't freeze. He grabs the grenade and throws it back. It explodes mid-throw, taking his right hand with it. He ties his own tourniquet, radios for help, and still leads the men to safety. For that, he received the Medal of Honor and a badass robotic hand that he jokes lets him shake your hand and crush your soul.
Private First Class Leslie Belrichard didn't live long enough to see his Medal of Honor, but his squad did, and that's what mattered. In May 1967, his unit was dug in near Cam Mai when enemy forces attacked in the middle of the night. Belrichard was hit early but refused to quit, fighting from his foxhole and holding off waves of attackers. Then an enemy grenade landed inside his position. With no time to throw it out, Belrichard shoved his fellow soldier out of the hole and threw himself on top of it. The explosion killed him instantly, but saved his comrade. That kind of reflex isn't taught. It's instinct born of loyalty, the kind that turns an ordinary man into a legend in half a second. His Medal of Honor citation calls it conspicuous gallantry. His squad just called it Belrichard being Belrichard. Private First Class Louis Albanese was an Italian immigrant who had come to America as a boy, chasing the promise of a better life. By 1966, at just 20 years old, he was serving in Vietnam with Company B, 5th Battalion, 7th Cavalry Regiment, 1st Cavalry Division. On December 1, 1966, near the Kim Son Valley, his unit ran into a strong enemy force. The North Vietnamese struck hard, with automatic weapons and mortars tearing into the American line. In the chaos, Albanese volunteered to cover a withdrawal route, ensuring his platoon could escape. Armed with only his rifle and bayonet, he fought his way through enemy fire to block a trench line that threatened to cut off his men. He charged directly into the trench, engaging in brutal close combat. Moving bunker to bunker, he killed at least 8 enemy soldiers at point-blank range, keeping the enemy off balance and buying time for his comrades. As he pressed forward, Albanese was struck and killed, but his sacrifice allowed his platoon to withdraw safely. Without his one-man assault, the entire unit might have been overrun. For his extraordinary heroism, Private First Class Louis Albanese was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor in 1968. His mother accepted the medal from President Lyndon B. Johnson. Albanese's story is not just about bravery, it's about devotion. A young immigrant who chose to serve his adopted country, he gave everything on a battlefield half a world away. His name lives on as a reminder that American heroes come from every background, but they all share the same willingness to lay down their lives for their brothers in arms. On October 7, 1952, near the viciously contested slopes of Korea's Triangle Hill, Staff Sergeant Louis G. Watkins led his Marines into an assault that felt more like climbing a wall than attacking a hill. The enemy had dug in deep, bunkers, trenches, interlocking machine guns, and every foot of ground required someone to risk everything. Watkins took that risk personally. As his platoon pushed forward, an enemy grenade landed among his men. Without hesitating, he sprinted toward it, grabbed it, and tried to throw it clear. It detonated in his hand, blasting off most of his arm and shredding him with shrapnel. Most people would have collapsed right there. Watkins didn't. Bleeding out, half-conscious, he kept leading the assault, shouting orders, directing fire, and pushing his Marines up the hill. His determination, borderline superhuman, kept the attack from stalling during the most critical moment. Then came a second enemy grenade. Watkins didn't have time to evade, sprint, or shout a warning. He did the only thing left. He threw himself onto it, shielding his men from the explosion with what strength he had remaining. That final act cost him his life, but it saved the Marines behind him and kept the assault moving. Louis G. Watkins wasn't just a leader. He was the reason his platoon lived to finish the fight. Captain Lewis Lee Millett believed in old-school soldiering. At Hill 180 near Soam Ni, In February 1951, when his company stalled under machine gun fire, he didn't order more shooting. He ordered cold steel. "Fix bayonets," he said, and led from the front. Millett charged uphill through grenades and gunfire, stabbing and slashing his way through enemy trenches. His men followed, inspired by sheer audacity. By the end, Hill 180 was theirs, and 47 enemy soldiers lay dead, most by bayonet. Wounded but refusing evacuation, Millett's leadership turned a stalled fight into one of the last bayonet charges in U.S. history. His Medal of Honor wasn't for technology or tactics. It was for raw, fearless aggression that broke an enemy by will alone. Sergeant First Class Loren R. Kaufman was a World War II veteran who carried his combat experience into Korea. By 1950, he was serving with Company G, 9th Infantry Regiment, 2nd Infantry Division. On the night of September 4, 1950, near Yongsan, his company was overrun by superior North Korean forces. Under heavy fire, most soldiers fell back, but Kaufman wasn't going anywhere. Armed with his rifle and grenades, he charged straight into the enemy positions. He moved from foxhole to foxhole, firing point blank and tossing grenades, scattering enemy soldiers in close combat. At one point, he single-handedly destroyed 4 enemy positions and drove off a force that was threatening to collapse the American line. The next morning, Kaufman wasn't finished. As the enemy regrouped and launched another attack, he once again runched forward. Alone, he charged into their ranks, firing non-stop until he broke the assault. His actions allowed his company to reorganize, hold their ground, and eventually drive the North Koreans back. Kaufman's fearless counterattack shocked the enemy and gave his men the time and courage they needed to recover. Sadly, just days later, on September 10, 1950, he was killed in action while continuing to lead from the front. For his extraordinary heroism, Sergeant First Class Loren R. Kaufman was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor in 1951. Kaufman's story is the definition of a soldier who refuses to quit. Outnumbered, outgunned, and in the middle of chaos, he fought like an army all by himself, and his men survived because of it. Specialist 4 Louis E. Willett was just 20 years old when he gave his life in Vietnam. Serving with Company C, 1st Battalion, 12th Infantry Regiment, 4th Infantry Division, he was known as a quiet soldier who led by example. On February 15, 1967, near Quan Hao Duc Province, Willett's platoon came under attack from a much larger North Vietnamese force. Automatic weapons and mortars pinned the Americans down, threatening to overwhelm them. When his squad leader was killed, Willett immediately took charge. He moved his men into better positions, rallying them under fire. Spotting a machine gun nest cutting into the line, Willett charged forward and destroyed it, breaking the immediate threat. But the enemy kept coming. Willett advanced again and again, firing and tossing grenades, deliberately drawing enemy fire away from his squad. Wounded, he refused to pull back. He pressed the fight until he was mortally hit, his last actions forcing the enemy to break off their assault. Because of Willett's courage and leadership, his squad was able to survive an attack that should have wiped them out. For his extraordinary heroism, Specialist 4 Louis E. Willett was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor in 1968. His parents accepted the medal on his behalf. Willett's sacrifice reminds us that heroes aren't always the ones with rank or experience. They're the ones who, in the worst moment, decide to stand tall, take charge, and fight so others can live. Major Louis J. Sabille was the first U.S. Air Force pilot to receive the Medal of Honor in the Korean War, and his valor came at the cost of his life. Born in Michigan in 1915, Sabille flew combat missions in World War II before returning to civilian life. When the Korean War erupted in 1950, he was recalled to service, commanding the 67th Fighter Bomber Squadron. Flying the F-51 Mustang, an older propeller-driven fighter carried over from World War II, Sabille and his men were tasked with the dangerous low-level ground attack missions against North Korean forces. On August 5, 1950, Sabille led a flight of 3 Mustangs near Hanchang. Their target was a column of enemy trucks and troops advancing toward U.S. lines. As he began his attack run, Sabile's aircraft was hit by anti-aircraft fire. He was badly wounded and his plane severely damaged. Radioing his wingmen, Sabile made clear he had no chance of survival. Instead of bailing out or crash landing, he made a fateful decision. With his Mustang crippled, he turned his plane into a weapon. Sabile lined up on the enemy convoy and dove directly into it, firing his guns and releasing his bombs in a final attack. His Mustang exploded in the midst of the enemy formation, destroying vehicles and scattering troops. For his selfless act of courage and determination to inflict maximum damage on the enemy, even at the cost of his own life, Louis Sabile was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. He was the first Air Force member ever to receive it in Korea. Today, Major Sabile is remembered as a pilot who chose sacrifice over surrender, embodying the Air Force creed of integrity, service, and excellence in the most extreme way possible. Private First Class Luther H. Story was only 19 years old when he gave his life in one of the most selfless acts of the Korean War. Born in Buena Vista, Georgia in 1931, Story enlisted in the U.S. Army as a teenager and was assigned to Company A, 9th Infantry Regiment, 2nd Infantry Division. In September 1950, during the desperate defense of the Pusan perimeter, his unit faced overwhelming North Korean forces near the Naktung River. On September 1, 1950, Story's company was suddenly hit by a massive enemy assault. As the North Koreans threatened to overrun their position, Story grabbed a machine gun and charged into the open, pouring fire into the advancing troops. His fearless action stalled the attack long enough for his comrades to regroup. Later, as the company began withdrawing under heavy fire, Story noticed an enemy truck loaded with troops. Without hesitation, he exposed himself again and hurled grenades, destroying the vehicle and scattering its soldiers. Wounded during the fighting, Story refused evacuation. Instead, he stayed behind to cover the retreat of his fellow soldiers. Armed with his rifle and grenades, he fought to the last, holding off the enemy at the cost of his own life. His final stand gave his company the chance to escape encirclement and survive. For his conspicuous gallantry and intrepidity above and beyond the call of duty, Luther H. Story was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. More than 70 years later, in 2023, Story's remains were finally identified and returned home to Georgia, where he was laid to rest with full military honors. Private First Class Luther H. Story's heroism stands as a lasting reminder that courage and sacrifice are not measured by age, but by character and devotion to others.
$3 million a pop, 70 tons of steel, and it can turn enemy armor into scrap metal before they even see it. Meet the M1 Abrams. Introduced in 1980, the M1 Abrams is the U.S. Army's main battle tank and a serious flex of American engineering. Powered by a gas turbine engine that guzzles fuel like a rock star at an open bar, it can still haul that 70-ton frame at 45 miles an hour. It's packing a 120-millimeter smoothbore cannon that can ruin your day from over 2 miles away. But it's not just offense. The Abrams wears Cobham composite armor, reinforced with depleted uranium. Translation, it's basically wearing armor so tough even the most anti-tank weapons just bounce off. And inside, a 4-man crew sitting in what's basically a heavily armored gaming chair, fully digital, stabilized, and lethal at night or in the sandstorm. Whether it's Gulf War, Iraq, or rolling through NATO drills, the Abrams has racked up one of the best combat records of any tank ever. You don't mess with the M1, because when it shows up, the fight is usually over.
When World War II began, American infantry had a problem. Enemy tanks were getting thicker armor, and rifles and grenades weren't enough to stop them. The solution came in 1942 with a weapon that looked almost like a piece of plumbing, the M1 bazooka. The bazooka was a shoulder-fired rocket launcher that fired a shape-charged warhead. Instead of relying on brute force, it focused explosive energy into a concentrated jet, burning through the armor that would normally shrug off bullets. For the first time, an ordinary infantryman could carry something that could knock out a tank. It earned its nickname from comedian Bob Burns, who played a homemade musical instrument he called a bazooka. The resemblance was too good to ignore. Soldiers quickly adopted the name, and it stuck. The weapon wasn't perfect. The early M1 had about 2 inches of armor penetration, which was enough against early German tanks, but struggled against the later models like the Panther and Tiger. Misfires were common, and the back blast could reveal a gunner's position instantly. But in the right hands, it was deadly. American troops used bazookas, not just against tanks, but also against bunkers, pillboxes, and enemy machine gun nests. They gave infantry a fighting chance in situations that would have been hopeless just a year earlier. The Germans respected it enough to copy it, producing their own larger version, the infamous Panzerschreck. By the end of the war, the bazooka had become a symbol of American ingenuity, cheap, portable, and effective. It gave GIs a psychological boost. No matter what rolled toward them, they had a weapon that could hit back. The M1 bazooka proved that sometimes the simplest inventions can change the battlefield forever. General George S. Patton called it the greatest battle implement ever devised. The M1 Garand was the rifle that carried American infantry from Normandy to Okinawa, a semi-automatic powerhouse in a world still cycling bolts by hand. Adopted in 1936, the Garand fired the .30-06 Springfield cartridge from an 8-round in-block clip that automatically ejected with a satisfying ping. That sound became iconic, so much so that enemy soldiers supposedly learned to exploit it, waiting for the ping to charge. In reality, it was just the sound of the next American shot coming sooner. With a gas-operated action and rugged walnut stock, the M1 could fire as fast as a man could aim and pull the trigger, about 40 to 50 rounds a minute. That rate of fire gave U.S. troops a massive edge over Axis infantry armed with slower bolt actions like the Mauser or Arisaka. Reliable, accurate, and nearly indestructible, the Garand became a symbol of American industrial might and battlefield dominance. It proved that a well-equipped soldier, not just numbers, could win wars. When Patton praised it, he wasn't exaggerating. The M1 Garand changed infantry combat forever, the first true rifle of the modern age. In 1918, John Browning was already a legend. Then he made the gun that would outlive them all, the M250 caliber machine gun, affectionately called Ma Deuce. It fired the same massive 50 BMG cartridge for over a century, from biplanes to Humvees, with a range of over 2,000 yards and enough punch to tear through armor, walls, and vehicles. It's more cannon than gun. The M2 saw its first service in the 1920s, but by World War II it was everywhere, on tanks, bombers, ships, and anti-aircraft mounts. Its slow, heavy thump became the heartbeat of Allied firepower. In Korea, Vietnam, Iraq, and Afghanistan, it kept serving. Unchanged in principle, just modernized in mount and sight. Few weapons have remained relevant across 100 years of evolution. There's a reason troops still trust Ma Deuce. It doesn't jam, it doesn't quit, and when it speaks, everything in front of it dies. The M2 isn't just a weapon, it's a legacy of engineering perfection. The M3 submachine gun earned its nickname the moment soldiers saw it. It looked exactly like a mechanic's grease gun. Introduced in 1942 as a cheaper alternative to the Thompson, the M3 was stamped steel, simple, crude, and ugly, but it worked. Chambered in 45 ACP, it fired slower than most SMGs, around 450 RPM, which made it controllable and ideal for close-quarter fighting. Tank crews loved it because its compact size fit easily inside tight spaces. Paratroopers liked its folding wire stock. It performed admirably in World War II, Korea, and even Vietnam. Special Forces units especially valued the suppressed M3A1 for covert operations. The grease gun's charm wasn't beauty, it was practicality. In war, ugly and reliable beats pretty and fragile every time. The M4 carbine is the most American rifle, the descendant of every innovation since the M1 Garand. Developed in the 1990s as a shorter, lighter evolution of the M16, it fires the 5.56 by 45 mm NATO cartridge from a 30-round magazine. Its collapsible stock, modular rails, and compatibility with optics and suppressors make it adaptable to any mission, from urban raids to desert patrols. The M4 trades range for versatility. It's accurate to 500 meters, controllable in full auto, and can be customized endlessly with attachments. The Lego set of modern warfare. It became the standard rifle for U.S. forces after 9/11, seeing action in Iraq and Afghanistan. Soldiers praised its maneuverability, but debated its stopping power, a decades-old argument that never really ends. Still, the M4 has proven itself, reliable, adaptable, and endlessly upgradable. It's the rifle of the digital battlefield, the modern soldier's constant companion. A century after the Garand, the M4 carries the same promise. Hit fast, hit first, and keep firing. Born in the 1950s, the M14 was meant to be America's all-in-one rifle, replacing the M1 Garand, carbine, and submachine gun with a single weapon. It fired the powerful 7.62 by 51 millimeter NATO round, feeding from a 20-round magazine and capable of full auto fire. On paper, it sounded perfect. In the jungles of Vietnam, it wasn't. The M14's heavy recoil made automatic fire uncontrollable. It was accurate, rugged, and beautifully made, but also heavy and long in a war that favored lighter weapons. Still, its accuracy was unmatched. Snipers loved it, marksmen respected it, and the rifle endured. Even after being replaced by the M16, the M14 lived on as a designated marksman rifle in Iraq and Afghanistan, upgraded with optics and rails. It never quite fit its time, but it never went away. The M14 proved that precision and reliability never go out of style, even if the battlefield changes around them. Every army has its workhorse, and for America in Vietnam, it was the M60, the belt-fed, gas-operated beast nicknamed the Pig. Introduced in 1957, it fired the 7.62 by 51 millimeter NATO cartridge at 550 rounds per minute, serving as the squad's mobile machine gun. It was lighter than the Browning 30 cal it replaced, but still a brutal load to carry through the jungle. It was temperamental too, barrels overheated fast, feed covers jammed, and parts wore out. But when it worked, it was unstoppable. U.S. troops carried it from the Paddies to the Highlands, laying down walls of lead to protect their squads. Hollywood immortalized it, slung over Rambo's shoulder, belts draped across his chest. But its legacy was earned in real firefights, not film. The M60 wasn't perfect, but it embodied an era, brute strength, loud defiance, and sheer firepower. In every sense, it was the voice of the Vietnam War. The M79 is one of the most beloved weapons of the Vietnam War. A simple, break-action 40mm grenade launcher that gave infantry their own pocket artillery. Nicknamed the Thumper or Blooper for its distinctive firing sound, the M79 could lob explosives with surprising accuracy at 300+ meters. It filled the gap between hand grenades and mortars, allowing squads to hit trenches, bunkers, and concealed enemies. Soldiers loved it for its precision, enemies feared it for its reach. The M203 eventually replaced it, but many troops still preferred the standalone M79 for its accuracy and simplicity. It was a marksman's grenade launcher, elegant in its own destructive way. When you think of American firepower in World War II, the M1919 Browning machine gun is hard to miss. Developed from John Browning's earlier water-cooled M1917, the M1919 was air-cooled, belt-fed, and chambered in .30-06. It became the go-to medium machine gun for the U.S. military. Unlike the heavy water-jacketed guns of World War I, the M1919 was lighter and more versatile. It could be mounted on tripods, fitted into tanks, bolted to jeeps, or even mounted on aircraft. If it could carry a weapon, chances are a Browning was strapped to it. On the ground, infantry units relied on the M1919 for sustained suppressive fire. Its steady rate of 400 to 600 rounds per minute was perfect for pinning down enemy troops while riflemen maneuvered. In North Africa, Europe, and the Pacific, the rattle of the Browning meant the Americans were holding the line. But it wasn't just for infantry. Tankers had them as coaxial and hull-mounted weapons. Aircraft versions, modified for higher rates of fire, were mounted in wings, turrets, and bomber nose cones. B-17 Flying Fortresses carried 13 of them for defense against fighters. From the hedgerows of Normandy to the skies over Germany, the M1919 was everywhere. Durable, dependable, and simple to operate, the M1919 remained in U.S. service for decades after the war, eventually rechambered for NATO's 7.62mm round. Some are still in use around the world today, over 100 years since Browning first sketched out the design's ancestor. The M1919 wasn't flashy, but it was reliable. It was the gun that kept firing when everything else jammed, and it earned its place as a workhorse machine gun of World War II.
Marvin Glenn Shields from Port Townsend, Washington, served as a construction mechanic 3rd class with CB Team 1104 of Naval Mobile Construction Battalion 11 during the early stages of the Vietnam War. Deployed to assist in constructing and repairing Army Special Forces camps, Shields and his team arrived at Dong Ji on June 4, 1965. On June 9th, the camp was fiercely attacked by a reinforced Viet Cong regiment. Despite being under heavy fire, Shields repeatedly crossed open ground to deliver much-needed ammunition and return enemy fire for hours, even after sustaining multiple wounds. When the situation became dire, Shields volunteered alongside the acting commander to neutralize an enemy machine gun emplacement threatening the compound. Armed with a rocket launcher, they successfully destroyed the position. Tragically, Shields was mortally wounded while returning to his defensive post. For his extraordinary bravery and self-sacrifice, Shields was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor on September 13, 1966, becoming both the first sailor and the only CB to receive the highest military honor in the Vietnam War. His legacy is commemorated by the USS Marvin Shields and Camp Shields in Okinawa and Vietnam, preserving the memory of his courage and devotion to his fellow service members.
Sergeant First Class Matthew Leonard was a career soldier with more than 15 years of service when Vietnam came calling. At 34 years old, he was serving with Company B, 1st Battalion, 16th Infantry Regiment, 1st Infantry Division. On February 28, 1967, near Suoi Da, Leonard's platoon was ambushed by a large enemy force. Mortar rounds and automatic weapons fire tore through the formation, and the lead squad was pinned down. Leonard moved quickly to establish a defensive perimeter, exposing himself to fire as he organized his men. He charged an enemy position, silenced it with grenades, and returned to direct his platoon's fire. A burst of gunfire shattered his left hand, leaving it useless. Leonard refused evacuation. He shifted his rifle to his good hand, kept fighting, and continued shouting orders to keep his men in the fight. When an enemy force tried to overrun the perimeter, Leonard personally led a counterattack, driving them back. Moments later, he was struck by a fatal round. But by then, his leadership and ferocity had stabilized the line and saved his platoon from being overrun. For his extraordinary heroism, Sergeant First Class Matthew Leonard was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor in 1968. His wife accepted the medal on his behalf from President Lyndon B. Johnson. Leonard's courage shows what leadership under fire really means: refusing to quit, refusing to back down, and inspiring others to hold their ground, even after you've given everything.
When everything fell apart in the Afghan mountains, Matthew O. Williams held it together with bullets and bravery. April 6, 2008, Shock Valley, Afghanistan. Green Berets and Afghan commandos are ambushed by an enemy dug into the cliffs. Williams is pinned down. Then he hears over comms teammates are trapped uphill, wounded, under fire. He doesn't wait. He leads a counter-assault through a gauntlet of machine guns and RPGs. He reaches the wounded, treats them, defends them, then carries them down the mountain under fire the entire way. He runs ammo and relays radio calls while dodging bullets like it's nothing. Every move he makes saves lives. Matthew O. Williams didn't just fight through the kill zone. He carved a path through it.
Hiram Maxim didn't just build a gun, he built the 20th century. In 1884, his Maxim gun became the world's first fully automatic machine gun, firing 600 rounds a minute with no manual input. A single recoil-operated mechanism did the work, firing, ejecting, and reloading each round. As long as the trigger stayed pressed and ammo fed in, it kept spitting fire. The Maxim changed everything. It ended cavalry charges, reshaped tactics, and gave colonial powers near total dominance over indigenous forces. As one British officer put it, whatever happens, we have got the Maxim gun, and they have not. It fired the .303 British and other calibers worldwide, cooled by a distinctive water jacket around the barrel. Each gun could mow down entire formations before they reached rifle range. By World War I, its descendants, the Vickers, the MG08, and others ruled the trenches. Hiram Maxim had intended his invention to save lives by ending war through fear. Instead, he mechanized slaughter. The Maxim gun was the first true instrument of industrialized death, and humanity's point of no return. First Sergeant Maximo Yabez was a 34-year-old career soldier, the senior NCO of Company A, 4th Battalion, 9th Infantry Regiment, 25th Infantry Division. On February 26, 1967, near Phu Hoa Dong, his leadership and sacrifice saved his men from being overrun. That morning, his company's defensive perimeter was hit by a massive enemy assault. Mortars and machine guns hammered their positions, and waves of attackers poured into the wire. Yabez moved calmly under fire, checking every foxhole, redistributing ammunition, and steadying frightened soldiers. When the enemy broke through, Yabez personally counterattacked. He grabbed a machine gun and fired into the charging force, driving them back and buying time for his men to regroup. Spotting 2 wounded soldiers exposed in the open, he sprinted forward through heavy fire, carried them to safety, and returned to the line. As the assault intensified, Yabez ordered his company's younger soldiers to fall back to secondary positions. Then he stayed behind with a handful of men to cover the withdrawal. Fighting until he was mortally wounded, Yabez's last stand held the line long enough for his company to survive. For his extraordinary heroism, First Sergeant Maximo Yabez was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor in 1968. His wife accepted the medal on his behalf from President Lyndon B. Johnson. Yabez's story is the definition of leadership under fire. A senior NCO who thought first of his men, last of himself, and chose to stand in the breach so that others could live.
May 1st, 1943, over the skies of France, a rookie gunner named Sergeant Maynard H. Smith was about to face the ultimate test. On his very first combat mission, his B-17 bomber was hammered by flak and swarmed by German fighters. Enemy shells tore through the fuselage, wounding crew members and setting the aircraft ablaze. Most men would focus on one job. Smith took on 3. First, he manned his guns, cutting down attacking fighters. Then, when fire began raging through the rear of the bomber, he grabbed an extinguisher and fought the flames until it ran out. With smoke choking the cabin and ammo cooking off, he used his bare hands to throw burning debris and live ammunition out of the plane. When medics needed help, Smith left the flames to tend to the wounded, then went right back to firefighting. For 90 minutes, he battled fire, gunfire, and chaos, refusing to quit until the crippled bomber made it back to England. The crew survived because of his sheer stubbornness and courage. For his heroism, Maynard H. Smith became the first enlisted airman in World War II to receive the Medal of Honor. One mission, total disaster, and one man who simply refused to die. Lance Corporal Melvin Earl Newland was 18 when he earned the nation's highest honor, and he did it the hard way. On July 4, 1967, his Marine outpost near Da Nang came under massive nighttime assault by North Vietnamese troops. Within minutes, his entire machine gun team was killed or wounded. Newland fought alone, firing bursts into charging waves of attackers. When his gun jammed, he cleared it and kept shooting. When his ammo ran out, he used grenades. Wounded again and again, he refused to abandon his position. Even when overrun, witnesses later reported hearing his gun open up again from inside the enemy's lines, still fighting, still holding them off until reinforcements arrived. By the time Marines retook the position, Newland was gone, but dozens of enemy soldiers lay dead around his gun. His Medal of Honor citation captures the essence of Marine grit. Stand fast, keep fighting, and never surrender, even when it costs everything. Private First Class Melvin L. Brown was only 19 years old when he showed the kind of grit that defines Medal of Honor legends. A combat engineer in Company C, 8th Engineer Combat Battalion, 1st Cavalry Division,
He landed in Korea during those chaotic first months of the war. On September 4, 1950, near Kaesong, his unit was ordered to seize and hold a hilltop position. The North Koreans counterattacked hard, swarming the slopes with superior numbers and pouring fire into the Americans. When Brown's squad ran low on ammunition, he didn't retreat. Instead, he crawled out of his position under fire and returned with more ammo, keeping his men in the fight. As the enemy pressed closer and closer, Brown took an exposed spot at the edge of the defensive line, firing steadily into the assault. Eventually, he ran out of rifle ammo. Rather than fall back, Brown pulled out his entrenching tool, a folding shovel, and began hurling grenades from a ditch, one after another, breaking up wave after wave of attackers. When even those were gone, he kept swinging with his shovel, fighting hand to hand against enemy as they tried to overrun his position. By the time the battle ended, Brown had been killed, but his stand had helped blunt the attack and give his unit the time it needed to regroup and hold. For his extraordinary courage, Private First Class Melvin L. Brown was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor in 1951. Brown's story is tragic, just a teenager fighting on the other side of the world, yet displaying the kind of determination and raw defiance that saved his comrades. His bravery reminds us that sometimes the difference between survival and disaster is one soldier's refusal to give in.
On a battlefield full of bullets, one man basically said, "Nah, I got this." Melvin Morris was a U.S. Army Staff Sergeant fighting in Vietnam in 1969. His unit came under heavy fire during a mission near Chi Lang. When his commander was killed, Morris did something absolutely insane. With enemy fire everywhere, he grabbed his weapon, charged across open ground, and recovered his fallen commander's body while being shot at from multiple directions. But he wasn't done. He destroyed enemy bunkers with grenades and kept fighting. Then, as if the universe wasn't done testing him, he got hit 3 times. Bleeding, still under fire, Morris managed to crawl back to safety, dragging the body and his gear the entire way. It took 44 years, but in 2014, President Obama awarded Melvin Morris the Medal of Honor. He survived what most people wouldn't even attempt. The man is living proof. Never tell a Green Beret the odds.
Master Sergeant Melvin O'Handrich was a World War II veteran who proved his courage all over again in Korea, fighting to the death to hold the line. Born in 1919 in Manawa, Wisconsin, Handrich served with distinction in World War II before returning home. When the Korean War broke out in 1950, he was recalled to duty, this time with Company C, 5th Infantry Regiment, 24th Infantry Division. On August 25, 1950, during the desperate defense of the Pusan perimeter, Handrich's company came under attack by overwhelming North Korean forces near Sobuksan. For nearly 2 days, his leadership and determination would make all the difference. As enemy troops pressed in, Handrich repeatedly exposed himself to enemy fire, moving from position to position, directing his men, and personally engaging the attackers with rifle and grenades. When casualties mounted, he organized the wounded for evacuation while staying at the front with the remaining defenders. Despite being wounded himself, Handrich refused medical aid. Through the night, he called in supporting fire, rallying his men to hold against wave after wave of assaults. By dawn, the company's position was nearly overrun, but Handrich remained in place, firing his weapon until he was fatally struck. His body was later found surrounded by enemy dead, testimony to the ferocity of his stand. For his incredible bravery and refusal to abandon his post, Melvin O. Handrich was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. His citation notes that his conspicuous gallantry and intrepidity saved countless lives and delayed the enemy long enough for reinforcements to arrive. Master Sergeant Handrich's sacrifice embodies the highest traditions of the U.S. Army, a soldier who fought literally to his last breath to protect his comrades and his mission. Major Merlin H. Dethelson was an Air Force pilot flying with the 354th Tactical Fighter Squadron, 355th Tactical Fighter Wing, when he pulled off one of the boldest air missions of the Vietnam War. On March 10, 1967, his F-105 Thunder Chief was part of a strike package targeting a heavily defended steel plant in Tay Nguyen, North Vietnam. The area bristled with anti-aircraft guns, radar-guided missiles, and enemy MiGs. As the strike began, Dethelson's flight was immediately hit. One aircraft shot down, another forced out of the fight. That left Dethelson and his wingman to fight the entire air defense network alone. Instead of aborting, he pressed the attack. Flying low and fast, Dethelson deliberately drew fire to expose enemy positions, then rolled in with bombs and rockets to knock them out. His Thunder Chief was riddled with shrapnel, instruments failing, fuel leaking, but he kept going. Wave after wave of anti-aircraft fire tried to bring him down. MiGs dove in to intercept. Still, Dethelson made repeated attack runs, hammering the fences until the strike package could get through and hit the target. Only after the mission was complete did he limp his crippled jet back to base. For his extraordinary heroism, Major Merlin H. Dethelson was awarded the Medal of Honor by President Lyndon B. Johnson in 1968. His mission became a textbook example of the kind of raw guts it took to fly thuds over North Vietnam, facing a sky full of enemies with a battered aircraft and refusing to turn back until the job was done. Brigadier General Merritt Austin Edson, better known to his Marines as Red Mike, was the kind of leader who turned desperate defenses into legends. Born in Vermont in 1897, Edson joined the Marines in World War I and built his career as a disciplined, fiery officer. By 1942, he commanded the 1st Marine Raider Battalion in the Solomon Islands. In September of that year, Edson and his raiders found themselves at Guadalcanal, defending the airstrip at Henderson Field. Japanese forces launched a furious nighttime assault on a thin, jungle-covered ridge. Outnumbered and nearly surrounded, Edson's Marines were fighting for survival. Edson didn't sit back in a command post. He moved up and down the lines, calm in the chaos, rallying men, plugging holes, and shifting units to where the pressure was greatest. His voice and presence kept the Marines steady through wave after wave of attacks. At dawn, the ridge was littered with Japanese dead. Henderson Field still stood, thanks to Edson and his raiders. That fight would go down in history as the Battle of Edson's Ridge. For his extraordinary leadership under fire, Edson received the Medal of Honor. He later rose to Major General and helped shape the modern Marine Corps. Merritt Red Mike Edson, the general who turned a ridge into a fortress and Marines into legends. On December 7, 1941, the battleship USS West Virginia lay moored at Pearl Harbor. Aboard her was Captain Mervyn S. Benyon, a quiet, disciplined officer who had only recently taken command. When Japanese torpedoes and bombs ripped into the harbor that Sunday morning, chaos erupted. The West Virginia was struck repeatedly, shuddering under the impact. One armor-piercing bomb tore through the ship and exploded near the bridge, sending shards of steel and fragments slicing into Captain Benyon. He was mortally wounded, his abdomen ripped open. Medics and sailors tried desperately to carry him below for treatment, but Benyon refused. He knew his ship was fighting for its life, and he wasn't about to leave his men leaderless. Bracing himself with one arm, bleeding heavily, he continued to bark orders, directing damage control, organizing fire suppression, and keeping his crew focused amid the inferno. Sailors begged him to save himself. He waved them off. His command came first. Even as flames spread and the ship slowly sank into the mud of Pearl Harbor, Benyon stayed at his post, ensuring that the West Virginia's crew fought back and evacuated in order. He gave every ounce of strength until he could no longer stand. Moments later, he collapsed and died on the bridge, still in command. For his gallantry and devotion to duty, above and beyond the call of duty, Captain Mervyn S. Benyon was awarded the Medal of Honor. His steadfast refusal to abandon his post turned him into a symbol of naval courage on that infamous day. Benyon's sacrifice reminds us that leadership doesn't always mean survival, but it always means responsibility. He gave his life so his men had a chance to fight and live. If there was one sound that defined German firepower in World War II, it was the MG-42 machine gun. Allied soldiers who faced it gave it its nickname that says it all: Hitler's buzzsaw. Introduced in 1942, the MG-42 was designed to be cheap, rugged, and devastatingly effective. It was stamped from sheet metal, meaning it could be mass-produced quickly.
But what made it infamous was its blistering rate of fire, up to 1,500 rounds per minute. That's twice the speed of most Allied machine guns. When an MG-42 opened up, it didn't sound like individual gunshots. It was a continuous ripping noise, like a giant tearing canvas. To soldiers under fire, it was terrifying. One burst could cut down entire squads trying to cross open ground. The MG-42 was also versatile. It could be carried by infantry as a squad weapon, mounted on bipods or tripods, or even fitted on vehicles and fortifications. Its quick-change barrel system let gunners swap overheated barrels in seconds, keeping the gun firing nearly non-stop. The Allies respected it and feared it. US and British troops developed tactics just to deal with the MG-42 crews, often calling in artillery or tanks rather than trying to assault them head-on. After the war, the MG-42's design lived on. Modified into the MG-3, it's still in service with NATO armies today, more than 80 years after it first appeared. The MG-42 wasn't just a weapon, it was a legend of battlefield dominance. For those who faced it, the memory of that buzzsaw sound never faded. On March 23, 1971, in Khe Sanh, Vietnam, Specialist 4th Class Michael J. Fitzmaurice was guarding a perimeter bunker when North Vietnamese sappers launched a surprise attack. Amid the chaos, 3 enemy grenades landed near him and his fellow soldiers. Without hesitation, Fitzmaurice threw 2 grenades back, then threw himself onto the 3rd, shielding others from the blast with his body. Stunned and severely wounded, he refused evacuation. Half blinded and bleeding, he grabbed a rifle, which was then damaged by another explosion, and still kept fighting. Refusing to surrender, he took a rifle from a fallen enemy and continued defending the bunker in brutal, close-quarters combat. Only after the fight ended did he finally accept medical aid. For his extraordinary heroism and total disregard for his own safety, Michael J. Fitzmaurice received the Medal of Honor. He didn't flinch, he didn't fall back, he absorbed the blast, then got back up and rejoined the fight. Fitzmaurice wasn't just a soldier, he was a wall, unmoving, unbreakable, and utterly determined to protect the men beside him. Years later, when asked if he'd do it again, his answer was simple: absolutely. Because when everything exploded around him, Michael J. Fitzmaurice became the blast shield. And that's what real courage looks like.
Commander Michael J. Estison was the kind of pilot who made courage under fire look like a personality trait. Flying an A-4 Skyhawk during the Vietnam War, Estison was known for precision bombing and calm nerves. In April 1967, during Operation Rolling Thunder, he led a strike against North Vietnamese missile sites that had been turning American aircraft into confetti. He rolled in low, dropped his ordnance with surgical precision, and got hit hard. His jet was leaking fuel and on fire, but instead of punching out, Estison stayed in the fight, guiding his flight to finish the mission before limping back to the Gulf of Tonkin. He probably could have called it a day right there, but he didn't. 2 days later, he volunteered for another strike. This time, things went worse. During a steep dive, his aircraft took a direct hit and burst into flames. Radio calls came through. "You're on fire, Mike, pull out." He ignored them. He stayed on target, released his bombs, and destroyed the missile site before disappearing in the smoke. No parachute, no signal, just gone. For years, he was listed as missing in action, his fate unknown. But the Navy eventually confirmed what everyone suspected. Estison died in that dive. He was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor for finishing the job when he could have saved himself. In aviation circles, his name's a legend, a reminder that some heroes don't eject. They ride it all the way in.
Michael Monsoor saw the grenade and didn't move, because if he did, others would die. September 29, 2006, Ramadi, Iraq. Navy SEAL Michael Monsoor is on a rooftop with 2 other SEALs and several Iraqi soldiers. An insurgent throws a grenade onto the roof. It lands right next to Monsoor. He could have escaped, but the others couldn't. So he throws himself on it, absorbs the full blast. He saves everyone on that roof at the cost of his own life. No hesitation, no second guessing. Michael Monsoor didn't just make a choice. He made sure they got to keep living. Michael P. Murphy made a call that cost him everything, and saved his team. June 28, 2005, Kunar Province, Afghanistan. Murphy leads a 4-man SEAL team on a mission to find a Taliban leader. They're compromised, ambushed by over 50 fighters on a mountainside. Pinned down, outgunned, and wounded, Murphy knows they can't call for help from cover, so he stands up, walks into the open, and makes the call. He's shot while on the radio, but finishes the transmission. Then he picks up his rifle and keeps fighting. 3 SEALs died that day. Murphy was one of them. Because of him, the Quick Reaction Force knew where to go. Michael Murphy didn't just make a phone call, he made the ultimate sacrifice.
First Lieutenant Mike C. Pena had already fought in World War II before Korea came calling. A combat-tested officer, he served with Company F, 5th Cavalry Regiment, 1st Cavalry Division. On September 4, 1950, near Waegwan, his unit was overrun by superior North Korean forces. Outnumbered and low on ammunition, the Americans faced being surrounded and wiped out. Pena quickly assessed the situation and took charge. He organized a fighting withdrawal, directing his men to pull back while he stayed behind to cover them. For more than an hour, Pena laid down accurate, relentless fire, moving from position to position to make it look like a larger force was holding the line. His actions drew the enemy's focus away from his retreating company. As his men reached safety, Pena kept firing. He refused to leave until the last of his soldiers was clear. With his ammo nearly gone and the enemy closing in, he was finally overrun and killed. His sacrifice bought the time his company needed to escape complete annihilation. For decades, Pena's heroism went formally unrecognized. It wasn't until a review of records corrected past oversights of Hispanic and minority service members that his actions were fully honored. In 2014, First Lieutenant Mike C. Pena was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. His son accepted the medal from President Barack Obama. Pena's story is one of pure selflessness, a leader who chose to make his last stand so that his men could live. His courage at Waegwan secured not just the survival of his company, but his place among America's greatest heroes. Ensign Milton E. Ricketts wasn't supposed to be a frontline hero. He was a Naval Academy graduate and a damage control officer. His job was keeping ships afloat, not sinking enemies. But on May 8, 1942, during the Battle of the Coral Sea, that line blurred in fire and blood. Ricketts was aboard the USS Yorktown when a Japanese bomb ripped through the flight deck, exploding in the forward engine room. The blast killed almost everyone nearby and left a ruptured fire main spraying uselessly. But not Ricketts. Badly wounded, he somehow stayed on his feet. In a moment where most men would crawl for cover, Ricketts did the opposite. He dragged himself to a nearby hose station, patched into the fire main, and single-handedly worked to contain the inferno threatening the ship's fuel and ammunition stores. Flames licked closer, smoke choked the air, and Ricketts kept fighting. He held the hose until the fire was under control. Only then did his wounds overcome him. He collapsed and died at his station. Because of Ricketts, Yorktown survived that day, lived to fight at Midway, and altered the entire course of the Pacific War. For his sacrifice, he was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. Milton E. Ricketts, proof that sometimes the quietest job carries the loudest courage. On October 22, 1965, in the jungles of Vietnam, Private First Class Milton L. Olive III was on patrol with 4 fellow soldiers when they were ambushed by Viet Cong forces. As gunfire erupted and chaos exploded around them, a grenade landed in their midst. Without a second of hesitation, Olive grabbed it, clutched it to his chest, and dove away from the others, absorbing the full blast with his own body. He was just 18 years old. The men he saved would go on to fight another day. Olive never got the chance. For his selfless sacrifice, Milton Olive became the first Black American to receive the Medal of Honor in Vietnam. He wasn't a seasoned warrior. He wasn't a commander. He was a teenager with a rifle, a sense of duty, and a heart big enough to shield 4 lives. His citation reads like many others, but his age, his quiet bravery, and his ultimate sacrifice struck a nation still divided by race and war. Milton Olive didn't run. He didn't shout. He saw a threat and gave everything he had to stop it.
No speeches, no glory, just courage in its purest form. One young man, one grenade, one moment that defined heroism forever.
This is Mitchell Page, the man who single-handedly held the line against an entire Japanese regiment. No, that's not clickbait. That's Guadalcanal, 1942. The Marines were dug in around Henderson Field. The Japanese wanted it back, badly, and they were coming in waves, thousands of them. On October 26, Page's entire machine gun platoon got wiped out. Everyone, dead or wounded, except for him. So what does he do? He grabs a machine gun and starts mowing down waves of Japanese soldiers for hours. When his gun overheated, he grabbed another and another. He cycled through every gun his squad left behind, literally playing musical chairs with Browning machine guns while fighting off hundreds of attackers. By morning, reinforcements arrived. The Japanese had enough. They pulled back, leaving hundreds of bodies behind. Henderson Field, still in American hands, thanks to one very pissed off Marine. For his insane one-man stand, Mitchell Page was awarded the Medal of Honor. He later said, "I was too busy fighting to be scared." That's Marine Corps understatement for, I turned an entire battlefield into a personal shooting gallery. Mitchell Page, certified Marine badass. One man, one night, whole lot of dead enemies.
Corporal Mitchell Red Cloud Jr. was a Ho-Chunk Native American from Wisconsin who turned his last stand into one of the most legendary moments of the Korean War. Born in 1925, he had already served as a Marine in World War II before joining the Army. By 1950, he was with the 19th Infantry Regiment fighting near Cheongyang, North Korea. On the night of November 5th, his unit was dug in on a ridgeline when hundreds of Chinese troops launched a surprise assault. Red Cloud was on outpost duty and spotted them first. Instead of falling back, he opened fire with his Browning automatic rifle, immediately alerting the company. The enemy charged in waves, but Red Cloud stood his ground, cutting them down until he was hit. Wounded, he refused evacuation. He pulled himself upright against a tree, tied himself there with a rifle sling, and kept firing. His last burst slowed the enemy long enough for the rest of his company to regroup and mount a defense. By dawn, the hill was still in American hands, but Red Cloud was gone, killed at his post, weapon in hand. For his sacrifice, he was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. Mitchell Red Cloud Jr. didn't just hold the line, he became the line.
You thought castles were safe? Not if the Mongols showed up. They didn't just ride horses. The Mongols were siege masters, and they learned from everyone they conquered. When Genghis Khan's army faced walled cities, they didn't just charge. They brought engineers, Chinese engineers, Persian engineers, even prisoners forced to build siege gear. Trebuchets? Check. Battering rams? Check. Giant siege towers? Oh yeah. They even dug tunnels to collapse walls. And if that didn't work, psychological warfare. Starve them out. Use captured prisoners as human shields. Launch diseased corpses over the walls. Entire cities surrendered just to avoid Mongol sieges. And those who didn't, well, they usually didn't exist much longer. The Mongols weren't just cavalry. They were the ultimate medieval siege machine.
If you picture a German soldier from World War II, you're probably picturing him holding an MP-40. Streamlined, compact, and deadly in close quarters, it became one of the war's most recognizable weapons. Introduced in 1938, the MP-40 fired 9mm rounds from a 32-round magazine at about 500 rounds per minute. Slow enough to control, fast enough to dominate a room. It was made of stamped steel and Bakelite, an early plastic, making it cheap and easy to mass produce. Unlike the bolt-action rifles most German infantry carried, the MP-40 was reserved for squad leaders, paratroopers, and vehicle crews. Its folding metal stock made it ideal for tank crews or airborne assaults, and its accuracy in short bursts made it far more practical than the spray-and-pray image later gave it. It wasn't perfect, magazines were fragile, and mud could jam in the feed lips, but it gave German troops a modern, mobile edge. So iconic was its silhouette that Allied troops often called any German SMG an MP-40, even when it wasn't. 80 years later, it's still the face of blitzkrieg infantry, sleek, efficient, and unmistakably German.
Since 1960, the U.S. Navy has quietly deployed an unexpected ally, bottlenose dolphins. With echolocation that outperforms any sonar, dolphins can spot underwater mines, suspicious divers, even enemy frogmen. During the Vietnam War, dolphins patrolled harbor waters, alerting handlers to intruders. In the Persian Gulf, they helped clear mines, saving countless ships and crews. Unlike machines, dolphins adapt. They can tell a crab from a mine casing and work tirelessly for fishy treats. It's not all James Bond glamour. Those dolphins have been targeted by rumors of attack dolphins with knives strapped on, but their real mission is detection and marking. Today they train off California and Florida, living comfortable lives with dedicated Navy teams.
Colonel Neil Ernest Kirby was one of the U.S. Army Air Force's most aggressive fighter pilots in the Pacific. Flying a P-47 Thunderbolt over Wewak, New Guinea on October 11, 1943, Kirby led a small flight against a much larger enemy formation. In the ensuing dogfight, he shot down 6 Japanese aircraft, a record for a single mission, before running out of fuel and ammunition. His leadership and tactical audacity turned the P-47 from an underdog into a feared weapon in the Pacific. Kirby was later killed in action in March 1944, but his Medal of Honor recognized that rare kind of pilot who didn't just follow tactics, he rewrote them. Master Sergeant Nelson Valentine Britton was the kind of combat veteran you wanted on the line when everything went sideways. He had already fought through World War II, and when the Korean War erupted, he volunteered again, older, tougher, and absolutely committed to leading from the front. That experience paid off on March 7, 1951, near Yonggang-ni, where Britton's company found itself pinned down on exposed terrain by heavy machine gun and rifle fire. Instead of ordering someone else to take the risk, Britton did it himself. He sprinted uphill through incoming fire to flank an enemy machine gun nest, wiping it out with grenades and rifle fire. Most men would have stopped there, but Britton saw 2 more positions pouring fire into his company. He attacked the second one the same way, head on, close quarters, no hesitation. Then he went after the third, pulling the pin on another grenade and charging straight into the bunker's line of fire. By then he had already been wounded, but he refused medical treatment. He knew that if he stopped, the entire assault stalled with him. So he stayed in the fight, rallying his soldiers, coordinating movement, and personally leading the final push that broke open the enemy position. Moments later, Britton was hit again, fatally this time, but his one-man assaults had shattered the defense, allowing the company to seize the hill and avoid what could have been a bloodbath. Britton was awarded the Medal of Honor posthumously, a recognition as direct and uncompromising as the man himself. His actions stand as one of the clearest examples of what veteran leadership looks like. Not speeches, not theory, but a hardened soldier who knew what had to be done and did it, 3 times in one battle.
Sergeant Nicholas Minyu wasn't just a soldier, he was a one-man wrecking crew. Born in Ukraine, he came to America, joined the U.S. Army, and by World War II, he was leading men into battle in Tunisia. On April 28, 1943, his unit hit a wall, literally. The Germans had fortified a position near Medjilabab, Tunisia, and their machine guns were shredding any attempt to advance. Minyu didn't hesitate. Armed with a rifle and a bayonet, he charged, alone, straight into enemy fire. He leapt into the trench, stabbing and slashing through the defenders, killing 10 enemy soldiers in close-quarter combat. Without stopping, he kept pushing forward, clearing the trench section by section. The enemy fire that had pinned down his entire company suddenly stopped, because Minyu was standing where the machine guns had been. But courage has a cost. Moments later, while still advancing, he was cut down by a burst of machine gun fire. He never saw the victory his actions made possible, but his selfless charge broke the enemy line and allowed his company to capture the position. For his extraordinary bravery, Nicholas Minyu was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. One man, a bayonet, and the will to win. That's Sergeant Minyu's legacy.
Rear Admiral Norman Scott was a sailor's admiral, the kind who believed in fighting alongside his men, not from the safety of a desk. Born in Indianapolis in 1889, he graduated from Annapolis and spent decades at sea before World War II thrust him into the Pacific fight. By 1942, the U.S. Navy was struggling to blunt Japanese advances around Guadalcanal. Scott took command of a cruiser-destroyer task force and was ordered to intercept enemy reinforcements near Cape Esperance. On the night of October 11th and 12th, his ship stumbled into a Japanese force. What followed was chaos, searchlights flashing, torpedoes streaking, gunfire tearing the night apart. Scott's aggressive leadership turned the confusion into victory. His ships crippled 2 enemy cruisers and sank a destroyer, proving the U.S. could beat the vaunted Imperial Navy in surface combat. It was a badly needed morale boost for the fleet. A month later, during the naval battle of Guadalcanal, Scott was aboard the USS Atlanta when it was caught in a brutal crossfire. He was killed on the bridge, fighting alongside his men. For his valor and leadership, Norman Scott was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. He gave his life at the peak of his success, remembered as the admiral who led from the front and showed the Navy how to win again.
You know what's cheaper than an Air Force? Digging holes. Welcome to North Korea's underground invasion plan. Since the Korean War, North Korea has been quietly building massive infiltration tunnels under the DMZ, and I mean massive. The first was discovered in 1974. Concrete lined, electric lighting, big enough to move 30,000 troops an hour. You heard that right, 30,000 troops an hour. That's an invasion on a subway schedule. How many are there? 4 confirmed. How many actually exist? Well, we don't know. The South Koreans think there could be 20 or more. The tunnels are hundreds of feet underground, booby-trapped, camouflage, and meant to bypass the most heavily fortified border on Earth. If war broke out, North Korean troops could pop up behind enemy lines like angry moles with AK-47s. Surprise! Today these tunnels are tourist sites, but South Korea still actively searches for new ones. Because when your neighbor's entire war plan is dig-dug, but with artillery, you stay vigilant. North Korean tunnels, proof that sometimes the simplest strategy is terrifying. Imagine your emails, photos, and late-night Google searches vacuumed up by Uncle Sam. Welcome to PRISM, the NSA's secret backdoor to the internet. In 2007, after 9/11 rewired America's paranoia circuits, the NSA launched PRISM under the Protect America Act. Officially, it was all about tracking foreign terrorists. Reality, they tapped into servers of tech giants like Google, Facebook, Apple, and Microsoft, grabbing chats, emails, and even selfies. Legally, they claim to target foreigners, but let's be honest, data is messy. Americans got scooped up too. And who blew the whistle? Edward Snowden, the guy who turned from contractor to the world's most wanted PowerPoint leaker. In 2013, he leaked slides showing just how deep PRISM's tentacles went. Turns out your grandma's cat photos might be on an NSA hard drive right now. So next time you type "how to overthrow the government" as a joke, maybe wave at the NSA analyst reading it. He was a decorated Marine who almost brought down the White House. Meet Oliver North. In the 1980s, the US government faced 2 big problems. American hostages held by Iranian-backed terrorists, and Congress had banned funding anti-communist rebels in Nicaragua, the Contras. Oliver North and a small group inside the Reagan administration cooked up a secret plan. Sell weapons to Iran, use the cash to fund the Contras, completely bypass Congress. In 1986, it all blew up. A plane full of weapons crashed, documents leaked. Suddenly, the entire scheme went public. Congress launched investigations. The media went wild. Oliver North took center stage in televised hearings, calm, confident, in full uniform, and fully taking the blame. He was convicted, but later had his charges overturned on appeal. The Iran-Contra scandal rocked Reagan's presidency, but Reagan himself claimed no knowledge. North, he became a conservative hero, TV host and author. From Marine to mastermind to media icon, Oliver North's legacy is still debated today. In September of 1944, the Allies launched Operation Market Garden, a bold plan to end the war by Christmas. Spoiler alert, it didn't go well. Thousands of paratroopers from the U.S. 101st, 82nd, and British 1st Airborne Divisions dropped into the Netherlands to seize key bridges. Meanwhile, British armor raced north to link up. But here's the problem. A single highway over 60 miles long through enemy territory. One traffic jam, one blown bridge, one ambush, and the whole plan collapses. Surprise, the Germans weren't as weak as intel said. Panzer divisions, SS units, and stiff resistance turned Arnhem into bloodbath. The British 1st Airborne held Arnhem Bridge for days, but relief never arrived. Outgunned, outnumbered, and surrounded, they were forced to surrender. Montgomery's gamble failed. Over 17,000 Allied casualties. The war dragged on for months. Market Garden was ambitious, but ambition doesn't stop bullets. The U.S. Air Force's official "What the hell are people seeing in the sky" program. From 1952 to 1969, they investigated over 12,000 UFO reports. That's right, the government literally had a department for chasing flying saucers. Out of all those cases, 701 remained unexplained. So did they admit aliens? Nah. Officially they blamed weather, swamp gas, or just straight up hallucinations. But here's the kicker. After Blue Book shut down, secret programs kept rolling. Even today, the Pentagon still tracks what they call UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomena. So next time someone tells you the government doesn't care about UFOs, tell them they had a whole office dedicated to it. Operation Blue Book, where science met X-Files with your tax dollars footing the bill.
Did the CIA spy on Americans? Oh yeah, big time. In the middle of the Cold War, the CIA launched Operation Chaos, a domestic surveillance program targeting anti-war activists, civil rights leaders, and even journalists. Why? Because protesting Vietnam apparently looked a little too communist. They weren't just watching, they were infiltrating groups, stealing documents, and compiling a massive database of over 300,000 Americans without a warrant or oversight. The agency that was legally banned from operating inside the US totally ignored that part. And the best part? Even the president didn't fully know. By the 1970s, this illegal surveillance came to light during the Church Committee hearings, exposing just how far the CIA went in its war on dissent. Operation Chaos wasn't foreign policy. It was domestic paranoia weaponized.
Did NATO secretly run stay-behind armies to fight communism? Oh yeah, it was called Operation Gladio. After World War II, Western Europe was terrified the Soviets might roll in like they did in Eastern Europe. NATO said, let's be ready, so they built stay-behind units, secret armies, hidden weapons caches, ready to wage guerrilla war if the Soviets invaded. But here's where it gets wild. In Italy, Gladio wasn't just hiding in the woods waiting for Russians. They allegedly got involved in domestic politics. We're talking bombings, assassinations, false flag attacks, all blamed on communists to sway public opinion. It's called the strategy of tension. Were they rogue elements? Was NATO in on it? We still don't know the full truth, but what we do know, Gladio wasn't just in Italy, Belgium, France, Germany, even Turkey. Whole secret networks, some say state-sponsored, operating in peacetime. Officially, Gladio was deactivated in the 1990s. Unofficially, who knows how deep this rabbit hole goes. This was NATO's secret army, Operation Gladio. How did the U.S. track the Ho Chi Minh Trail from the sky? During the Vietnam War, the U.S. needed a way to track North Vietnamese troops sneaking down the Ho Chi Minh Trail. Their solution? A top-secret program called Operation Igloo White. The U.S. Air Force dropped thousands of seismic and acoustic sensors disguised as plants and animal droppings all over Laos. When enemy trucks rumbled by or soldiers talked too loud, the sensors sent signals to orbiting aircraft, which relayed them back to a supercomputer in Thailand. That computer would triangulate the sounds and guide bombers right to their targets. It was like a giant game of hot and cold, except with B-52s. Despite its high-tech promise, the system was often fooled by weather, animals, or simply the sheer number of trails. Still, it changed how wars were fought, mixing sensors, computers, and air power in a deadly new way.
Operation Mincemeat, the British plan so insane it actually worked. How do you convince Hitler to send his troops to the wrong country? With a dead body, a fake identity, and a briefcase full of lies. In 1943, the Allies wanted to invade Sicily, but if the Nazis knew, they'd fortify it. The solution? Make them think we're hitting Greece instead. Enter Major William Martin, a man who never existed, The British dressed up a homeless man's corpse as a Royal Marine officer, stuffed his pockets with fake love letters, theater tickets, even a photo of a fiancée who didn't exist. They dumped the body off the Spanish coast knowing the German spies would find it. The documents inside, completely fake invasion plans. Hitler bought it. He moved entire divisions to Greece and Sardinia. Meanwhile, the Allies stormed Sicily with way less resistance. Boom, one of World War II's greatest deceptions. All thanks to one dead man who saved thousands of lives by being a human decoy. You want to hear about one of the most unhinged military proposals in U.S. history? Buckle up. This is Operation Northwoods, where the Cold War almost went full psycho. Back in 1962, the Joint Chiefs of Staff cooked up a plan so wild even Hollywood would have said, maybe tone it down. The goal? Justify a war with Cuba. The plan? Fake terrorist attacks on Americans. They suggested blowing up U.S. ships, hijacking planes, bombing cities, even staging funerals for fake victims, and then blame it all on Castro to get public support for an invasion. President Kennedy saw this and basically said, "Are you guys out of your damn minds?" He shut it down. Operation Northwoods was declassified decades later, proof that sometimes the real conspiracy theories are real.
June 7, 1981, 8 Israeli F-16s streak across the desert. Their mission? To destroy Iraq's Azarak nuclear reactor before it could produce weapons-grade plutonium. Flying low to avoid radar, the jets cross into Iraqi airspace. In less than 2 minutes, they drop 16 2,000-pound bombs on the facility. The reactor is obliterated. Operation Opera was controversial, praised by some for halting a potential nuclear threat, condemned by others as a breach of sovereignty. But Israel argued it was a preemptive strike to ensure survival. Years later, evidence suggested Iraq was closer to building a bomb than anyone knew. The daring raid stands as one of the most famous preemptive strikes in modern history. In September 2007, Israeli F-15s and F-16s soared across the Syrian border under complete radio silence. Their mission? A mysterious facility near Deir ez-Zor. Western intelligence believed it was an undeclared nuclear reactor built with North Korean help, inching Syria closer to a bomb. Operation Orchard took mere minutes. Precision bombs reduced the reactor to rubble. Syria quietly bulldozed the site, trying to erase any trace. Israel stayed officially silent for over a decade, never confirming the strike. Why? To avoid pushing Assad into open war or tipping off Iran. Only years later did Israel's leaders openly admit to destroying what could have been the Middle East's next nuclear nightmare. Operation Orchard didn't just stop one reactor. It sent a message across the entire region. If you're building secret nukes, Israel will come knocking. In 1966, Marine Corps pilot Orson Swindle was flying his A-4 Skyhawk on a bombing mission over North Vietnam when enemy aircraft fire tore into his jet. With his aircraft crippled and flames licking the fuselage, Swindle ejected, parachuting straight into enemy territory. Captured almost instantly, he was dragged to the infamous Hanoi Hilton, the North Vietnamese prison known for its brutal treatment of American POWs. For the next 7 years, Swindle endured starvation, disease, beatings, and endless attempts to break his will. But he refused to crack. Using covert signals and whispered codes, he kept morale alive among fellow prisoners. Even in solitary confinement, he held fast to the code of conduct, giving away nothing that could harm his brothers in arms. When he was finally released in 1973 during Operation Homecoming, Swindle returned home not as a broken man, but as a living symbol of resilience. He went on to serve his country in government and tirelessly advocated for veterans, sharing the lessons of endurance, honor, and unyielding courage. From the cockpit of a Skyhawk to the dark cells of the Hanoi Hilton, Orson Swindle's story isn't just about survival. It's about defiance in the face of unimaginable hardship. On May 8, 1942, the Battle of the Coral Sea reached its climax. Aboard the aircraft carrier USS Neosho, Chief Water Tender Oscar V. Peterson was deep below decks when Japanese dive bombers found their targets. The Neosho, a vital fleet oiler, was struck by multiple bombs. Explosions ripped through the ship, flooding compartments and igniting raging fires. Amid the smoke and chaos,
Peterson rushed into the heart of the inferno, the oil-fired boiler rooms where flames threatened to spread and destroy the ship outright. Without hesitation, he threw himself into the work of shutting down the boilers, securing fuel lines, and preventing catastrophic explosions. The conditions were hellish: scalding steam, burning oil, and choking smoke. Every second he stayed inside meant certain agony, but he refused to leave his post until the threat was contained. Peterson suffered fatal burns in the process. Carried topside, he lingered only a few hours before succumbing to his injuries. Yet because of his actions, the fires were controlled long enough for his shipmates to abandon the doomed Neosho in some semblance of order. His sacrifice saved countless lives. For his conspicuous devotion to duty, extraordinary courage, and complete disregard of his own safety, Chief Water Tender Oscar V. Peterson was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. The Battle of the Coral Sea was a turning point in the Pacific War, the first carrier versus carrier fight in history, and in its crucible, Peterson showed that not all heroism comes from the bridge or the gun deck. Sometimes it's in the fire rooms below, where one man's refusal to quit makes survival possible for everyone else.
You know James Bond? Yeah, the OSS was doing that in the 1940s with the gadgets that were absolutely insane. The Office of Strategic Services, America's original spy agency, basically invented the playbook for modern espionage, and their gadgets, wild. Cyanide pill hidden in a false tooth? Check. Cigarette that shoots a bullet? Check. Pistol disguised as a pipe? Check. They build exploding coal to sabotage trains, cameras hidden in matchboxes, silk maps that couldn't be ripped or ruined by water, even shoes with hollow heels to hide microfilm. And then there's the Beano grenade. It looked like a baseball so American soldiers could throw it like a fastball, because apparently baseball saves lives. The OSS wasn't just spying, they were MacGyvering entire arsenals. Without these wild gadgets, a lot more missions would have failed. Ever see an entire plan hinge on 2 engines and a little luck? Meet the P-38 Lightning and the day it took out Nazi leadership. 1943, Italy switching sides. The Nazis need damage control. So Hitler sends in his top fixer, Luftwaffe ace General Heinrich von der Heydte, to negotiate with Italian leaders. Meanwhile, Luftwaffe General Major Josef Ritter von Pohl and Kesselring coordinate backup. But Allied codebreakers are listening. They catch wind of high-level meeting. And flying those generals into Italy, a Chrysler Fi-156 Storch and several transports, slow, low, and vulnerable. The U.S. sends in the P-38 Lightnings, fast twin-engine killers, designed for long range, high speed, and packing enough firepower to ruin anyone's day. Intercepting over the Tyrrhenian Sea, the P-38s swoop in. They take down the transport carrying German Lieutenant General Wilhelm von Appel, instantly decapitating a chunk of the Nazi leadership. The ambush shatters German coordination in Italy. The P-38 didn't just shoot down planes, it shot down an entire German plan. 1 aircraft, 1 ambush, 1 bad day for the Third Reich. The P-38 Lightning, the silent assassin of World War II. This is the P-51 Mustang, the plane that turned the Luftwaffe's worst nightmares into reality. Early in the war, Allied bombers flew into German airspace like sitting ducks. The Luftwaffe's Messerschmitt Bf-109s and Focke-Wulfs chewed them up. Enter the P-51 Mustang, fast, long range, heavily armed, finally an escort fighter that could fly all the way to Berlin and back. Top speed, 437 miles an hour, 6 50 caliber machine guns, and with drop tanks, nearly 1,700 miles of range. Basically a flying middle finger to Hermann Göring. The Luftwaffe couldn't stop it. P-51 shredded German fighters, cleared the skies for Allied bombers, and broke the back of the Reich's air defenses. Göring himself said, "When I saw Mustangs over Berlin, I knew the war was lost." That's not a metaphor. He literally said that. P-51 Mustang. Proof that when you need air superiority, America delivers.
Before the famous Panthers and Tigers, there was the humble Panzer II, a light tank with thin armor, a 20mm autocannon, and just enough speed to make blitzkrieg possible. Designed in the mid-1930s as a stopgap while better tanks were developed, the Panzer II ended up being crucial in Poland, France, and North Africa. It wasn't powerful, it wasn't intimidating, but it was available in numbers, reliable and fast. Its 20mm autocannon shredded infantry, trucks, and light armor. Its speed allowed German armored columns to punch deep into enemy territory, creating chaos behind the lines. Against enemy tanks it struggled, badly, but Germany's early victories depended more on coordination and shock than armor thickness. The Panzer II proved that quantity, mobility, and timing could win battles just as effectively as heavy steel. When Allied tanks rolled toward Berlin, desperate German engineers handed every soldier a one-shot miracle, the Panzerfaust. Literally armor fist, the Panzerfaust was a disposable, shoulder-fired anti-tank weapon, cheap, simple, and devastating. A soldier didn't need training to use it. Point, aim low, and fire. The shape-charged warhead could punch through up to 200 millimeters of armor, enough to destroy any Allied tank of the time. Each unit consisted of a small steel launch tube and a preloaded rocket grenade. Once fired, it was discarded, a true precursor to modern RPGs. In urban combat, Panzerfaust teams became every tanker's nightmare. They hid in rubble, doorways, and cellars, striking from point-blank range. By 1945, Germany had produced over 6 million of them. Cheap to make, easy to distribute, it was the perfect weapon for a collapsing army trying to hold back an avalanche. Its legacy lived on after the Reich fell. The concept inspired post-war designs like the Soviet RPG-2 and RPG-7, weapons still shaping battlefields today. For Germany, the Panzerfaust was the last gasp of ingenuity and defeat. For everyone else, it was a preview of modern infantry firepower. The Panzerschreck, meaning tank terror, lived up to its name. Based on captured American bazookas, it was Germany's scaled-up answer to armored warfare. Introduced in 1943, this shoulder-fired rocket launcher used an 88mm shape-charged warhead capable of penetrating over 200 millimeters of armor, enough to destroy even the Sherman or a T-34 in one kill. It was, essentially, a portable anti-tank cannon. The trade-off? Size and danger. The rocket's exhaust blast could burn the operator's face, leading crews to wear protective shields and masks. It was heavy, cumbersome, and produced a blinding backblast, but when it hit, it erased tanks. Infantry squads used it to ambush Allied armor from basements, hedgerows, and rubble piles. Each shot was slow and risky, but the payoff was immense. Though less famous than the Panzerfaust, the Panzerschreck showed just how far desperation could push German engineering, turning the idea of the bazooka into something far more terrifying. Major Gregory Pappy Boyington was as wild as he was fearless, and his legend was written in the skies over the Pacific. As leader of the Marine Fighter Squadron 214, the Black Sheep, Boyington racked up 28 confirmed aerial kills, tying Eddie Rickenbauer's World War I record. Flying F-4U Corsairs over Rabaul in 1943 and 44, he turned dogfighting into an art form, aggressive, unpredictable, and lethal. On January 3, 1944, he was finally shot down and captured by the Japanese, spending over a year as a prisoner of war. His Medal of Honor recognized his leadership and skill during the Solomons Campaign, where his squadron's ferocity earned the respect of friend and foe alike. Boyington's reputation wasn't spotless. He drank hard, fought harder, and didn't care who knew it. But in the cockpit, he was pure chaos, and in war, that made him invaluable.
On June 18, 1965, in the early days of the Vietnam War, Captain Paris Davis, one of the first black officers in the U.S. Army Special Forces, led a small team on a raid against a large Viet Cong force. The mission quickly turned into a brutal, close-quarters fight. Davis was shot multiple times, but he refused evacuation. Instead, he ran back into enemy fire again and again to rescue his wounded men, dragging them to safety, providing cover, and refusing to leave anyone behind. At one point, he used his pinky finger to pull the trigger of his rifle because the rest of his hand had been shattered. He fought for over 19 hours, bleeding, exhausted, and surrounded. And when the dust finally settled, every one of his men was alive. His commanding officer nominated him for the Medal of Honor in 1965. That paperwork mysteriously disappeared. It wasn't until 2023, nearly 60 years later, that Paris Davis finally received the Medal of Honor after decades of oversight, lost records, and bureaucratic delays. But Davis never complained, never demanded recognition. He was just proud his men made it home. Paris Davis showed the world what leadership really looks like: courage under fire, loyalty to the last man, and the kind of valor that no red tape can erase.
On January 6, 1968, near Co Lai, Vietnam, Major Patrick H. Brady flew a UH-1 Huey helicopter into places no sane pilot should go, and he did it over and over, all in the same day. A dense fog had grounded most aircraft, but wounded soldiers were trapped behind enemy lines. Brady volunteered to go anyway. Navigating by instruments, instinct, and sheer stubborn determination, he pushed through weather so thick he could barely see the rotor tips. When he reached the landing zone, it was even worse. Enemy fire pouring in, mines buried beneath, and wounded men scattered across the clearing. Brady landed anyway. He loaded the casualties, took fire, lifted off, and flew them to safety. Then he went back, and back, and back, 4 separate times, each into a different landing zone. One was so heavily mined that a helicopter had already been destroyed attempting extraction. Another was under such intense fire that his Huey was riddled with holes. A third landing zone left his aircraft crippled, forcing him to swap helicopters and keep going. By the end of the day, Brady had evacuated 51 wounded soldiers, each mission more dangerous than the last. His flying wasn't reckless, it was deliberate, calculated courage in the face of lethal odds. Patrick Brady didn't just save lives, he rescued an entire day of combat from turning into a massacre.
On February 8, 1944, near Carano, Italy, Sergeant Paul B. Huff of the 509th Parachute Infantry Battalion volunteered for a daylight reconnaissance patrol across open terrain riddled with German mines, machine guns, and artillery. Alone, he crept ahead of his squad, navigating through the deadly minefield while under direct fire. He advanced 75 yards beyond friendly lines, drawing enemy fire to pinpoint their positions, never once flinching. Then he did the unthinkable. He charged. Huff stormed a German machine gun nest, took out the crew, and cleared the position. His bold assault broke the stalemate and revealed the layout of the enemy's defenses. Inspired by his fearless actions, his company launched a successful attack, overrunning the German line and securing a critical foothold in the Italian campaign. For his gallantry, Paul B. Huff became the first paratrooper to receive the Medal of Honor. He didn't wait for nightfall, he didn't wait for backup. He walked straight into enemy fire, alone, because someone had to. Paul Huff proved that paratroopers weren't just dropped into battle, they led it. With a rifle, a map, and unmatched courage, he turned a reconnaissance mission into a one-man assault, and in doing so became a legend with wings on his chest and steel in his soul.
Second Lieutenant Paul Hellstrom Foster was a Marine artillery forward observer in Vietnam, a job that meant being close enough to call in fire on the enemy and sometimes close enough to be hit by it. On October 14, 1967, near Con Thien, his platoon came under a violent mortar and rocket barrage. Amid the chaos, Foster directed supporting fire and tended to wounded Marines while shrapnel tore through their position. When an enemy grenade landed among his men, Foster didn't hesitate. He grabbed it and dove on it, shielding his Marines from the explosion. The blast killed him instantly. He was 22 years old. Paul Foster's Medal of Honor citation reads like so many others from that brutal year. Calm in chaos, sacrifice without hesitation. But his actions were personal. He chose to die so that others could live. That's not training or instinct, that's character.
Paul R. Smith saw his men about to be overrun and chose to become a wall. April 4, 2003, Iraq. Smith's unit is building a temporary prison near Baghdad International Airport. Then an Iraqi force of over 100 fighters attacks. With just a few dozen soldiers and a damaged armored vehicle, Smith sets up a defense. He grabs a .50 cal on top of an M113 and opens fire, fully exposed. He holds that position for nearly 10 minutes, fires over 300 rounds, covers medics, wounded, and engineers. He's hit, but by then he's already stopped the enemy assault cold. Over 100 lives were saved. Paul R. Smith didn't fall back. He stood tall, so no one else would have to.
Before Samuel Colt revolutionized the revolver, there was chaos, 6 barrels of it. The pepperbox pistol was an early attempt to give handguns rapid fire before the revolver cylinder existed. Emerging in the early 1800s, it featured multiple barrels rotating around a central axis, each loaded with powder and ball. Pull the trigger, and the entire barrel cluster spun, firing a new shot. Some were single action, others double. All were unpredictable. Accuracy was awful. The heavy rotating barrels threw off aim, and the lack of rifling made it worse. The design's exposed nipples often caused multiple chambers to ignite at once, called a chain fire, turning the weapon into a handheld grenade. Still, for its time, the pepperbox was progress. A desperate traveler or frontiersman could fire several rounds without reloading, a huge advantage when single-shot pistols ruled the day. By the 1850s, Colt's revolver made it obsolete, but the pepperbox bridged the gap between flintlocks and the modern handgun, proving that more shots meant more survival. It wasn't elegant or safe, but it was a glimpse of the firepower to come.
This is Peter Lemon, the man who fought off an entire enemy assault while stoned. April 1st, 1970, Vietnam, Outpost Illingsworth. Private First Class Peter Lemon and his buddies are manning a lonely American fire base. Suddenly, wham, they're slammed by hundreds of North Vietnamese troops. It's 1 a.m., mortars rain down, the perimeter's overrun. It's absolute chaos. And Peter? Well, Peter had smoked a little something before the attack. Bad timing? Actually, it might have helped. Machine gun jam? No problem. He fixes it mid-fight. Enemy charges? He grenades them. Gets hit by shrapnel? Keeps fighting. Gets shot? Keeps fighting. Blows up another machine gun nest? Keeps fighting. At one point, he was fighting hand-to-hand. 3 times he was wounded. 3 times he said, "Nah, I got this." When it was over, Peter Lemon survived. Barely. For his insane bravery, he was awarded the Medal of Honor and remains one of the very few to receive it while technically being high. Sometimes, heroes are just built different. February 25th, 1966, near Phu Bai, Republic of Vietnam. Gunnery Sergeant Peter S. Connor, a Marine with over a decade of service, was leading a squad through enemy territory when they were suddenly hit by intense Viet Cong fire. In the middle of the fight, Connor was preparing to throw a grenade towards an enemy position when disaster struck. The grenade slipped out of his hand and landed in the midst of his men. There was no time to think, no room to throw it clear. In that instant, Connor made his decision. He shouted a warning and hurled himself directly onto the grenade, jamming it beneath his chest and pressing it into the ground. The explosion tore through him, but the men around him were unharmed. His selfless action turned what would have been a massacre into a moment of survival for his squad. Connor's leadership and quick thinking in the heat of the battle had already earned him respect, but his final act cemented his place in Marine Corps history. For giving his life to protect his fellow Marines, Peter S. Connor was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. One mistake, one heartbeat to react, and a Marine who chose his brothers over himself.
On December 7, 1941, the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor turned the Pacific Fleet into a nightmare of fire and destruction. Aboard the USS Utah, Chief Water Tender Peter Tomich was at his post in the engineering spaces when disaster struck. The Utah was an older battleship, converted into a target ship. When torpedoes slammed into her side, she began to list heavily and capsize. Alarms blared, and the order to abandon ship went out. Sailors scrambled for ladders and hatches, desperate to escape the doomed vessel. But Tomich didn't leave. He knew that if the ship's boilers and machinery weren't secured, they could explode and kill men trying to get out. Calmly, as the ship rolled beneath him, Tomich stayed in the engineering spaces, shutting down critical systems. At the same time, he directed younger sailors to safety, making sure they had a chance to escape from flooding compartments. The Utah rolled over and sank with Tomich still inside. His sacrifice saved countless lives. Those who escaped owed their survival to the man who refused to leave his post. For his heroism, Peter Tomich was awarded the Medal of Honor posthumously. His citation praised his distinguished conduct and extraordinary courage in the face of certain death. Tomich never made it out of the Utah's engine room, but his actions echoed far beyond that day. He proved that even in the darkest moments, one man's decision to stay behind can save many others. Colonel Pierpont Hamilton, yes, that Hamilton, descendant of the founding father, was the other man in the car with Dimas Craw. During Operation Torch in 1942, he volunteered for the same insane mission, drive into the middle of a battle to deliver surrender terms. When Craw was killed in the ambush, Hamilton kept going, emerging from the wrecked vehicle under fire and completing the mission. He managed to locate the French commander, deliver the ceasefire proposal, and survive the chaos long enough for Allied forces to gain the upper hand. He received the Medal of Honor for exceptional courage, not for pulling a trigger, but for walking into gunfire with nothing but paperwork and nerve. That's how you know he was a Hamilton, stubborn, patriotic, and apparently allergic to self-preservation. During World War II, the U.S. military thought, what if we let pigeons fly our bombs? And they weren't joking. It was called Project Pigeon. The idea, put trained pigeons inside a bomb's nose cone with a screen showing the target. The pigeon would peck at the image to keep the bomb on course. When the target drifted off center, the pigeon corrected it. Basically, bird-powered precision guidance. Psychologist B.F. Skinner developed it. Tests showed pigeons were surprisingly accurate. And unlike electronics back then, pigeons couldn't be jammed. But in the end, the military pulled funding, not because it didn't work, but because nobody wanted to explain suicide pigeons to Congress. If the MG-42 was Germany's buzzsaw, the PPSH-41 was the Soviet answer, a storm of lead in a stamped steel shell. Designed by Gregory Shpagin in 1941, the PPSH-41 was built for mass production. Cheap, simple, and brutally effective, it could be made from just 87 parts and cranked out in wartime workshops. Chambered in 7.62 by 25mm Tokarev, it fired from a 71-round drum or a 35-round stick magazine at an astounding 900 rounds per minute. Soviet troops loved it. German soldiers feared it. In the frozen ruins of Stalingrad, entire units fought street to street with PPSHs blazing, sometimes both sides using the same weapon. Its controllable recoil and high rate of fire made it perfect for close quarters combat. It wasn't precise, but it didn't need to be. It turned every alley into a death trap. The PPSH-41 became one of the most produced submachine guns in history, with over 6 million built. It symbolized Soviet doctrine, overwhelmed with firepower, not finesse. Even after World War II, it fought on, in Korea, Vietnam, and countless insurgencies. Crude but unstoppable, it was the hammer of the Red Army. It's 1974, the Cold War is in full swing, and the Soviets just lost a nuclear submarine, K-129, somewhere in the Pacific. The CIA sees a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity: steal a Soviet sub from the bottom of the ocean. Enter Project Azorian. Budget over $800 million. That's about $5 billion today. The mission? Build a ship that can secretly fish a 2,000-ton sub from 3 miles down. They partner with billionaire Howard Hughes to build the Glomar Explorer. Officially, it's a deep-sea mining vessel. Unofficially, it's a giant claw machine, literally. They lower a massive grabbing device called the capture vehicle down 16,000 feet while the Soviets watch, thinking it's just mining. They hook up the sub, but halfway up, disaster. The claw breaks. Most of the sub falls back to the seafloor, but they recover a small section, including 2 nuclear torpedoes and some Soviet sailors' remains. The CIA keeps it all secret for years. When the press asks, we can neither confirm nor deny. And that is how America invented the Glomar response and pulled off the craziest ocean heist of the Cold War.
During the height of the Cold War, the CIA tried something that sounds ripped from a cartoon. They surgically implanted microphones, antennas, and power packs into house cats, turning them into mobile eavesdropping units. The hope was a cat could wander near Soviet officials undetected. The first field test ended in disaster. The cat bolted across the street and was promptly flattened by a taxi. After spending $20 million, the CIA concluded cats were too unpredictable to be spies. Project Acoustic Kitty was shelved, becoming one of the strangest chapters in espionage history. Today, it's a favorite example of Cold War absurdity, showing how desperation to outsmart the Soviets sometimes crossed into outright madness.
Major Ralph Chelly led the 405th Bomb Squadron of the U.S. Army Air Forces during the campaign for New Guinea. On August 8, 1943, his formation of B-25s was intercepted by a swarm of Japanese fighters before reaching their target at Dagwa. Chelly's aircraft was hit, one engine destroyed and the other on fire. Instead of breaking off, he held formation to lead his squadron through the bombing run, ensuring every other plane released accurately. Only after completing the attack did he order his crew to bail out. Chelly went down with the aircraft. Captured later by the Japanese, he was executed as a prisoner of war. His Medal of Honor recognized the discipline and leadership it takes to keep steady while everything around you burns. Chelly didn't just hit the target, he taught others how to die for their duty without losing focus.
On November 25, 1950, near Unsan, North Korea, First Lieutenant Ralph Puckett Jr. led his Rangers in an assault to seize Hill 205, a vital but exposed position just 60 yards from enemy lines. Despite intense machine gun fire, Puckett charged forward, deliberately exposing himself to draw fire and locate enemy positions. His men followed, inspired by his fearlessness. That night, the enemy counterattacked in waves. Over 4 brutal hours, Chinese forces launched 6 human wave assaults. Puckett was wounded by grenade fragments, then again by mortar fire, but he refused evacuation. He moved up and down the line, directing fire, encouraging his Rangers, and calling in dangerously close artillery support. When a 7th assault overran the hill, Puckett was seriously wounded and unable to move. He ordered his men to leave him behind and escape. They refused. 2 Rangers dragged him to safety under fire, saving the man who had refused to quit. For his extraordinary heroism and selfless leadership under impossible odds, Ralph Puckett Jr. received the Distinguished Medal Cross, upgraded to the Medal of Honor 71 years later. He earned it 100 times over. Puckett didn't just lead from the front, he defined what it meant to be a Ranger. When the hill needed holding, Puckett stood tall, wounded, defiant, and unbreakable.
First Lieutenant Ralph Puckett Jr. wasn't just leading a platoon in Korea, he was writing one of the war's most legendary stands. Born in Georgia in 1926, Puckett graduated from West Point and joined the newly formed 8th Ranger Company, an experimental light infantry unit designed for speed and shock action. On November 25, 1950, Puckett led 51 Rangers and a small group of Korean soldiers in an assault on Hill 205 near Unsan. The hill was strategically vital, but it came at a cost. His men were badly outnumbered. With sheer grit and bold maneuvering, Puckett took the objective. That night, the Chinese counterattacked in force. Mortar rounds and machine gun fire tore into the Rangers' shallow foxholes. Puckett moved up and down the line, exposing himself to enemy fire to direct his men and call in artillery. Wounded by grenades, he refused evacuation, shouting encouragement and directing the fight. After 5 assaults, the Rangers were nearly out of ammunition. When a 6th wave hit, Puckett was too badly wounded to stand. He ordered his men to leave him behind. Instead, 2 Rangers dragged him off the hill under fire, saving his life. Puckett received the Distinguished Cross, later upgraded to the Medal of Honor in 2021. Ralph Puckett, a Ranger who lived his creed, leading the way no matter the cost.
Randy Sugart knew the mission was a one-way ticket, and he signed up anyway. October 3rd, 1993, Mogadishu, Somalia, Black Hawk Down. A helicopter crashes deep in enemy territory. The crew is alive, but surrounded. Delta Force snipers Randy Sugart and Gary Gordon request to insert and defend the site. They're told no. They ask again and again. Finally, they get the green light. Just the 2 of them, armed with rifles and grit. They fight their way to the wreckage and form a defensive perimeter. They take out waves of attackers, dozens at a time. But ammo runs low. They're eventually overrun. Sugart's last stand? Defending a wounded pilot with everything he had. He didn't survive, but that pilot did. Randy Sugart didn't just fight, He chose to walk into hell to protect a brother.
Lieutenant Colonel Ray Davis led his Marines through 10 miles of frozen death to save a surrounded battalion at Tactong Pass. It was December 1950, deep in the Chosin Reservoir nightmare. Temperatures were below -20, and the Chinese were everywhere. When Davis learned that Fox Company was trapped and running out of ammo, he didn't wait for permission. He just went. For 2 days, he led his men through waist-deep snow, scaling ridge lines and ambushing enemy units in the dark. When they finally reached Fox Company, they fought through the night to reopen the supply lines. Every man they rescued owed his life to Davis's refusal to sit still. He earned the Medal of Honor for what became one of the most famous rescues in Marine history. But Davis always said the real credit went to the frozen, sleep-deprived Marines who followed him through hell and kept firing. Sergeant First Class Ray Eugene Duke wasn't the loud, flashy kind of leader. He was the steady type, the man others naturally followed because he never asked anyone to do something he wouldn't do himself. That quiet reliability turned into battlefield heroism on April 26, 1951, near Mugat, Korea, when Duke's unit was caught in a sudden, devastating ambush. Enemy forces struck from multiple angles, pinning the Americans down with machine gun bursts, grenades, and small arms fire. In the chaos, wounded soldiers lay exposed in the open, unable to move. Duke didn't hesitate. He broke from cover and sprinted into the kill zone to drag the first wounded man back. Then he went out again and again. Each trip drew heavier fire as the enemy realized he was rescuing the very men they had tried to neutralize. Duke was hit more than once during these trips, but he ignored the wounds and kept going, carrying ammunition to depleted positions, shouting instructions, and rallying soldiers who were seconds away from being overwhelmed. His calm, deliberate leadership held the company together long enough to mount an organized withdrawal rather than a desperate rout. Even as his injuries worsened, Duke refused evacuation. He insisted on staying until every living soldier was pulled back to safety. Only after the last man was out did he collapse from his wounds. He died still giving orders, still doing the job he had taken on the moment the ambush began. For his extraordinary courage and leadership under fire, Ray E. Duke was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. His story is a reminder that heroism doesn't always roar. Sometimes it looks like a quiet, steady soldier who refuses to leave anyone behind, even at the cost of his own life. On November 2, 1943, Major Raymond H. Wilkins led a formation of B-25 Mitchell bombers in a daring low-level attack on Japanese shipping near Rabaul, one of the most heavily defended harbors in the Pacific. Anti-aircraft guns, fighters, coastal batteries, everything the enemy had was pointed at the Americans. Wilkins' job wasn't simply to drop bombs, it was to lead the strike, draw fire, and make sure the rest of his formation got through. As the attack run began, his B-25 immediately took multiple hits. Instead of peeling off, Wilkins maneuvered his aircraft directly into the sights of the enemy guns, intentionally drawing fire away from the bombers behind him. He kept his aircraft low, dangerously low, skimming the water to scatter the enemy gunners' aim. When they reached the target ships, Wilkins made a head-on attack against the destroyer, absorbing more hits as he released his bombs with deadly accuracy. His aircraft was now badly damaged, losing power, smoking, barely holding altitude. With the mission nearly complete, Wilkins made one final decision. He turned his crippled bomber back toward another enemy ship to distract the gunners and protect the withdrawing American formation. That maneuver cost him everything. His B-25 crashed into the harbor. But his actions ensured the strike succeeded and his men escaped. Raymond Wilkins didn't survive the mission, but he made sure his squadron did. Captain Raymond Harvey led the kind of charge that turns into legend the moment it happens. On March 9, 1951, near Tiemdong, Korea, Harvey and his company ran headfirst into a wall of entrenched enemy fire. Heavy machine gun bursts pinned his men to the hillside, and every attempt to move forward stalled under explosions and rifle fire. Harvey took one look at the situation, realized hesitation was going to get people killed, and did what combat leaders rarely survive doing. He stood up. Harvey sprinted ahead of his company alone, weaving through incoming fire as he closed in on the first bunker. He lobbed grenades inside and neutralized it by himself. When his soldiers tried to get up and follow, another positioned open fire and pinned them again. Harvey didn't wait for supporting fire, didn't call for artillery. He simply charged the second bunker the same way he had the first. This happened 4 times. 4 separate enemy positions, each one dug in, each one spraying fire across the hillside. Harvey cleared them all, personally, leading the attack with the same calm urgency as if he were directing a training exercise. Along the way, he took multiple wounds, but every time a corpsman tried to treat him, Harvey waved him off. He refused evacuation, knowing that if he left the hill early, the attack would die with him. His men followed because they saw their commander do the kind of things that normally get written about after the fact. Under his direction, and inspired by his absolute refusal to slow down, the company finally pushed through and secured the objective. Harvey earned the Medal of Honor for a simple reason. He showed his soldiers exactly what right looks like under fire. He didn't tell them to move, he made them want to.
On February 3, 1953, 2nd Lieutenant Raymond G. Murphy found himself in the frozen trenches near Panmunjom, Korea. His platoon had launched an assault against heavily entrenched Chinese forces. As the attack stalled under withering fire, Murphy pushed forward alone to locate the wounded. Despite intense enemy fire, he moved in and out of the kill zone, dragging injured Marines to safety. Again and again, he exposed himself to enemy mortars, machine guns, and small arms fire. Even after being wounded himself, he refused medical attention and continued rescuing his men. At one point, Murphy shielded a fellow Marine with his own body while calling for support. When he finally led the survivors back, he was the last man off the hill, still carrying a wounded comrade. His actions saved countless lives and held the line in one of Korea's deadliest trench fights. For his extraordinary heroism, Murphy was awarded the Medal of Honor by President Eisenhower. But to Murphy, it wasn't about medals. It was about duty, brotherhood, and never leaving a Marine behind. He later served veterans for decades through the VA, always quietly, always humbly. Raymond G. Murphy didn't just lead from the front. He returned for the fallen, wounded, and forgotten. A warrior with courage as cold and hard as the Korean winter. Private First Class Raymond Wright didn't charge into battle alone. He had Leonard Keller by his side, and together they turned a rice paddy into a scene straight out of an action movie. May 2nd, 1967, near Ap Pak, South Vietnam. Their company was crossing open terrain when the jungle exploded with machine gun fire from a fortified enemy position. Dozens of soldiers were pinned down and dying in the mud. Wright and Keller didn't wait for orders. They looked at each other, said a few choice words, and sprinted toward the gunfire. What followed was pure chaos and genius. The 2 men charged 7 enemy bunkers in a row, taking turns hurling grenades and spraying suppressive fire. Every time a machine gun fell silent, they moved to the next one. They cleared an entire enemy line by themselves, saving their company from annihilation. When it was over, Wright was covered in mud, smoke, and spent brass. He had no idea how many he'd taken out, just that his friends were still breathing. Both men were awarded the Medal of Honor for that day's insanity. Wright said later it wasn't heroism, it was reflex. Maybe, but most people don't have that reflex. That's why most people don't get Medals of Honor. Captain Reginald B. Desiderio was an officer who refused to abandon his men, even when the fight was already lost. Born in 1918 in Clairton, Pennsylvania, he enlisted in the Army before World War II and served through the European campaign. By 1950, he was commanding Company E, 27th Infantry Regiment, the Wolfhounds, in Korea. On November 27th, near Ipsak, Desiderio's company was hit by a massive Chinese attack. Mortars and machine guns tore into their positions, followed by wave after wave of infantry. It was the kind of onslaught that broke units completely. But not under Desiderio. He moved through the chaos, shouting orders, encouraging his men, and personally directing fire. When communications broke down, he ran messages himself. When gaps opened in the line, he filled them with his own rifle. Despite being wounded, he refused evacuation. He stayed at the front, rallying his wolfhounds again and again, until he was killed leading the defense.
Inspired by his determination, his men held out against overwhelming odds long enough to blunt the enemy attack. For his courage and leadership, Captain Desiderio was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. He became the first Medal of Honor recipient of the Korean War, remembered as the officer who showed his men that duty didn't end until the last breath. Major Reginald Myers was a Marine officer with a talent for turning hopeless situations into minor miracles. In November 1950, during the chaos of the Chosin Reservoir campaign, Myers' small task force was trapped at Hagaruri, outnumbered by Chinese forces nearly 10-1. When their defensive line began to crumble, Myers didn't dig in, he counterattacked. He rallied about 250 men, Marines, soldiers, engineers, whoever could hold a rifle, and led them uphill into heavy fire. They stormed entrenched Chinese positions, cleared them with grenades and bayonets, and bought precious time for the main force to regroup. Myers kept moving up and down the line, exposed to fire, directing assaults, and calling in airstrikes practically on top of his own position. By the end of the day, the enemy was driven off and the route to safety reopened. For his leadership and pure defiance of logic, Myers earned the Medal of Honor. The official citation says, "extraordinary heroism." The survivors said it simpler. He led from the front. In November 1942, aboard the USS San Francisco, during the same battle that killed Admiral Callahan, bosun's mate Reinhard Kepler became the ship's lifeline. When the San Francisco was pummeled by enemy shells, fires broke out across the deck. Kepler ran into the flames to carry wounded sailors to safety, twice. Then he grabbed a hose and started fighting the fires himself. When another explosion tore through the ship, he was hit by shrapnel, but kept working until he collapsed from blood loss. He died hours later, having saved countless shipmates. His Medal of Honor citation calls it extraordinary heroism. His shipmates said he just refused to let anyone burn alone. Richard A. Pittman wasn't supposed to be in combat. He enlisted in the Marine Corps Reserve, went active duty, and found himself in Vietnam as a radio operator with the 3rd Reconnaissance Battalion. Not exactly the guy you'd expect to end up in the middle of a firefight. On July 24, 1966, near the demilitarized zone, Pittman's recon unit ran into a North Vietnamese ambush. Heavy machine gun fire shredded the column, dropping Marines left and right. Pittman grabbed his weapon and sprinted forward. Problem was, the only weapon in reach was a machine gun, and Pittman wasn't trained on it. Didn't matter. He lugged it up, pulled the trigger, and started laying down fire like he'd been doing it for years. When the gun jammed, most men would have called it a day. Pittman tossed it aside and grabbed an M60. With that, he charged into the kill zone alone, gunning down enemy positions and buying precious seconds for wounded Marines to crawl to safety. He ran out of ammo. Again, instead of retreating, Pittman picked up an enemy AK-47 and kept firing. At one point, he was so close that he used his weapon like a club. By the time reinforcements arrived, Pittman had killed more than a dozen North Vietnamese soldiers and broken the ambush almost single-handedly. For his actions, Richard A. Pittman received the Medal of Honor from President Lyndon B. Johnson in 1968. He stayed in the Corps, retiring as a Master Sergeant after nearly 30 years of service. Pittman's story is a reminder. Sometimes it isn't the training or the equipment or even the plan. It's sheer determination and the refusal to quit that turns the tide.
This is Richard Bong, America's top flying ace. 40 confirmed kills, total chill. Bong flew the P-38 Lightning like it was an extension of his own body. He named his plane Marge after his girlfriend, because apparently shooting down 40 Japanese planes wasn't romantic enough. His kill streak was so ridiculous the brass pulled him off combat before the war ended. Why? Because losing the nation's biggest propaganda hero would have been bad for morale. Medal of Honor? Check. National hero? Check. Absolute legend? Check. Sadly, Bong died during a test flight of a P-80 jet on the very same day the U.S. dropped the first atomic bomb on Japan. The most tragic footnote to an epic career. Richard Bong, the man, the myth, the American ace of aces.
Hospital Corpsman Richard DeWert proved that courage in combat isn't limited to those carrying rifles. On April 5, 1951, near Tukchakung, Korea, DeWert was serving with a Marine Rifle Company when the unit was ambushed by a superior enemy force. Within seconds, Marines were down in exposed terrain, cut off by machine gun fire that made rescue nearly impossible. DeWert didn't hesitate. He sprinted straight into the open to pull the first wounded man back to safety. Most corpsmen would have been ordered to stay under cover fire after a stunt like that. DeWert ignored the danger, ignored the shouting, and went out again when another Marine was hit. Rounds snapped past him the entire time, and each rescue attempt drew heavier fire as the enemy realized he was the lifeline keeping Marines alive. Then a third man went down, farther out under even worse fire. DeWert ran anyway. He dragged the Marine back, returned to the line, and barely caught his breath before a fourth casualty was spotted. This time, the volume of fire was overwhelming. Everyone on the line saw what was happening and knew what it meant. But DeWert didn't break stride. He went after the fourth Marine the same way he had the first. He made it within arm's reach before he was cut down, killed beside the man he was trying to save. His actions broke the pattern of the ambush, buying critical time and preserving lives that would have been lost without him. For bravery displayed not once but 4 deliberate times under direct fire, DeWert was awarded the Medal of Honor. The USS DeWert was later named in his honor, a ship commemorating a corpsman who ran toward danger every single time someone needed him. Captain Richard E. Fleming was a Marine aviator who believed in pressing the attack, even if it meant flying straight into hell. Born in Minnesota in 1917, Fleming earned his wings just as the U.S. was preparing for war. By June 1942, he was with Marine Scout Bombing Squadron 241, flying the ungainly but reliable Vought SB-2U Vindicator. On June 4th, during the Battle of Midway, Fleming led a flight of Vindicators against the Japanese cruiser Mikuma. It was a suicide mission, no fighter escort, heavy enemy anti-aircraft fire, and a target bristling with guns. The first day, he dived through flak and strafing fire to drop his bombs, then returned to Midway with holes in his plane. The very next morning, Fleming went back up. This time he targeted Mikuma again, diving so steeply his plane was nearly vertical. His bomb exploded near the ship's stern, starting fires and adding to the pounding that would ultimately sink the cruiser. But Fleming's aircraft was shredded by anti-aircraft fire. He crashed into the sea in flames, never to return. For his courage and determination to keep striking despite impossible odds, Captain Richard E. Fleming was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. At Midway, his sacrifice wasn't just bravery, it was persistence that helped turn the tide. This is the story of a man who literally manned a machine gun to his dying breath. Laos, 1968. Chief Master Sergeant Richard Etchberger was secretly stationed at Lima Site 85, a radar outpost guiding U.S. bombers over Vietnam. But the North Vietnamese found out. Hundreds of troops scaled the cliffs in a brutal night assault. When their position was overrun, Etchberger grabbed an M16 and fought off wave after wave, buying time for air rescue. As helicopters hovered above, he calmly loaded his wounded men into slings, exposing himself every time. And just when he was finally lifted off the cliff, he was struck by enemy fire, mortally wounded, still cradling his rifle. For his heroism, Etchberger was awarded the Medal of Honor. But here's the kicker. It stayed classified for decades because the U.S. wasn't supposed to be in Laos. Richard Etchberger, the radar technician who died a warrior. Private First Class Richard G. Wilson wasn't a rifleman or a machine gunner. He was a medic. Assigned to Company I, 21st Infantry Regiment, 24th Infantry Division, his weapon was a medical kit, and his mission was to save lives. On October 21, 1950, near Opori, Wilson's company was ambushed by a larger North Korean force. Caught in withering fire, the soldiers scrambled for cover while casualties mounted in the open. Wilson didn't hesitate. Ignoring the incoming fire, he ran again and again into exposed ground, treating the wounded and dragging them back to safety. When the company was finally ordered to withdraw, Wilson pulled one last wounded man to safety, then fell back with the rest of his unit. But as the Americans regrouped,
Wilson realized one soldier was still missing. Against orders, he turned back alone, disappearing into the kill zone to find him. The next day, searchers found Wilson's body alongside that of the missing soldier. His aid kit was open and bandages were applied. He had reached his comrade and had treated him before both were killed. For his extraordinary heroism and devotion to his men, Private First Class Richard G. Wilson was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor in 1951. His parents accepted the medal on his behalf. Wilson's story captures the essence of a combat medic's role. Courage not measured in how many enemies you kill, but in how far you're willing to go to save the men beside you, even when it means sacrificing your own life. When World War II broke out, Navy officer Richard N. Antrim was serving aboard the USS Pope, a destroyer fighting in the desperate early months of the Pacific Campaign. In March 1942, during the Battle of the Java Sea, the Pope was sunk and Antrim was captured by the Japanese. As a prisoner of war, he endured brutal conditions, starvation, and beatings. But what set Antrim apart was the way he protected others, even when it put his own life on the line. One day, a fellow American prisoner was singled out for a savage beating by Japanese guards. The man was nearly killed in front of everyone. Antrim stepped forward. Calmly, he offered to take part of the punishment himself, standing between the guards and his shipmate. The sheer audacity of his act shocked the Japanese into stopping the beating. That single moment of defiance saved a man's life and gave every prisoner who saw it a spark of hope. Antrim's leadership didn't stop there. While in captivity, he secretly organized defenses inside the camp, creating hidden systems of communication and protection to help his men survive. After the war, Richard N. Antrim was awarded the Medal of Honor, not for a single battle, but for courage inside the nightmare of a prison camp. His story is proof that heroism isn't always about guns or ships. Sometimes it's about risking everything to shield a fellow human being when no one else will. Captain Riley Leroy Pitts made history as the first black officer to receive the Medal of Honor for service in Vietnam. On October 31, 1967, near Ap Dong, Pitts' company was ambushed by enemy forces in dense jungle. He calmly organized his platoons under fire, directing airstrikes and leading assaults against fortified positions. At one point, he picked up an enemy grenade launcher and used it against their own bunkers. When a grenade landed nearby, he attempted to throw it back. It exploded in his hand, killing him instantly. Despite his death, his company pressed forward and took the objective. Pitts' leadership under fire broke both the ambush and racial barriers back home. His Medal of Honor isn't just about bravery. It's about proving, once again, that valor knows no color, only courage. On November 1, 1943, during the assault on Cape Torokina at Bougainville, Private First Class Robert A. Owens found himself staring at the single biggest threat to the entire landing force, a well-camouflaged Japanese machine gun bunker pouring fire directly onto the beach. Marines were being cut down the moment they stepped off their landing craft. If that gun stayed active, the whole assault could collapse. Owens didn't wait for someone else to solve the problem. With rounds snapping past him and sand erupting at his feet, he sprinted straight toward the bunker. Every step was exposed, every second was borrowed time. He fought his way to the side of the position, climbing onto the roof under direct fire. Owens then dropped down into the rear entrance, alone, charging straight at the machine gun crew inside. In brutal, close-quarters combat, he overwhelmed the defenders and silenced the gun that had been tearing the Marines apart. Owens was mortally wounded in the fight, but his action broke open the beachhead. The landing force surged forward, and the entire operation's momentum shifted because one Marine refused to accept that a bunker was too strong to take head-on. Robert A. Owens didn't just eliminate a threat, he saved an invasion by doing the impossible in the span of a few heartbeats. July 11, 1943. The hills near Favorata, Sicily were alive with gunfire. First Lieutenant Robert Craig and his platoon were advancing when they were pinned down by 3 enemy machine gun nests hidden in the rocks ahead. Craig quickly spotted the danger and ordered his men to take cover. Then, instead of sending someone else, he rose from cover and charged alone towards the first nest. He silenced it with deadly precision.
but the other two guns were still raking his men. Craig dashed toward the second, taking it out before they could react. Now only one nest remained, but it had him in its sights. Realizing that his men couldn't advance unless the enemy's focus stayed on him, Craig deliberately drew their fire. He charged straight towards the last position, firing as he ran, giving his platoon the opening they needed to flank and destroy it. Craig was cut down in the final moments of the attack. His sacrifice cleared the way for his men to seize their objective, saving countless lives in the process. For his extraordinary courage and selflessness, Robert Craig was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. 3 machine guns, 1 man, and the will to finish the fight no matter the cost.
First Lieutenant Roger Dale Ream was a Marine officer whose last act was one of pure selflessness. Born in Pennsylvania in 1925, he enlisted during World War II and later earned his commission. By 1950, he was leading a rifle platoon in the 7th Marines during the Korean War. On November 6, 1950, just one day after Mitchell Red Cloud Jr.'s stand, Ream and his platoon were assaulting a heavily fortified enemy position near Chinhyung-ni. The Chinese defenders were dug in, protected by bunkers, grenades, and small arms fire. The attack bogged down under brutal resistance. As Ream led his men forward, a grenade suddenly landed in their midst. Without hesitation, he threw himself onto it, absorbing the blast with his own body. The explosion killed him instantly, but spared his Marines, who rallied and pressed on to complete the mission. Ream's sacrifice was the ultimate act of leadership, giving his life so that his men could live. He was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor for his gallantry. Robert D. Ream's name is etched not just in history, but in the hearts of every Marine who has ever learned the creed of self-sacrifice. He proved that sometimes the greatest victories aren't measured in ground taken, but in lives saved.
Robert Edward Gaylor was born on October 23, 1913, in Seattle, Washington. He graduated from the University of Washington in 1935 with a degree in engineering and earned his commission in the Marine Corps that same year, receiving his wings as a naval aviator in April 1937. In May 1942, Gaylor took command of Marine Fighting Squadron 224, VMF 224, and led it to the front lines on Guadalcanal. Over the course of 2 months, his squadron downed 27 Japanese aircraft, 11 of which were credited directly to him, making him a double ace. For his courageous and innovative leadership in aerial combat, Gaylor was awarded the Medal of Honor by President Franklin D. Roosevelt in a White House ceremony in March 1943. After World War II, he continued to serve with distinction. During the Korean War, Gaylor commanded Marine Aircraft Group 12 and led intense airstrikes on heavily defended targets. He survived being shot down behind enemy lines and was rescued by helicopter. He rose to the rank of Brigadier General before retiring from the Marine Corps in 1957. In civilian life, Gaylor worked in the aerospace industry in engineering leadership roles and was also part of the Dallas Cowboys ownership group. He passed away on June 27, 2005, at the age of 91.
On August 17, 1952, near Seoul, Private First Class Robert E. Simonek was part of a Marine patrol that walked straight into an ambush. Automatic weapons firing from multiple directions, grenades raining in, the whole valley erupting at once. Most men would dive for the deepest hole they could find. Simonek did something else. He charged into the nearest enemy position, firing back and drawing attention away from the Marines who were trapped in the open. As the firefight intensified, the patrol scrambled into a shallow trench for cover. That's when an enemy grenade bounced in. Too close for comfort, too fast to escape. Simonek didn't hesitate. He kicked it away, but a second grenade landed immediately after. This one he couldn't clear, so he covered it with his body. The blast threw him across the trench. He was torn up, shrapnel, burns, the works, but somehow still conscious. And instead of lying there, he kept fighting. Simonek gave covering fire while his wounded teammates were pulled back to safety. Only when the patrol was cleared did he allow himself to be evacuated. He lived, one of the few grenade-covering heroes who survived the blast. His selflessness saved half the patrol and held the line long enough for the Marines to regroup. Robert Simonek didn't just take the blast, he beat it. First Lieutenant Robert F. Foley was fresh out of West Point when he found himself leading men through the thick jungles of Vietnam. At 26 years old, he commanded Company A, 2nd Battalion, 27th Infantry Regiment, 25th Infantry Division. On November 5, 1966, the same day John F. Baker Jr. earned his Medal of Honor, Foley's company was caught in the same brutal ambush near Dao Tiang. A well-dug-in enemy force hammered the Americans with automatic weapons, rockets, and mortars, pinning them down in a kill zone. Foley refused to let his company be chewed apart. Grabbing his rifle, he led repeated assaults against enemy bunkers, charging through a hail of fire. When one of his squads was cut off, Foley personally fought his way to them, rallying the men and leading them back to safety. At one point, Foley and a small group of soldiers assaulted a heavily fortified position. 2 of his men were killed right beside him, but he kept moving forward, blasting the enemy with grenades and rifle fire until the bunker was destroyed. Even after suffering wounds, Foley refused evacuation. He pushed his men forward, reorganized under fire, and continued directing the attack. His courage inspired the entire company, giving them the will to press on against overwhelming odds. By the end of the day, Foley's leadership and personal bravery had broken the ambush. His actions saved countless lives and turned certain defeat into survival. For his heroism, Robert F. Foley was awarded the Medal of Honor by President Lyndon B. Johnson in 1968. He went on to serve a distinguished career, retiring as a lieutenant general after more than 3 decades in the Army. To this day, he remains a symbol of the kind of officer who doesn't just give orders, he leads from the front. Specialist 4th Class Robert Franklin Stryker was 20 years old when he earned the Medal of Honor and gave his name to one of the U.S. Army's modern armored vehicles. On November 7, 1967, near Loc Ninh, his unit was ambushed while moving forward through dense jungle. Stryker moved forward through intense gunfire to drag wounded soldiers out of the line of fire. When an enemy grenade landed near several of them, he threw himself on it without hesitation. The explosion killed him instantly, but the men he shielded survived. Robert Stryker's name lives on in the Army's Stryker armored fighting vehicle, a tribute not just to the man, but to what he represented. Courage that moves forward, no matter the cost. Private First Class Robert H. Young was just 19 years old when he showed the kind of defiance that earns the Medal of Honor. Serving with Company E, 8th Cavalry Regiment, 1st Cavalry Division, he fought with a determination far beyond his years. On October 9, 1950, near Khe Sanh, his unit came under heavy attack from entrenched enemy forces. Mortar and machine guns tore through the line, and the situation quickly grew desperate. Young was wounded early in the battle, but he refused evacuation. Instead, he picked up his rifle and moved to an exposed position, laying down fire to keep the enemy at bay. When his ammo ran low, he crawled under fire to gather more and returned to the fight. Wounded again, he still wouldn't quit. He shifted positions again and again, deliberately drawing enemy fire onto himself and away from his squad. By doing so, he allowed his comrades to regroup, tend to the wounded, and organize a counterattack. Even after being hit a 3rd time, Young continued firing until he was mortally wounded. His refusal to leave his position and his determination to fight to the very end inspired his fellow soldiers to hold the line and eventually drive the enemy back. For his extraordinary heroism, Private First Class Robert H. Young was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor in 1951. His mother accepted the medal on his behalf. Young's courage stands as the ultimate example of a soldier's promise to never give ground no matter the cost. At just 19, he left behind a legacy of selfless sacrifice that still resonates today.
March 5, 1966, near Don Dien, Republic of Vietnam, 2nd Lieutenant Robert J. Hibbs was leading a long-range reconnaissance patrol when they spotted a large enemy force preparing an ambush along a road. Rather than avoid contact, Hibbs made a bold choice. He split his men into 2 elements, sending one to block the enemy's retreat while he led the other to cut them off at the front. As darkness fell, the enemy walked straight into his trap. Hibbs opened fire, catching them completely off guard. In the chaos, he personally charged and destroyed 2 enemy machine gun positions with grenades, keeping the fight in his patrol's favor. But victory came at a cost. During the withdrawal, one of his men was wounded and stranded in the kill zone. Hibbs turned back under heavy fire, dragging the soldier to safety before being struck himself. Mortally wounded, he refused evacuation until all his men were clear, giving his life to ensure none were left behind. For his fearless leadership, quick thinking, and refusal to abandon a comrade, Robert J. Hibbs was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor, a young officer's first combat patrol, and a final act of loyalty that defined him forever. July 15, 1966, near the village of An Ho, Republic of Vietnam, Major Robert J. Madrusky was commanding a Marine battalion during Operation Hastings, a major effort to block North Vietnamese troops from moving into South Vietnam. On the first day, his unit was dropped into rugged jungle terrain, only to run headlong into a large, well-entrenched enemy force. Under heavy fire, Madrusky moved between companies, personally directing attacks and adjusting artillery and air support. When his Marines became pinned down by machine guns, he led small assault teams forward, clearing bunkers one by one. For the next 2 days, the enemy launched repeated counterattacks. Madrusky refused to be shaken. He coordinated defensive positions, resupplied frontline fighters, and even crawled under enemy fire to rescue wounded Marines. By the end of the battle, his leadership had turned what could have been a costly defeat into a decisive victory. His battalion inflicted heavy losses on the enemy while holding its ground in some of the harshest conditions of the war. For his fearless command under fire, tireless commitment to his men, and decisive leadership in one of the Vietnam War's most intense battles, Robert J. Madrusky received the Medal of Honor. Days of fighting, waves of enemies, and a commander who never left the front.
Captain Robert M. Hansen was one of the Marine Corps' deadliest fighter pilots of World War II, an F-4U Corsair ace who flew like the sky belonged to him. But it was his final mission on February 3, 1944, over Cape St. George that earned him the Medal of Honor. Hansen had already built a reputation for aggression. He dove into dogfights no one else wanted, attacked ground targets at point-blank range, and treated enemy aircraft fire like background noise. On this mission, he was leading an attack on a heavily defended Japanese supply area. Low passes, tight turns, and gun runs that put him directly into the teeth of enemy fire. During one of these strafing runs, his Corsair took a hit and burst into flames. Most pilots would pull up, bail out, or try to ditch. Hansen did the opposite. He kept the nose down and aimed the burning aircraft straight into the enemy position, delivering one last devastating strike before his plane slammed into the target. The impact destroyed the strong point that had been hammering his squadron and allowed his wingmen to complete the mission safely. Hansen never made it out. He was 23 years old. But his final act, pushing an already doomed aircraft into a deliberate attack, turned a fatal hit into a life-saving blow for his fellow Marines. Robert Hansen fought like a man who refused to give the enemy a single victory, not even his own death. First Lieutenant Robert McGovern's Medal of Honor came from one principle. If the men stop, you lead them forward yourself. On January 30th, 1951, near Cam Yang Ji Ni, McGovern's platoon was pinned under a wall of machine gun fire. With men falling all around, he rose, shouted encouragement, and led a direct charge into the heart of the enemy position. Grenade fragments tore into him, but he kept advancing, throwing his own grenades and firing his carbine until he was cut down. His reckless bravery broke the enemy's defense and allowed his platoon to take the hill. McGovern's death turned what could have been a rout into a victory, and his Medal of Honor became a testament to leading from the front, no matter the cost.
March 28, 1966, Quang Ngai Province, Republic of Vietnam. Hospital Corpsman 3rd Class Robert R. Ingram was with a Marine platoon when they were suddenly ambushed by over 100 North Vietnamese soldiers. The opening volley cut down dozens of Marines, and Ingram sprinted towards the cries of the wounded. A bullet tore into his hand almost immediately, but he ignored it and kept moving. Under relentless fire, he reached a Marine, treated him, and moved to the next. Another round slammed into his knee. Still, he crawled forward, dragging himself from one casualty to another. Hours into the fight, he was hit a third time, this time in the shoulder. Barely able to breathe, Ingram refused to stop, working his way to every wounded man he could reach. Then came the fourth wound, this one nearly fatal. Even as his vision faded, he continued to give medical aid, refusing evacuation until every other Marine was treated and moved to safety. Against impossible odds, Robert Ingram survived. For his relentless bravery, refusal to quit, and devotion to his fellow Marines, he was awarded the Medal of Honor. 4 bullets, 3 hours of hell, and one corpsman who wouldn't let his brothers die alone.
Master Sergeant Robert S. Kennemore was a Marine who turned his own body into a shield to save his brothers at the Chosin Reservoir. Born in Greenville, South Carolina in 1920, he enlisted in the Corps before World War II and fought in the Pacific. By 1950, he was back in uniform, this time in the frozen hell of Korea. On November 27th, during the opening clashes at Chosin, Kennemore's company was hit by a massive Chinese assault. In the chaos of grenades and gunfire, Kennemore repeatedly exposed himself to danger to keep his men alive. When a grenade landed near his squad, he kicked it clear. Moments later, another landed closer, and he stomped it into the frozen earth, taking the blast. Wounded, he stayed in the fight. A third grenade came in, and this time Kennemore threw himself on it, absorbing the explosion with his own body. Miraculously, he survived, though he lost both legs. His selfless actions saved the Marines around him and allowed his unit to hold its position under crushing pressure. For his extraordinary heroism, Kennemore was awarded the Medal of Honor. Robert S. Kennemore proved that courage isn't just about charging forward, it's about choosing to sacrifice everything so that your brothers get a chance to live.
February 5th, 1943, near Munda, New Georgia, First Lieutenant Robert S. Scott was leading a patrol through dense jungle when his men stumbled straight into a Japanese ambush. A concealed machine gun nest opened fire at point-blank range, pinning his platoon to the ground. They couldn't move forward, and retreat meant exposing themselves to certain death. Scott knew there was only one way out, straight through. Without hesitation, he charged alone toward the gun emplacement, firing his Thompson submachine gun as he ran. Rounds tore through the foliage around him, but he didn't slow down. He stormed the position, killing the gunners and silencing the weapon. But another nest opened up nearby, threatening to trap his men again. Scott turned and charged a second time, wiping out the crew before they could react. His lightning-fast actions shattered the ambush and cleared the way for his platoon to advance and secure their objective. For his fearless leadership and total disregard for his own safety, Robert S. Scott was awarded the Medal of Honor. 2 charges, 2 enemy nests, and 1 officer who refused to let his men die in the jungle. In the middle of the Civil War, one man pulled off one of the greatest prison breaks in American history. Except his prison was the Confederate Navy. Robert Smalls, born into slavery in South Carolina. By 1862, he was working as a pilot on the CSS Planner, a Confederate transport ship loaded with guns, supplies, and secrets. The Confederates trusted him enough to leave him and his crew alone while they went ashore. That was a very big mistake. Smalls hatched a plan: steal the planner, pick up his family, and sail straight for Union lines. At 3 a.m., with Confederate officers ashore, Smalls donned the captain's uniform and set sail. But first, they had to pass every Confederate checkpoint in Charleston Harbor. Smalls mimicked the captain's mannerisms, gave the right signals, and bluffed his way past 5 heavily armored forts. As dawn broke, the planner approached the Union blockade. Smalls hoisted a white bedsheet as a flag of surrender. The Union Navy couldn't believe it. A group of slaves had just delivered them a Confederate warship, artillery, code books, and themselves. Robert Smalls was instantly a hero. He became a Union Navy pilot, helped convince Lincoln to allow black men to serve, and after the war, he served 5 terms in Congress. The man stole a warship, and then stole history. Robert Smalls, the man who turned a Confederate warship into his ticket to freedom. Robert Emmerich O'Malley was born June 3, 1943 in New York City and grew up in the Woodside neighborhood of Queens. After completing high school in 1961, he enlisted in the United States Marine Corps, quickly advancing through training at Parris Island and assignments at Camp Pendleton. By 1965, he was a corporal and squad leader in Company I, 3rd Battalion, 3rd Marines, 3rd Marine Division in Vietnam. On August 18, 1965, during Operation Starlight near An Quang II, his unit was ordered to withdraw under intense small arms and mortar fire. Wounded in the chest, arm, and legs by fragmentation, O'Malley refused evacuation. Instead, from an exposed position, he continued to lay down suppressive fire, covering the extraction of his squad. Only after confirming that all his men were safely aboard the evacuation helicopter did he allow himself to be treated. His actions earned him the distinction of becoming the first Marine Corps recipient of the Medal of Honor in the Vietnam War, awarded in a ceremony by President Lyndon B. Johnson on December 6, 1966. In addition to the nation's highest honor, O'Malley's decorations include the Purple Heart, the Navy Unit Commendation, the Good Conduct Medal, and the Vietnam Service Medal, among others.
Robert J. Miller didn't retreat. He charged so others could live. January 25, 2008, Kunar Province, Afghanistan. Miller's Special Forces team is ambushed during a nighttime patrol. Enemy fighters everywhere, machine guns, RPGs, chaos. Miller grabs his saw and rushes straight into the kill zone. He draws fire away from his team and keeps firing. When they try to flank him, he moves toward them. He buys time, covers their retreat, keeps shooting even after being wounded. He fights until his last breath. 7 soldiers made it out alive because of what he did. Robert J. Miller wasn't trying to be a hero. He was making sure his brothers made it home.
Sergeant Rodney Maxwell Davis wasn't supposed to be in Vietnam anymore. His tour was nearly over. On September 6, 1967, his platoon was ambushed near Can Tien. Caught in a trench line, Davis organized a defense, rallying Marines who were pinned down and low on ammunition. When an enemy grenade landed among them, Davis threw himself on it, absorbing the explosion. He was killed instantly, but the act saved 5 Marines and held the line long enough for reinforcements to arrive. Rodney Davis's Medal of Honor was posthumous, but his example is eternal, a Marine's reflex to protect others at any cost.
Captain Roger Hugh Charles Donlin was a United States Army officer and Special Forces leader born in Saugerties, New York. In August 1963, he joined the U.S. Army Special Forces and was deployed in May 1964 to establish Camp Nam Dong, a remote outpost near the Laotian border. In the pre-dawn hours of July 6, 1964, Camp Nam Dong came under a savage, unexpected assault by a reinforced Viet Cong and North Vietnamese force. Despite being outnumbered and facing intense mortar, grenade, and small arms fire, Captain Donlin organized the camp's defense. Even after sustaining wounds to his stomach, shoulder, leg, and face, he moved among positions under fire, moving ammunition, directing defense operations, rescuing wounded comrades, and neutralizing an enemy demolition team attempting to breach the main gate. His leadership and bravery during the 5-hour fight inspired his men and rallied Allied defenders. For his extraordinary heroism under fire, marked by sustained leadership despite multiple wounds, Captain Donlin became the first American soldier awarded the Medal of Honor for action in the Vietnam War. President Lyndon B. Johnson presented the medal to him in a December 5, 1964 White House ceremony. Donlin continued his military career, eventually retiring at the rank of colonel after more than 3 decades of dedicated service. June 19, 1966. The thick jungles of the Republic of Vietnam were hiding more than just heat and humidity. First Lieutenant Ronald E. Ray was leading his platoon when they walked straight into an ambush by a well-armed Viet Cong force. The opening burst of fire wounded several men and pinned the rest to the ground. Without hesitation, Ray charged towards the nearest enemy machine gun position, killing its crew and silencing the weapon. But the enemy countered, wounding him in the leg. Ignoring the pain, he spotted another gun tearing into his men. Ray crawled forward, lobbed grenades, and eliminated that position as well. Now hit a second time, he still refused evacuation. Seeing more soldiers trapped in the open, Ray crawled to them under fire, shielding one man with his own body while returning fire with his rifle. Even after a third wound, he continued to direct the fight, calling in supporting fire and keeping his platoon organized until reinforcements arrived. For his fearless leadership, repeated acts of heroism under fire, and total disregard for his own safety, Ronald E. Ray received the Medal of Honor. 3 wounds, 2 destroyed gun positions, and 1 officer who refused to quit. On February 21, 1945, during the Battle of Iwo Jima, Platoon Sergeant Ross Franklin Gray led his Marines into a deadly minefield, pinned down by fierce Japanese resistance and fortified pillboxes. Rather than wait for engineers, Gray grabbed a satchel of explosives and went in alone. With complete disregard for his own safety, he cleared a path through the minefield by hand, with a bayonet, marking each one of his men to follow. Then, one by one, he assaulted 6 enemy fortifications. Running through machine gun fire, he placed explosives with pinpoint precision, destroying bunkers and killing or scattering the enemy inside. On his final charge, he knocked out the last pillbox by himself, allowing the platoon to advance without further casualties. Over the course of minutes, Ross Gray had cleared a minefield, neutralized multiple enemy strongholds, and turned the tide of the assault, all while under relentless fire. For his unmatched bravery and total selflessness, he was awarded the Medal of Honor. But Gray never knew. He was killed in action just days later. Ross Franklin Gray wasn't just a combat engineer. He was a one-man wrecking crew with nerves of steel and a heart full of courage. He didn't wait for a safer moment. He made one at the cost of everything. Private First Class Roy Mitchell Wheat was 20 years old, serving with the 1st Marine Division near the demilitarized zone. On August 11, 1967, his squad was moving through a rice paddy when they tripped a concealed minefield. The first explosion wounded several Marines, and as Wheat rushed forward to help, he spotted another device, half buried in the mud, directly beneath his comrades. He shouted a warning, then dove forward, using his body to shield them. The explosion killed him instantly. Wheat's Medal of Honor citation describes it simply. He saved the lives of 2 fellow Marines. But the reality is even starker. It takes less than a second to react, less than a second to decide who lives. He didn't hesitate. Roy Wheat's name is carved on the wall in Washington, but his story lives wherever Marines learn what no greater love really means.
You ever hear a story so insane it sounds made up? Meet Roy Benavidez. Shot, stabbed, blown up, beaten with a rifle, and still kept fighting. May 2nd, 1968, Vietnam. Benavidez hears a team trapped behind enemy lines. 6 men, certain death. He jumps into a helicopter, no orders, just guts. Lands under fire, crawls through gunfire, drags wounded soldiers out while getting shot himself. At one point he gets bayoneted, rips the blade out, keeps going. Grenade shrapnel, keeps going. Beaten with a rifle, keeps going. By the end, 37 wounds, saves 8 men, 8. Doctors almost zip him in a body bag. They hear him spit and whisper, "I'm not dead yet." Roy Benavidez, one of the toughest SOBs to ever wear the uniform. Medal of Honor, absolute legend.
The RQ-170 Sentinel is the CIA and Air Force's stealthy eye in the sky. Nicknamed the Beast of Kandahar after it was first spotted in Afghanistan. Built by Lockheed Martin Skunk Works, this flying wing drone slips past enemy radar to snoop on high-value targets. It played a critical role in tracking Osama bin Laden's compound before the SEAL Team 6 raid in 2011. But its secret didn't stay safe forever. Later that same year, Iran claimed it hacked and captured an intact Sentinel, parading it on TV. The Pentagon never admitted exactly how it went down. Still, the RQ-170's legacy is clear. It paved the way for more advanced stealth drones like the RQ-180. In modern warfare, silent eyes in the sky can decide the outcome before a single shot is fired.
Captain Rupert Leon Sargent was an Army officer who met danger head-on to save his men in Vietnam. Born in Hampton, Virginia in 1931, he earned his commission after ROTC and built a reputation as a calm, dependable leader. By 1967, he was commanding Company B, 9th Infantry Division. On March 15th, near Hue Hia Province, Sargent's company came under heavy fire while clearing enemy bunkers. As he moved with two other soldiers to knock out a position, the enemy suddenly hurled grenades into their midst. Sargent had a split-second choice: dive for cover or protect his men. He chose the latter. Throwing himself onto the grenades, he absorbed the full force of the blasts, sacrificing his life instantly but saving the two soldiers with him. His men rallied and destroyed the enemy bunker system, but only because their commander had given everything to keep them all alive. For his courage and selflessness, Captain Sargent was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. He was the first African-American officer to receive the medal in Vietnam, remembered not only for his sacrifice, but for his leadership and devotion to his soldiers. Rupert L. Sargent proved that true command isn't about rank or orders. It's about laying down your life so others can live.
Meet Salvatore Junta, the guy who ran toward gunfire because no one else was crazy enough to do it. October 25th, 2007, Korengal Valley, aka the Valley of Death. Junta's squad is ambushed. Bullets everywhere. Two soldiers are hit. Instead of diving for cover like a sane person, Junta sprints towards a hailstorm of lead, throws grenades, and wins a one-man firefight. Then he sees insurgents dragging away a wounded comrade, Sergeant Brennan. Junta opens fire, drops one, wounds the other, and rescues Brennan by himself. For that, he became the first living Medal of Honor recipient since Vietnam, and he says he didn't deserve it, but we all know he did. Salvatore Junta, the definition of lead from the front.
Private First Class Sammy Lee Davis had a harmonica in his pocket and a river to cross. On November 18, 1967, his artillery battery near Calais was hit by a battalion-sized Viet Cong attack. Mortar and recoilless rifle fire destroyed gun positions and set ammunition ablaze. Wounded and under fire, Davis manned a burning howitzer alone, firing point-blank at enemy positions. When he heard wounded comrades calling from across a river, he grabbed an air mattress and paddled through the water to rescue them. Multiple trips, bullets snapping all around. Davis survived, earning the Medal of Honor for his extraordinary courage. If the footage of his award ceremony looks familiar, it should. Hollywood later used it as reference for Forrest Gump. But Sammy L. Davis was no movie character. He was the real thing.
Samuel Glenn Fuqua was born on October 15, 1899, in Ladonia, Missouri. After a year at the University of Missouri and service in the U.S. Army during World War I, he entered the U.S. Naval Academy, graduating and commissioning in 1923. Over the years, he served aboard notable vessels, including the battleships Mississippi and Arizona, and commanded the minesweeper USS Bittern before being assigned as the Arizona's damage control officer and first lieutenant in early 1941. On December 7, 1941, during the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, Fuqua was on board the USS Arizona when a massive explosion knocked him unconscious. Upon regaining consciousness amid chaos, fire, smoke, and devastation, he quickly assumed command. With calm precision, he directed firefighting and rescue efforts, coordinating the evacuation of wounded sailors and maintaining order in the face of mounting disaster. When it became clear the ship was doomed and he was the senior officer left aboard, Fuqua ordered the abandonment of the ship, but not before ensuring every possible crew member had been evacuated. Only after confirming no one else could be saved did he finally leave the Arizona. For his distinguished leadership, unyielding bravery, and total disregard for his own safety, Fuqua was awarded the Medal of Honor. He continued a distinguished naval career after the attack, retiring as a Rear Admiral in 1953. Lieutenant Commander Fuqua died on January 27, 1987, in Decatur, Georgia, and was laid to rest at Arlington National Cemetery, a lasting tribute to his valor and leadership.
First Lieutenant Samuel Street Corson was just 24 years old when he gave his life in Korea. A West Point graduate, he commanded a platoon in Company C, 5th Cavalry Regiment, 1st Cavalry Division. On October 12, 1950, near Kaesong, his unit was ordered to attack a strongly fortified North Korean position. As his men advanced, they were met with heavy fire, and casualties quickly mounted. Spotting one of his soldiers wounded and trapped in the open, Corson didn't hesitate. He charged straight into the firestorm to reach him. As he reached the downed man, enemy troops closed in. Corson engaged them hand to hand, fighting ferociously to protect his soldier. In the struggle, he killed several enemy soldiers. His sacrifice allowed the wounded man to survive. Corson's actions stunned his platoon, inspiring them to fight harder. His men pushed forward, overran the enemy position, and secured the objective. His leadership and final act of selflessness turned what could have been a disaster into a victory. For his extraordinary heroism, First Lieutenant Samuel Street Corson was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor in 1951. His widow accepted the medal on his behalf. Corson's story is one of the clearest examples of an officer who lived by the principle that a leader's first duty is to his men. He could have stayed behind and directed the fight, but instead, he chose to lay down his life to save one soldier. That decision defined his legacy forever. In 1995, Air Force Captain Scott O'Grady became a household name, not because of the missions he flew, but because of the one he survived. O'Grady was an F-16 pilot with the 555th Fighter Squadron, deployed to support NATO's enforcement of the no-fly zone over Bosnia during the Yugoslav wars. On June 2nd, while patrolling the skies, his jet was suddenly struck by a Serbian surface-to-air missile. The explosion tore through his aircraft. O'Grady ejected, parachuting into enemy territory, injured and alone. With hostile forces actively searching for him, O'Grady relied on his survival training. For 6 days, he lived off grass, insects, and rainwater, moving only at night to avoid detection. He carried a survival radio but had to use it sparingly, since transmissions could be tracked. His situation was desperate. Bosnian Serb patrols passed dangerously close, and capture seemed inevitable. On the 6th day, O'Grady finally managed to establish radio contact with U.S. forces. His coded transmission was received by a Marine rescue unit operating in the region. What followed was one of the most daring rescues of the war. At dawn on June 8th, Marine helicopters from the 24th Marine Expeditionary Unit flew deep into hostile territory. As O'Grady sprinted from hiding toward the extraction point, the Marines opened fire on approaching enemy troops and pulled him aboard under fire. The rescue made global headlines. O'Grady's ordeal highlighted both the dangers of modern air combat and the importance of survival, evasion, resistance, and escape training. He returned home a hero, awarded the Purple Heart and the Air Force Cross for his courage. Scott O'Grady's story remains one of the most remarkable tales of survival and rescue in modern military aviation. Proof that training, grit, and a bit of luck can mean the difference between life and death.
The Allies didn't need a new tank. They needed one that could kill tigers. Enter the Sherman Firefly, a British solution to a deadly problem. Early in World War II, American M4 Shermans were reliable but outgunned. When faced with German Panthers and Tigers, their 75mm guns couldn't penetrate heavy armor except at suicidal range. British engineers had a better idea. Fit their powerful 17-pounder anti-tank gun into the Sherman's turret. It wasn't easy. The breech barely fit, the radio had to be relocated, and the barrel stuck out like a jousting lance. But it worked. The Firefly could knock out a Tiger from 1,500 meters away, long before the German tank even saw it. Crews camouflaged the long barrel to look like a standard Sherman at a distance, buying them precious seconds in combat. During D-Day and the battles in Normandy, Fireflies became the tanker's guardian angels, the only Allied machines that could take on Germany's best head-to-head. Roughly 2,000 were built, and they remained in service well after the war. The Firefly proved that ingenuity could level the playing field and sometimes outsmart brute force.
In March 1945, near Metzwiller, France, Private Sylvester Herrera's unit was pinned down by German machine guns. No, not that Herrera. That one. Rather than wait, Herrera charged forward alone, capturing 8 enemy soldiers. As they advanced again, he stepped on a mine, losing both feet. But even then, Herrera crawled forward under fire, laying suppressing fire to protect his men until help arrived. Born in Mexico, Herrera had grown up believing he was an American citizen, only learning the truth when drafted. He still chose to serve, saying, "I didn't want anyone to die in my place." Awarded the Medal of Honor, Herrera returned home to Texas, where citizens granted him honorary citizenship in gratitude. His story stands as proof that the true heroes fight for people, not papers. This is Simo Häyhä, also known as the White Death. And if you're a Soviet soldier in 1939, he's the last thing you ever want to see. During the Winter War, Finland was outnumbered like 4-1 against the Soviets. And then here comes Simo, 5'3" of pure Finnish terror, armed with a bolt-action Mosin Nagant rifle and more snow camouflage than a polar bear. In just 100 days, Simo racks up over 500 confirmed kills. And that's with iron sights, no scopes. Why? Because scopes fog up and reflect sunlight. Simo ain't got no time for that. The Soviets tried mortars, artillery, even airstrikes to take him out. They eventually hit him with an explosive round, blew half of his face off. But he survives, and after the war, he lives peacefully for decades, hunting moose, smiling with half a jaw. Most terrifying part, he wasn't doing it for glory, just defending his country, like a snow-covered one-man apocalypse. In the middle of the Cold War, the Soviets weren't big fans of freedom of movement, so when someone defected, it was a full-blown international incident. Meet Viktor Belenko, a Soviet pilot with balls of titanium. In 1976, Belenko steals a MiG-25 Foxbat, one of the USSR's most advanced fighter jets. Soviet generals lose their minds. Why? Because the Foxbat was their crown jewel, Mach 2.8, high altitude, packed with classified tech. Belenko punches it across Soviet airspace, crosses the Sea of Japan, and lands, not gently, at a Japanese civilian airport. Boom, defection complete. The Japanese hand him over to the US, who are practically drooling at the chance to take apart a MiG-25. Meanwhile, Moscow demands their pilot and plane back. The US says, yeah, about that. Belenko gets asylum, the MiG gets reverse engineered, and the Soviets get a master class in oops. When one man escapes, the whole world takes notice.
During the American Civil War, most rifles fired once a minute. Then Christopher Spencer handed Abraham Lincoln a rifle that could fire 7. The Spencer repeating rifle was a lever-action, magazine-fed firearm using metallic cartridges, a revolutionary leap in 1860s technology. Instead of ramming powder and ball, soldiers simply worked the lever, ejecting a spent case and chambering a new round from a tubular magazine in the stock. It fired the 56-56 Spencer cartridge, small by today's standards, but powerful enough for war. Union cavalry adored it. A Spencer armed trooper could unleash 7 accurate shots in 15 seconds, reload, and keep going. Confederate soldiers called it that damn Yankee rifle you load on Sunday and shoot all week. Though expensive and slow to produce, it gave the Union a massive edge in mobility and firepower. President Lincoln personally tested and approved it on the White House lawn. The Spencer changed combat forever, the first true repeater to see large-scale use. One man's invention turned the tide of battle and pointed straight towards the modern era of repeating guns. By the American Civil War, warfare had outgrown smoothbores. The Springfield Model 1861 rifle musket, firing the deadly mini-ball, changed everything. The .58 caliber muzzleloader combined old-world craftsmanship with new technology. The key was the conical mini-ball, soft lead with a hollow base that expanded when fired, gripping the rifling for accuracy. It could hit targets 300 yards away, 3 times farther than the Brown Bess. The result? Napoleonic tactics met industrial-age firepower, and the outcome was carnage. Soldiers still fought shoulder to shoulder, but now every line could deliver accurate, killing fire. Battles like Shiloh, Antietam, and Gettysburg turned fields into slaughterhouses. The Springfield 1861 was the most produced rifle of the war, with over 1 million made. Both Union and Confederate soldiers carried it, sometimes scavenging enemy muskets from the fallen. It was durable, reliable, and could fire about 3 rounds per minute in trained hands. But its true legacy was what it forced armies to confront: the death of traditional line warfare. The mini-ball made bravery obsolete and cover essential. The Springfield 1861 didn't just win battles, it rewrote the rules of combat forever.
This isn't science fiction, it's the SR-71 Blackbird, a jet so far ahead of its time it still holds world records today. Let's talk about the plane that outran missiles. In the 1960s, America needed eyes over the Soviet Union. The U-2 was too slow, too high, and too vulnerable. After Gary Powers was shot down in 1960, Lockheed's Skunk Works got a phone call. Build something faster, something the Soviets couldn't catch. The result? The SR-71. Designed by legendary engineer Kelly Johnson, made almost entirely of titanium, a metal so rare the CIA had to secretly buy it from the Soviet Union. Top speed over Mach 3.3. That's 2,200 miles per hour. Altitude, 85,000 feet. If a missile was launched, the Blackbird simply accelerated and outran it. No SR-71 was ever shot down in combat. The engines? Pratt & Whitney J58s, hybrids between turbojet and ramjet. The Blackbird actually leaked fuel on the ground because its skin expanded at high speed, sealing the gaps mid-flight. It flew recon over Vietnam, the Middle East, North Korea, anywhere the US needed to know something fast. It could map 100,000 square miles in 1 hour. The SR-71 was retired in 1998, replaced by satellites and drones. But nothing ever matched its combination of speed, altitude, and style. To this day, it remains one of the most legendary aircraft ever built. The Blackbird didn't just fly, it soared into legend. Private First Class Stanley R. Christensen was a Marine who proved that courage sometimes means holding the line alone. At 22 years old, he served with Company E, 2nd Battalion, 1st Marines, 1st Marine Division. On September 29, 1950, during the Battle for Seoul, Christensen's platoon was defending a vital hill against a fierce North Korean counterattack. In the pre-dawn hours, the enemy launched a massive assault, pouring grenades, mortars, and automatic weapons fire onto the Marine position. Christensen was on outpost duty when the attack hit. He immediately opened fire, laying down accurate bursts that slowed the enemy advance. Realizing his squad mates needed time to organize a defense, he refused to fall back. Alone at his post, he fired continuously, drawing the brunt of the attack onto himself. Even as the enemy closed in, he kept firing until his position was finally overrun and he was killed. But by then, his sacrifice had bought the precious minutes his platoon needed to rally, repulse the attack, and hold the hill. For his extraordinary heroism, Private First Class Stanley R. Christensen was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor in 1951. His parents accepted the medal on his behalf. Christensen's story is a reminder that sometimes one Marine's decision to stand fast, even when outnumbered and alone, can mean the difference between defeat and victory. His courage and soul lives on as an example of ultimate devotion to duty. When Sergeant First Class Stanley Taylor Adams found his platoon pinned by a superior enemy force near Siem Knee in February 1951, he didn't call for artillery. He fixed bayonets. Adams gathered his men, shouted for them to follow, and charged straight into the enemy trenches. They crashed into hundreds of enemy soldiers at point-blank range, fighting hand-to-hand in the dark. Adams killed multiple attackers himself, rallying his platoon until the hill was cleared. When dawn broke, the battlefield was quiet, and his company was still standing. Adams's bayonet charge became one of the most famous close-quarter fights of the Korean War, earning him the Medal of Honor and a place among the last men to lead an honest-to-God bayonet assault. During the 2011 raid on Osama bin Laden's compound,
U.S. Navy SEALs flew in on mysterious, modified Black Hawk helicopters with stealth features. When one crashed due to turbulent heat currents, its advanced design was exposed to the world. Pakistan let China inspect the wreckage before the U.S. could recover it. This revealed Americans' hidden progress in radar-evading helicopters, years ahead of rivals. This revealed America's hidden progress in radar-evading helicopters, years ahead of its rivals. First Lieutenant Stephen E. Koropik was a young platoon leader in Company A, 3rd Battalion, 7th Infantry Regiment, 199th Light Infantry Brigade. On March 12, 1967, he showed what it means to lead from the front. That day, near Camp Shaw, his platoon was suddenly pinned down by intense automatic weapons fire from well-concealed enemy bunkers. Caught in the open, his soldiers were being cut apart. Kapazic didn't hesitate. He moved among them, shouting encouragement, reorganizing the line, and personally returning fire. When the enemy hurled grenades into his platoon's position, Kapazic repeatedly threw himself on top of them, shielding his men with his body and hurling the grenades back before they could detonate. He was wounded in the process but refused evacuation. Despite bleeding heavily, he continued leading. At one point, he stood fully exposed, firing his rifle and directing his men's fire until another grenade exploded near him, inflicting mortal wounds. Even then, he refused to stop giving orders, urging his platoon forward until he could no longer speak. Because of his courage and refusal to quit, his platoon was able to break the enemy defense and seize the objective. For his extraordinary heroism, First Lieutenant Stephen E. Kapazic was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor in 1969. His parents accepted the medal from President Richard Nixon. Kapazic's story is remembered as the ultimate example of a platoon leader's duty, to put his men's lives before his own, no matter the cost. Major Stephen Wesley Pless was a Marine helicopter pilot and a man who believed that close air support meant getting as close as it took. On August 19, 1967, Pless was flying a UH-1E Huey near Quang Ngai when he heard a distress call. 4 Americans trapped on a beach, surrounded by more than 50 enemy soldiers. Without orders, he banked hard and dove in. His helicopter raked the beach with rockets and machine guns, scattering attackers long enough for him to land in the middle of the fight. With his crew providing covering fire, Pless jumped out, dragged the wounded aboard, and took off under small arms and mortar fire. The helicopter was riddled with bullets, its rotors barely holding, but he made it back to base with every man alive. Pless's Medal of Honor was the only one awarded to a Marine aviator during Vietnam. His actions proved that sometimes heroism means flying straight into the fight because no one else can. On June 29, 1972, over Quang Tri, Vietnam, Air Force Captain Stephen L. Bennett was flying a forward air control mission in his OV-10 Bronco, directing artillery and airstrikes in support of a surrounded South Vietnamese unit. When the ground troops came under intense enemy fire, Bennett realized artillery couldn't reach the attackers, so he made a bold decision. He'd do it himself. Though the Bronco wasn't meant for ground attack, Bennett dove low and made repeated strafing runs with his onboard cannon, breaking up the assault and saving the men on the ground. But on the final pass, a Soviet-made SAM struck his aircraft, destroying one engine and setting the rear of the plane ablaze. With the plane crippled and losing altitude fast, Bennett prepared to eject, but his observer's parachute had been shredded by the missile. If they bailed out, his observer would die. So Bennett stayed with the aircraft. He guided the burning Bronco towards the Gulf of Tonkin, trying to ditch it in the water. The crash killed him, but his observer survived. For sacrificing his life to save another, Stephen L. Bennett was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. He had every right to eject. He had every chance to live. But Stephen Bennett chose duty over survival, and in doing so, defined true heroism. World War I was a stalemate of trenches until a British engineer named Sir Wilfrid Stokes gave the infantry their own artillery. The Stokes mortar was deceptively simple: a steel tube, a base plate, and a bipod. Drop a bomb down the barrel, and gravity did the rest. The round struck a fixed firing pin, igniting a charge that launched it into a high arc,
straight into enemy trenches. It could fire 25 bombs per minute, each weighing 10 pounds and carrying enough explosive to shatter barbed wire or a dugout. With a range of about 800 yards, it gave infantry commanders instant fire support, no waiting for the big guns behind the lines. Stokes' design was light enough for a two-man crew to carry, quick to set up and devastatingly effective. Its plunk-thud rhythm became one of the defining sounds of the Western Front. For the first time, small units had their own pocket artillery, and that changed everything. The Stokes mortar became the blueprint for every modern infantry mortar used since. It turned static warfare into something flexible again, proving that simplicity can be the deadliest kind of genius. In the chaos of World War II, Germany fielded countless weapons, but one stood out as a game changer, the Sturmgewehr 44, or STG-44. At first glance, it looks familiar. That's because this rifle was the blueprint for nearly every modern assault rifle that followed, from the AK-47 to the M16. By 1943, German troops needed something new. Their bolt-action Mausers were accurate but slow, and submachine guns like the MP-40 lacked range. The solution? A weapon that could fire intermediate cartridges, lighter than a full rifle round, but more powerful than pistol ammo. The result was controllable automatic fire with range and stopping power. The STG-44 could fire single shots or bursts, fed from a 30-round magazine. It gave German infantry the ability to lay down sustained fire while still hitting targets hundreds of meters away. On the Eastern Front, Soviet troops who faced it called it devastating. But politics nearly killed it. When the design was first proposed, Hitler dismissed it, insisting the army didn't need new rifles. So German engineers disguised the project, calling it a machine pistol, to slip it past him. Only after battlefield reports proved its worth did Hitler finally embrace it, renaming it Sturmgewehr, or assault rifle. By war's end, about 425,000 were produced, too few to change Germany's fate, but enough to prove the concept. The Soviets captured examples, studied them, and within a few years the AK-47 was born. The Sturmgewehr 44 wasn't just another gun. It was the dawn of a new era of infantry warfare. Every modern soldier carrying an assault rifle today is holding a descendant of this weapon. In 2010, the world met Stuxnet, the first digital weapon designed to physically destroy equipment. This wasn't your average malware. It specifically targeted Iran's nuclear centrifuges, making them spin out of control while reporting normal readings. By the time Iran realized, 1,000 machines were toast. Who did it? It's widely believed to be a joint US-Israeli operation, cyber sabotage at its finest. Stuxnet changed warfare forever. It proved you don't need bombs to cripple a nuclear program, just a few lines of malicious code. The age of cyber warfare? It's not coming. It's already here. Sergeant Ted Belcher was a country boy from West Virginia who found himself leading men in one of Vietnam's most dangerous regions. At 25 years old, he was serving with Company C, 1st Battalion, 14th Infantry Regiment, 25th Infantry Division. On November 19, 1966, near Plai Drang, his unit was suddenly ambushed by a much larger enemy force. Mortars and machine guns raked the American column, cutting down soldiers and throwing the formation into chaos. Belcher spotted a machine gun position that had his platoon pinned down. Without waiting for orders, he charged forward through open ground, spraying fire as he advanced. He silenced the gun and rallied his men, giving them space to regroup. Moments later, another wave of enemy soldiers counterattacked, hurling grenades. One of them landed among Belcher's squad. With no time to think, he threw himself onto the grenade, absorbing the full blast with his body. The explosion killed him instantly, but every one of his soldiers survived. For his extraordinary heroism, Sergeant Ted Belcher was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor in 1968. His mother accepted the medal from President Lyndon B. Johnson. Belcher's sacrifice became one of those stories that soldiers never forget. A leader who decided, in an instant, that lives of his men were worth more than his own. From the mountains of West Virginia to the jungles of Vietnam, His name lives on as an example of courage that goes beyond instinct. It's pure devotion.
Among the most defiant POWs in North Vietnam were a group known as the Alcatraz 11. 11 senior officers, including Navy Vice Admiral James Stockdale. Their leadership and refusal to cooperate with the North Vietnamese made them prime targets for isolation. In 1967, the captors moved them to a separate facility, a cramped, windowless cell block the POWs nicknamed Alcatraz. Each man was confined to a tiny concrete cell, often in total darkness, for months or even years. Communication was limited to whispers through walls or the secret tap code. Stockdale, already badly injured from self-inflicted wounds to foil propaganda, continued to lead resistance from his cell. Conditions were brutal: no fresh air, no exercise, and constant psychological pressure. Yet the Alcatraz 11 remained united, refusing to break or betray their fellow prisoners. When they were finally released in 1973 during Operation Homecoming, their survival was hailed as a triumph of discipline, leadership, and solidarity. The story of the Alcatraz 11 stands as one of the most powerful examples of organized resistance in POW history. From isolation cells to a united front, Stockdale and the Alcatraz 11 proved that leadership can endure even in the darkest corners of captivity. By 1969, Navy pilot Everett Alvarez had already been a POW in North Vietnam for 5 years, the first U.S. aviator captured during the war. He was being held in a prison the POWs nicknamed the Zoo, notorious for its harsh conditions and constant surveillance. Alvarez, along with fellow POW John Dramese and others, began plotting a daring escape. They studied guard routines, mapped the compound in their heads, and smuggled scraps of material to fashion makeshift ropes. When the moment came, Dramese and another POW scaled the wall and made it out. Alvarez's role was to create distractions inside the camp to cover their absence. For a few hours, it looked like the plan might succeed, but the escapees were recaptured after only a short time on the run. The North Vietnamese responded with brutal reprisals. Alvarez and many others were subjected to savage beatings and extended solitary confinement. Despite the punishment, the attempt became a symbol of resistance, proof that after years in captivity, the will to escape had not died. Everett Alvarez would spend a total of 8.5 years in captivity before being released in 1973 during Operation Homecoming. The Zoo escape attempt remains one of the most daring and costly acts of defiance in the POW story of Vietnam.
In 1932, Australian farmers faced an invasion by 20,000 giant emus. After World War I, veterans had settled Western Australia, planting wheat only to watch it be devoured by flocks of towering birds. The government sent soldiers with Lewis machine guns to solve the problem. It turned into a fiasco. The emus outran trucks, scattered at gunfire, and often just refused to die. After weeks of chasing birds across the outback, the army withdrew, having killed fewer than 1,000. The Emu War became a global joke. Even today, Australians laugh or groan at the reminder that sometimes nature wins, no matter how many bullets you fire. On December 4, 1950, Navy Lieutenant Thomas J. Hudner, Jr. did something no pilot had been trained to do. He deliberately crashed his own plane to try to save a friend. Flying F-4U Corsairs over the Chosin Reservoir, Hudner watched Ensign Jesse L. Brown's aircraft take enemy fire and crash into a frozen mountainside. Brown, the Navy's first black carrier aviator, was alive but trapped in the wreckage. Hudner made a split-second decision. He put his Corsair down in the snow beside him. In sub-zero temperatures and surrounded by Chinese forces, Hudner fought through wreckage and fire to try to free Brown. When rescue helicopters arrived, he refused to leave until it was hopeless. Hudner's act cost him his aircraft and nearly his life, but it became one of the greatest displays of loyalty in naval aviation history. He received the Medal of Honor for sacrificing everything in an attempt to save his wingman, proving that valor isn't always about victory, but about refusing to leave a brother behind.
December 7, 1941, when the Japanese struck Pearl Harbor, the USS California was hit hard by torpedoes and bombs. Deep inside the ship, electrician's mate First Class Thomas J. Reeves faced a life or death decision. The California's anti-aircraft guns depended on a steady flow of ammunition. The electric hoists used to move shells up from the magazines were knocked out in the attack. Without them, the gunner's topside would be defenseless. Reeves didn't hesitate. He joined a group of sailors who formed a human chain to keep the shells moving by hand. The work was brutal. Each round weighed over 50 pounds and the compartment was already filling with smoke and flames. Reeves kept passing shells upward, refusing to stop even as the air grew hotter and harder to breathe. When the fire spread to the ammunition handling room, the sailors were surrounded by flames. Reeves stayed at his post, continuing to feed the guns until the heat finally overwhelmed him. The California would sink into the mud of Pearl Harbor, but Reeves' determination kept her guns firing during the most critical minutes of the battle. For his extraordinary service, he was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. Thomas J. Reeves didn't survive Pearl Harbor, but his courage ensured that his shipmates could keep fighting back. His story is a reminder that real heroism often happens in the shadows, far below deck, where few ever see it.
On October 22, 2015, in the heart of ISIS territory near Hawija, Iraq, then Sergeant First Class Thomas Paine volunteered for the mission of a lifetime: rescue 70 hostages from execution. Intel said they had hours, maybe less. Under fire, Paine rappelled into the compound with Kurdish commandos and Delta operators. They blasted through walls, hostages screamed, bullets tore through the dark. On the second building, ISIS fighters detonated suicide vests. The structure was burning, smoke poured out. What did Paine do? He ran back in. 3 times, under fire, choking on smoke, he refused to leave until every last hostage was out. Because of him, they lived. In 2020, President Trump awarded him the Medal of Honor. But Paine, he calls himself just a teammate. Thomas Paine didn't just fight evil, he dragged its victims out of the fire. The Thompson was supposed to end trench warfare. Instead, it became the gun of gangsters and GIs. Invented by John T. Thompson in 1918, it fired 45 ACP rounds at 800 rounds per minute, fed by a 20 or 50 round magazine. Compact, controllable, and brutally powerful, it arrived too late for World War I, but found fame in the Prohibition era. Mobsters loved it, so did lawmen. The Tommy gun turned the streets of Chicago into battlegrounds, earning nicknames like the Chicago typewriter. By World War II, the Thompson cleaned up its act and went to war, serving with U.S. Marines in the Pacific, paratroopers in Europe, and commandos worldwide. Heavy and expensive, yes, but devastating at close range. It could punch through doors, jungle, or concrete walls with ease. Soldiers trusted it with their lives. Enemies feared its roar, and Hollywood immortalized it forever. The Thompson was loud, heavy, and flashy, but it proved that automatic fire in human hands could change the pace of a fight. Tibor Ted Rubin's story is one of survival, sacrifice, and long overdue recognition. Born in Hungary in 1929, Rubin was only a boy when the Nazis occupied his homeland. At age 13, he was deported to the Mauthausen concentration camp, where he endured 14 months of brutal imprisonment before liberation by U.S. forces in 1945. Inspired by his liberators, Rubin immigrated to America, determined to give back to the country that saved him. In 1950, he enlisted in the U.S. Army and was sent to Korea with the 8th Cavalry Regiment, 1st Cavalry Division. Almost immediately, Rubin distinguished himself with extraordinary bravery. When his unit was overwhelmed near Unsan, he single-handedly defended a hill for 24 hours, holding off waves of North Korean troops so his comrades could withdraw. Later, during another action, he manned a machine gun through the night, covering his company's retreat despite being ordered to fall back. His stand saved countless lives. Eventually, Rubin was captured and spent 2.5 years in a North Korean POW camp. Drawing from his Holocaust experience, he became a lifeline for his fellow prisoners. Risking punishment, he stole food,
shared his rations, and cared for the sick, saving many from starvation and death. Reuben's comrades repeatedly recommended him for the Medal of Honor, but anti-Semitic prejudice in the chain of command delayed recognition. It wasn't until 2005, 55 years later, that Tibor Reuben finally received the Medal of Honor for President George W. Bush. His citation praised him for conspicuous gallantry and intrepidity in both combat and captivity. Reuben himself humbly dedicated the medal to his fellow soldiers who never made it home. Tibor Reuben's life embodied resilience, surviving the Holocaust, fighting with unmatched courage in Korea, and dedicating himself to his brothers in arms until the end.
This is the missile that ruins a bad guy's day from 1,000 miles away. The Tomahawk cruise missile, basically the Navy's long-range love letter to anyone who needs to stop breathing. Introduced in the 1980s, it's 20 feet long, flies subsonic, and can hit targets over 1,000 miles away with pinpoint accuracy. Why? Because it literally brings its own map, using GPS, TERCOM, and DS-MAC, fancy military words meaning it knows exactly where it's going. It skims just above the ground, dodging radar like a sneaky little snake before delivering 1,000 pounds of high explosive democracy. Launched from ships, subs, or land, if you tick off the US Navy, you might get one delivered straight to your doorstep. And no, you can't return to sender. The Tomahawk, when you want to cancel someone's plans from another zip code. When you think of World War II aircraft, you probably picture more than just machines of war. You picture nose art. And one of the most famous artists behind that tradition was Tony Starcer. Born in 1919 in Massachusetts, Starcer was a professional sign painter before the war. When he joined the U.S. Army Air Forces, his artistic skills quickly found another use, decorating the bombers of the 91st Bomb Group, based in England. These were the men flying daylight missions deep into Nazi Germany, and their B-17 flying fortresses needed more than just bombs. They needed spirit. Starcer became the group's unofficial nose artist, painting over 120 aircraft during his service. His work was often inspired by popular culture. Vargas pin-up girls from Esquire magazine, comic characters, and patriotic imagery. But his most famous piece, the Memphis Belle. In 1942, he painted the smiling pinup girl in a bathing suit on both sides of the B-17 that would go on to complete 25 combat missions, the first U.S. heavy bomber to do so. That artwork became an icon, immortalized in wartime newsreels and later in Hollywood films. But Starcer didn't stop there. He painted Shoo Shoo Baby, 909, and countless other flying fortresses that gave crews a sense of identity and luck. His artwork personalized the cold aluminum bombers, making each one a symbol of the men who flew them. After the war, Starcer went back to civilian life and continued painting. Decades later, he even helped restore Shoo Shoo Baby, carefully repainting his own wartime artwork on the historic bomber when it was prepared for display at the U.S. Air Force Museum. Tony Starcer died in 1986, but his art lives on. Today, his nose paintings are remembered as more than just decoration. They were morale boosters, icons of an era, and enduring symbols of the American air war over Europe. Master Sergeant Travis E. Watkins was a seasoned combat veteran who gave his life to save his men in one of the most desperate fights of the Korean War. Born in 1920 in Waldo, Arkansas, Watkins served with distinction in World War II before returning to duty in Korea with Company H, 9th Infantry Regiment, 2nd Infantry Division. In late August 1950, during the Battle of Pusan Perimeter, his unit found itself cut off and surrounded near the Natkong River by a much larger enemy force. Under heavy fire, Watkins quickly took command of a small group of about 30 soldiers. For days, they fought off repeated North Korean assaults. Watkins personally led counterattacks, using his rifle and grenades to repel enemy troops who tried to overrun their position. His leadership kept morale intact, even as ammunition and supplies dwindled. At one point, when a machine gun nest pinned down his men, Watkins crawled alone towards the position and destroyed it with grenades, an action that saved countless lives. Then he was hit.
Badly wounded in the legs, Watkins refused evacuation or medical care, knowing that if he used precious rations and attention, his men might not survive. He ordered them to leave him behind. For 2 more days, he directed the defense from a stretcher, encouraging his soldiers to hold out until reinforcements could arrive. When the breakout finally came, Watkins insisted his men escape without him. He died in place, but his actions ensured that most of the surrounded force survived. For his extraordinary heroism and self-sacrifice, Master Sergeant Travis E. Watkins was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. His story remains one of leadership, courage, and the ultimate devotion to his men under impossible circumstances. When Japan rolled into China and the Pacific in the 1930s and 40s, one of the most common tanks leading the charge was the Type 95 Hago. Light, fast, and lightly armed, it was built for speed and infantry support, not slugging it out with enemy armor. Weighing just 7.5 tons, the Hago was about half the size of an American Sherman. It carried a 37mm main gun and a couple of machine guns. Against poorly armed Chinese forces or early Allied units in the Philippines and Malaya, it did the job. At the start of the war, its speed and mobility made it seem formidable. But the moment it ran into modern Allied armor, its flaws were brutally exposed. The thin armor, barely 12mm in places, could be pierced by almost anything, from anti-tank rifles to heavy machine guns. Its 37mm cannon had little chance against Shermans, Stuarts, or British Matildas. Even worse, it lacked radios in most units, forcing crews to wave flags to communicate in battle. By 1942, U.S. Marines were knocking Hagos out with bazookas, grenades, and even improvised tactics like climbing on top and tossing explosives inside. At Guadalcanal and Tarawa, the Hago became less a threat and more a target. Still, Japan built over 2,000 of them, and they fought on every front until the very end of the war. For Japanese industry, lacking the resources to mass-produce heavy tanks, the Hago was the only realistic option. Today, the Type 95 is remembered less as a great tank and more as a symbol of Japan's industrial limitations. Against weak opponents, it worked. Against the modern allies, it was hopelessly outclassed. In short, the Hago was a tank designed for yesterday's wars, forced to fight in tomorrow's.
Who builds the war? The Seabees do. Part builder, part fighter, 100% badasses. When the U.S. military needed airstrips on Pacific Islands yesterday, the Navy created the Seabees in 1942. Official name? Naval Construction Battalions. Get it? CB. Seabees. These weren't just construction workers. They were trained to fight while they built. 1 minute pouring concrete, the next laying down suppressive fire. From Guadalcanal to Baghdad, they built bases, roads, runways, hospitals, sometimes with bullets flying overhead. Their motto says it all. We build, we fight. If there is a war zone, you'll find the Seabees with hammers, guns, and grit. Today, they're still out there. Humanitarian missions, disaster relief, war zones, always ready. The quiet backbone of the Navy's power projection. July 29, 1967. The worst fire in U.S. naval history erupts aboard the aircraft carrier USS Forrestal. During routine operations off Vietnam, an accidental rocket discharge from an F-4 Phantom fires across the flight deck, slamming into a parked A-4 Skyhawk loaded with fuel and bombs. The rocket ignites fuel, triggering a chain reaction of explosions. 1,000-pound bombs detonate, sending shrapnel across the deck, killing and injuring dozens instantly. Sailors battle the inferno for hours, risking their lives to prevent the ship from sinking. In total, 134 dead, 161 injured, 21 aircraft destroyed. The Forrestal disaster forced major changes in Navy firefighting, training, and ordnance handling, saving countless lives in the years that followed. The price of war isn't always paid in battle.
The USS William D. Porter, aka the Willie D. If you've never heard of her, buckle up. She might be the unluckiest ship in the U.S. Navy's history. In November 1943, she accidentally launched a live torpedo at the battleship USS Iowa, which was carrying President Franklin D. Roosevelt. Yep, they tried to warn Iowa, but the radio message was so frantic it sounded like a joke. The Iowa dodged just in time, avoiding one of the biggest friendly fire disasters ever. And it didn't stop there. The Willie D once accidentally dropped a depth charge in harbor, triggering full-blown anti-submarine alarms. Another time, a freak wave sent a crewman overboard, never to be seen again. She even accidentally fired a gun that blew out windows on a nearby base. Her curse finally ended in June 1945 when she was hit by a kamikaze off Okinawa. The crew abandoned ship, and miraculously, not a single man was lost. That's the USS William D. Porter, America's ultimate naval jinx.
In April 1963, USS Thresher, America's most advanced nuclear attack sub, dove beneath the waves off Cape Cod for deep test trials. On board were 129 sailors and shipyard experts. At 1,300 feet, a pipe may have ruptured. Salt water hit electrical systems, shutting down the reactor. The Thresher couldn't blow ballast fast enough to surface. Nearby ships heard a haunting series of metallic pings, then nothing. The sub imploded under crushing pressure, scattering wreckage across the Atlantic floor. It was the deadliest submarine disaster in U.S. history. The tragedy shocked the Navy into creating a sub-safe program, rigorous inspections, watertight compartments, and backup systems. It's why the U.S. subs today are far safer. But the cost was those 129 souls aboard. Thresher forever on eternal patrol.
Imagine spending a fortune building the most powerful warship of your time, only to watch it sink less than a mile into its maiden voyage. Stockholm, 1628. The Swedish warship Vasa set sail, a floating fortress with 64 bronze cannons. King Gustavus Adolphus wanted a symbol of naval dominance. What he got was a top-heavy disaster. As the Vasa left port, a light gust of wind hit her sails. The mighty ship leaned, water rushed through the open gun ports, and in minutes she was on the bottom of Stockholm Harbor. Over 30 crew went down with her. Why? Well, the ship was too narrow, too tall, and far too heavy on top. Builders knew it was unstable, but feared the king more than physics. The wreck was raised 333 years later, almost perfectly preserved in the Baltic's cold waters. A chilling reminder of what happens when pride outweighs engineering.
This is Vernon Baker. He stormed Nazi bunkers, wiped out machine guns, and led his men through hell. But his Medal of Honor? That didn't show up for another 50 years. April 1945, Northern Italy. The Gothic Line, Nazi Germany's last defense. Baker, a 26-year-old lieutenant in the all-black 92nd Infantry Division, is ordered to attack a heavily fortified German position. The place was a death trap. Machine guns, bunkers, tripwires, like a Nazi booby trap amusement park. But Baker didn't flinch. He led his men straight into it. Baker personally destroyed multiple bunkers, wiped out enemy positions, and took out at least 9 Germans himself, with rifle and grenades, all while under heavy fire. Nearly every man in his unit was killed or wounded, but Baker kept fighting, and somehow made it back alive. He was recommended for the Medal of Honor, but nothing. Racism kept many black heroes from recognition. Finally, in 1997, over 50 years later, President Bill Clinton awarded Vernon Baker the Medal of Honor, the only living black World War II soldier to receive it. Vernon Baker, the courage was instant, the honor took half a century. In December 1944, during the Battle of the Bulge, Technical Sergeant Vernon McGarity and his unit were under siege near Krinkelt, Belgium. The German assault was massive. Tanks, artillery, and waves of infantry hammering American lines in freezing, brutal conditions. McGarity was wounded early in the fight. He refused evacuation. Instead, he returned to the front, dragging wounded soldiers to safety while under fire. When enemy tanks destroyed vital equipment, he sprinted through shell fire to recover weapons and ammunition, alone. He led multiple counterattacks, personally taking out enemy positions with grenades and rifle fire. Time after time, he exposed himself to intense enemy fire and kept his men supplied, moving and alive. Eventually surrounded and out of ammunition, McGarity was captured, but his actions had helped blunt the German advance and saved countless lives. For his extraordinary courage, leadership, and refusal to abandon his post, even when wounded and outnumbered, Vernon McGarity was awarded the Medal of Honor. He didn't fight for glory, He fought for the men next to him. In the dead of winter, in one of the bloodiest battles of World War II, Vernon McGarity stood his ground, wounded, outgunned, and outnumbered, and unshakable. Lieutenant Vincent Robert Capodanno was a Navy chaplain serving with the 3rd Marine Division, unarmed yet fearless. On September 4, 1967, his unit was ambushed near Quezon by a vastly superior force. When Marines fell under heavy fire, Capodanno ran forward through gunfire to give aid and last rites. He was wounded but refused evacuation. Instead, he crawled through the chaos to reach another wounded Marine just yards from an enemy machine gun. He was shot and killed while shielding that man with his body. Capodanno's Medal of Honor made him the only Catholic priest to receive the award during Vietnam, and the only chaplain canonized as a servant of God. His legacy endures not in churches but in foxholes, where faith and courage meet under fire. Private First Class Walter C. Monagan, Jr. was a Marine rifleman from Alaska who showed the kind of determination that defines the Corps. Serving with Company F, 2nd Battalion, 1st Marines, 1st Marine Division, he was part of the legendary landing at Incheon on September 7, 1950. As his company pushed inland against well-entrenched North Korean defenders, they were stopped cold by heavy machine gun fire. The enemy had the high ground, and every attempt to advance was shredded. Monagan decided to change that. Armed with his automatic rifle, he charged straight at the enemy position, sprinting through open ground under a storm of bullets. He closed in on the machine gun nest, firing as he went, and wiped it out completely. But he didn't stop. Instead of falling back, Monagan turned and used the captured position to pour fire into the enemy line, scattering their defense. His relentless assault inspired the Marines around him to surge forward and take the ground. Moments later, while still laying down fire to cover his squad's advance, Monagan was killed by enemy fire. His actions, though, had already broken the defense and ensured his company's success. For his extraordinary heroism, Private First Class Walter C. Monagan, Jr. was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor in 1951. His mother accepted the medal on his behalf. Monagan's story is remembered as one of raw Marine grit, an Alaskan rifleman who charged head-on into an enemy machine gun nest, knowing full well the odds, and he gave his life so his unit could win the fight. Staff Sergeant Walter K. Singleton was a Marine whose courage cost him everything, but saved his brothers in Vietnam. Born in Memphis, Tennessee in 1944, Singleton enlisted in the Marine Corps after high school and deployed with the 1st Marine Division. On March 24, 1967, Singleton's company was pinned down near Doc Pho by intense enemy fire from fortified positions. His Marines were caught in the open, casualties mounting, unable to advance or retreat. Singleton wasn't even supposed to be in the thick of it. He was a supply sergeant. But when he saw his brothers trapped, he grabbed a rifle and sprinted straight into the fight. He moved forward alone, firing as he went, deliberately drawing enemy attention and fire away from his pinned platoon. Wounded in the charge, Singleton kept pushing until he closed with an enemy machine gun nest, silencing it at the cost of his life. His actions broke the stalemate and allowed his company to regroup and continue the assault. For his extraordinary heroism and selfless devotion to his Marines, Walter Singleton was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. He proved that courage isn't about rank or duty title. It's about stepping up when your brothers need you most, no matter the cost. On February 20th, 1944, over enemy territory in Germany, a B-17 bomber took devastating hits from anti-aircraft fire. Inside, Staff Sergeant Walter E. Tremper, the first engineer and acting navigator, watched as chaos unfolded. The pilot was killed. The co-pilot was gravely wounded and unconscious. The rest of the crew bailed out. Tremper and the wounded radio operator, Sergeant Archibald Mathis, stayed behind. Neither man was trained to land a B-17, but with the co-pilot still alive, they refused to abandon him. Together, Tremper and Mathis made 2 attempts to land the massive, crippled bomber. With each approach, they fought the controls, struggling to bring the plane in safely. On the 3rd try, the aircraft crashed, killing all 3. They could have jumped, they could have saved themselves, but they chose to stay. For his extraordinary courage and sacrifice, Walter Tremper was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. He didn't charge a machine gun, he didn't storm a beach, he died trying to save a wounded brother, knowing full well he might not survive. That kind of bravery doesn't make headlines, but it defines the very best of who we are. Walter Tremper didn't go down fighting, he went down refusing to leave someone behind. And that's a hero in every sense of the word. First Lieutenant Walter Joseph Marm Jr., born in Washington, Pennsylvania, graduated from Duquesne University with a business degree in 1964 and then joined the U.S. Army. He completed officer candidate school and ranger school before deploying to Vietnam in 1965 as a platoon leader in Company A, 1st Battalion, 7th Cavalry, 1st Cavalry Division. On November 14, 1965, during the opening day of the Battle of La Drang Valley, his company was moving through a dangerous valley to relieve a surrounded friendly unit. Under intense enemy fire, Lieutenant Marm's platoon was pinned down. Seeing 4 enemy soldiers advancing, he rushed forward under heavy fire and eliminated them, buying critical time for his men. Still under fire, he deliberately exposed himself to draw attention to a concealed enemy machine gun. When his light anti-tank weapon failed to silence it, he charged across roughly 30 meters of open terrain, hurled grenades into the enemy position, then, despite being severely wounded, closed in with his rifle and wiped out the remaining enemy fighters. Refusing evacuation until the position was secured and his platoon could move forward, Marm's selfless actions turned the tide, protecting his men, and embodied extraordinary courage. He was awarded the Medal of Honor on December 19, 1966, and eventually rose to the rank of colonel before retiring in 1995.
Staff Sergeant Webster Anderson was a 36-year-old veteran of both Korea and Vietnam, and his final fight proved what experience and willpower can do under impossible odds. On October 15, 1967, his artillery position near Tam Key was overrun by hundreds of North Vietnamese troops. Wounded early in the attack, Anderson ignored his injuries and climbed onto an exposed parapet to direct counterfire, tossing grenades and shouting encouragement. An exploding grenade blew off one leg, then the other. Still, he propped himself up on the parapet, reloading rifles for other soldiers and shouting coordinates. When another grenade landed beside him, he grabbed it and threw it back before it exploded. Only when the position was secured did he finally collapse from blood loss. Anderson survived and became a living legend. His Medal of Honor wasn't just for courage, but for absolute defiance. A man literally refusing to die until his men were safe. World War II wasn't just fought on battlefields, it was fought in the shadows. And few weapons embody that world of sabotage and assassination better than the British Welrod pistol. Developed by the Special Operations Executive in 1942, the Welrod was designed for one purpose: killing quietly. At first glance, it barely looked like a gun. It resembled a metal tube with a grip, easy to hide and easy to explain away if discovered. The Welrod was chambered in 9mm or 32 ACP and used a magazine that doubled as the pistol's grip. It was bolt action, like a rifle, which meant the shooter manually cycled each round. Slow but very quiet. Firing produced little more than a dull thunk. At close range, it was nearly silent. The built-in suppressor used rubber wipes and baffles to muffle the gunshot, making the Welrod perfect for close assassinations or sentry elimination. It was reportedly effective at just a few yards, ideal for sneaking up on a guard or slipping into a room unseen. The pistol saw action with the British commandos, SOE agents, and resistance fighters across occupied Europe. It was also issued to the US OSS. In operations where silence meant survival, the Welrod was invaluable. Even after World War II, the pistol lingered in armories. Rumors suggest it was used in covert missions during the Cold War, and some say it may have been in service as late as the 1980s. With only a few thousand ever made, the Welrod remains one of the rarest and strangest firearms of the war. A weapon built for a very specific job in a very specific kind of war. The Welrod wasn't about firepower, It was about discretion. In the shadow war of World War II, silence was deadly. Private First Class William Baugh didn't survive Korea, but what he did in one frozen second earned him eternal respect. On November 29, 1950, near Koto-ri, his squad was ambushed in the dark by Chinese forces. Gunfire erupted, grenades flew, and chaos followed. One of those grenades landed right in the middle of his team. Without thinking, Baugh dove on it. The blast killed him instantly, but his selfless act saved everyone else. He was just 20 years old. Baugh's sacrifice was so fast, so instinctive, that some of his squad mates didn't realize what had happened until it was over. One minute he was firing, the next he was gone, and they were still alive. He received the Medal of Honor posthumously, and his name became a quiet reminder of what brotherhood means in the Corps. No speech, no hesitation, just one man choosing everyone else. That's the Marine Corps distilled into a heartbeat.
In September 1943, high in the mountains of Italy near Altavilla, Private William J. Crawford's unit was pinned down by relentless German machine gun fire. The terrain was brutal, the enemy was well dug in, but Crawford wasn't about to wait around. On his own, he crawled forward under fire and assaulted the nearest machine gun nest with grenades, wiping it out. Then he moved to a second and a third, single-handedly clearing all three enemy positions while rounds cracked past his head. His bravery allowed his platoon to advance and take the ridge. But in the chaos, Crawford was declared killed in action. His Medal of Honor was awarded posthumously. Except, he wasn't dead. Crawford had been captured by the Germans and spent the rest of the war in a POW camp. After his release, he quietly returned home, rejoined the Army, and served another 20 years. Later in life, he worked humbly as a janitor at the U.S. Air Force Academy, where cadets slowly discovered the truth, that their quiet janitor was a national hero. William Crawford never sought fame. He simply did what had to be done, again and again. A soldier who stormed machine gun nests alone, and then swept the halls of future officers. Quiet valor, timeless courage, a legend hiding in plain sight. On May 25, 1971, Major William E. Adams volunteered for a mission that others had already turned down, flying a lone, unarmed helicopter into a remote fire base under siege in Kon Tum Province, Vietnam. 3 American soldiers were critically wounded and trapped. Artillery couldn't reach them. Medevac birds refused the mission. It was too dangerous. Adams went anyway. Flying through the intense anti-aircraft fire, he reached the LZ and safely picked up the wounded. As he lifted off, the enemy unleashed a storm of machine gun and rocket fire. His helicopter was hit repeatedly. Instead of bailing out, Adams stayed at the controls, maneuvering away from populated areas to avoid civilian casualties. He was still trying to land safely when his aircraft finally crashed, killing him instantly. Thanks to his actions, the wounded were given a chance to survive. For his extraordinary courage, selfless sacrifice, and refusal to abandon his fellow soldiers, William E. Adams was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. He knew the odds. He went anyway. No weapons, no backup, just a pilot, a battered Huey, and an unshakable sense of duty. William E. Adams didn't just fly into danger. He answered a call no one else would, and he gave everything so that others might live.
William Edward Hall was born on October 31st, 1913 in Storrs, Utah. After graduating from the University of Redlands, he joined the Navy Reserve in 1938 and completed his flight training as a naval aviator by September 1939. In early May 1942, Lieutenant Junior Grade Hall was serving as a scout plane pilot with Scouting Squadron 2 aboard the USS Lexington during the Battle of the Coral Sea, one of the first major naval engagements fought entirely by aircraft. On May 7th, he led a daring dive-bombing attack that played a key role in the sinking of the Japanese aircraft carrier Soho. The following day, May 8th, Hall flew again into heavy opposition, engaging and shooting down 3 enemy planes despite being outnumbered. Though his aircraft was seriously damaged and he was wounded during the sorties, he maintained control and safely landed, demonstrating both skill and resilience under fire. For his extraordinary bravery, exceptional skill, and indomitable spirit in the face of overwhelming odds, William E. Hall was awarded the Medal of Honor in a November 1942 ceremony. He later rose to the rank of lieutenant commander before leaving the Navy in 1946. Hall passed away on November 15, 1996, and was laid to rest at Fort Leavenworth National Cemetery.
Captain William Barber had 220 Marines. The Chinese had thousands. The math didn't work, but Barber wasn't a math guy. During the Battle of Chosin Reservoir, November 1950, Barber's company was tasked with holding Takong Pass, an icy stretch of mountain road that was the only lifeline for retreating Marines. Then the Chinese army hit them. Wave after wave of enemy troops swarmed through the snow, blowing bugles and screaming war cries. Barber's company was surrounded, outnumbered 10 to 1, and cut off from reinforcements. Barber refused the order to withdraw. He told command, "We'll hold, we've got wounded, and we're not leaving them." For 5 nights, they fought off relentless assaults in sub-zero temperatures. Men froze in their foxholes, weapons jammed, and still Barber moved among them, steady and calm, inspiring them to keep firing. When relief finally broke through, more than 1,000 Chinese lay dead. Barber's company had held the pass and saved an entire regiment from destruction. He earned the Medal of Honor, but he said the real honor was bringing his men home. That's leadership, the kind that freezes your hands but warms your soul. Sergeant William Fournier's Medal of Honor reads like the definition of stand your ground. At Guadalcanal in January 1943, Japanese forces attacked his Marine unit with overwhelming numbers. When his machine gun crew was wiped out, Fournier and another soldier, Lewis Hall, grabbed the gun and took over. They held their position, firing until the barrel warped and the enemy was piled in front of them. When Hall was hit, Fournier carried him to safety, then went back to cover the withdrawal. He was killed moments later, still behind the gun. He and Hall both received the Medal of Honor. 2 men, 1 machine gun, and 0 retreat. Master Sergeant William Windrich was the kind of leader who believed in staying last. In December 1950, his company attacked Hill 1520 near Udamni during the Chosin campaign. The fighting was brutal. Nighttime, sub-zero cold, enemy mortars raining down. Windrich led from the front, encouraging his men as they crawled uphill through snow and bullets. They took the hill, but the Chinese counterattacked in force. Windrich was wounded twice but refused evacuation. He dragged wounded Marines into cover, organized defense, and personally manned a machine gun until he collapsed from blood loss. He froze to death, still clutching his weapon. His Medal of Honor was awarded posthumously, but his company never forgot that night. They said he was the last man standing because he refused to fall.
This is William H. Pitzenbarger, and if you don't know his name, you're about to. April 11th, 1966, Vietnam War, Operation Abilene. A vicious firefight erupts. The Army's 1st Infantry Division is pinned down by hundreds of Viet Cong. The sky fills with bullets. Pitzenbarger, an Air Force para-rescue man, a PJ, volunteers to be lowered into the kill zone. Not once, not twice, but repeatedly. Under relentless enemy fire, he pulls out wounded soldiers one by one. 9 men are airlifted to safety because of him. Then the helicopters have to withdraw, but Pitzenbarger, he stays. Armed with only an M16, he fights alongside the infantry for hours, treats the wounded, directs defensive fire, resupplies ammo. The guy becomes a one-man battlefield medic, supply sergeant, and rifleman all at once. He was killed later that night. When they recovered his body, they found his medical gear scattered everywhere. He treated as many as he could before falling. For decades, his actions were legendary. In 2000, 34 years later, William H. Pitzenbarger was finally awarded the Medal of Honor. He saved lives at the cost of his own. That's what a hero looks like.
William Hale Wilbur was born on September 24, 1888, in Palmer, Massachusetts. A 1912 graduate of West Point, he went on to receive advanced military education in France before serving in both World Wars. In November 1942, during the Allied invasion of North Africa, Operation Torch, Colonel Wilbur landed at Fadala near Casablanca. Under heavy enemy fire, he boldly commandeered a vehicle and penetrated enemy lines, driving through 16 miles of hostile controlled territory at night to deliver critical messages intended to secure a local armistice. Upon returning, he noticed an enemy artillery battery actively targeting Allied forces. Organizing available tanks and infantry, he personally led a successful assault that silenced the threat. For his extraordinary gallantry, leadership, and unwavering calm under fire, he received the Medal of Honor in January 1943, marking the first time a U.S. president presented the Medal of Honor on foreign soil as part of the high-profile Casablanca Conference. Following the action in North Africa, Wilbur was promoted to brigadier general and participated in the Italian campaign, including landings at Salerno. After a distinguished career, he retired in 1947. In civilian life, he authored several books, served in law enforcement roles, and was active with the Chicago Crime Commission. He passed away on December 27, 1979, and was laid to rest at West Point Cemetery. William Lloyd Nelson was born on February 22, 1918 in Dover, Delaware. Drafted into the U.S. Army in January 1941, he trained at Fort Dix before being assigned to the 60th Infantry Regiment, 9th Infantry Division. On April 24, 1943, during combat in the rugged hills of Jebel Dardes in Tunisia, Sergeant Nelson led his heavy mortar section into a forward position under intense artillery, mortar, and small arms fire. Recognizing the urgency, he moved alone to an advanced observation post and directed a concentrated mortar barrage that halted a fierce enemy counterattack. Mortally wounded but undeterred, he crawled even closer to the enemy and continued to command with precision. With his final strength, he urged his section to keep firing, inflicting significant losses on the advancing enemy. His heroic sacrifice inspired his comrades and resulted in the successful defense of their position. Sergeant Nelson fell only 50 yards from the enemy, embodying the highest ideals of selfless courage. He was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor later that year. His memory lives on through several dedications: the Army Barracks in New Ulm, Germany, a National Guard armory in Middletown, Delaware, a housing project at Fort Dix, New Jersey, and a recreation center at Fort Lewis, Washington, all bearing his name in tribute to his valor.
Sergeant William R. Jesselin was just 23 years old when he made the ultimate sacrifice in Korea. A squad leader in Company C, 35th Infantry Regiment, 25th Infantry Division, he was known as a steady NCO his men could count on. On September 19, 1950, near Saga, Korea, his company was ordered to assault a heavily fortified enemy hill. The slopes were steep, the bunkers well placed, and the North Koreans poured out rifle, machine gun, and mortar fire that cut into the advancing Americans. Jesselin led his squad uphill, encouraging them forward despite the withering fire. They advanced step by step, but as they neared the crest, the enemy resistance stiffened. Suddenly, a grenade landed in the middle of Jesselin's squad. Without hesitation, he shouted a warning and threw himself onto the grenade. The blast killed him instantly, but his squad was untouched. Inspired by the sacrifice, the men surged forward, overran the enemy positions, and took the hill. For his extraordinary heroism, Sergeant William R. Jesselin was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor in 1951. His mother accepted the medal on his behalf. Jesselin's selflessness is the essence of the Medal of Honor, one soldier giving everything so his comrades could live. His name endures as a reminder that courage isn't always about defeating the enemy. It's about protecting the men beside you, no matter the cost. At Chipyong-ni on February 14, 1951, Sergeant First Class William Samuel Sittman faced a decision that would define him forever. Enemy troops launched a night assault, showering his machine gun section with grenades. One landed among his men. Sittman didn't hesitate. He threw himself onto the grenade, absorbing the explosion with his own body. He was killed instantly, but every man around him survived. Sittman's Medal of Honor citation is brief, but it doesn't need embellishment. It's the ultimate act of selflessness, a split-second decision that saved an entire crew and let the fight continue.
Corporal William Thomas Perkins Jr. was a Marine combat photographer. His weapon was a camera. On October 12, 1967, near Quang Tri, Perkins was documenting an operation when his unit was ambushed. When an enemy grenade landed in their midst, he didn't hesitate. He dove on it, shielding 3 fellow Marines from the explosion. He was killed instantly. His final photographs were recovered from his camera and used in training for years afterward. Perkins remains the only combat photographer ever awarded the Medal of Honor. His story is a reminder that heroism isn't about rank or role. It's about instinct, courage, and the willingness to act when time runs out.
Sergeant First Class William Thompson made history in the opening days of the Korean War, not because he sought recognition, but because of the way he fought to the very end. Born in 1927 in New York City, Thompson enlisted in the Army in 1945, just as World War II was ending. By 1950, he was serving with Company M, 24th Infantry Regiment, the last segregated black regiment in the U.S. Army. When the North Korean invasion began, the 24th was among the first American units rushed into combat. On July 6, 1950, Thompson's platoon was tasked with defending a vital bridge near Osan. North Korean forces launched a massive attack with superior numbers and firepower. Thompson, manning a machine gun, immediately recognized that retreat was inevitable, but he refused to leave his post. As his comrades fell back, Thompson stayed behind, pouring fire into enemy ranks. His stand slowed the advancing North Koreans long enough for the rest of his unit to withdraw safely. Wounded multiple times, he kept fighting until his position was overrun and he was killed at just 23 years old. For his extraordinary bravery and sacrifice, William Thompson was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor, the first black soldier to receive it in the Korean War. His award was also deeply symbolic, recognition of valor from a regiment that had long fought under the shadow of segregation. Thompson's courage set an example, not just for the 24th Infantry Regiment, but for the entire U.S. Army during a time of change and integration. His Medal of Honor citation notes that his conspicuous gallantry saved the lives of many men that day. Sergeant William Thompson's name stands as a reminder that courage knows no color, and that sometimes the bravest acts come from holding the line when everyone else has to fall back.
In early 1942, the battle for the Philippines was raging. On February 3rd, near Bagnac on the Bataan Peninsula, U.S. and Filipino troops faced overwhelming Japanese forces. Among them was Captain Willibald C. Bianchi of the 45th Infantry, Philippine Scouts. That morning, Bianchi led his company in an assault of a strongly fortified enemy position. The Japanese were dug in with machine guns and mortars, their fire cutting down men in the open. When his unit was pinned, Bianchi didn't wait for orders. He charged. Climbing into an American tank under heavy fire, he manned its .50 caliber machine gun, blasting away at enemy bunkers. Exposed to the full fury of Japanese fire, he was hit by bullets and shrapnel, but kept fighting. When the tank's gun was knocked out, Bianchi wasn't finished. Wounded and bleeding, he grabbed a rifle and grenades and led a small group of men on foot. Crawling forward, he personally destroyed multiple enemy machine gun nests with grenades and rifle fire. Even after being wounded a second time, he refused evacuation, continuing to direct his men until he could no longer stand. His ferocity and leadership inspired his company to press the attack and silence the Japanese positions. For his conspicuous gallantry and intrepidity above and beyond the call of duty, Captain Bianchi received the Medal of Honor. But his war did not end there. He was later captured after the fall of Bataan, survived the death march, and endured years as a prisoner of war. In 1945, just months before Japan's surrender, he died when a prison ship carrying him was sunk by American planes. Captain Willibald Bianchi's courage on Bataan and sacrifice in captivity marked him as one of the Philippines campaign's true heroes.
At Iwo Jima, U.S. Marines faced labyrinths of bunkers and pillboxes pouring deadly fire. Corporal Herschel Woody Williams volunteered to take a flamethrower and clear them out. For 4 hours, under constant enemy fire, He moved bunker to bunker, spraying flames into openings while demolition teams followed. Twice he returned for new flamethrowers. His fearless stand opened the path for Marines to advance, turning what could have been a massacre into victory. Awarded the Medal of Honor, Woody became the last surviving recipient from Iwo Jima before his death in 2022. He spent his life honoring Gold Star families, saying his medal belonged to all who didn't come home. World War I, the trenches were a meat grinder. Artillery ruled the battlefield, machine guns mowed down waves of infantry, and no man's land was a graveyard. Enter the tank. In 1916, the British Army unleashed a beast called the Mark I. It looked like a metal shoebox with tracks slapped around it, because that's basically what it was. Weighing 28 tons, crawling at a blistering 3 miles per hour, and armed with machine guns and 6-pounder naval guns, the Mark I wasn't fast, but it didn't need to be. It could cross trenches, crush barbed wire, and most importantly, ignore machine gun fire. The Germans had never seen anything like it. Their bullets bounced off, their trenches collapsed, and their front lines fell back. The early tanks were hot, loud, and broke down constantly, but they changed warfare forever. From here on out, the age of armored warfare had begun. From rolling coffins to battlefield kings, it all started here. In Vietnam, the jungle was the enemy. It hid the Viet Cong, swallowed patrols, and made modern warfare look primitive. So the U.S. military decided to kill the jungle itself. From 1962 to 1971, American planes sprayed more than 19 million gallons of herbicides across Southeast Asia. They called it Operation Ranch Hand. The goal? Strip away foliage, destroy crops, and expose the enemy. The weapon? A chemical cocktail called Agent Orange, named for the orange stripe on the barrels it came in. It worked. The forest died. So did everything else. Agent Orange contained dioxin, one of the most toxic substances ever made by man. Factories rushed production, contamination skyrocketed, and the poison rained down over villages, rivers, and rice fields. The Pentagon said it was safe. Dow and Monsanto said it was tested. And for a while, people believed them. Then came the sickness. Vietnamese children born with deformities, American veterans with cancers that medicine couldn't explain, families on both sides of the world realizing the war hadn't ended, it had just gone microscopic. The spraying stopped in 1971, but the legacy didn't. Half a century later, the soil around old U.S. air bases is still contaminated, and the people who lived through it are still dying from it. Agent Orange wasn't designed to kill people, it just didn't care if it did. The forest grew back, the trust never did. They called it Air America, a civilian airline that just happened to be owned, operated, and controlled by the CIA. Officially, it flew humanitarian missions across Southeast Asia. Unofficially, it hauled anything the U.S. government didn't want to admit moving. Guns, spies, refugees, and sometimes a few things that didn't appear on the manifest. It started after World War II as civil air transport, founded by Flying Tigers legend Claire Chennault. When Mao took over China, the CIA quietly bought the company through shell corporations, rebranding it Air America. On paper, it looked legit. Contracts, offices, and payroll. In reality, it was the CIA's private air force. During the secret war in Laos, Air America pilots supplied anti-communist Hmong fighters, dropped food and ammo into jungle valleys, and evacuated civilians from combat zones. They flew unarmed planes into enemy territory, often without backup, or orders anyone could officially admit giving. Their job wasn't simple. Do what the Air Force couldn't and don't get caught doing it. Some called them heroes, others called them mercenaries. Most of them didn't care, they just kept flying. And when the war finally fell apart in 1975, those same pilots flew the last departure missions out of Saigon, rescuing refugees from rooftops under fire. After the war, Air America vanished overnight. The CIA denied everything. The pilots went home to empty resumes and unmarked graves. No medals, no monuments, just rumors and wreckage. Hollywood turned it into a comedy. History knows better.
Air America wasn't an airline. It was America's secret empire with wings. The Vietnam jungle didn't care about politics. It cared about mud, humidity, and whether your rifle fired when you pulled the trigger. Two guns entered that nightmare, the Soviet AK-47 and the American M16, and the jungle decided which one actually worked. The AK was a peasant's dream: steel, wood, and forgiveness. You could drop it in a rice paddy, kick the mud off, and it would still spit lead. It wasn't elegant, but it never asked for attention. The kind of weapon you could trust when everything else broke. The M16 was the opposite: light, precise, and sophisticated. Designed for accuracy and speed, it needed the right ammo, regular cleaning, and a soldier who followed instructions. When it worked, it was deadly. When it didn't, it was just another story ending badly in a firefight. The jungle exposed every flaw. Early M16s jammed and got soldiers killed. The AK just kept going. But as the war dragged on, the Americans learned. Chrome-lined barrels, proper powder, better training, and suddenly the M16 was back in the fight, faster, lighter, and more accurate than its Soviet rival. Still, each rifle reflected its maker's soul. The AK was built for survival, the M16 for precision. One trusted simplicity, the other trusted discipline. Half a century later, they still face each other. From the deserts of Iraq to the streets of Kiev. The uniforms change, but the question doesn't. Which rifle would you trust when it's dirty, dark, and nothing else works? Because in the end, the jungle's verdict still stands. The best rifle isn't the prettiest, the lightest, or the most advanced. It's the one that fires, every single time. On August 7, 2006, at 5:15 p.m., 4 masked men stormed a Bank of America in Tacoma, Washington. They weren't junkies with pistols. They were U.S. Army Rangers trained to raid enemy compounds and now applying that skill to a neighborhood bank. 2 men locked down the doors with AK-47s. Another forced customers and tellers to the floor, and the leader vaulted the 8-foot bandit barrier with one hand. In 2 minutes and 21 seconds, they stripped drawers, filled a duffel with $54,011, and were gone. The getaway car was a silver Audi A4 driven by Private First Class Alex Blum, just 18 years old and days away from deployment. He wore board shorts and flip-flops. To witnesses inside, it looked like a flawless military operation. But there was a problem. The crew had removed the rear license plate but forgot the front one. A bystander wrote it down. 420 NNA. That detail was all the FBI needed. Special Agent Monty Shade immediately recognized the tactics as military. Within days, the Audi was found at Fort Lewis, and searches of the Rangers barracks uncovered weapons, ammunition, and bundles of cash still wrapped in Bank of America bands. The crew unraveled in less than 11 days. Blum confessed first. Chad Palmer was arrested in uniform during family photos. The Canadians, Tiger Robinson and Nathan Dunmall, were picked up across the border, and ringleader Luke Elliott Summer was caught in a Canadian supermarket. The perfect Ranger robbery ended in the same way it started, fast. It lasted 2 minutes inside the bank, 11 days on the run, and left a trail of ruined careers and scarred victims that still hasn't faded. On the night of September 11, 2012, the U.S. Special Mission in Benghazi, Libya, was supposed to be quiet. Ambassador Chris Stevens was visiting the city to meet local officials and strengthen ties in a place still reeling from the fall of Gaddafi. Just after 9:40 p.m., everything changed. Dozens of armed militants suddenly swarmed the compound. They overran the outer gate almost immediately, pushing diplomatic security agents back into the main villa. Within minutes, attackers set the building on fire. Ambassador Stevens and Information Officer Sean Smith were trapped inside as thick smoke filled the rooms. DS agents fought through flames trying to reach them, but the heat and smoke were overwhelming. A mile away, the CIA's global response staff heard the call for help. Despite delays from leadership, the operators finally rolled out, driving into a city filled with militia checkpoints and chaos. When they reached the mission, they fought through the attackers, rescued the remaining Americans, and withdrew to the CIA annex. But the fight followed them. Throughout the night, waves of militants attacked the annex. The defenders, CIA staff, contractors, and DS agents held the line from rooftops and barricaded positions. Hours later, as dawn approached, the most devastating strike hit, a precision mortar attack. The rounds landed with deadly accuracy, killing Tyrone Woods and Glenn Doherty and wounding several others. With the compound no longer defensible, the Americans formed a convoy and evacuated to the airport at sunrise. 4 Americans died that night. Dozens survived because a small group refused to abandon anyone.
In April 1961, the United States tried to overthrow Fidel Castro. The CIA called it Operation Zapata. History calls it the Bay of Pigs, one of the dumbest invasions ever attempted. Here's the setup. The CIA trained 1,400 Cuban exiles, gave them leftover World War II weapons, and promised them air support. The plan was simple: land on Cuba's southern coast, spark a popular uprising, and watch Castro's government collapse like a Jenga tower. Easy, right? Wrong. The airstrikes meant to destroy Castro's Air Force barely scratched it. Kennedy, terrified of being caught red-handed, canceled follow-up attacks. That left Castro with tanks, jets, and troops ready to fight. The exiles landed anyway, on a swampy beach that looked like a set from Gilligan's Island. Their landing craft broke, ammo got dumped in the wrong places, and radios barely worked. The Cuban people didn't rise up. Instead, they rallied around Castro. Within hours, his forces had the exiles pinned down. Their bazookas couldn't dent his Soviet-supplied tanks. Their bombers were shot out of the sky. Supplies sank offshore. For 3 days, Brigade 2506 fought bravely with what little they had. Outnumbered, outgunned, and out of luck, they were finally surrounded and captured. Over 200 were killed. More than 1,000 went to prison. The Bay of Pigs didn't topple Castro. It made him stronger. It embarrassed the United States, humiliated Kennedy, and convinced the Soviets he could be pushed around. Less than a year later, Khrushchev tested that theory with nuclear missiles in Cuba. The CIA promised a slam dunk. What Kennedy got was a flaming basketball in the middle of a swamp.
Want to see the full story? Click on the link down below or in the description.
They called it the Brown Water Navy because Welcome to the World's Deadliest Swamp Boat Club didn't fit on the paperwork. Picture this: 1966, Vietnam. The U.S. Navy, built for oceans, suddenly fighting in rivers you could almost walk across. The Viet Cong weren't invading by sea. They were slipping through the Mekong Delta, hauling weapons in wooden sampans, while the big ships sat useless offshore. So the Navy improvised. They built a PBR, Patrol Boat River, a 31-foot fiberglass rocket with twin diesel engines, water jet propulsion, and enough machine guns to make the jungle flinch. No armor, no bathroom, no mercy, just speed and chaos. 4-man crews patrolled for 20 hours straight through canals full of leeches, mosquitoes, and people who wanted them dead. When ambushed, and they always were, they didn't duck, they accelerated. The rule was simple: if you stopped moving, you sank. They fought ambushes so close you could see the flash from an AK barrel. They lived off diesel fumes, warm beer, and bad luck. Some nights the jungle was quiet. Others, it spat fire from both banks. The only way out was forward. By 1968's Tet Offensive, these little boats were lifelines, ferrying troops, rescuing the wounded, blasting enemy crossings to pieces. Over 500 sailors died in rivers most Americans couldn't find on a map. When the war ended, the Navy packed up, left the boats behind, and pretended the rivers never happened. But the men remember. They were sailors who never saw the sea, warriors who fought a war nobody wanted, in water nobody loved. The Brown Water Navy, fiberglass hulls, diesel hearts, and the courage to go upriver when everyone else turned back. Edward Butch O'Hare was the U.S. Navy's first ace of World War II, the guy who took on 9 Japanese bombers by himself and lived to tell the tale. But the story starts in Chicago, not the Pacific. His father was Easy Eddie, Al Capone's lawyer, business manager, and personal fixer, the man who kept the biggest gangster in America out of prison for years. Eddie had everything: money, power, respect, but he knew exactly what it cost, and he didn't want that for his son. So when the government came after Capone for tax evasion, Easy Eddie turned informant. He handed over Capone's financial ledgers and signed his own death warrant. In 1939, he was gunned down in his Lincoln on Ogden Avenue. When police found his body, there were two things in his pocket: a rosary and his son's dog tag. Butch O'Hare was at flight school when he got the news. He didn't take vengeance, he took to the sky. In February 1942, flying a Grumman F-4F Wildcat off the USS Lexington, Butch spotted 9 enemy bombers heading straight for the carrier. His wingman's guns jammed, so Butch went in alone. He tore through the formation like a storm, downing 5 planes in under 4 minutes. He saved the Lexington and everyone aboard. For that, he became the Navy's first ace, and the first to earn the Medal of Honor. Less than 2 years later, he was gone. Shot down during a night mission, body never found. But his name lived on, carved into the metal and concrete of the airport that millions still pass through every day. O'Hare International Airport, named for the son of a mobster who became one of America's greatest heroes. For more than 3 decades, the drinking water at Camp Lejeune, one of the Marine Corps' most important bases, was quietly contaminated with chemicals that should never have been anywhere near a family's kitchen sink. From 1953 through 1987, the wells supplying entire neighborhoods, barracks, hospitals, and child care centers were laced with industrial solvents like TCE, PCE, benzene, and vinyl chloride. These weren't trace amounts. Some wells tested at levels thousands of times above what we consider safe today. And while Marines trained for war abroad, their families were being exposed to an invisible threat at home. Marines, spouses, and children drank the water every day without knowing the danger. Pregnant mothers mixed baby formula with it. Kids splashed in bathtubs full of it. Barracks filled canteens straight from taps fed by the contaminated plants. Then, when tests in the early 1980s finally revealed the truth, the most toxic wells were quietly shut down, but families were never told what they had already been exposed to. People transferred away, retired, or left the service without any warning that their future health might be shaped by something as simple as the water they used to drink. Years later, former residents started connecting the dots. Rare cancers, birth defects, miscarriages, neurological diseases, and illnesses that didn't fit the usual explanations. It wasn't coincidence, it was exposure. ATSDR studies confirmed what families had suspected all along. The contamination was real, the harm was real, and it came from the one place they trusted most. It took decades of pressure and heartbreak before the government finally passed the Camp Lejeune Justice Act, giving victims a chance to seek compensation. But for many Marines and families, justice isn't about money, it's about finally being told the truth.
May 1945. The war in Europe was ending, Hitler was dead, and Germany was collapsing into chaos. But in the Austrian Alps, one medieval fortress became the site of one of the strangest battles in history. Castle Itter was a prison for French VIPs, former presidents, prime ministers, generals, even a tennis champion. When the SS guards fled, the prisoners knew they'd soon be killed. Their only hope was a Yugoslav electrician named Andrei, who rode off on a motorcycle to find help. And he did. The rescuers weren't what the French expected. A handful of American tankers led by Lieutenant Jack Lee, Austrian resistance fighters, and even defected Wehrmacht soldiers under Major Sepp Gangl. Together they formed the weirdest coalition of the war. On May 5th, they defended the castle against waves of SS troops. French politicians grabbed rifles, Jean Baroda sprinted through the enemy lines, and Americans and Germans fought side by side. It was the only battle of World War II where that happened, and Jack Lee summed it up best. It was the damnedest thing.
In October 1962, the world came closer to nuclear war than ever before. American spy planes discovered Soviet nuclear missiles in Cuba, just 90 miles from Florida. The photographs landed on President John F. Kennedy's desk, and suddenly the Cold War wasn't abstract anymore. It was right at America's doorstep. Kennedy formed a secret committee of advisors. The military chiefs wanted immediate airstrikes to wipe out the missiles, but others, like Defense Secretary Robert McNamara and UN Ambassador Adlai Stevenson, warned that striking first could trigger nuclear war. Kennedy chose a middle path, a naval blockade or quarantine around Cuba. For 13 days, the world held its breath. Soviet ships steamed toward the blockade line. U.S. destroyers fired star shells to force a Soviet chartered freighter to stop. At the UN, Stevenson confronted the Soviets with photographic proof, demolishing their denials. Then things got even more dangerous. A U-2 reconnaissance plane was shot down over Cuba. Another U-2 accidentally strayed into Soviet airspace near Alaska, nearly sparking combat. U.S. warships even forced Soviet submarines to the surface, unaware one commander considered launching a nuclear torpedo. Amid the chaos, 2 letters from Premier Nikita Khrushchev arrived. The first hinted at compromise, removing the missiles in exchange for a U.S. promise not to invade Cuba. The second demanded something more, withdrawal of American missiles from Turkey. Kennedy responded publicly to the first letter, while privately offering to remove the obsolete missiles from Turkey later. His brother Robert carried the message to Soviet Ambassador Anatoly Dobrynin in a secret back-channel meeting. On October 28th, Khrushchev backed down. The missiles were withdrawn. The Cuban Missile Crisis lasted less than 2 weeks, but it was the closest humanity has ever come to total nuclear war, and the narrowest escape in history.
Schwerer Gustav, 1 confirmed combat use, 7-ton shells, crushed Sevastopol. But Dora? Dora is something different. She shows up in Allied documents, then disappears. She is referenced in soldier testimonies, but never photographed. She might have been deployed, or never even finished. Some say Dora was Gustav, just an old nickname. Others believe a second gun existed, hidden, lost, or scrapped before it ever even fired. The truth? Dora is part weapon, part myth, born in paperwork gaps and fed by post-war imagination. Curious how one name became one of World War II's strangest unsolved mysteries? Tap the link below or in the description to find out now.
When the Forrestal Fire erupted in 1967, John McCain was a decorated naval aviator about to launch over Vietnam. Seconds later, a Zuni rocket from another jet slammed into his plane. He escaped as bombs detonated behind him. Official Navy findings cleared McCain of causing the accident, citing a technical failure in the F-4 Phantom's weapon system. But an alternate story, that McCain's own engine start caused the rocket launch, spread for decades. Supporters point to the investigation's conclusions. Detractors point to his political enemies keeping the rumor alive. The fact is, 134 sailors died, and McCain lived with both the memories of the fire and the shadow of a claim the Navy said wasn't true.
Franklin D. Frank Miller wasn't supposed to survive Vietnam. He led a 6-man recon team deep into Laos on a mission so secret the Pentagon pretended it never happened. Within hours, his team walked straight into a North Vietnamese ambush. 100 enemy soldiers. Miller's point man went down instantly. Everyone else was pinned. Frank took a bullet to the chest, grenade shrapnel in the side, and just got angrier. He crawled through gunfire to grab the radio off a dead man, called in airstrikes on his own position, and told the pilot, "Drop it close." For 6 hours, he fought off wave after wave, bleeding, limping, reloading other men's rifles when his ran dry. When rescue finally showed up, he refused evacuation until every one of his wounded teammates was out first. He climbed aboard last, covered in blood, and asked for a cigarette. They gave him the Medal of Honor, but he hated the word hero. Said heroes were the guys who didn't make it home. Frank Miller survived 4 gunshot wounds, 2 grenade blasts, and 25 years in Special Forces. The man didn't have a death wish. He just never learned how to quit.
Juan Pujol Garcia might be the pettiest man to ever win a world war. Born in Spain, he hated both fascist and communist after surviving the Spanish Civil War. So when World War II kicked off, he tried 3 times to volunteer as a spy for Britain. They said no every time. So naturally, he went to the Nazis. He convinced Germany he was a pro-Nazi politician headed to London, forged a passport, and got himself funded as their agent. Except he never went to London. He sat in Lisbon, bought British newspapers, and wrote reports so convincing the Germans believed he was sending back first-hand intel. When they wanted him to build a network, he just made people up. He invented 27 fake spies, complete with personalities, illnesses, even an obituary when one died. Germany mourned the loss and even paid a pension to the imaginary widow. By 1944, Pujol, now codenamed Garbo, was running the biggest deception in military history, Operation Fortitude. He convinced Hitler that Normandy was a sideshow and that General Patton was leading a massive army poised to attack Calais. Patton's army was inflatable tanks and wooden planes, but Hitler bought it. The Germans held back their forces for weeks, giving the Allies time to secure Normandy after D-Day. Hitler even awarded Garbo the Iron Cross. The British gave him the Order of the British Empire. Juan Pujol Garcia became the only man in history to win the top medals of both sides, all for lying.
In November 1970, the U.S. launched one of the most daring missions of the Vietnam War, Operation Ivory Coast. The plan was simple and insane. 56 Green Berets would fly 600 miles into North Vietnam, land inside a POW camp called Son Tay, kill the guards, and bring the boys home. It was led by Colonel Arthur Bull Simons, a man whose nickname wasn't a metaphor, the kind of guy who looked at the word impossible and took it personally. The Raiders trained for months on a full-scale replica of the prison built in Florida. Every wall, every tree, every doorway memorized. They rehearsed in darkness until they could move through it blindfolded. By November, they could hit a target the size of a basketball court in total blackout conditions. On the night of the raid, they flew in at treetop level, low enough to shave coconuts, dodging radar and anti-aircraft guns. At 2:18 a.m., Simons' helicopter slammed straight through the prison wall, Green Berets pouring out like angry hornets. Every guard was down in seconds, buildings cleared, perfect execution. But when they opened the cell doors, the cages were empty. The prisoners had been moved months earlier because of flooding. The most flawlessly executed rescue mission in history had no one left to rescue. In 27 minutes they were gone. No Americans killed, no aircraft lost, and a smoking ruin left behind to confuse the entire North Vietnamese army. And here's the twist. Their failure worked. The raid terrified Hanoi so badly that they moved all remaining POWs to the Hanoi Hilton, where they were finally accounted for, treated better, and eventually released. Operation Ivory Coast didn't bring anyone home that night, but it proved something far more powerful. America never stops coming for its own. You ever wonder what happens when the world's most advanced military fights a war and forgets to take out the trash? Welcome to Iraq and Afghanistan, where the U.S. military invented the burn pit, a giant open-air furnace for literally everything. Plastic bottles, batteries, paint, ammo, medical waste, even vehicles. You name it, they torched it. The fuel of choice? Jet fuel, because nothing says good morning like huffing flaming JP-8. At Ballard Air Base alone, the pit burned over 200 tons of garbage every day. The smoke was black, thick, and everywhere. Troops joked about Ballard cologne and toxic s'mores because when you're in the sandbox, humor's cheaper than healthcare. Then they came home, coughing, wheezing, and dying. Healthy 20-somethings with lungs like coal miners. The government's first response? No consistent evidence. Because apparently, breathing burning trash for a year wasn't scientific enough. Veterans started fighting back. Groups like Burn Pits 360, led by Rosie and LaTroy Torres, refused to shut up. Then Jon Stewart joined the fight, dragging Congress in front of cameras until they passed the PACT Act, finally admitting that burn pits were, in fact, poison. Now, over 3.5 million veterans are covered under the new VA toxic exposure laws. But it took 15 years, thousands of deaths, and one very angry comedian to get there. Because in America, the only thing slower than government paperwork is the moment it realizes it's been killing its own troops by accident. Burn pits weren't the enemy. They were ours.